Shisa Eliyas. Was a Shisa means that it's being done by hand. And you know that Omer Shasei Kishasa Hadi. Tore it apart, ultimately again. Tore it apart like one tears apart the cube. What's the news is talking about? This is about Shisha. Right? Shisha has this first defense. So he tears apart the animal like one tear apart.
He's like, all right, I got that here. And he just records for 20 minutes. He's like, okay,
it's taking as follows. Lo hice es amor.
now you gave me an idea.
Das wissen die Leute gar
So
nicht.
I do this. And it's just me reacting to guys. I like Ray Vinny, and I go, all right, I'm going to fuck this guy.
The part that you must focusing on
No matter if they have their muscles or like a little nerve that are weird looking. Oh man, I don't know if I would fuck that guy.
So you would end up saying something like this.
That is a useless fucking man. It's as simple as that. A man's body is the number one tool you fucking have for survival. Don't think it's your fucking brain, brother. It's your body. You see, this is where you get a little over your skis. Knowing about your brain. And an unfit man is actually a lot of times very useful. Let's think about some of the unfit men of history, like Albert Einstein. Or William Shakespeare, or Isaac Newton, or Shakespeare was fit as hell, dude. Was he? Yeah. Oh, you think you're gonna be fucking fat and lazy and wreck your jet on the Verona? Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Right? Okay. You're gonna be physically fit to roll with, puck and various limits of midstream. You know what I mean? Okay. Shit. Yeah. While riding 2 beer while weighing 220 pounds. No. I am light as shit.
Gemara says as follows.
I think
Nach
shit
diesen
here
gelobt werden die Revolution. Es ist eigentlich schnell, dass er für
Galileo or Copernicus or the Buddha or Luther King, Muhammad Gandhi. None of these people were known for their fitness by the enigmatic abs. Jesus was that cut. He was the Lord. At the end of the day, you can't be perfect. And this guy's physically perfect, though. All right? Maybe not mentally, but physically. So let's give it up. Bravo, sir. Bravo. And thank you for reminding me that I will never, ever ultimately be very happy because I can't look like you.
Shemalka Bishmi Simon also the local was an our mission says that if you do a complete Melita and therefore you cut both Simon by Hatas or what's the halacha, the carbon is toxic. Carbon is toxic. By Ola Sa'od you apply Melita both Simon to get the head from behind the carriage. By Hatas Sa'od you only do one thing to get the catch. Our mission said that if you catch both Simon, you cut both Simon. And even if you didn't attach, you cut the both Simon. Ultimately, again, the carbon is possible. All the Gemara saying over here is our Mishnah does not reflect the pure revelation. Why? Because the resurrection said, Shema, they heard, Shema, Bilin Bachata Sa'od. That B'diavad Bachata Sa'od, even if you cut both Simonim, the carbon is still kosher. So the Gemara says, my opinion is, so what is the Shimon also said,
that's why I brought it. It's not guys. So I want you to stop doing this. But they don't want it. No one thinks it's funny. No one's ever laughed at it. You haven't made someone laugh in about 15 years. That's what I said. First thing I'd say. You haven't made somebody laugh like with you in 15 years. It's been 15 years. And then see what he said to that. What? No.
The Shiloh
it's not even longer than that.
doesn't compromise the public. Tanakama is over Tanakama holds it squeezing out of the door by Kata.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
The Ivan down.
Let's see what else we got here.
David Ritzi Gam Ma'aki, Ka'avich Maisa Ola Bakaka. So, the Tarakama holds the squeezing out of the blood is Ma'aki. And here's the problem. The problem is if you go and cut the both together, what if he does? In the effort to offer up a Katas, what have you effectively done? What have you effectively done? You offer up an Ola. Why? Because I was saying the only left community to the Katas that you need. One of the major left communities is what? Is 2 Simanim versus 1. So if you hold that mutual is an occupation, then after I do Malika, I do have to squeeze out the blood. The problem is in my effort to go ahead and offer up a Katas, I have effectively offered up an Ola. And therefore, again, the carbon will be cost. Now, those are Shimon Sabar. Measly Katas Ofomaki. Those are Shimon says, no. The meat food is not ma'aki. This is not squeezing out of the blood. It's not ma'aki. Therefore, what? And therefore, again, I will say, as soon as I go ahead and sever one of the simanim, then what? Then what? I'm done. So let's hear the couple here. This is so watch this. Everything depends on whether or not the meat food is ma'aki. The squeezing out of the blood, which takes place on the technology right there, takes place right after the malika is in the ma'aki. If you hold that you need to do meat food, then the problem is what? If I check both simanim, I couple simanim on the side, the problem is in my effort to do a chatas, I've done it all. By the time I get to the meat food, I'm out. If on the other hand, the meat food is not ma'aki, then what? As soon as you touch one sin, I will say, then what have you done? What? You've done. You've done the chatas. Either I'm still cutting a second sin. Who cares? Lechate basar ba'albim. I'll say, but that's only if you hold that means it's not ma'aki. If you hold it, you should squeeze it out, but it's not ma'aki. Then once I cut one sin, chatas is locked in, I'm done. And I continue to go ahead and check the next sin. That's just like fresh. It's simply not a sin. Rabbi Amarava says, no, she hears the sin. We're gonna get to England.
Yo, you wanna be going to Nova with shit? Fucking dressed the fuck up. You gotta be a savage, fucking TikTok, $1 million Schultz. Because the being on stage when he's talking about
again, what happens if you do Shivya by the second simon? Remember again, this is Shivya by the second simon by Ola. So remember again, how many Shimanim do you have to check by Ola Sa'ol? 2. So what happens if I do Shivya by the second one? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Mashiach is in Shivya by Ola Ma'aki. There's a Tanakama holds that even if it's Shivya by the second simon, it's not Ma'aki. The Alpha God is Shivya Ta'avid Ma'asa Ola Machatos. So ultimately, again, you are doing a nice, you are doing a nice ultimately, again, it isn't for the team. So the other cover, so there's a team cover, Ma'aki. Those are two holes that do Ma'aki. The favorite is Shivya, and now that I said Shivya, the Kati is not the Ta'av. Rabbi says, Rov Basra Ma'aki. Abai says, the Machlokas will say, what is the status of the cutting of the majority of the flesh of the bird? Chutad Rabbi Zer Bishmo Bar Yitzchak. Chad Amar Shehia B'Simu Sheni Ba'Ola Sa'of Ma'aki. Was this one of the says, if you do Shehia by the cutting of the second sin, then it will be Ma'aki. Shehia B'Simu Sheni Ba'Ola Sa'of Ma'aki. One of the reasons was the intention is if you do Shehia by the cutting of the second sin of Ola Sa'of. The Chad Amar Lo Boston Ma'aki. The other thing is the problem is that the Masot was in what is the status of cutting the start of the flesh of the bird. The problem I look at now, that is first, you got here the low basta to the cheeks. So it's an effect like that's the low basta that has to be put in the so why are I the best for life? It's on the sea of the whole of the screen. Talk about it. What up, Joe? What
happened?
One
So, I want to move
you have to cut
out of
the
Australia to
flesh
fucking shit up.
So what's
To
that?
Chile?
Obviously, you have to go ahead and cut the
Australia's a shithole.
Why? Because you have to
Australia? Nice as fuck, dog.
What about my kata sauce? What is there a
It is nice country, right? But the people fucking suck dick.
All right. Where are there better people? Yeah.
But it appears that the Fatila, everyone agrees that you should cut the majority of the
Yeah, I think people are all awesome.
Where?
I think African people are all awesome.
Yeah, they are. African people are super fucking nice.
Big kind of dog.
Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, people in Africa. I don't know about that, but people in Africa are really nice.
I think big kind of dog is the representation of
Yes, that is
African
correct.
Nigeria.
The Fatila, everyone agrees that you should cut the majority of the flesh.
I hope they're not
How many
as big a grifters.
Only one.
I hope they're not as all big a grifters as he is.
Cut the majority of the flesh. Is that true? Is that true?
No, he's not.
Here we go. That's a great right. Because remember, on Omicron, we got the entire process for Olaf's house.
People just got sick of his shit. We're dog.
What do you do?
Right.
So what's that? Shedra is the spine. Mafrekes is the neck bone. You cut through the spine and the neck bone. Below Rov Basar.
All right, so what's your stand-up comedy on food?
You get to the windpipe of the esophagus.
Yeah, dude, give me something on food.
You get to the windpipe of the esophagus.
Tell me something funny on food.
And what happens on those sides? You go ahead and you chef that one simon, or the majority of that one simon, and the majority of the flesh together with
You have the 3 second
Hold
rule.
on.
Do you have the 3-second rule here? Yeah.
Ultimately, again, you
What
go ahead
food
and
does the
chef.
3 second rule
Let's say you go
not
ahead
apply
and
to?
you go ahead and you chef either both simanim or ultimately,
Pudding?
again, the majority of both simanim.
Soup?
Watch this. So now again, did you not hear this halacha that by chata sa'ov, you do go ahead and you separate? So the Gemara says, "My lo yavil." What does the pasuk mean when it says on both sides? Umala. The pasuk says Umala gets Hashem Mular Paul.
Does that answer your question?
That you don't separate that from the top of Samachov.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever seen someone use the 3 second rule on ice cream?
Yeah. I mean, have I seen it? No, but I know of it to be done, especially because ice cream is like pretty valuable and usually can just be like brushed off. With,
Have you ever seen someone use the 3 second rule for semen?
on themselves, yeah. Yeah. I mean, not on themselves. I mean, like, let's say somebody, like, gives some bitch a fucking facial to, like, wipe it off her mouth or wipe it off her face and lick it. Like, that's pretty common.
But you do chef Rov Basar. Now Rabbi Shimon comes along and says that I have heard that by Chata Sa'ol, you can't separate both Simon and head from the body. So what is when it says Lo Yavdil? Lo Yavdil means what Rabbi say? You don't have to go ahead and cut through the head its entirety. But if you want to, ultimately, yes. So once I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger, hope that you can get through the rest of this day, bring up the resolution until tomorrow morning. But let's say the idea being, what is the din of Chata Sa'ol? Is a halacha l'maisa you can't cut through both simanim and detach the head, or it's that no, you can if you want to, but you're not obligated. Resolution against Hashem tomorrow.
There was a kid at my school that he said that like when he was laying down, he would go always hit his lip.
Yeah, I fire over my head.
Arthur was like, good morning. They got the son of beautiful.
Allegedly.
What happened? What happened?
We are picking on 62 feet. And we are picking up.
Zoo, when are you gonna like? Why is all your shit sexual though? Give me a joke that's not sexual. That's just about food, not about semen, about regular ass food.
One headed towards the base and one headed towards the ledge. Justify Sabi, because it was again the pasuk says Sabi, and we're going to discuss what that Joshua means in just a moment.
Like if you're gonna be a comedian, you gotta be funny on multiple subjects. I mean, Dave Chappelle just doesn't tell jokes on race. He tells jokes on all kinds of shit. Jerry Seinfeld doesn't just tell jokes on like everyday life. He tells jokes about a lot of things, parenthood, all kinds of things. Bill Burr doesn't just tell jokes about sports. He tells jokes about everything. Shane Gillis doesn't just tell jokes about getting drunk. He tells jokes about history and society. I mean, like you got to be more and food. I mean, you got to have like a wide variety. And I'm not saying that you have to have it right now, but your jokes are just so one lane. It shows that like you're not ready to take on the next level of comedy, which is to be like diverse. I'm not gonna hate on you though. I mean, you made it to the state finals somehow, some way, from in front of a bunch of people. You must have bribed them or had some blackmail on these motherfuckers, but somehow they got you to the second round. But nevertheless, one of the reasons that they're going to look for in any kind of comedian is the fact that they can joke about things other than mental illness, disabilities, sexuality, or like Hitler. Like that's all you joke about. Like, joke about something else.
I think people can joke about whatever.
That's fine, but you're gonna get lame really soon, like really quickly.
I mean, to be honest, most people are joking about each other.
I mean, you can joke about what you want. That doesn't mean people are gonna find it funny.
The ramp leading up to the
You missed the objective.
I'm in agreement with you, but you got to be able to joke about things like a wide variety of things. Like that's what a funny person is. If you have the same bits on the same subject, like I've named them for you before: Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, sexuality. Dog, I mean, come on.
You never actually sang in Wayne.
Yes, I have. I've seen you on video.
But
Oh, yeah, of course, because I've never been to Australia.
so you don't know how the run goes. You haven't seen my race.
I can tell you that I've seen you get heckled. And wait, that's an excellent point. I'm not saying that you're bad because you got heckled. I'm just saying, like, I've never seen you do really well. That's all.
Because I'm not sending the whole video or whatever.
Okay, I mean, dude, I want the best for you, but if you just have the same like jokes that are on the same subject, and frankly, they're not extremely funny, people are gonna get sick of you very quickly.
That's why you gotta maximize that shit.
I'm in agreement. So I'm saying to you, I'm giving you a huge subject matter.
Your sense of humor. I think your sense of humor fucking sucks.
Zoot, I make you laugh more than you make me laugh, and I make everybody in here laugh a lot more than you do. Okay? I'm telling you right now that whether my sense of humor sucks or is the best in the world, you can't make me laugh on a subject known as food.
Yeah, because food's not funny.
It is funny. It's very funny.
How is food funny?
There's anything can be funny. You even say humor subjective. So like your friend here's an example. Your friend ate a banana with the peel on. Some people found that some people wait, I thought you said food's not funny.
I mean, that's just retardation, to be honest.
So that's a subject. You could be like, there's a fine line between whether someone peels their fruit before eating it and whether somebody just eats it immediately. Let's go through some examples. Apple, people just eat immediately. Oranges, people peel. At what point does the thickness of the skin of a fruit make it so that someone peels it versus immediately eating it? And what fruits fall into this category? A banana has generally thin skin, yet people don't bite into that. Kiwi has thin skin, yet people don't bite into that. Why is it that they immediately bite into other fruits? I mean, these are just like observational humor, but you can make jokes out of them. Or like seeds. Why is it that people will eat kiwi seeds and strawberry seeds, but not other seeds like perhaps orange seeds or watermelon seeds? So Zoot, I want you to come up with a bit on food. It can be anything on food. Just don't make it on people, mentally handicapped people, or whatever, special needs people, and don't make it on sexuality. If you can do that, then I'm gonna say okay, because are gonna be on the same topics. Hey, by the way, did you watch that guy with Tourette syndrome on Kill Tony? What did you think of him? Didn't he do a good job? He did do a good job. Boy, I have to go back and watch the. I have to go back and watch the movie, but isn't it because she was? Wasn't it? It was poisoned, or would put her into a sleep, and it was poisoned by the witch or something like that. I mean, I don't know. It's been like 30 years since I've seen it. But that's a good stand-up routine. You could be like, what is it about this fruit? What is it about this fruit in the Disney universe that can cause all these special powers.
לא נצמחה אלא להכשיר צה"ל העזרה שלי. that Mishnah will say
Someone says,
higher Azara is
oh,
more people. Saturday, I might have more
What's-
than Kochi Kardashian. Mincha Kochi Kardashian, let's see, watch this. I would have thought as follows. Since in all this Kochi
where
Kardashian
is Magnus?
and
Magnificent from?
Maleficent?
Kosmatic family is Kochi Kardashian. So I would have thought as follows. I might have thought.
I mean, she's from the Snow White universe. Is that what you're asking?
Maleficent.
Yeah. Are you asking from what universe is she? Yeah, she's from Snow White.
No, she's from Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Apologies. She is from Sleeping Beauty. I get those confused. You're 100% right.
Just like Ola has to be done with something.
And they just got the evil witch in Snow White. Why is that?
Why would I learn how Ola?
Oh, the evil witch and the evil queen.
Okay, what's the difference? They're not the same?
No, the witch is not the same as the queen.
That's right. So wait. Man, I don't know. I haven't seen those movies in a long time. What is Sleeping Beauty's name?
What is Sleeping Beauty's name?
Yeah.
Bella.
Why? Because Hashem has blood offerings, as opposed to Mincha, which does not have any blood offerings, to which the Gemara says, so maybe I can
It's Aurora.
but maybe I'll learn how to Mincha from all
So that's a stand-up.
Who's the hottest Disney? Who's the hottest Disney princess?
Does Jessica Rabbit count as a princess?
These are Kochi Kardashian and what? Retired son.
Okay.
He's also Kochi Kardashian and requires Sappho, to which
Does the Little Mermaid have like? Is she an adult with like adult genitalia? Oh, well, yeah. Answer that question.
I need a remix of the following purposes.
Yo, dog, answer that question. Does Ariel? You're talking when she's an adult woman, right?
No, she's 16.
All right, so then she doesn't count. I don't know. Is Cinderella? I mean, like, is she an adult woman? All these chicks are like 15. So I mean, do they really count?
No, Cinderella.
All right, then I mean Cinderella's pretty hot.
I think Elsa from Frozen's pretty hot.
All right.
She's 21.
How do you know all their fucking ages?
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay. Who's the youngest one?
Snow White. Snow White.
How old is Snow White?
14.
All right. Read them to me. How old are they all?
Snow White's 14, Jasmine's
So to
15.
what? So to the
Uh,
God. On the
16.
southwest corner as
Ariel 16, 16, Brenda 16, mine 16, Belle 17, Pocahontas 18, Rapunzel 18, Cinderella 19, Tina 19, Anna 21, also 24.
Who's Anna?
She's also sister of my character.
What about the girl from Brave? She's not a princess.
She is
Oh, what's her name?
Brenda.
Oh, okay.
Just 16.
All right. Well, if you, I mean, I've seen those chicks, the real life versions of Disneyland, and all those chicks are 18. And the one who has the hottest costume is the Little Mermaid because it's just like a bikini. But I don't know. Ariel's pretty hot if she's 18. I mean, they're cartoons, so it doesn't really like equate. But if you were to say of those chicks that what'd you say?
The sequels where should be older.
Okay, but let's assume they're 18, and you assume that they're all fuckable, including Ariel, when she's like got feet and everything and legs. I'm sure I was still pretty hot. I don't know. Who's the girl from Tangled? Is that a princess?
Rapunzel.
Oh yeah. Okay. How old is she?
18.
She's not bad. I still don't think though that like they're the hottest people in the Disney universe. Jessica Rabbit's number one, and then I honestly think Ursula. When Ursula is Ursula from The Little Mermaid is like a woman. She's super hot. I also think that there might be some like I don't really know what the people look like in Lady and the Tramp, but Darling could be really hot. She got a hot voice. Cruella de Vil, not really that hot, but could be really hot, just depending. So I don't want to count her out yet. I mean, I guess we don't count the ones that are animals. So that's like not Minnie Mouse or Daisy Duck and that kind of stuff. So I get that. But if we're talking ones that have been shown as humans, number one is Jessica Rabbit. She's a goat. Number two, I mean, I said Ursula's pretty hot, and she's like dark and scary, and so that's cool. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen those movies. I haven't even seen them all. I don't remember what Jasmine's mom looks like. Does Jasmine have a mom? I know she's got that pudgy dad. But I don't know that she has a mom. Aurora's pretty hot. I don't know. I'd take Aurora. She's pretty hot. I mean, like, do you count the bunny from Space Jam, or that's a WB thing? Is Zootopia one? I mean, those are animals, but I've just seen people dress up as those characters, and they look really hot. So I guess if you don't count those, I mean, Jessica Rabbit's a goat. I'd say Ursula's 2. Number 3, again, I don't know what Darling looks like. She could be super hot. They never show her, or they like don't really show her face.
The secondary item should not be any more color than the primary. Let's remember what you just said. You said by Shlomo the Pasuk says, the shach to also Pesach or Moed, which tells me that I could check the carbon shach, and I set the shach at the entranceway of the base in the Azar.
All right, so I got a good one for you. Imagine you had a girl who was dressing up as a cosplay, an 18-year-old woman dressing up as a cosplay of any of the Disney animals. So she's gonna just dress like a slutty Minnie Mouse or slutty Daisy Duck or something. What's the hottest one that you can think of? Wait, hey, I know this person is a child, but does Lilo, is it Lilo the boy or Lilo's like an animal or the girl? How about those? How about that? Is Lilo a princess? And then what about the Moana? Is Moana a princess? No. I'm saying, but does she ever grow up to be a princess?
Yeah, she's a princess.
Okay. What does she look like when she's grown?
She has a hot sister that's a baby.
Okay. Who is the girl from The Princess and the Frog?
The princess.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I mean, if I'm sure that she could be hot as an adult. I've seen some girls dress up like that. Oh wait, maybe that's Moana. Okay. I don't know what the parents look like in 101 Dalmatians, or I kind of do. You don't really see them too much. I don't think. So I don't know. That lady could be hot. Do you ever see Jasmine's mom? Okay. But she could be really hot. All right, you go for it, Zeus. Where, dog? I have to go to the bathroom too.
Consumption cannot be done in the courtyard. I do have the ability to perform the act of consumption inside the house. But incredibly close. Let's go. Mishnah. Katas ha'od. Let's say bird offering. Bird katas. Bird katas. Again, bird katas is brought in more often than not. The bird katas is brought in something that's brought in pieces where there is an obligation to pay the katas. The person can't afford his own animal. I should say, can't afford a regular animal. So he brings his variable price of hot cheese. There are other examples of this when I say, yes, a woman after childbirth brings a katas home irrespective of what her financial situation. So katas home, whatever you bring a katas home. Katas home. I say, yes, it's on Karen Gromas Manos. The animals was born in the southwest December. They were all of high fish trails. good before Pesach, but we get anyway. Ella Zeh Isa B'Chuma. Once even we can perform the Chatas anywhere, this seemingly was the preferred space. Let's say again, you are going to try to make these sheep mixes. And one hand, I'm going to tap you on the topmost corner, and then you say you can do it wherever you want, as you see, which can be very well. So now we'll discuss. ושלושת דברי Isa Osis Karen Mishameshes Kavato, ושלושה מילים. Those are the things for that southwest corner. There are three things that had to be done on the upper part of the southwest corner, and three things that were done on the lower part of the southwest corner. What were they? So Gemara says, שלושת דברי Isa Osis Karen Mishameshes Kavato, שלושה מילים. Milam Nata. We'll say what was down, what was done on the lower part of the southwest corner. We'll say when we say what was done, we'll talk about aspersions of blood, hazos. So three types of hazos which were done on the upper part of the corner, three types of hazos which were done on the lower part. What was done on the lower part? Milam Nata. Chatas Ha'ot was the sprinkling of the blood of the Chatas Ha'ot. Hagashos, the Hagashos, Shiare Hagam. So we'll say, Rashi says, Hagashos, Sham Menachos, Kodet Mitzvah. So we would say, so we'll say, again, the bringing close, we want to discuss what this is, but the bringing close ultimately, again, of the mitzvahs, of the Menachos, and Shiare Hagam, and the spilling out of the leftover things. These were all things that were done on the upper part of the southwest corner of the Mizbeach. Umilam Nalo. We'll say, what was done on the upper part of the southwest corner of Misu Hayal, we'll say ultimately wine libations, Mahamari, water libations, Olas, and burnt offering to Olas, Ishigaba and Israel. This is actually when there was too much Kohanic traffic on the eastern side of the Mizbeach by the Olas on the southwest corner. Again, it was discussed. Rashi says it again. The Rashi myself will say first of the wide trees. You can remember the parents of this office because in reality the primary place of the Olas was on the southwest corner. But the nice again when there was too much Kohanic traffic, they used it open. The Gemara goes like the Gemara says, "Call out all of this there, all of that is there." Let's say furthermore again, anyone who goes up on this there, you always go right. At least already we saw it yesterday. So whenever you go up on the Mizbeach, so between the send the ram, and it goes right. Only that is on the base. Keeping the yard in that of seeds. Also, you can imagine when the Kohanim go up on the Mizbeach, essentially it goes counterclockwise. It goes counterclockwise. It goes up to the right and it comes down on the left. Chutz min ha'ola l'gimel eid. What's the recording caption? When the Kohanim sends for these three items that we mentioned before, goes a little bit different. Rashi says over here, it's the last of the widest lines on top. And that has to be carried by Alamis today. So we'll say these three things that we discussed before that were done by the southwest corner, the Sachin, the wine libations, Ola Sa'ot, Tishrei, Ola Sa'ot, Ola Mizbeach, Kona L'Smo, Ba'osa Kari. We'll say when the coin comes up for these three things that we mentioned, ultimately what? He goes up to the left. So we'll say for these three things that we mentioned, he goes left, and he simply retraces his steps. So the Gemara says, go back to the Mishnah. So Makir Miyad there, so Chutz Mina Ol Gimel Shayu Olin V'Yarden Alak. So for these three things that we mentioned, what would happen? The coin would go up on the Mizbeach, would go to the southwest corner of the Mizbeach, and then what? He would simply retrace his steps backwards. But says the Gemara, we're not going to read it. Let's see, where do you know this? Where do you know what Rashi says? We're not going to read it. The Chata Sa'ot B'Keren Ma'alav Z'Lems. Listen, where do you know that the Chata Sa'ot was offered up on the southwest corner? I'm going to do Shua Aman Kra, because the Pasuk says, Moyasim Allah Shemek, Olo Yitin Allah Levola, Ki Chatas. Let's say, because the Pasuk says, you shall not go and place upon it Shemek, nor shall you place upon it, Why? Because it is Mikatis. Because it is a Mikatis. We'll say, just to give you this Pasuk in its entirety. The Pasuk is in Rosasik, Yadolish, Nitorib, of Mishnei, the idea is Kabra Shekhat Asim, Sa'if, Asolis, Mikatos, So this is talking about carbon contrast as an olevi right? A variable carbon contrast. Let's say a person can't even afford the bird offering. So instead, what does he do? He brings the meal offering. So he starts by the carbon contrast. So you can rona, or yasmala shema, but you can have a contrast. So it's like you are bringing a meal offering. Ultimately, again, for what purpose? If you're bringing a meal offering for a contrast, you do not introduce into it shemen or levon. Why? Because of the contrast. So watch this. The Gemara says, "Chatas, chatas kruya mincha, umincha kruya chatas." So those are teaching us something very interesting. We see that a carbon mincha is called the chatas, and a carbon chatas is called the mincha. What do I learn from that interchangeability? Chatas, tulen safon, tulen safon. Just like the chatas has to be shechted in the north, so to the mincha has to be offered. Has to be offered in the north. And once again, Rashi points out that here, Rashi says it's actually not true. Rashi says, if you look at Rashi, not chatas to mitzvah, Yodea ani shekir sushi. I know that this verse is mistaken. Shari lo chatas o lo mincha tausaf. It was in reality, either chatas o or mincha require what? Also, we just learned this. What did the Mishnah just say? The Mishnah just said that was that what? That chatas of Haisa Nahas are carrying drums narabs. That the chatas of is not a southwest court. But then again, what's the big decision coming? Where is Minchadan? Where is Minchadan? Right? Minachas Hayu Mikmatas Bechom Makom Bahazar. So what's like the Mincha can be done anyway. So Rashi says this is clearly a mistake in Yersa. So what is the proper Yersa?
What up, Zoo?
Rashi said the problem Yira Be'enai means to say is as follows.
Rabbi, if cancel culture applied to third, what third would they cancel first?
If cancel culture applied to what? Food?
Yeah. We're probably all have to thinking of cancel culture.
I mean, maybe like meat?
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, because it's like killing an animal.
Probably pizza.
Zoot, again, why does everything have to be sexual with you?
That's not sexual.
Yes, it is. It's code for something. Zoot, I want you to come up with something that isn't sexual, that isn't some kind of perverse code. Like, you can't get your mind off of sex. It's like, or you have to mental illness. It's like, you got to be able to joke about like a computer or about food or about beverage or about sports. Like, you can't, you're just stuck on like a few different topics and you can't get out of it.
Just like the southwest corner, so too again the kata is also brought on the southwest corner. The mincha itself, where do we go?
Rabbi, how do you talk about it?
Because the pasuk says you shall.
Yeah, you ask me this all the time. Perhaps using a time machine.
And you need exotic matter. You need exotic matter that may or may not exist. Definitely doesn't exist anymore.
No, it exists. It definitely exists. For sure.
You need energy. You need excessive amounts of energy, right?
That's correct, but like element 115, it exists.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Ask me what you want, baby.
Do you think the body? Do you think the body has to travel through time, or do you think just pure consciousness can go back and find its old body?
That's a good question. I think both are possible. I think both are possible, Zoo. Okay.
Do you think if the consciousness applied to his whole body, it would kill the previous existence of the fresher consciousness?
No. Not necessarily.
What do you mean?
There's nothing that inherently says that it has to kill itself.
Do you think if I went back in time, traveled through my consciousness to take over my 17-year-old body, my consciousness of my 17-year-old would die?
No, you'd have two of yourselves.
Sorry?
No, you'd have two of yourselves.
Two of myself.
Yes, sir.
Two consciousness living in the one body.
What'd you say?
So it'd be two consciousnesses, an older consciousness living in the old body and a newer consciousness living in the same body.
I guess that could be possible. It would be like an upload of new information into your body.
It'd be like Siamese twins, but consciousness.
Yeah, something like that.
This particular type of hold the butt, but the entire Mizbeach was situated in So what's like, so ultimately again, what we come out with is as follows. What we come out with is the Mishnah Gemara has successfully given us a certain meaning of what? That the Chata Sa'od was done on the Keren Lomis Kavanas. The Chata Sa'od was in fact offered up on the southwest border, and that Limud ultimately comes from its comparison to Kavanah. So we'll say just facts on the ground. What do I have? Number one, that Kavanah when it comes to the mitzvah, Kmitza is done where? Kmitza is done where? Anywhere in the outside. Hadgasha, the bringing of the Kmitza to the Mizbeach was done where? Southwest corner. Same thing with Kata. So we'll say these are just halacha l'maisa pieces. Same thing with Kata. So Kata.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access to this show. What's the show called? 10 Minutes of Shop. In case you forgot, you almost have forgot. Anyways, that's not why they're here. Right? They're here because they want to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought too. We're doing this because we just saw Tom Segura and put us in a strange mood. But anyways, that's not why they're here. We just said why you're here. Let's go ahead and just. I gotta listen to them on the phone, dude. How do we forget? Y'all would really forget. We got back this morning. Motherfucker. Yeah, dude. Now we're ready to start that timer, dude. Let's go. Let's see here. So we've got the top of post of the week. The first one's from Wonderful Salary 5432. By the way, Merry Christmas to all homeless cats out there,
Suck that
folks.
mother from Uncle
Let's see what this is. Homeless cat infiltrated in her comments. So, talking about acting skills. Everything else pales in comparison, dude. That's the main fan base, dude. They got accepted. They're willing to say that they accept it. Everything that they put out,
Can be done
if the only they know of, if something has comments or comments that aren't that and have a lot of likes, that's when they know it's actually good. Like, otherwise, it's just your main fan base likes everything you do, which is not always good.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Dude, if I ever post something and there's not a water, yeah, I'm concerned. If there's not a high sheen, I'm like scared that I'm doing terribly. Right, that's what we want. We want as many high sheens, waters, cool story, bro. We want as many of those as we can get. You don't matter. You don't. Yeah, nobody knows who you are. They want the opposite of that. They want people bright, 3 emojis, 35, stuff like that. Yeah, they want. You're right. They want like race car, fire truck, peach emoji. This content is magnificent. What you're doing with is unreal. Wow. So delighted to see this by an Asian like meme or guy or something that are writing books. That's so funny. Imagine the first time Brendan Chop read the 35 comment and feel like he loved it. He's like, dude, nice. Yeah, I bet he can convince himself that a random 35 isn't a little bit strange. Spicy. Alrighty, we got a post from SLEETO. A meeting of the minds. They fear men like us. Brian Callen, white liberals have declared war on Joe Rogan. Men like us. At first I thought it was him and that random guy that nobody knows who he is, but he's talking about Joe Rogan himself. People fear Callen. Yeah. Do you think people fear Callen? By people, I think it's more gender than that. Women fear Callen. I see it. Yeah, that's fair. I'm a little bit frightened by Callen. I'll be honest. Yeah, he does have like that psychopath type. I went to Harvard type shit. You know what I mean? He didn't go to Harvard, but he gives me that vibe. Yeah, maybe. I'm afraid of him because he yelled at our boss, Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
And if he's the kind of guy that's behind closed doors, that's the thing. Behind closed doors, he's your girlfriend. Exactly. What is Callen behind closed? That's the serious part. On the thing, he's just cringe, kind of lame. Some Christians are randomly. Really? Yeah. So yeah, those are all kind of just lame, goofy. What he does. But behind, when he's off, when the camera stops, is when this sort of like angry, violent Callen, force, antsy Callen comes in. That's the kind. And I'm not worried about that as a man, but I'm worried about that if he's gonna try. He seems like the kind of guy that might try and kill me or something. Yeah, and it's very, very funny that we are talking about Callen behind closed doors now, because if you look quickly, the next post is what you wake up to after Bri hands you a drink at the comedy club posted by One Usual 44 Thanks, dude. That's just that is Photoshop. Oh yeah, because there's no chances asses like that. Yeah, that's a bit strange. It'd be funny if he posted it himself and he gave himself fake ass. That would be great. So Callen, what's interesting about being behind closed doors, Callen, is that he is literally inferior because the Hollywood's closed their door, right? So he's always behind closed doors. The women who he's trying to bring in also hopefully close their door if they missed them. It's good for them. Oh god, Charleston werewolves outside. Everyone's closed their door. Kids, probably his own children close their doors. Ex-wives close doors. Easy. If anyone's seen a closed door, if anyone's been behind a closed door, it's Callen, right? It's
all
Brian.
yours.
Brian, it's Brian. It's rings, right? It's actually fun. That's what you learn in life. You close doors on people like Brian Callen. Hey, can I get a no? You want to hear the Oscar-Comics? No. Hey, you want to watch Brian Callen?
That makes sense.
No, actually, George goes on you head. Not just Callen. Wow, dude, your logic. I like when it leaps where it's like, oh, what is he like behind closed doors? That's him all the time.
In what fucking sense?
In what sense? What does that mean? What sense does that mean? All right, let's see what we got here. This is crotch milk. I've never seen that username, crotch milk. Oh, Lou.
Again, I have to do a
Yeah, we all retweeted this. And so that's Bert Kreischer at the Commanders game. Posted your favorite comedians from the squad this morning. It looks like Saint Obama 44. Huge fan of what's his name? Bert Kreischer. Luke Thomas, hard to make a bad season awards, but that's definitely the minimum. Yeah, dude. I mean, this is just classic, right? I had to retweet it right away. All the homies, my friends. Just us getting together. It was just big boy squad, big boy nation. Every time we stop it, I don't like that. I want to hear the whole thing. Alrighty, so this is, let me just say cringe alert. We can blur alerts here.
Says what it says. He says, no,
this one's
this
called
is not
The Shops. Hashtag The Shops is like Khabib time.
By people out front of us and literally putting his head into his hands, assuming the posture of contemplation. Am I a Baal Gaiva? Correct, excusing me of being a Baal Gaiva. Everything that happens in Shabbat
My husband always does this when I fart.
Yeah, Hashem. Give me a divine message that I'm a Baal Gaiva. So before I respond, I have to look. And it's only after Moshe Rabbeinu contemplates. Ula'achar b'dika midudekas. Mata she'en bo shemetz shel gaiva. So only after
This is the TikTok kind of thing where it's music and then a thing. This is Coco Fresco style.
Right? I'm not about gaiva.
It really is, though. But it's not very good.
Not about gaiva. Not
I
about
mean, she's choking him out. The dog's coming in for a little pat on the ass at the end
so,
there. The dog's a horny beast. Donnie Trump down there, dude. I don't want to hate on the dogs. That's actually good acting from the dog. The dog's the best part of this. Yeah. And they would be, wouldn't it? An animal. Yeah. To the three of them. Who's the smartest here? Maybe the dog. I believe I left a comment on this saying it's a show dog. 0 upvotes. Oh, fuck. God, it happens to me. Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't expect this to jump at me. Any other thoughts on the cringe there? It's bad, but I don't necessarily want to discourage it because we kind of wanted to see the shops, see how that plays out. Yeah, it's funny because, on this show we've done 173 episodes now, and it's like sometimes you want things to happen, and then when it does happen, you're like, I don't want that. Yeah, no, that makes sense because you never really know what it's going to be like until it happens. Yeah, dude. This was posted by Clint Puller of Chips, Chronicles of a Storage Unit Podcast Studio. Let's see here.
In Interstellar, and apparently there's a race car out front. Sounds like an old Porsche. Is that noise that we're hearing? Do they hear this noise? No. They can hear, but it's not as bad. This is the bar club. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue. So everybody knows I'm breathing in fumes right now. Oh, because my dad just started the beast up. That's correct. Just started the beast up. I love that because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high. That's what those fans are. It's a free high. It's a free high. Glass half full. Glass half full. Free high. It's a free high. I'm free high. Dying. Really caring. Oh, we're being sympathetic. Texas. I should have a unique take on this. Because critical cancel culture and how they want cancel culture.
Text my James and I'll cancel culture. What is shit Amber's phone number? Who's working on a truck? Like he has people working on trucks and cars and his thing while he does the pod. Yeah, that's a lady. What's going on? I need this investigated. I don't like how awkwardly placed this screen is. Like, why are we seeing his foot? Yeah, it's kind of randomly off the size. Disgusting. Classic chin. The chin's like, wait. We have to get Brian's foot in the thing so the Redditors can make fun of it. You're right. Nah, I'm kidding. I fell for it, dude. God damn it. It's just like when I see some catnip, I gotta fucking nibble, you know what I'm saying, dude? Chin and Brian's like, make sure you get my sandals on the fucking frame. Yeah. Don't make the clip bigger than my foot. Are you still sponsored by Doubles? No, I love it. No, I just want my feet in it. Yeah.
But what
cancel culture is when you. It means so much to me, dude. Oh my god. Let's just pause for a second. No, we should play this. All right, go ahead. So this building. I'm done with this building. I hate this. I'm done with this studio. I'm done with this building. They make it impossible to podcast here, and that's the shit I'm dealing with. It doesn't even. The fire alarm doesn't work. Damn. Well, it's not even his. He's renting it from someone else, and they do work on other people's shit. It's a storage unit. Yeah, it's like there's other storage units where people are. They're filling storage wars there. Look at this is I don't know why that's so funny to me. Like I don't really know. I don't remember the characters from Storage Wars. I didn't watch a lot of it, but then you just hear it in the background, like, "What do you know? Who wants to bid on this one?" And then the guy wins. It's like an 18. Oh god! Successful egg. You gotta make that video. Put it on James, dude. You gotta find a Storage Wars video. Oh man, I never watched the show, but I know what you mean. One day, Brendan's gonna come to work, and the thing is gonna be locked. The studio, he can't get internet, and so they can't do the pot. So they do the pot outside. He's like, "Yeah, I don't know. I came here, and they locked up the studio, and they didn't tell me. Like they said, I was like kind of behind the payment. So someone else is like, I'm bidding on his like all his trucks or $10. They like undo the thing, and there's a bunch of rains fall out, like spill everywhere. Fish with condoms on top. Yeah, fish tanks and fish tanks. There's some dog like that's crawling, that's clawing at the inside to get out. It's just locked in. Yeah. I mean, look at this. This is literally him at the place. This is the storage unit, dude. Oh wow! He's driving his. He bought these. I know way too much about Brendan Chuck. Yeah. I've been writing songs. That's why. I'm not obsessed. But he's driving around the storage unit that he works in. He bought these for his kids for Christmas. Guess what? He's in his life. I'm just kidding. I don't know that much. So I mean, that's kind of funny. Like the other people in the storage unit are like. Can you tell him to stop or to get our stuff? I don't know complaining about doing construction. Meanwhile, he's plugging donuts in front of where your legal papers are. Yeah. And everyone else is like, why do you have so much shit in here? This is for like one car. You're filming a podcast in here? Some lawyer with his legal papers. Is that Brendan Shaw? You know they film Storage Wars in here, right? This one's supposed to be my commute time. Another one from commute time. Hashtag the shops. I don't know what it's called. Let's see here. Why the fuck is Duolingo telling me I have one more chance to? Yeah. Wives acted like their husbands. Yeah, good premise, yeah. I don't want to see this. Oh, I think we had to hear what she said. Let's see. She's just... I don't know. That's kind of like more than one emails going around on chains of the guy walking into the studio being like, yeah, that could definitely be used for that. Yeah, you can just splice that in. Yeah, that's a good video. Just creeping. I don't think this is wives and husbands. This is like hookup shit. Wives and husbands hate each other. No. Well, I don't know. I think it's funny. It's if wives act like their husbands, but Brendan is acting like the wife and all of this. Yeah. That's not part of this description. Why does he act like a woman? He just beat himself. So if wives acted like their husbands, that would make the man act like a woman too. But yeah, no, it's a horrible. She also didn't work on a single truck at all. Yeah, if she's acting like her husband, wouldn't she be, feeding fish or, taking the kid to baseball practice, doing vlogs, talking about fighting? I mean, this is definitely Brendan in Charleston. That's that vibe, you know. She became a Charleston werewolf. She inhabited that character. Let's see what else we got here. This is posted by Air Pumper. I haven't seen him in a minute. Your boy Crystalia makes an appearance in the comments. What's a pop culture moment that gives you second hand embarrassment? Mine is Paris kissing a not pregnant woman's belly. Oh man, where is this on Reddit? I've never seen that one. I think I'm talking about the interface. I think it's Reddit. Oh yeah, I've never seen that one. Let's see, Crystalia, the moment you realize on camera that snapshots can be recorded in the minors he tried to groom could expose him a wonderful internet moment. Nice. 3.6 thousand upvotes. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Man, Chang's in the news. It's pop culture now. Yep. 200,000, 300,000. What is it? I don't remember. What is it? 123 now. 250 comedians. That dude. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Caterpillar Hot 7539 posted this. This is one of our guys. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Me football player, me MMA fighter, me actor, me commentator, me podcaster, me comedian, me marketing beast, me thick boy umpire, me big ski magnet, me a baddie smasher, me car guy, me dog guy, justice for Tink, me mountain biker, me weightlifter, me tough mudder, me fish guy, me beast of a dad. This feels like some sort of prayer. It does kind of. It's like, yeah, that's the thing he says in the mirror in the morning. Make sure he says, "Oh, me truck guy, transformation." Yeah. Me baseball dad, me bout guy. What's bout guy? Boat. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, probably it's happened. Me hunter, me bower, me married, comedy, bits, influencer. Yeah. So, before you exit, which one's your favorite? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. The baddie smasher part, that was the most exciting part. You know what I mean? The DMs from Mark. Really? Yeah, that shit was hilarious, dude. That was funny. That was so funny back in the day. That was pretty funny because there's so many. Just like one after the other. Gimme. That's good. My favorite here, not necessarily the time period, but just all the things together. Me, thick boy, umpire, CEO. Okay, because I don't really understand what is the connection between umpire and CEO. Empire. You understand why I get that wrong, though, because umpire, you saw it in baseball. So that, I mean, that's still my favorite. Yeah. That's definitely the best addition to this meme, but I like him as a comedian. That's one of my favorites. I don't like him as a podcast. Not the best. I don't care for his commentating. His acting is the worst. The T-Fat Kitty is the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, that was hard to watch. And MMA, I don't know much about that. Football, I didn't really play at all. And baddie smasher like Charleston Werewolf, you know, waking up in the morning and drinking the tiger, then reading the paper or whatever. Dick juice, sweet nectar, that's the same kind of period, you know. It's sweet nectar. Remember that? It's a great time to be alive. No, you get whiskey. What are you doing? Yeah, that part. Bro. Alright, let's see what we got here. This is another Keeping Up with the Shop. It's posted by Ozbox99. I feel so bad for them because they just want to post this in a vacuum. It's not going to happen. Right. They don't think has to say this. We're going to see this. Yeah. I'm so glad you're not mad.
So when they got to the they smelled of burning lips. Of burning meat. So it's the meat. That shows you
it's pretty funny. Yeah. I like that. These are this straight up, just like I said last time, Andrew Schultz humor. Yeah. Like the kind of guys that watch Andrew Schultz and think it's hilarious. Love this kind of stupid shit. They probably said, hey, just like us. No, we have a bad relationship. Oh, Brandon Shaw, who's this guy? He's funny. A lot of words just to say engagement. Likes, comments, like you're thinking about it in a completely different way, dude. You know, slice. It is redacted as hell, but that's actually like, hey, I'm comparing this to their other things. This one's actually funny compared to the other ones. You think so? Did I laugh? No, but it's like getting closer to the scale of funny. I might be redacted distracted because it's late and I'm tired. However, how about this? So they do these sketches, and then when people grade them, they do a card, like the 10, like E or whatever, and but all the things are like, it was really good. Pico de gallo. Yeah, there's like a tense moment where we don't know what the rating is going to be. Will they make it to the next round? Chili. That one should be the best because that's his favorite. He's my favorite. Chili. You're smart. It's like a CEO on fire now. Okay. Let's see here. Like that. Oh shit. That looks like Luke got a new co-host, dude. Posted by CJK SS10. Hey Luke, heard you need a new co-host. Me MMA analyst. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I got a guy like shot when he was in MMA. He fucking gets it, dude. Also, I will fuck you up. Yeah, that's a lot of what's going to happen on the Mortal Kombat show if he says that. I get a call from them. Okay, so here we go. Stolen Valor's version of Pull the Fuck Up. So this is Tim Kennedy, right? Is his name? Yeah. Posted by Unusual 4460. I have not seen this yet. I get a call from the FBI saying that ISIS was trying to come and kill us, recruit somebody locally to find me and my family where we lived. And I was like, can you say that again? I was like, yeah, they're trying to find somebody locally to kill you and your family. I was like, that's fucking sick. That's such great news, dude. I've been traveling all over the world. What you're telling me is that these idiots are going to come to my house in Texas. So I called my friend that works for Fox News. He's like, hey, man, can you put me on live? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, fine, check it out. My address so I get live on Fox News. And I hit say my address live on Fox Television. I was like, you can send absolutely anybody that you want to my house to try and kill me and my family. Just really get ready to get back. I pray to God you push the right button. I pray to God I swear to God. I wonder which one you want me to do. Because now I kind of want to do one. I'm going to do the one I think. Alright. She like sick. She like pop smoke just for like a day. And then she came right back because, I can think of it. Here's the one I think that you want, and then I'm going to play the one that I want. Okay. That's the narrative. What do you think? Pull the fuck up. Pull the fuck up. Here's the one that I want. Okay, my answer that was over. Or of course, actually, because I wanted to find. How did it go over with your wife? Did she not die? What the fuck? Yeah, no, that's crazy. You wouldn't do that if you didn't want people to kill you. Your address on the thing? What are you talking about? What? I mean, I believe you did that, but it's very, very short-term satisfaction for a long-term, fucking problem you got now. People showing up to your house, too. Yeah, I don't even understand what the short-term satisfaction is. That you're gonna kill a fucking Arab. He wants to kill an Arab. I know. He's like, you shouldn't want to kill people, He's a little bit too. I'm starting to believe the stuff he says. I think he's like a murderous psychopath. I don't want to have to kill terrorists. I wish they didn't exist. Sure, if they come to my house, I found somebody, and I do say my address often. But at the same time, I'm not looking to murder people. I wish that they didn't want to kill me, and I don't want to kill them. Yeah, he's different though. At the same time. Alrighty, so this is posted by Peter the Piper OMG. What is this? And I asked the same question when I saw it too. It's like a guy on the ass. This is I don't know if that's Shop or is that his wife? I think that's his wife. Yeah, it's Shop on top of where's your charger at, dude? You know what I mean? Phone's almost dead. Let's go to the next one. This is posted by Clint Puller of the Chips. Gotta warm the kiddos. Xmas gives up. So this is the video I was referencing earlier. This is quite clearly a storage unit, correct? Yeah. Let's see.
So that everything is YouTube. We're kind of that.
What do you think about that?
So almost like that.
You know, a lot of thoughts on why are you using your kid's kid. 2, is it safe for a kid? 3, does that bear? I think my son, what do you think I'll practice? Dude, you know, this is a constant thought of mine. 8 inches. First of all, pause. It's not a constant thought of mine. But I'm just like, why don't you just record the podcast at your house? Like, it looks like they have a big enough house to record a podcast in there. This is so embarrassing. Paying rent on a storage unit, which is probably like $100 a month, which is nuts. And then you have the gall to be like, why is everyone so loud in here? Because people are at the storage unit. Yeah, they don't think it's a fucking film set, dude. Yeah, that's a good point. And also, what if another person was doing a podcast while you're doing this? Yeah, you're probably running their podcast. It's insane behavior. There's cars in the storage unit that are probably he's taking it over on Christmas Eve. On Christmas Eve, why are you with your family? And I just thought it's kind of funny to be doing a live of your gifts that you're going to give your kids. What if they see the live that they know what they got? They're all on social media. It's not real. Yeah. So it would be funny if you saw your dad like playing a PlayStation. He's like, check it out, I got this for Gerardo. He's going to love this shit. I mean, do they wrap that thing out? Is it fit? I don't know. Is it fit in the wrap? That's social media. This isn't real. I mean, honestly, when you get a car or like some sort of motorcycle or truck, it's kind of classy just to put it in. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Best friends for the arts, but also, I would not buy this. And here's the thing, dude. The narrative of this is insane. I need to get offline for a while because I know way too much. But he bought these from China, and he told his audience that he's like, listen, they're from China. They are from China. I tried to get American, and it just wasn't happening. Nobody had it. You can't afford it. First of all, people are selling fucking orders in America. They want you to buy it. You can't afford it. They are available. And so what he did was he bought them from China cheap, and he put American decals on it. He's like, because you know I'm still American. You bought Chinese motorcycles. You are on a podcast writing and not putting the like, you know. So he put something over the made in China, something he put an American flag sticker over the made in China, something to that effect. But I'm sure we'll get into it in because I think I saw this on Chang's, or I'm following him on Instagram, which is dangerous. I mean, so that's like the dumbest redneck video ever. Like JPG, look at Dan, that says made in China. That's like Jeff Tyler projection. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of those memes that he does, and they're shockingly stupid. They're the most obvious thing ever that could possibly be thought of, and then he's like saying it in a meme form as if he's the first person to ever do it. You can't be trans and not have a clutch or some shit like that. Yeah. So then it's like, oh, I see. Shake your head. People say that I live in a real homogenous society. It's like, whoa, I'm straight. My only thing homogenous about me is that I like Bravo shows. And Joe Rogan thinks that's funny. Joe Rogan's stupid. Daddy. Yeah, Daddy. Cut Jim down. I think he goes into the story. Inside. It's someone else's storage. Get out! My stuff. It's a Hummer, 2 motorcycles, some weird stool. Dude, over under on that thing getting humped. You know what I mean? Right counter. Yeah. What else we got here? That's where they record the podcast up there. Oh man, it's just a terrible. The worst environment to record podcasts. Yeah, that makes sense. Your living room is the best place to record podcasts. Right? We're in my mom's basement, but I'm trying to get in the living room. Do you think he bought like Timu unsafe things? I mean, a conservative mind, China is not safe, you know? So yeah, like for people that he's trying to get to follow his like that, and then to post to be like, hey guys, I'm getting ahead of it. I did buy Chinese stuff, and they're like, hey, fuck you. That's funny. I don't know, and maybe we won't get to it. I don't know if I saw it on Ching's or I saw it on his own story, but that rubbed me the wrong way. Dude, there's a lot of Tim Kennedy stuff which I'm looking forward to. I haven't watched any of these. Papa is so tough that cold punches are a treat for him. I did watch one, and it is fun. Ronaldo Johnson posted this one. I don't know about this one.
And see, I push back, and I've told Rogan this too. Like on the cold plunge, this is where I'm at with cold plunge. When so like the cold plunge, like cold water with our full pads on, it's like such a gift. But to me, I'm still wired away where like I just did one at the correct gym, which used to be only known as on at the correct gym. They had cold plunge, like, yeah, man, you want to jump in there and make funny or freeze? I'm like, it's not gonna be funny. Like, I literally, it does. I just jump in. It's like a treat for me. Like, will you guys allow me to do that? Like, this isn't a discipline thing. Like, I'm just wired where it's like, that's normal though. But most people, it is. Brian, I thought he was gonna die. His wife.
Anyways, I smoking challenge. I couldn't stop. I wanted everyone I know to have ALS. Him saying that, when I think about it, is that it's concerning. It makes me think that Shabby's a doctor and thinks she's in like unimaginable pain all the time. He's like, it'll be a gift. The pain I feel from these you're always in pain all day long. No, I'm not. Why would the cold water make you happy? It's gonna make you freeze. He's like an alien. It doesn't affect him. So I have a wild habitat, right? So I'm Red Chop. Obviously, you're Joy, right? We are going through hard times. You know what I mean? Kids are travel lost, and I got 5 podcasts to record. You become an influencer. Jesus Christ, you're making bean cheese every night. I want a tater tot at least once a week. That's right. Then we start brainstorming. We're like, we're really good with your addicted to Adderall. This is you talking. Do you think they're like, let's just do it and make more money? And then they jump into this like, fucking, I'm on Instagram every day type thing. They're posting all the time. He's getting a little more aggressive on the podcast. I love culture and stuff like this. You know what I mean? It's good thing. And I think that dude, I don't know if I said this last show, but I feel like he's on Addie's again, dude. You're on Vyvanse. You guys are connected spiritually. We gotta be on the same thing. He was drinking rain, I was drinking rain. Yeah. When he was fighting people, I was fighting people. When he was waking up and drinking Tucker Dick, before we even. You texting Mark, you're texting Mark. Yeah, dude, batting shit. I like what you said about the two of them. So, what's funny about that to me, he does Adderall, right? Because I guess she tells him we need Adderall back because that's the only way we can perform at this level. Yeah. But it's so bad. Yes. Adderall leads to sketches like that. It's a bad look for Adderall. Doesn't really. Just as when I stumble over things, can't be good for my. So yeah, I mean, I expect better results. So and then this is my other train is on the same locomotive we're here. So we the community are so lucky that Brian Collins with Brendan Chop. Brendan Chop and Brian Collins yelled at our boss Bobby one night and threatened his career, all this stuff before. Wrong one, but Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. I just love playing that one. It's cool. And so, but we're lucky Tim Kennedy wasn't in the group, dude. Because guess what? Bobby Lee would be dead. That's right. He just kills me. It doesn't matter if it's a terrorist or a guy that's a podcast manager. He wouldn't even threaten his life. He would just be like 8735. Cold punch lane. And then give his address. Pull the fuck up, Danny. Yeah. He's telling Bobby Lee to come to his house. Yeah, I'm not gonna come to your house. Anyways, and that on the same fucking train going down the same station, dude. I would love to see a podcast with Tim Kennedy about it.
So that's not so
Yeah, he's a good guest so far. That's a good one. Yes.
obviously
If we're
Jewish,
getting this
right?
pop
Because
every
I'm
time,
not,
we need
it's not
this.
very,
You know, if Chase is
very
going through a recession, we're getting ready for the recession. And
those
Chase,
types of address
you know, we got influencer content coming in hot, daddy. Yeah, we need Tim Kennedy about every week. You do want somebody who feels comfortable bragging to, which I guess Tim Kennedy is. Okay, so now the answers here in this next post from the question we had earlier. Post by one usual 4460 is OnlyFans content next for these two. I don't want that, dude. No, let's not.
Yosef Avram Baika Isha Ishmo
Let's see here. Bet on yourself, posted by Material Cry 8293. The narrative is the views. As you can see there. It's just a lot less. I guess that means pussy. We can't see the audio. That's true. Audio is king. I wonder, you know, is it because Tim Kenny's been on the show so many times? That's very kind criticism of him, but no, I don't think it's because he's been on the show so many times. It couldn't possibly be he stole a valid reputation. That people don't really want to talk to. Here's somebody who have any sort of parasocial relationship with the guy. That's why about his time in the military. I guess, but like Tim Kenny probably lives in one of the storage units. That'd be so funny. Somebody looks it up after seeing him on Fox News, like, that's a storage unit. He gives the address. There's all these dead bodies in the shop studio. They're in the storage unit. They're buried. There's like different tombstones or stuck in the ground outside. Tim's killing people. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. This one's posted by Turbulent Yam 25. One of the 350B Thingo. Odds of making it to the NFL. Invited to Columbine. Invited to Columbine 350. Yeah. That's impressive. We've always said this. Impressive guy.
What are you gonna do? Volume punch me.
So aggressive. Let's see. Oh, this is my post. Welcome to us. You know, just more and more redacted, dude. You know, I don't think many people got it. I don't think people were into Damian Marley back in circa 2007. Oh, he was great. He was made of the days. Yeah, it was one of the best days. Hopefully there's a new song on this episode. I'm sure there is. Let's see here. Chappelle wasn't winning the race. Bob was his footing, posted by Far Right X1C. Yeah, he just lost his footing. This looks AI as fuck. And he looks like he's doing ballet or something. The thing where he put your foot all the way up. Something that he's a very okay, so this is the one I was referencing earlier. You talked about it being from China. Spiced up the kiddos, Xmas ATVs posted by Toxoplasmosis, redacted Chris Moss.
Kiddos Christmas gifts. One, two, ATVs.
What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl?
I'm good. So the funeral is Wednesday.
And you leave Thursday?
Wow, I'm gonna be working one day. Yep, I'm gonna be working one day.
Okay. So a week from today.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'll work one day. That's okay though. That's money.
There we go. Alrighty, Miss Aquarius. You're staying strong. I'm really proud of you. You've just been amazing.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So it's the
But
road.
believe me, that girl shouldn't have told her other girl yes or lie. That girl was bothering, and then I almost cried. I was like, girl, I had little tears. I said, I gotta dry your tears, girl. It's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. A lot of people love him. They say how much I love him and how much he loves me. Well, right there, go ahead. Can you come here? Yeah, I know you got the send an invite on my way to it right now. Just give me this button right here. Okay. There we go. Now let's go. Now let's go. Now let's see like that. Out. Oh. Okay, let's go to plate up. There we go. All right, there you go.
It says Ravua. If you cross the Rashi says Ravua ba'adam rot mushkav shirakas. So what's the first thing? The word Ravua sounds a lot like the word. That's how we're dashing. Listen, 1 second. That word Ravua teaches me some Bahami Boyde. Listen, that word Ravua teaches me.
Yeah, where I go?
It has to be square, naked Meruba, so it does the 6 Meruba, which is right after the word that has to be square. Ladame, using that logic, big city levels, does the pasuk say crouching? Amalei Ravua. Therefore, we have to, for a purpose, we use the word Ravua, which teaches me the Mash Mahachi, the Mash teaches me again, that is to be fashion like a person crouching, but also teaches me that what? It is back itself must be square. Kana, nice see them at home. Kind of learned that this halacha from the sign that we learned, and Yehuda Omer, Umahalo Segu, Kano Sudden, which is one of those kind of processes from the Testament. The Segu Pinos Kaddish literally means Mahaloseras from Mahalo, the lamb, Kanos would go and face the
There we go.
face to the
Yes, it's there.
Thank you, madam.
Sha'atapona, lo Yuhu Ela Gareth Governor Israel. So it's actually very interesting. But a lot of I said, first of all, you have to do you always turn right. So it's a good personal love, right? When in God, go right. Right? So ultimately, again, the coin. Hey, so the coin ultimately, again, turn, you would go right, which by definition would be eastward. Where does this come from? This is talking about really, when the coin sends the ram, comes onto the Mizbeach, so which direction should be going of the Avodah? Again, it's bringing up sacrifice.
Get it.
So where does it go in order to just when the coin gets up to the top of the when you get up to the top of the right,
Get it.
so maybe again he goes left but still walks in the eastern direction. No, so that's the
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Yam Shas Shlomo. Let's say that we speak about this Yam Shas Shlomo before. Yam Shas Shlomo was this large inside Yam Shas Shlomo. Omid Al Gabi Shar Amidin Bakar. Right? Let's say ultimately stood on a base of 12 axes.
Almost.
12 axes. Shlosha Ponim Sephora. 3 of them ultimately faced west. Shlosha Ponim Yama. 3 of them faced west. Shlosha Ponim Yama. 3 of them faced south. Shlosha Ponim Israel. 3 of them faced east. And also now the way this Torah, the way that the Rabbi, goes ahead and highlights the direction also teaches me that part. Because Sha'atapona, Lo Yehu Ela Gareth Dominant Israel. Teaches me also that again, when focusing on direction of everybody has to walk somewhere. Around.
All right, good job.
Thank you, madam.
You were in Abby.
Having the support.
Hahu Mikoi Levi. But that just the Halacha. Halacha, what's the Halacha's context? Which is the second white line of Rashi. Mikoi Levi Tufe. No, the Acha Moshe Hayom. I will say, before you can learn that, you have to learn how anything about the elections in the base of Mikdash. That passage is necessary to teach me halachos of this large water base.
Nice.
Rashi says,
You're welcome. Top split. Get it. Oh, almost.
There's also this direction of halacha, meaning that whenever I have to turn, I go right and Shor Sherman Ben Yossi, Ben Yossi. Over Hayir Shema Yossi Skiros. Sherman Ben Yossi, Ben Kodia, asked Rabbi Yossi the following question. Rabbi Shema Yochai actually say, of your Yish being Kadosh HaMizrach, it's actually very interesting. Rashi is of the opinion that the ramp, of the
Give it.
Ooh. There was some little bit of space in between the lamp and the edge of the flat part of the top of the lamp. Let me rush in just a moment. A few words on the line. Other gauge being Kedush and Mizbeach. So, Hayo no Shakeh no Gea de Mizbeach. Ella Ayer Ma'at Mas. So, did Rashbi literally say that the halacha of the lamp didn't get to the top of the Mizbeach, but rather there was a little bit of space in between the two. Did he actually say that?
Oh, that was ugly.
So Rabbi Yossi Ben Yehuda, the fact that you're asking me this question seems to help that you don't.
Ooh.
Do you not want this the same thing? But by now, the Pasuk explicitly says, "The asisa olosecha habasa v'hadam." Also, the Pasuk says that you should perform your olos, the basar, the meat, and the blood, not srika, just like the most blood to be sprinkled. Basar the srika. So meat also
Tough split, Miss Aquarius.
No, I know it's tough.
No doubt.
Yay.
Give it to me.
Good job.
Thank you.
Just blood has riba, so too the basar
Give.
has riba. Now, why would basar have riba? It must be that blood. And there's a space in between the top of the ram and the flat part of the ram. The point doesn't have to across the
Rabbi.
Thank you.
Big
Instead,
time.
he throws
Nope.
meat onto the fire.
It's okay though. Oh, no doubt. Oh, come on. Oh, what happened there? That was wild.
You got to David Chris, right?
That means the point is standing top of the mizbeach by the fire and throwing it in there.
Aquarius, you went when? Not when you
Hey, I'll
went.
be back. I'm on the other side. I'll be back on my auto.
Obviously,
Tracy. Tracy. You can't hear me anyway. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's better. See you later.
No other way for it to get it into the middle of the fire. Remember, even if you know that the coin is ultimately standing on top of them is dead, even though there's not a gap, the coin is not going to stay out. And yet, definition always has to go with it because the part of the fire is the middle of the fire. So he's not placing it on the periphery of the fire, but instead he's throwing it into the middle of the fire. That by definition requires Rika. But that Rika doesn't need a pasuk. That's just utilitarian Rika in order to allow the carbon to burn properly. So let's say ultimately again, Papa Amar down. So Papa says no. The blood, excuse me, the meat actually does. The meat is going to be in blood. How so?
They brought the song back.
Listen, that's very easy. Just like when it comes to that, just like when it comes to the blood. So ultimately, I get Avir Kamapsiko. We'll say it is airspace of the ground, the floor that separates between the hand and the scale. Right? So remember again, the point is not, he doesn't put the blood on the ground, he sprinkles it. By definition, when he sprinkles it, that means that there is a space, there's ground space between him and the Yah. So Basar Avir Karka Mapsiko.
Amazing. What else would you cover up? You buy something from a different country and you're just like, I can't. I don't want that in it. He's like, I got this Irish flag. All those colors, the green, white, black, made it red, white, blue. Am I right? What? I have the stars in it. What? I got my kids in below. Right? Just got back from New York, got a big apple, put Texas on that. Central New York thing. It's like, I got a piece of pizza. I got a piece of pizza from New York, so I fucking put some fucking Texas Pete on it. That's what Chicago style. It's spicy. Alright, let's see. Let's see what else I got for food. Alright, see, yeah, we got more stuff, dude. Furs. Oh, yeah, this is the one I saw. Why do you think he's trying to say by thirst? Where's thirst? Do you want to, like, guess a lot of them? There. Oh, I think that's it. Okay. Danny Kaufman took those. The government's giving thirst. I think it's funny and take me 3 years. I realized that when I got the bill for the property tax, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I'm being stated. I'm paying almost double in property tax. Oh, you gotta even out. You're gonna get there. Like, you're not gonna escape that. There's nothing you do.
However,
to learn a life lesson from Papa would be something I wouldn't be able to go back and
I
learned nothing. I've watched him for years. Not a single thing. The government's gonna get theirs.
On the other hand,
His brain is just fucking up. This is like Andrew Schultz's level of epiphany for Papa. He's like, they're gonna get theirs. I gotta pay taxes. No matter where I go. They'll make me pay for everything I buy.
Yeah, what else?
I feel like this, like, yeah, and he can do content. He's just an academy. This is supposed to be commute time. I like this. I mean, it shows that he doesn't care if he gets some knowledge from that. I need a fucking Let's see here. Okay, we got another one. Papa with the curveball, posted by Papa Cintovero. Chino Vera? Papa Chino Vera? Let's see.
No. Listen to this. Don't talk to that. That's not true. Oh, really, dude? No. Listen to this. Don't talk to that. That's not true. Oh, really, dude?
Why fight the base? That's all he talks about. Or baseball day. Baseball that you're driving baseball practice. We're about to reveal 2025's biggest moments posted by Netflix. Is there some kind of punchline you think here? Of course. Okay, let's see.
That's what I was talking about.
Is this not even its promotion post, dude? Oh man, it's just see Netflix. Think about it. I don't even think about the streaming company. Netflix is like for it. Like you think one thing, they think another thing. They got us to watch it. They're doing it on purpose.
What are you gonna do?
Unusual 4460 posted this one. I don't really want to watch it. All I asked for this Christmas was a truck walk. As you can see, I already uploaded it, meaning I already did watch it. Alright, okay. But anyways, that's what two Nick's posted. Posted by that's fucked up. Posted by hilarious. Fucked up. Posted by Ronaldo Johnson. Psycho Tim says he's willing to commit violence, evil acts if a friend asked him. I'm surprised by this.
What about you ever speaking of guys to really ever for right stand? Oh yeah. He feels it like hedge funds or something. Just like prints money out of it. Ending lives. You're veterans too. Yeah, he's always the man. He is the man. Like if he called me in the middle of the night, I need you to insert the most diabolical, nefarious act possible, which would never happen because he's such a freaking Boy Scout. Yes, he's one of the people that I would drop anything that I was doing and drive wherever he was to do whatever he was asking for because he is just to the core.
Which one? Brendan Cooney, such a fucking Boy Scout. It's usually kind of used as like a pejorative, like they're kind of they're too lame, they won't do something. You're a Boy Scout. Come on, it's not a big deal. Dude, I hate Miguel. Motherfucker is not a Boy Scout. Yeah, I mean, it could be a guy. He's a Boy Scout. Like you could be defending somebody if they were saying like that guy's bad. Like, oh come on, that guy's a Boy Scout. They get a carne asada out of a pair of sticks. What I thought was weird about that is it's going back to the thing that they do where they just describe someone they both know and no one else does. They spend 30 minutes, oh man, he's the greatest guy. No, he really is a wonderful man, to point to a Boy Scout. God dang, that guy here. Facts. You just take from the vaccine. It's like, why are you talking about this random kid? The guy Kevin. Oh, dude, Kevin. What a fucking guy. Yeah. Kevin Stan, man. He's fucking great. I would do anything for Kevin Stan. This one go at it. Yeah. And I saw Kevin. You usually don't go at it with Daniel. He's more like that with Mark. But not with Daniel. I was like, Kevin, you're crazy. You're yeah, I took it outside. Yeah, this is great. Anyways, so I get my tears in my life. Thanks. Remind me in Texas. I'll fucking kill you. In fact, when you come to my house, I'll leave the door open once you put that knife to my wife's throat and see what happens to you. I hope you try and kill. I hope you kill my kid. I hope you kill my son. Guess what? I'm gonna fucking that would be weird. Alright, let's see this. What do we got here? Should we all do a hot tip for time's sake? Posted by Flaky Parsnip 1797. Best comedy special. Barbarian Panic. Seriously, posted
was standing. And when the Mishnah was down,
second best night of your life. So, something I wanted to talk to you about on Tweeties. If you have a chance to go check out my Tweeties right there.
That's social media. This is it, right?
Dude, we on Patreon used to do stand-up comedy specials. Correct. The first week that we stopped doing stand-up comedy specials, they're like, all right, let's put that out. Oh, yeah. They put out the Mad Rifle, and then they fucking bought DC or Warner Brothers. They're like desperate for us to get back to, you know? And then they put out the Dave Chappelle thing, and then they put out Tom Segura. They're like, please, for the love of God, we're bleeding money here. We need you guys to do our stand-up special reviews. But we're not budgeting. That's not really that Al Pacino thing. Pull me back in. You're not gonna do that. Yeah, just when I get less ridiculous. Oh, shit. Well, watch the fucking ring of pop. Alright, 24 hours new coming soon. Let's hear. This is posted by Goalie Vertical. Let's see that. Brian worked in the Friars. That looks like Brian, huh?
Is the Mishkan standing as a
It's a nice little find. I like it on the other like Brian.
So what's that? Oh, you're going to go ahead and
Brian does some lapping. Good at his job. And Asian Brian will actually be good. It's like if only he was born Asian and didn't do comedy. Or I mean, he could do comedy. Just, you know, something. Yeah.
That's Muckle number one. And what's Muckle number two?
Vanilla Greek yogurt. Says, oh no. Oh shit.
That means me.
What's Muckle
I don't know
number
what you got it,
referring
but
to?
Spanish has been they're buying it from Walmart. So that's why it's from China. I couldn't find anyone that just was in. I was thinking something. But what? The cheers. Oh, because that's where we got our cheers from. Oh, so the cheers are also from Walmart. You know from Walmart. Oh, well, like, I guess if you keep watching, yeah, there's I got them from Walmart, Danny. I put American stickers and flags on that. They're Chinese shit. Put Trash Tuesday stickers on it. That's true. Let's see here. There's great reviews. Red, $849.
You have to still there, you know, the rest of the Mishkan is gone.
The best is up there. So, let's see what we got here. This is Will Cancel Christmas on Your Hand. He's posted by one.
Go ahead and eat.
That's a fact. Yeah, thank God. Got away from Papa, right? We're gonna hit pretty soon here. This is posted by Danny Coffin. Getting Bobcat with this line again.
Muck number one is
Dude,
actually
I need more Kennedy on
and
Bob.
fully
He was dad.
set up.
When you were 9, when I made he's more athletic, bigger, faster, stronger, better ball player than I was.
Bear is still
He
there.
was dad. When
Also
you
go
were
ahead and
9,
sacrificial.
would you
Let's
beat
come back
me?
to
I said, this
the
I didn't have a plan B.
so they're
You'd
actually
have
they're
to
asking
kill
people.
stuff.
So that
Yeah,
just
I'm a
says
little tired. I
so
take a break.
there is
It's fine.
the cut. Okay, after the period. The cut.
I really want to kill you. You're supposed to stop playing baseball. I had to murder a 9-year-old today.
Is where what?
Ask me what.
Crushing the board by a cut to the curtains. The board
I said, I will kill you.
by a cut to the curtains.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. I was carrying a
But
knife.
a dining has gas in
I said,
for
I'm going to
and
cut your
also
neck.
the gas
Slice your throat. You bleed
So
out.
what's that? Rashi
If you don't
goes
stop,
on to
I'm
say that.
going to baseball practice. You're right in the eye. You said, I'm going to try.
Why the word
Try.
Kodesh Shia, or why the word
Deliver.
Kodesh Shia need to reveal myself.
I guess that means me. A lot of people
After the reveal set up
never stop loving bread. This is fucking fire, dude. I just wouldn't stop, dude. And eventually,
So again, the price is not the price of the one says that what price of the one says that halacha when I saw go ahead and take down the Mishkan, take down the Mishkan. So what's the halacha? Any leftover sacrificial meat? What's the status? What's the status?
I said, my son said, I want to rewatch Game of Thrones from the
I
beginning.
think all the right puzzle, right puzzle, right. That's
Let's see
price
here.
number
There's
one.
another one that I wanted to watch from the Tim Kennedy episode, but it didn't get enough upvotes.
right? So this is rice number one.
Text
That any
Tales about Mark post by Tony Hall on
is possible. So that's one of the problematic cases of like rice number two. But that buffer sacrificial can be consumed again. There are only places. What are the two places?
I thought
One
that
is
was
understanding. One
Tales
place
of
is
Rock
number
versus
seven.
It's just
The problem is price number one. When I said no trust, what is
Texas
shame
being
comes
posted by
So shame comes
it's
means
Loves
yes. The
Movies.
second
It's crazy what
the
you
first
know.
one, the one is referring to a piece of rock.
Like, okay, we know that kid. He
And
passed their
one
shot
of these,
off
local
another
district,
kid's before he scored a goal.
Rice number two is just talking to the most construction, and everything else is brought in there to still the join each definition. Incredible, incredible. You can't ridiculous. You're lying. Hurt, open the wall. All goal. Everything is wrong. Then you're going to go ahead and say, what's the solution? What's the solution? Now you came up. It's so review the ocean. What's the
I know
there's
you're
a
not.
sleep like what's the
Master at everything. I'm master, and if you ever put me against any 9-year-old, crush them. Math,
I had a thought that maybe once
base, maybe.
therefore my
Not walk away on stage. Fucking, oh my god.
was it's very
You
interesting.
could add the more girls than me.
Once the walls are gone,
I would die if I couldn't.
and even though geographically I have not changed my own
I have to kill
but
them to stop
the
having
walls
sex
are
to
it's
kill.
considered as if I have exit my
You don't want to know when I started.
Kamash Shlomo said that even as long as the death is still
I
there,
had sex with other
ultimately
people.
again, he's got to I came out of that. That's why I said I was a good point. Why not? Why don't we say
I got
the
in there.
walls come down?
Oh, and then he
Walls
goes,
come down.
Dad, I'm only throwing you my fastballs. It's like, you want me to start mixing up? Change up stuff? I go, sure, dude. Not a rip. That's a home run derby. With suspenders. Brian usually sits kind of strange, so he's not there, so you gotta have another guy do it. We should have a petition started that one more to Canada. Right, great. Alright, let's see what we got next. If not, the war is on. Dry eye 594.
I don't have
back. Shout out to Peter of this series, Levon, correct? Yeah. I tried watching this, I just couldn't get into it. Let's see what it is. Redacted word. I just say descript on the back. I think an editing program. John McMahon redacted was fun at thousands of places. Too many.
What the size of that was. Coming up from His death is pseudo,
sometimes it's like you're cooking in the kitchen. You taste it. And when the chef tells you a little more salt, you just listen. Yeah, there's something off about it's like somebody had did birds, and it's maybe no, it's not eat it. And maybe if we want to, shout out to him, we miss you, dude. But I think that's it for this week, dude. Alrighty, well, we'll see you next week. Take your vitamins.
It was a wood base. We saw this right before. It was wood, ultimately covered in copper. Turning out is that seam was the only copper that was there. So the Mizbeach of Shiva over was a stone altar. Stone altar. This side, this side, this one. So we'll say this side was the altar. Was the Yaakov. Now to the Roma, abundant,
He's about as far as you get from feral cats, I'll tell you.
Was it Mizbeach abundant Hanas? Ubanisa shall be back by some of the Mizbeach. Abundant. The total stone finds the first.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes to Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of this show. But that is not why you're here, Daddy. You're here to watch 10 Minutes to Shop. So let's go ahead and start the timer. Play the jump clip. Alrighty, dude. As you can tell, I'm Mr. Whole Foods. Oh, dear. I'm an asshole. I was going to say, yeah, look at my hat. I got my name of the water. Oh, yeah, dude. That hat is perfect for the show, dude. Here's the thick boy water. I got that thick boy jelly donut on my shirt. For the name of the water. How deep are you in the water? So I can show you exactly how deep I am. By the way, this is 114 people. 10 toes down. I'm balls deep into the water. I swear to God. I forgot about balls deep. Dude, look at that. I'm just redacted because I made one of the greatest things. This is something I posted on the chains. I posted it. I didn't get it. Posted it yourself? I posted it. I didn't know they did that. So I was like, dude, I worked way long one night making Joe Rogan hump over and over again with the cut and salad thing. And it wasn't even that made me want to post it, dude. You know what made me want to post it, dude? Is this moment at the end where I have Joe Rogan singing cut and salad. This right here, dude. That right there, dude. I was like, I was in this shit. I mean, Shanks just makes like art, you know, it's like it makes you want to do art and go deep. You know, like you get into it and you're like, how do I make Joe Rogan sing the song that I'm at? You know, that's why I've been a lot of chefs that relate to you. You're a chef pretty much. And it don't matter, obviously, but I never said I matter. But Bobby, the Bobby Double, but I never said I mattered, but I do appreciate the kind words people are saying. And guess what, dude? I never thought I would like working the fryers. Yeah, but I will say I do enjoy it. And does anybody understand? It doesn't matter. No, that can't. No. I mean, I saw the comments too. I mean, of course, I never read them, but I saw them. And they were so nice. I don't know if we talked about this before, but I want to thank the Reddit. What they say about you guys is not true. No, I mean, sure, some of you are evil. Like, most of you are good guys. What does he say? Oh, it's because they're all sad. We're all sad. You're all sad, and like a lot of you, it's because like, look, we did it like Rothschild, fighter, and like he burned all that. Okay, he kicked the trucks away, and you know he's got a big house in Texas. Good, like that here, huge, like Adonis, and plus he was in the NFL and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like you guys are haters and you don't count. And he's on fire. What are you gonna do, Nate? I started saying that to people that piss me off. What are you gonna do, Nate? I do want to say to the moderators because they've been highlighting my shit every week, dude. Oh, so now I know what I do with bad song because I forgot. Oh, fuck. But you guys, and so the first post we got here is Bust My Dog, and it's an opinion piece. First time I've seen an opinion piece on Chang's, dude. You know, op-ed? Right. Opinion, I can't be the only one. You want to read this here? Okay, go for it. Mexican is making fun of Papa is what united us all. Regard, completely delusional, with an unbelievable amount of moments failing in epically embarrassing ways. He gives us in this kitchen the finest ingredients to cook delicious dishes for all of us to enjoy. Mexican, on the other hand, has absolutely nothing about her. She's unbelievably boring and pedestrian. I can appreciate the tradition in the menu, but you can't create the same level of flavors using poor quality produce and ingredients. Like many, I've enjoyed this for years, but it's been hard to keep coming back regularly, only to see more and more of her moon face and feet. It feels like I'm now eating a day-old store daily Chinese food, worked down to get rid of it. You think this? Yes. I mean, this is probably one of the reasons why we stopped. What do you think is the Mexican? Yeah. I'm going to tell you something. Here's what I'm saying. Okay. I understand what this chef is doing. Is smart. He's playing for chess. Okay? You and me, we're the same guy. We don't want to see it not because we have a problem with Mexico. There's not a Mexican problem here. The issue is that we don't want to see her get destroyed on the side of a person, like a family member. We prefer not to drawn out in the comments, so he's doing. She didn't fight the heavyweight class. She can't take it. True, yeah, she's not the one flipping drugs or selling drugs. She did get 1.1 on IMDb. She didn't do with the Gringo Poppy other than probably lies. Like crop out the ugly. Her mother knows no English. Whatsoever. But it's funny. He's just trying to be like, hey, let's stop doing it all the time, right? Because we want to focus on the podcast. We discuss the podcast here. I don't particularly enjoy having to tiptoe around memes or ass. When I'm in the break room, I don't want to see girls' ass.
What happened to fire? The dominant fire apparently Rothschild that's what it means. Seeking the love those spark. Remember, it was like Rothschild was the spark.
My man got by before he goes to work.
On his death and storm out. The Papa a little bit different.
Influencer, I guess it's just the thing. Influencer, you do these kinds of things. Is it my company? No. I like this next one's posted by Bob. I forgot how to say that. But shots fired at Ray with her that I'm not necessarily in favor of automatic voice inductions. I think that we don't necessarily want. My issue is they should be much more willing to pull the trigger on a point deduction. And the idea that various guys are just moving their heads into people's fingers does not strike me as the strongest analysis I've ever heard. So I'm gonna tweet her and then say maybe toaster.
It's like that's why we made a rule that guys just can't take their piece out in front of chicks casually or randomly unless you're Brian Kelly, because it doesn't matter the accidental intent or
That's the randomness is what makes it so funny. It's like a stretch. It's such a huge stretch. It's you think this can piss off Luke maybe? That's far into the bit, away from what they're talking about. Right? It's like I got one. Dude, if Luke gets a replacement, they've got to be working at change. Hopefully, they're gonna continue the tradition.
my dog. It just happened to be like, no, that's inappropriate, bro.
Man, that's a face that you
Wiggles and jump. This is the retirement tour. Okay,
I just come back. And it says that look, on the house for people are applying those meals to see. It's like, how many just come back to you know exactly? What now? It's
You can tell.
Everybody else stays above them. Everyone else is going in diaspora. We had a good life.
I don't know if you saw this video. I watched something also in to live it here too. We don't need to watch that, do we? I went on the YouTube after I wrote a dash hater, not dash hater, get hater, be hater. That's a great video. Tozy breaks down This truck giveaway grift by Iggy Fresh. Go check out that Tozy. Comedians or podcasters just gotta run car giveaways that seem legit. Yeah, Tozy, bro. What's the over-under on Papa calling out the Tozy by name? I'm gonna say 0. I wish he would. Here's my argument. A Tozy pause. That's true. He's a big name, and he talked about Steve will do it, but who's big? Steve will do it or Tozy? I mean, maybe for the younger generations of Tozy.
Social media, this isn't real.
You're right, it's also not real. Yeah. Steve will do it, probably one of the most important entertainers in this generation. So it's still out. Probably gonna be dead. Alright, let's see what else we got here. A pretty new 930 posted this one. Our boys didn't get the invite. By the way, I see. Let's see. What is the thing they called me out for? Oh, I forget, dude. Let's see what else we got here. I didn't know this one. Our boys didn't get the invite. Meaning Sham and Cal. And then I've seen other social media, it's not real, but I saw other social media talking about humiliation ritual. You know, what you mean? Is that his wife? I would assume it's on the right as his wife.
You also have an ownership of
I think so.
She's single. This is
just weird. It's never seen.
absolutely amazing.
I mean, I guess you meet the president.
What
That's the one thing where
was
you're
the
gonna
only project
bring the family to get a picture with the president, right?
I
bet people talked about this before, but Lincoln was gonna say it. Lincoln has been mentioned properly, right? He's like, this is a company.
Blood was for the suffering
He's
for wine.
like, fuck, I'm the closest to ghost here in FT. He's gonna fuck me. He's gonna fuck me. That's what Lincoln said. Just thinking, I was gonna fuck him. Just trying to look at him in the eyes when he's thinking about this. I was thinking of the bit, the perfect bit for fucking Abraham Lincoln's face. Here's what Abraham Lincoln's thinking. Then I get fucked in the mouth by throwing your balls. Alright, let's see what else we got.
Ultimately, again,
That would probably be the funniest thing to do when you walk in the girls. It's just hump the shit out of us. Bust him. Yeah, it's like almost too funny. It actually is funny. It's too funny for him to do. He's put him in a stool. But you go into the Oval Office, you're like, hey, look at this trick. What is it? I'm just proclamation in this thing. I'm Bill Clinton, you're it. Let's see here. Next one is posted by Fill Your Guts. He's doing this. I didn't really understand this. Did you understand? I mean, the thing is, AWE. I just wish you would keep your shirt on. But that said, I know. I'm really interested. Yeah. I wish there was something we could do. But unfortunately,
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
and when you carry a hammer, everything you see is so he's just he seems unhealthy too right here. This is not a good look. I'm worried about it. It doesn't look like he's trying to sell a cologne. Fuck that basketball. He's got like 4 fucking products in his mouth. He's sanding his nip out. He's pulling the nip out with a little sand in him. You know? Yeah, he's gotta think about his health more. Yeah, he might need vitamins. Maybe. Let's see here. Empire of the Cat, my post. Drenage show that you guys were liking it. Here we go. Man, posted by Turk Exclusive 3. Hopefully this is his politics show because he goes Bob. Let's see here. I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just saying.
Speaking a little bit more about.
I'd be lying if I told you I cared much. All right, here's Michael Irvin. Oh, here's Bert Kreischer. Look at Bert. Does he have a drink in his hand? This fucking drunk. Loud mouth. You gonna start crying and taking your shirt off, you fucking overweight oaf? He's drinking water too. Talking about you on fucking TV. He's not talking to Bert at all. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, they cucked Bert on this movie and shit. Look at Bert, mouth breathing. You're gonna start crying, you fucking loaf. Took off that like a drunk Shrek with no charisma. Yeah. God forbid you get liquid death. Yeah, it's fucking dude. They didn't get one word for that fucking oath. I like it. He calls him a oath. Oath is funny. I like that. I really like that impersonation. That was good. I never thought of that. Hell yeah. Great job, Silly Skulls. Hell yeah. They didn't get shit from him. Fuck yeah. Yes. Hell yeah. They're like, yo, I want to hear from everyone in this group circle except for this fat motherfucker. Yes. That's it. Fuck yeah. Oh, I wish I knew what the cause. Nice right hand there from part 1, 2, especially the right hand there from, oh god. I'm fucking this up, y'all. I was too busy just hating on Bert. I mean, I'm gonna guess what it was Joshua. Brett and Jake Paul fight and some sort of media thing. No, I'm talking more about like distasteful. Where does it come from? Yeah. What's the origin story? On social media, this is it. Okay. Yeah, maybe social media. But you basically tell them to
then you could go in and check the buttons.
I guess
But
that
when
means
it's
move
there,
the
it's
fuck
not
up.
intact. And therefore,
That's the narrative.
you may not
Yeah, I would.
So
That's funny. Like the
Sabat
Bert
Allah,
fight.
manufacturing, you may
Yeah, I mean, Bert is just one of those guys that makes everyone hate him
is
because
fully
he's so
intact. But
obnoxious.
if his back is not intact, any
What do you think,
Kabbalah
Bert?
that ultimately
Is
be shut
what do you
there,
think Bert's reaction to all
the Kabbalah will be possible. Amar, so
that's
they
a good
will not
question.
forgive. He said, any
What
crowd,
I do?
whenever Yossi learned he said, Amar, any crowd, Ishtam, oh,
Everything,
that's the
man. I
possible.
mean,
That's
it's
the
only a matter
concept
of
that
time
God
before
is
Bert
looking for.
gets
So what's like, so this is just
something
additional
on the show.
gas,
You know,
ship,
maybe that would be so fun. I hope so. Yeah. I hope it's just when he was like, dude, Rogue called me and he said that Bear was talking shit, but then it wasn't Bear anymore. It wasn't Anastasia Pell. Oh yeah. God knows. Alright, so this one's supposed to be Texas is there a son 187. It's dicey. It's a good show. Jeffrey Epstein movie. Oh shit, is that Crystal Lee? Oh wow. This island called like do they have Snapchat there? Oh yeah, dude. I'm glad you said that. Let's go to the comments really quick. These comments are making me mad. Talk about birds of a feather traffic the underage together. We got some poets in there. Catch right now, dude. Oh really, dude? Life rapes. Oh really, dude? Wait, there's like a couple good ones. There's another with the secret sex cabal. The traffic's underage girls. Oh really, dude? And then his famous doesn't exist. All that is for great guys. Like that's where the oh really, dude comes from. Yeah, it's like oh really, that happened. Yeah, right. Here we go. This is the one I uploaded to. The flight logs go away, right? It's a good one. Tragic. Shout out to Tragic Mike. Great profile picture too, by the way. Let's just highlight that really quick. Looks a lot like the guy in the elephant ring. Oh yeah. Cool dude.
Consecrated status.
That's how famous it is. It's just like that guy, the one that does this stuff. He has a podcast. Oh, that works a lot. Let's see.
Therefore, God says it's only Kabbalah that are accepted. That's because Tussle when his dad is damaged. But other Kabbalahs which are sanctified, animals which are sanctified but are still alive, are totally fine. You just have to wait for what? Just wait for what?
First of all, let me just
bring this guest to be repaired. Yochanan says no. Both shooting as well as animals that are consecrated at the time that his dad is ultimately again will all be possible.
So my husband
What is it about? Fashion kind of already spoiled a little bit. We're not about that. That's a that living animals cannot be missing.
So when the sexy window closes exactly at 10 p.m.
Right? You see it like
not the Ice Age in youth.
concept that love essentially set aside
What's sexy about getting to?
and not
Is this like a window into their sex life?
so therefore, bodily
That's I never even think about it.
living
Yeah, but
animals,
that's
although they are already consecrated, cannot be used.
yeah. She's
Cannot
like,
be set aside for sacrificial use. Only split covenant can be set aside for
the
sacrificial use.
tickling is sort of
No, bodily
mature.
animals.
You know,
Rabbi
it's
Yochanan
very
says, no,
like
not true. Rabbi Yochanan said, even living
What's that?
animals can be set aside for animals.
I mean, who,
If you have an animal
why would
designated
they
as a
film
carbon, the
this?
problem
Like
is what?
that
The
part of
problem
it's
is what?
just
There
kind of
is no
dumb and
place, there is
goofy.
nowhere to offer up that
It's there.
carbon.
It's how
Why
smart
is
they
there
are.
nowhere to
It
offer
would
up
be
that
funny if
carbon?
she was like
Because
giving
I
him
love
a
the
lap dance.
Because there she
Fall
falls.
asleep at 10
Fell off
p.m.
the myself, we're done. The animal is set
That's
aside
not
for
sexy.
that.
It was a time
Fine,
machine.
like, this is not
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't
so
know how to
basically,
make
really,
this
the
work.
actual,
I'm not
all
sure
that
there's
culture,
a way.
so how you
It's pretty bad. It's a horrible start. And then I get the joke. He's tired, so he fell asleep. That part is probably the strongest part of the video. It's not sexy. Yeah, it's
The
like
organ is gas is
maybe just make it a
the organ is gas. So that's
ambiguous
the
as to what
actual
the kind of time it is.
national program.
He's saying
Shalopa no
Kanisa,
Ukene Agoda.
Chilian,
So Rashi
he falls
says
asleep
over here that it's
before
not
he finishes
just
the
here.
bit. And she is sad because he wants to go see her the rest of the joke. Okay, so
Kodium
it's
Samuel
impossible to make funny. Yeah, no, I don't get for that. Yeah.
So what happens?
He
So if
tried.
you have
He
any
rebellion.
Kabbalah color
Or maybe
cartoons,
he's
Shahayu
eating
actually
channels.
Nifna Hamizbeah,
And
to
then
give
he
you
falls
that
asleep.
were constituted against Kabbalah before the
Maybe
Mizbeah was
kind
built.
of, maybe there could be something funny. You raise a good thing like this very strange. It's like a kitty.
Against Rab.
I don't know why he did that. What does that have to do with it? And why would he be like,
Consecrated
hey,
the animal
do you want,
at a time
would
of
you,
what?
if you're a cheating, would you
There
want your
was no
husband to
Mizbeah.
do
This is more things.
Would you want to
There's
fuck
no
that?
Mizbeah. You
I don't
consecrated
know.
the
We have to
animals
ask that.
before the
I don't think
Mizbeah
so.
was built. Right? So what is the Bible say? The animal was muscle.
Well, I look
The
forward
Bible
to
says,
it.
supports the
Kid has
milk
most
and
here.
the Bali
So it's posted by Caterpillar Hot
against the
7539,
Rab, he says,
one of
no,
our
it's
guys.
only
Talked
shooting
about
around
archery for
but Bali
years. I didn't know this existed. And that's just a funny picture right there. It's a picture of him actually as a kid.
The Gemara says,
Wow, he looks like a mature 6-year-old. He would shoot it like that
I
too,
don't
like
understand.
that looking
If
where he's
we're
aiming.
talking about we're ultimately again,
It's hilarious. It's a very British job.
built
Alright,
the
let's see
least
what else we got here. Hey, you shot me.
First of the wine
Oh no, high school, bro.
says,
Baba, hey, Baba, get it. Oh, don't kill me. And it's in your leg. Okay, we get it.
these
This one's posted by handsome black man. No one's done more for the sport of boxing than Jake Paul in the last 15 years. Mr. Flip Flop Shaw. So I don't know what the first thing was, but I'm
What are we
assuming it's
talking about over here?
yeah, probably opposite.
We're talking about over here is that
Here's the
ultimately
one thing
again,
nobody
Carbonos
realizes
that
about
were
Jake
sent
Paul.
for
Say
actually
what you want out there, when it comes to fighting,
death
I'm
was
laughing
destroyed.
because
For
he's
example,
filming,
destroyed.
he's doing the
So,
thing that we
so
all do.
essentially,
We're filming ourselves,
what we're talking about
or
over
at
here
least us
is that if you have a carbon,
polished, right?
if you have a carbon that
Where
was
you are holding
during
it
while
and you go too long in the beginning before you start talking. What he leaves in it
now
is,
what
of course, he
happens? You want to offer
Right.
a thought in the second.
and it's so like nobody wants to hear this. This is not. Who is this for? Nobody. Maybe James audience.
Well, so
Nobody
remember again,
cares. But he's gonna film himself talking about how Jake Paul is really
in
important for
between
boxing.
I'm saying like, the company is going to have an AAR card by the time, but better than the viewers,
Also,
you have
this
an
is
animal that is a
definitely
bigger
the face.
problem.
I was like,
Whereas,
there
it looks
it is
like,
for the YouTube
here's the
channel.
problem.
This is
Carbonos in jail.
There's no interest.
There's no such thing as the ability to
Not
offer
hearing
a
something else.
7-year-old,
It's a cool story. Don't kill me.
carbon.
We're doing it.
Like, there's no such thing as the
Yeah,
ability
Terrence
to
was like,
go
oh,
ahead
what's our,
and do that.
are you cheap with big tits?
Whereas, it's
Or
not
are you cheap with a big tits type of stuff?
ואחר כך נפקם המזבח
No? Oh,
What's
then
that?
shut the fuck
Gemara says
up.
it as follows. So the Gemara says, no, what's this? The case over here
Okay,
is
that's a
where
great idea.
the
Are you
animal
6
is
foot?
consecrated.
Yeah, I don't count. Yeah, how tall you are
Before
matters.
before
I
saying
guess that
I'm
makes
there,
me
and what happens? ואחר כך נפקם המזבח. And then the mizbeach becomes what is the price?
Let's take those. This is a pause here.
So listen, so the price seems very clearly
Yeah, that's a pregnant
Mainly
pause
that
there. I love
Then
the
Allah
Hallstatt
from the
jersey.
Raisa,
Tag two.
Ba'ali Kayyid, and even when it's
Here's
necessary.
the one
And even
thing
if you have a
nobody
carbon,
realizes about
ultimately,
J.
again,
Paul.
even if you have a
Say
carbon,
what you want about him when it
even
comes
if
to
you have a
fighting
carbon,
and last
that
night's
ultimately
Matthew
was
Joshua
a
fight.
lie.
I have some questions
But
too.
halakha
That's
l'maisa
all
carbon
fine, man.
is
The
definitely
Tyson fight.
Ba'alei
All
Chaim,
that I get that.
the parts of your
One
one
thing
against
nobody
that,
realizes
which we must, I don't understand.
no
The road
one's
to Lutzik
done more
stuff. Ima
for the
Shinishkatu.
sport of
There's a very
boxing
easy way to
than
believe.
Jake
We've
Paul
already
in
spoken
the
about
last
this stuff.
15
And one of
years.
the easy resolutions of us at this crisis
Okay,
is
so
to
say what you want about him. I
beginning
get the
with the
criticism.
Carbon was
I get the
so much
questions
I
on the
know
fights. I get all that.
the Rice. The Rice is not talking about a
The
case
sport
that
of
was animal,
boxing
which is simply
than Jake Paul.
and then the Mizrach was shipped, and now the Rice is saying that
I'll go.
we're talking about a case where what? Where the carbon itself
You go.
was
You go.
that the carbon was
It's
shifted,
take
and then it was
17. So he's like,
ultimately
I
again.
can't.
Now listen, now
I got this far. It's staying. Let's stay in. What my audio tune has an idea for the YouTube channel. I'll go. You go.
So ultimately, again, the carbon was
Teddy says 15 years because that's as high as they can count.
reaction and what's the
I mean, Floyd Mayweather was pretty good.
next?
Yeah, I say so. I said, is it 15
Again,
years of Paul? I guess. Has he been doing boxing for 15 years?
focus
Probably
right
less than
and
that, right?
appeal. What's the focus? Is that becomes chip. Yes, Rab says any
If he's been
carbon
boxing for 15 years, we gotta stop doing the show. It's been way too long. Yeah, I don't think it's 15 years.
Why?
That's some suspect
Why?
math.
Why? Because when the carbon is dressed up and right knowledge and ready to be offered, and there's no mistake, there's no suitable
I'll go,
mistake.
go. He
So
wants to make points like a clever guy.
It says
You
not
know, someone
only
who's good
kabbalah
at broadcasting,
but
but
even
he
kabbalah
can't do
for
it.
consecrated
That's what's fun.
during the time that the
It's always
staff
going to be
is
something crazy
unusable
like that. I'll
are
go, go.
also possible. It's a fundamental machlokes of Yochanan and Rab. I'm saying that the nature of the machlokes ultimately is in the concept of ba'alei chayin nidchi. Can living karbanos be set aside for non-use because of external circumstance or not? Rab says no, therefore this halacha only has the shvutim. Rabbi Yochanan says yes.
Conor
But
McGregor
one second, remember, this is interesting.
Oh, no, not even that, because that was like, I was at a wedding party when that fight happened, the Conor McGregor.
Not there.
So that could
So
have been
that's
15 years. Right,
Just
it
a
was,
little
that was,
depth of the
was it 2019? Yes. Yeah, 17 or 18. Yeah, that makes sense. And maybe just living with
The
those
Gemara
shoes, too.
says,
I remember going to a bar and like that. Yeah, well, here's the thing with him. He's making it sound like none of that ever happened. It's only Jake Paul. It's not funny. So when you go,
again,
he's gonna just
so you
dismiss
can offer
whatever you say.
up Ketores
Oh yeah, big
on
deal.
the
Mayweather was at
of
50 years
the
ago in his
Mizbeach.
world. He's living on dog years,
Wild.
right?
This
It's
is
100
wild.
years
So
ago.
literally again, the Gemara saying,
Dude, fucking
of Rab,
every time.
that for some reason there is no inner or incense
Trying to
Mizbeach,
get
still offer up Ketores where? On the floor, on the spot of the Mizbeach itself. Now, both sides, why is this a point for us? Because this totally changes the previous discussion. Because we would assume whatever applies to the inner Mizbeach also applies to us. To the outer Mizbeach. If that's the case, then what are we effectively saying? That, forget about chip Mizbeach. It would appear that what? Even if you don't have that at all, you can actually go ahead and offer up karbonos in the spot that the Mizbeach itself stood. Incredible.
That's what he's saying.
Incredible.
Instead of
So
saying
the Gemara
despite,
says,
he says despite.
the Gemara says,
That's what I like about Brennan. He'll say
he's
anything.
actually like about 10
Even if he hears Jack Doherty is doing boxing, he'll say the same thing about that.
Even in that case,
Shrimp. Jack Doherty, say what you want about Jack Doherty. He's the most important thing there is. That's like randomly, oh, thanks for telling us how important that fucking demon is. Mr. Holmes.
Animal sacrifice.
Well, yeah, I like how you try to change the narrative, but I just told you the truth. That's
Even
yeah,
that's
all right. Anyways, we'll just put that part out. But this was posted by Dave Oz 66. Someone's been hanging out with Baba too much. Hashtag irony. Oh, hit the
Animal
button, please.
sacrifices
Hit the right
for
button.
karbonos,
Oh,
which
fuck.
require blood application. Require what?
Social
An
media is
actual
fake.
Hakanami mode that
What happened to
so
something
the
with
Rabbi of the Ophir Halakha Lamaisa for animal sacrifices you do actually use in the itself.
pictures of the White House
What
Capitol,
happened?
and they saw
So
all
might
the
have
fucking
what you
projections
see
of
that
the one that he had.
you might just
Fuck.
Even at the things that the what applications in what's the function of the listen to this. Beside it.
I don't understand why they do that because it's so unattractive. Not her specifically, she's fine. But just to tip in the lip injection thing, like, I really don't get it. That's for. Wow. I hate that. There must be guys out there that like it. Oh, yeah, so this is the picture right here, dude. This is, this is basically chains right here. This is a picture that goes in the New York Times and lip injection. Oh, that's what that is. Yeah. They do it like so often to like evenly space out lip injections. But Papa's like, just give it to her.
כמזבח
This is a
הנוצרות
man
השבט
doing
בני
it. It's like, I
אדם,
don't even.
חתון להכיל
I
על
can't even
שאולו, ואז
wrap
המלכה
my head around
ואז
that
כל
part.
השם.
Yeah.
Because
Let's see here.
מזבח
Yes, you can. Okay, that's a approach. Oh my god, dude.
מזבח הפיצה.
But Beasto, man, random Asian guy. You know,
was
it's easy
too
to hate
small
Papa, dude.
to go ahead
Like,
and
hating Burger King, you
accommodate
gotta
all
really
of
be
the
dedicated
Olos,
to this shit.
the
Because
Mincha,
you got
and the
full talk here.
But the present seems to be
I think maybe because he's part of the Rogan here. Like, the biggest Kadoosh is like
sounds
that
like
list that we showed last week. Like, the best comics of the 2000s. And, like, none of the Rogan
even
series.
beyond
Yeah, that's
the
funny. I didn't realize that.
they
That's
are
hilarious.
themselves.
They're not even
Inside
like,
the base and it
how
does,
long does
but
the
beyond
list
the
go?
confines of the base, why?
So it's not that big a list.
was
But
too
still,
small
they're
to
acting as if
accommodate
they're
all of the
That's true.
concerns that Omar
They're well, you know,
was bringing.
that's just
Now,
haters
with
being
that
in
process,
because,
let's
you know,
jump back to
Rogan,
this time,
he's the best.
ביום ההוא יש שם על
We already know he's the best just because
that day, Shlomo HaMelech was
Billboard
doing
magazine and most of the
Shlomo
internet and like everyone you know doesn't think that. I don't read Billboard magazine. Yeah, I don't listen to what normal people have to say. Right? Yeah.
Because it's telling me that he did it.
I'll read
Why
comments
did he do it?
let's hear.
Because it's committing science. But if the process
This is
is
when
did
you
it
come
why,
in supposed to
he's
this.
there, now this is
Yikes.
שעושה משה,
Imagine you're on a plane with both White Cummings and Burt Kreischer. You're like, I love you guys. And I get on the flight with like, so, Omar or Fatah or whatever his name is. What was that guy's name?
has a מזבח, את מזבח משה רבינו. What's the problem?
Hopefully
The
that's
day is
not
going to
real
be too
person.
small. So
We
what
edit that.
he was one of
That's one of our fans.
the mass offerings. He was
Oh, that's too funny to edit, dude. That's great.
He was published the entire courtyard area so as to make it sound like the upper performance in that space as well. So watch this. He was there to show us a motion cutting out here. Word Savon already. And he says literally this process is to be understood explicitly as it is.
Don't create your awful content around me. Like I'm one of the passengers. Can't you all just like sit still for a fucking flight? Why are you doing all this shit? Not only is he snoring, but you're also like standing over and filming all this. Right. Do I gotta sit next to this guy while he's fake snoring? Am I gonna be in this video?
So what
I don't wanna
happened?
be in this. Fuck.
So the Gemara says over here, the
The guy on the left is like, listen, I have my own channel. Like, I can't. I have an internet presence, guy. I don't want to
Listen,
be
this
in
is
this.
wild. What you think that
This is
Shlomo
bad.
HaMelech
You guys are cringe.
the entire floor area of the courtyard to have this Mizbeach status. So the entire field, I know you should understand, this is major level, this is such an incredible ripple effect levels. The shining light is going to become one. Who is able to go into the courtyard? What are you able to do in the courtyard? Yes. Go ahead and leave it on the side. But the point is that he said, run to someone. Literally, Shlomo HaMelech was Mekadosh the mitzvah. He literally consecrated and sanctified the entire floor of the Azara. L'shem Mizbeach. In order to be honest with the Shahaya Mizbeach Chotan, Yachil Olos to ownership. People that come to Mizbeach. For us, this is what he tells me.
Oh no, Jelly Roll is scrolling TikTok like he always does when he comes across this.
Yeah,
what he said about
of all of the Kabbalah being offered up.
When you come and when you finally
This was not an ongoing. This was a one-time.
almost funnier than my sister Hot Pocket.
This was a dedication to the This wasn't on an ongoing level. This was just, just fun. sheer volume of Kabbalah's dedication day, the Paisama will contradict this type of Rabbi. Like Kabbalah and Yehuda, fine. You want to say, that's Yehuda. I'm going to Yossi. Yossi says to that Kabbalah. So he said, Mahalot Bar Ne'eman. Yeah, before you turn the page, go back. Right? Look at the last section. I'm going to Yossi. Mahalot Bar Ne'eman. Instruction as the motion of Yudbar shows no beginning. When it comes to the Mizbeach that Moshe Rabbeinu made, I'm going to Yossi Balo, Bar Ne'eman. But doesn't it always say, Elef Olos Ya'ale Shlomo Ala Mizbeach Avu? So also the Pasuk says, Shlomo Amarav, we offer up 1,000 Olos on the Mizbeach. Be'ilu b'beis Olalim Hu'omer, Vayizbach Shlomo Es Zevach Hashem, Hashem Zevach Hashem, Bakar Eskim Ushnayi Elef. Now listen to this. The Pasuk also says, that Vayizbach Shlomo was offered up to Zevach Hashem, Zevach Hashem, Bakar Eskim Ushnayi. Now that Pasuk, that was also going to become a rock now, goes on to discuss the sheer volume of Kabbalah. So just look at the Pasuk in its entirety. Vayizbach Shlomo, Vayizbach Shlomo, Es Zevach Hashem, Zevach Hashem, Bakar Eskim Ushnayi Elef, Son Meir Ve'etzim Elef. So let's say this is on the page of the Mishnah. So we offered the table of 142,000
fans are gonna love these watching this cooking show.
142,000 so it's like staggering.
No, we're not
fucking. It tells you what?
Redacted.
It says what? Right? That is a lot of lives. That's a lot of lives. So it's kind of selective. So now we know the Torah, so remember the first one, it says, Elef was the Torah was able to offer up 1,000 carbonos on the day. Now they had the contribution offered up 142,000. The Sisha'ata Magia Lefesh Olos, Udeminium Amos, Zeh, Godol, Zeh. Ultimately, again, it was like, lastly, the only which is just not the way to do it. But the point is, would have been more than enough to accommodate the economic flow. Sacrificial use. So now we have my focus. Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda says, literally again, the concept of this, I just want to point out what Rabbi Yehuda has going on is as follows, which is that the concept says that Shemana Kocha says, literally again, the concept says Shemana consecrated before, and the Mizbeach ultimately again is too small for coming. This is a pasuk from Rabbi. I'm going to take the pasuk at its face. Shemana consecrated before the Azara, because it wasn't enough to make the Azara. Rabbi says, no, it's not true. Mizbeach of Moshe was large enough to accommodate. Ultimately, again, what they needed for the consecration day. So if you have Yossi, what do you do with the pasuk? What do you do with the pasuk that says that Shlomo was the Kadesh to reach the cause of the Mizbeach was too small? Which Yossi will say. So the Gemara says, Elo, Mahu, also in the New Testament days, 2, 4, 6 like that. Elo, Mahu, Pataneachia. So what does the new one says? That the Mizbeach was multiple companies. That's very interesting. The Adam HaOmer Le'Aveo, Ploni Nayasim, Upasal Avoda. We'll say, mushal to this, like someone who says his friend is a midget, and understanding from based on that, then Allah for the life is possible from Avoda. So the mushal, look at Rashi says over here, Adam Shomer Le'Aveo, the Adam Shomer. What's it, Allah for the
$90 million.
Yes.
You're trusting Brendan Shaw. I'm not. As I'm laughing at the idea of that. I like Shaw is like, his brain is so worrisome. I think they both made like $2 million. Like, he's a fucking so stupid. $90 million.
You would think the person is in
That can't be what it is.
I
know, I say that, I exaggerate. But come on.
But the idea is that sometimes you make a statement from that statement, from that
$90 million
for others.
That's your guess, you
You wouldn't say
stupid
to someone
goon.
from the
Oh my god.
They say, oh, it's funny bananas, funny images. And inferred from that is that what? Okay, it can't ultimately do the other. What is that? Look at that. فأظن some of the Kadea. I'm talking to my friend regarding someone, but other than someone ultimately again is possible for the other. Nanas plum. Ishnama audio. It's a nice way to say. I'm a niche so funny. You never want to see how the person is possible. What other person is possible? So instead of saying, I want to say he's possible, say to me, the nifsalabo. Rashi says, Lav maskana, the Adam Omer, Ella Rabbi Yossi Kamarla, Ba'os
He surely does not care. It's amazing. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and be like, wow, that's fucking crazy.
And what the concept is saying is that ultimately, again, Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu would not ultimately
Wrong, you stupid elephant.
on the day of his possibility. But going forward, it wouldn't be enough to accompany
And he's like a stupid
so instead of
baboon.
going ahead and saying
There's
that
an
Mizbeach of
animal
Moshe
in the zoo,
is
and he's
also
not even an
instead
animal in the zoo because there's like
a
some
little
other
bit
animal
nice
in the zoo. So
I don't know if you know Chotzer Mizbeach on a Moshe's Asher Pnei Hashem Chotzer Nehashio. So instead of saying ultimately again,
they made 92 million reflection. That's funny to have the thing over under because it's just like I stand by what I said. Joshua faces a significant technical around 66 million.
Right? They decided anymore. Instead, the tussle just a nice solution. You know what? It was just too small for it. It's just too small. Too small. Now, was it too small one time? Was it too small? I said the real answer is no. But you don't want to say we're decommissioning the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu. That's the thing. We're decommissioning the Mizbeach of Moshe. You don't want to say this. It's like you can say, you know what? Something that can accommodate more people. Something that can accommodate the bigger flow. But the fact that the OG says, factually, the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu was enough, we just didn't want to say it's possible for the Kuna instead we say something. We don't want to, it's really just about that. But you understand, right? I don't want to say that I'm building a new Mizbeach because I don't want to use the Mizbeach of Moshe. So instead we say they could accommodate a greater carbonic level. The OG says, but when we're factually honest, the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu was in fact larger. So what's this is just quite fascinating in general because this is a fundamental historical mathematics. And Rabbi Yehuda, just about the size of his neck, as we're going to see. For which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Shake, Kamar Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yehuda, I, Rabbi Yossi, saying good. Rabbi Yehuda, Tamei, Darim, Zech, Shasa, Moshe, Gadol, Hayam. So Yehuda goes back to the says, that ultimately is true. His back of Moshe Rabbeinu was in fact large. This time, Yochamesh, Amos, Ola, Yochamesh, Amos, Rothschild. Garn kicked Zavan, the Rabbi Yossi. So the Pasuk says, by the Mizbeach. It was 5 amos in length, 5 amos in width. These are the in front of Rabbi Yossi in the same dimensions of the Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Ne'emar Chaim. We'll say it says over here, whenever Lahalon or Rabua, and it says over there that these gaps, we'll say, like here, by the way, that you want to compare these gaps of Moshe Rabbeinu to the prophetic vision of the past. So it says over here, by the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu was to be seen. This is by a festival to be square as well. Ma'ala halon me'em si'iso hayamo, just like by a festival, ultimately again, the Mizbeach is never from the center. So to by Moshe Rabbeinu, the Mizbeach is never from the center.
Looking like he was about to kick a leg to the face. Yeah, so we're on their page now. I think this is the one. So it does look like a lot of likes.
It's in the wider lines of Rashi, like right there. The Hariel, Makom Ma'arachas Hamizbeach. I say that was the place in Ma'arachas was the cut, the pile of wood. So we'll say that area was the 12 amos, L'chol Yuach, in every direction. All Ena Allah Yudos Ali. So it's only 12 by 12.
That's terrible.
Omer El Arba'as.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that with someone with a head. Not only that, but I'm talking about like
it says ultimately again to his 4%.
Oh yeah, he could take us out like that. Yeah, dude, we'd be different. I might have to get him.
Romer dizer Shava ficou tudo. Você nem que dizer Shava ou que
And then I don't know if you saw this one, but this is one mushroom.
Again, that's the Shava.
So as you can see, he's driving. Do you think he goes back? That's big. I already know what happens. I watched this all day. Thick boy. By the way, nobody's talking about the resurgence of the thick boy sweater. Oh yeah, right. They still live that merch. Right, they are.
Value, and the halach mice when it says is
By the way,
height.
the coolest truck I've ever seen.
Yomer,
Not a bad truck. That's a sick ass truck.
that's what the Yossi says. It says over here.
Why the fuck does he use that truck?
There.
He's got two trucks. This is his favorite one. You know, he doesn't share that.
Look,
Talk about it as
the
much as
Ne'emar
he wants to
Lahalon,
sell it.
and what it says, so what
Yeah,
it
it's
says,
true.
the first person to
That's
find,
social media.
the
This
outer
is
is
his
there,
brand.
okay,
Case
so
in point.
which is there from Krishna, and the second of what
Also,
we
let the man
find
go
is
to
there
work.
from
Why are you flashing it on me? What is work for him? Is it the podcast?
Lahalon goes hope to
Yeah.
shine.
He's
Just like
trying to
what say over
search.
there, it's height, it's double its
Yeah,
length.
for your story.
Can't be shine tarko, so to over here again, it's height will be double
Yeah,
its
so that was
length.
the
I'm not doing that. Baruch by Nema, but the Pasuk already says, Baruch by Nema, that's a Chotzer Mea Hama V'Koma Chamishanos. After going Omek Agado Mizbeach, the Avoda Biyado, the Kala Ongoing Ocean so what he said. If you go one of these
that is fucking, that's just a Callan word for sure. Eldership. No, that's a Callan. That's a Delian. That's a Delian thing. Yeah, the elders on the podcast. Really? Like, what does that mean? Basically, like,
why there was
it's like a hierarchy. Oh, right. Right. He always wants to group people and separate. You know, you're dead. No, you're fucking out there now, bro. No. So now, like, you can text women for me. Maybe spell shock.
that means that
That's
the
weird.
point is going on top of the
Yeah, we need to go.
people can see it
Let's see
on
what we
outside.
got next.
Extra coin only the value is
New persona activated.
It sounds like the point is sitting on top of it there. Doing that older than everyone else.
In reference to him
I'm
saying
gonna
the
go
racer.
to one second. I look right now, man. The S Kaliakon, the best massage. Sure, I like
Cookie lengthiness 60 posted this one. Chang's employee honors the company values. This on this, yeah. P.F. Chang's waitress arrested in Bellevue after being assaulted by her tip and water service.
Like the curtains of the walls of the structure, massage was the wall also. Remember, these were all curtain walls. Like the curtain walls of the Best Kaya Kazan, Asha Michaels, Man Mishkan Good Amos,
It's a funny thing to yell something so serious when you're mad. Fast doesn't mean careless.
Again, the walls
I would probably yell, fuck you.
also said I was like, but Omer, Kilayu, Kanish,
But you know, you fuck
I
the
like
shit out
Pasuk,
of
that
the
wasn't
words.
the problem. The other problem is that the Pasuk says that
That's the
Kilayu,
narrative.
other witnesses around the the lion Kanisha said, El Hakosim, Ama Al Hakosim,
Jim
It's a
Robert.
side Masaka Bank from the Rover Kamar, who was the Masaka, who not come with Lomar, 8 Amos, who fast there, who not come with Lomar, the Shalom Amos Kamaso, who fast so big in us, so right now is doing it over
That's hilarious.
Saw the trunk open. Saw some meat left around. Fell off. My folder. I gotta look into my magazine. We're supposed to have some banh mi sandwiches for lunch today.
Double down, or like let's double down.
They're all destroyed. Raccoons got into my car somehow.
But the Gemara is talking
Is
to
it
the
possible that they open a trunk?
Pasuk says, "Yelayin Kanisha said, Ama El Hakosim." My Kamaloma here, Amos, Spas is there in the night. So listen, the potential remedy is much more real than time. Look at that. Son of our second one. Spas is there in the Malo. The Malo Mina is there, and you go on here.
My cooler that was inside the trunk.
That the walls of the Mishnah extend 5 amos higher than the top of the Mizbeach. So what's the Shishim amos? So 5 amos
It's annoying, but it's also like
so about 7 feet above the top of the Mizbeach.
from further investigation, I'm looking at the bumper here, looking at all these marks.
You might come along as
So I'm guessing these sons of mothers
when the pastor says that it was only 3
climbing
amos,
up and they're just like touching the ceiling. Well, I'm gonna, well, they looked at that they opened the trunk.
What is the way the pastor says that the
That's not why.
was 3 amos?
Oh, you should know all this stuff. It's boring. This is boring. Like what you're saying is boring. But you camp all the time. You should know that you should know where to put stuff so it doesn't get stolen by animals. Lock the doors. Maybe don't have your Korean barbecue just hanging out. What the fuck was that? You got just a random pork thing hanging out of a bag? Like, put it in the bag, you stupid idiot. I think it was in the bag.
It's a bag.
But lock the doors. That's like, I don't think they answered the bag. I think shit is alcoholic nut job. He's boring. He's just drunk. Left all his food in the car, and now he's filming a video. Like, this is really impressive, though. Wow, I mean, I'm mad that I lost all the food. And I can't do things. I'm actually impressed with the records. This could be great content for my
what comes out, we're actually going to stop it with the
Is this in Texas? Probably.
It seems to be coming out of the
It's dark.
Is that
They'll do anything to get out of that storage unit for even a minute.
of the wall,
Fuck you, Chin. I
extended
don't
5
agree with
amos
the records. Let's
above
talk them.
the top of the
They're fucking.
It was a mixed wall.
If I saw raccoons fucking in my car and then they were eating my food while they were fucking each other, I mean, let's be honest, if raccoons fucking like that, they're not gonna fuck.
That the point needs to be
That would be
walled
kind of
into
funny
the
to see, like,
level.
Rabbi, you see a video that's like raccoons like diving on your foot. Is this
We're
Chin's
gonna have
car?
to come back by one to keep it running.
Raccoon
We'll
penis.
stop what we refer to today.
I would pay right for this fucking Chin's car.
One second.
So I guess you can't, they won't monitor it. They're not interested. I don't like more food. Fucking there. I'm not weird. I don't want to see you guys.
What happens
That's the
if
joke.
you go in and chef the carbide?
Joke on him. I'm not gonna watch. But not for any kind of weird way. I don't want to film it on comedian, but I'm gonna film it. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not gonna film it. Raccoons having sex in Chin's car. That'll be a day when I don't do that.
That social media, this is real. I guess that makes me big old.
Rights as follows.
Chin's sucks. Oh, he's like Chin. That video got it. Maybe it's just like, you know,
מזבח שנפגע, נפסלו כל התחת של שיש שפוט במקדש, שעדיין לא נזרק למים. What the rock is, the was shipped, and
I don't know.
was
For whatever reason, I just like this beyond. It might also be like
and carbonos that were shipped that
I
had
don't mind
not
that I got
yet
it wrong. I
had
mind
been
it.
done.
Fucking they got like,
Ultimately, again, our part was the economics and something very important, which is what? It goes without saying that that any company can check after the card, but
yeah, no,
after
for
the
sure.
check was
I don't
checked,
understand why you do
similarly,
that.
like that goes without saying.
They're a
But even
camper.
what?
You
Things
camp
are
all
even
the
bigger,
time.
which is
Why is a
even
car
carbonos
that
was
weird? I
checked
guess
before the Mizbeach became shipped. But what?
I don't
Did
need it.
not yet have
But this one
Zika
can't
done on
be
the
used.
Mizbeach will be possible as well.
All right, let's see.
Sorry, in Shamizbeach, Mizbeach Allah. So
My
also
words
making
being
very
under
soon.
posted by Dana White's mom.
And if there is not this
What is it?
impact on
Archery
Mizbeach
count,
for Zika purposes,
country,
then
yeah,
ultimately
archery
again
country.
the carbonos will be positive. Sorry, in Shamizbeach, Mizbeach Allah. The
Let's
Namar
see
is
here.
a Bakta, Allah is
This is
Olosecha, the
posted by
Shamacha.
Shoddy
The Lamar
Vehicle
Kitzbach will always be
2257.
What's the rest? So therefore, again,
Got me a
the Rambam
piece of
says,
UFC
Allah
history
for the
for
medicine,
my
number
news.
one. Any carbonos which was checked while the Mizbeach was chipped, or even carbonos which was checked before the Mizbeach became chipped. But what did not yet have Zrika done will be possible. Chaf Gimel, have a Pudshim Chayu Shali Shambazel Shishimikdam, Lo Nitsus. Any animal which is already consecrated,
That's the one thing
even
that
if
sucks all the
consecrated
shit that
at the
we
time of
talked
the
is that
Mizbeach
they'll
was
never
chipped,
be cool.
do
They'll
not
never be cool
become
with us.
possible.
So I
Ella,
can't get stuff like that.
כשייפול
It's a big
המזבח
price to pay for
נקרבו
what we do.
שאין בעלי חיים
Okay, so let's look at
because that's
it.
the ultimate
It was
again.
also
What
up
happens?
front, posted
Allah
by
bless
Losing
him, don't
Valve.
pass me light.
I don't know if you can see here, it says that's 20
Ain't
seconds.
Ba'ali
Slow
Chaim.
doing it.
So what happens if you consecrate
Oh,
the
it's
Father
Jojo
time? That's why. That's the Mizbeach was be consecrated before it became cheap. And if it became cheap, what's the status of the carbon? The status of carbon, he basically is prepared. Again, you'll be able to add offer it. Listen, I have one more piece. So listen, here we see halacha the mice in the passing like Rav. That is only carbonos which are shifted, that ultimately are impacted, but carbonos which are disconcentrated are not negatively impacted by the ability of the one more piece, and then we'll go. We'll stop for today. Chav Dalet, get ready for this. This is fascinating. Hikdish behemos actual nibna hamizbeach. What about a case where I was not dishing carbon before the Mizbeach was even built? So let's say today, and now it's like, I believe in the chef so much. I want to buy, I want to have it over. I know I can't do anything with it right now, but I just want to buy it, and I want to consecrate it. So what's the halacha? So it's this famous, this is very, this is halacha Lisa. I can't say I've got many shadows about this, but I could imagine that a person, I'm very messianically oriented. I want to go and I want to buy a carbon. I want to buy it. I want to be not the shit now. I know I can't do anything for it, but I want to hold it until the Mashiach comes and says, so can I do it? Take this name actual nifna hamizbeach, kishibarna makriven also, shadichu meikaro inodichu. We'll say halacha l'maisa, it's okay. We'll say even though we do not fasting, that dichu meikaro dichu, we do not say there is going to be again consecrating an animal when the permanently sets it aside for an animal. So halacha l'maisa, if you want to go ahead and set aside a part, but now technically speaking, you can go ahead and obviously it's not a good idea because you have to go ahead and congratulations. You're like, wait, was that like a legit congratulations or was it like a congratulations? One of them so right, and you can't pick and choose. Now, you know, there's no base on when the base on comes, you have to do
and it was an error on the first baseman. Should have been a no-hitter. Gave up one hit. Should have been 0. I pitched 3 innings, struck out 6. Gave up 1 hit, but it was an error. So in my book, that's no hitter.
What happened? So we know generally speaking that the carbonos were shafted, the kachim were shafted on the floor of the courtyard. So what happens if someone shafted it? Someone shafted a carbon actually on top of the Mizbeach. They took the animal up and they shafted it. Rabbi Yossi says, he will nishkat to the top. It says if he shafted it in the north, and we'll see in a minute what is that language of evil with that if. So that's Rabbi Yossi's opinion. He says no problem because if you shafted on top of the Mizbeach, it's just like shafting in the north, and we know that because the if you shafted in the north, Rabbi Yossi says we're good. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yossi here, as Rashi on Amar Beis tells us, is Rabbi Yossi ben Halacha. Because we'll see, then we have Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says, Omer, Mekhatem Mizbeach Radaram Daran, Mekhatem Mizbeach Radaram Ketapam. So it says as follows, that it depends where Mizbeach you are. If you're on that Mizbeach, the southern half of the Mizbeach, then it's treated like the southern part of the Adara, and what's the halacha there? We know that all Kachim Kachim need to be shafted in the north, so therefore it's no good. However, if you're on with the coin or with the coin, you shafted the animal was on the northern part of it, then it's okay. So that's the Mishnah. Says the Gemara, Amr Rabbi, Amr Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, Omer Chaya Rabbi Yossi, Kulei Mizbeach B'Tzachim. So Rabbi brought Rabbi Yochanan, who as Rashi, who kind of throws across a little bit, tells us the Gemara near Elul, that he had a Masara, he had a tradition from his Rebbeim, that Rabbi Yossi was of the opinion that the entire Mizbeach was in the north. So the question that the Gemara then wants to deal with is, okay, so if the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then of course you can, it's no problem because you have to shaft in the north and the entire Mizbeach is in the north. So why, if you look at the language of Rabbi Yossi says that if you shaft it on the Mizbeach, it's convenient to the top. Because if you shaft it is in the north. And the question is, if he holds that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then it's not as if that's in the north, it is the north. So the Gemara says, "My Keilu, what does it mean as if? If he in fact holds the whole thing is in the north, why is it Keilu?" So the Gemara says, "Mahu Detema, I might have thought that, Al Yarek, Veleka, I might have thought you need Al Yarek, and that's not present here, Shamash Milan. Therefore, it's held up that it's still good. What is Al Yarek? So we say it every morning. We say, Shafat Ota Yarek on the Mizbeach Kapona. So the Pasuk Hamid. So we say that we shafted Al Yarek on the Mizbeach, which means on the side of the Mizbeach. So you might think, even though it's true that the entire Mizbeach is in the north, maybe when you shaft it on top of the Mizbeach, it doesn't qualify being on the side of the Mizbeach, and therefore maybe it'll be no good. So therefore, he's coming to tell you that when you shaft it on top of the Mizbeach, it's as if you were shafting it on the floor, and it's no problem. You're in the north, and all is good. Okay. Amar Le, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi. Rabbi brought Rabbi Yochanan saying something about Rabbi Yossi's view. The Zera says to Rabbi, Elameata, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Hakinami, the Chesed, the Chesed, the Gedara. All right, so he says, according to you, now that you said what you said, that it must be according to Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, that he holds that the Mizbeach was half in the south. How does he arrive at this conclusion? Because it follows. The way that Zera understood what Rabbi said in the name of Yochanan, the same of Yossi, was what did he say that? He said that Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach was entirely in the north. So what the Zera's understanding is that how did he know that it was in the north? He didn't have Rashi to tell him that it was a tradition that the Yossi would keep on the Mizbeach. He said, how did Rabbi Yossi know it was in the north? He said it must be from our Mishnah. You see that Rabbi Yossi says that it's okay if you shaft it on the Mizbeach, and we know that such a case needs to be shafted in the north, so must be that the Mizbeach was in the north, was entirely in the northern side of the courtyard. Okay, so if you learned it from our Mishnah, so, okay, no problem. So that explains why Rabbi Yossi says that it's okay when it's on top. But then it must, if the basis for understanding why Rabbi Yossi says it was okay because it's all in the north, then Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, who says that if it's in the northern half, it is okay because it's in the north, and if it's the southern half, it's not okay because it's in the south. That's what he would conclude. Just like Rabbi Yossi holds the whole example in the north, must be Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda holds that half of his bath is in the north and half in the south. Therefore, if you did it on the northern half, you're good, and if you did it on the southern half, it's not good. So that's what he says. There said to Rashi, now that you said that we from Mishnah is the source that Rabbi Yossi holds it all in the north, and that's why it's okay. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Hakinami, the Chesed, the Chesed, the Chesed, must be the Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda holds that in his bath, smack dab in the middle, half in the north and half in the south, and that's why he said that if you shaft in the north, it's good, and if you shaft in the south, it's no good. So the Gemara says that he came a Hakinami. Maybe that is so. Maybe we look the way we knew Rabbi Yossi holds it in the north, because anywhere you shaft on his bath is good, and the way Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda knew that it was half and half is because it has to be in the north, and only half of the bath was in the north. The Gemara says, but I have a problem. If you tell me that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda holds that the Mizbeach was split half and half, well, Asi the Amish Mishmei Rabbi Yochanan, you yourself, Rabbi Asi, say in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, Modi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Shimshaftan Kinegdam Bakarka Psula. Says, you yourself, say in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda is admit that if you check it, connect them to Karka place that we're talking about, where if you checked it in the place where the back itself sits. Now you might ask, how on earth do you check on the part where the Mizbeach is? See, tomorrow we'll talk about that. But in any event, it says if you check on the ground where the Mizbeach is, it's puzzle. So why that? Because if you understood that he held that half of the Mizbeach was in the north and south, so if somehow you could check underneath the Mizbeach, shouldn't it be that the northern part of underneath the Mizbeach is good and the southern part is no good? From the fact that Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda says that if you check on the ground of the where the Mizbeach is, that it's puzzle, and must mean that he holds the whole thing is in the south. So if you understand, if we're learning from our Mishnah of Yosef Halacha that it's all in the north and south, and that the Mizbeach was on each, was half and half north and south, but yet we have Halacha that tells you if you check underneath the Mizbeach or the area underneath the Mizbeach, that it's all puzzle shows that he holds the full thing in the south. So the question is, does the Yosef and Yehuda hold the Mizbeach was half on the south, or does he hold it all in the south? So we have a shira. Amalei, the Rashi said back to the Zera. Happy Talmud Reb Yochanan. Reb Yochanan actually, unlike what you were saying, is that the way that it's not from our Mishnah that we learned, that Reb Yochanan learned that Reb Yoshi holds that the whole Mizbeach was in the north. It was a tradition he had from his Rebbe. So then, if so we're saying our Mishnah is not a machloket about where the Mizbeach was located. Our Mishnah is about something else. It says, both of them were darshing a single pasuk, because the pasuk says in Shemos, Mizbeach Adama Kasser, make a Mizbeach Adama, a Mizbeach of the ground. You should make for me the Zavasta Allah, and you should cast on it as Olosecho, Yeshlomecho. So in any event, what it says is that you should make me a Mizbeach, and you should check on it Olos and Shlomim, right? The Zavasta Allah, the Olosecho, Yeshlomecho. The Rav Yossi holds Kulola Ola, the Kulola Shlomim. Because the whole Mizbeach can, on the entire Mizbeach, you're entitled to check Olos and Shlomim, right? Rav Yossi And Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda holds that the northern part of Be'ach is designated for Olos, for Kachei Kaddish. The Chetyov and the bottom half is L'Shlamim for Shlamim, because which are not Kachei Kaddish. Okay, so what we're saying is as follows: that the machloket that they have has nothing to do with where the Mizbeach is. Even if, let's say, the Mizbeach was entirely in the south, the way they're understanding the Psukim is that there's a special limit in the Pasuk that the Pasuk tells you that on the Mizbeach you can check Olos and Shlamim. And Ola is a Kachei Kaddish. So you see that the Pasuk is telling you that you can check on top of the Mizbeach Kachei Kaddish. So maybe everyone holds that the Mizbeach, we're going to see it's not so, but maybe everyone holds the Mizbeach is in the south, and still on top of the Mizbeach is a special limit. Where can you check? You can check it in the north, as we've always been learning, and you can also check it on top of the Mizbeach. Okay? He talks about the Kulola Kasher. So now it's explaining Rabbi Yosef and Yehuda. So Rabbi Yosef and Yehuda said you can only do half on the Olos, and half you can do for Olos and half for Shlamim. He talks about the Kulola Kasher. So Rabbi Yosef and Yehuda is going to explain why he says it's split. The Pasuk says you check your Olos and your Shlamim. So Rabbi Yosef says that you can check Olos and Shlamim anywhere you want on the Mizbeach. Rabbi Yosef and Yehuda is splitting it. Why? So he's saying, if you're telling me that I could check an Olos, Kachei Kaddish anywhere on the Mizbeach, has the Kulola Kasher, Kulola Shlamim going? So he says, if that's so, that if you're able to check an Ola anywhere on the Mizbeach, then surely you could check a Shlamim anywhere on the Mizbeach. What should this remind us of? Because if you remember, we had a little while ago, we had Shuling Kalvachomer. And we were dealing with the question of how you know that you could check such a column in the Suffolk. The one version had it from a Kalvachomer, and the other version said, no, I need your puzzle because I might have had a different Kalvachomer. So let's talk about the first Kalvachomer. The first Kalvachomer was, if you see that the north, the Suffolk is more kadosh, it's more holy, right? So then, and you can check such a kaddish in there, then the rest of the area of the courtyard is less holy. For sure you can check. So in order to check, I'm sorry, it's the other way around. He's saying that if you see that the Kachei column could be shefted in everywhere but the north, so you see that it's kedusha. It can be shefted even where there's less kedusha than Kalvachomer, it could be shefted in the north. That was one side was saying, I know from a Kalvachomer that Kachei column can be shefted in the north, I don't need a puzzle. So that's really what he's saying here also. He's saying that if you see the entire area of the Mizbeach is good for an Ola, then I don't need you to tell me Shlamim, because I know Kalvachomer, because if it's an acceptable area of the Kachik Kaddish, which is more Kaddish, then for sure Kachik Kalim, which are less Kaddish, are able to be shafted there. So that's like the first Kavachomer that we had previously. So that's why he's saying it can't be that you can check everything in the Ola there. It must be that it's quick. It's telling you that you check the Ola on the northern part and the Shlemim on the southern part, because that would explain why it needs to say both Ola the Shlemim, because it's splitting in his back. However, if it was like what Yoshi said, that you could check Ola anywhere on the Mizbeach, I wouldn't need to say Shlemim. Okay, so that explains Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda. What about Rabbi Yossi? Why did he say that you could test anything there? How does he explain why it needed to write Shlamim? If you're able to test an Ola there, you should be able to for sure test the Shlamim, and I don't need to tell you the Shlamim. So what does Rabbi Yossi hold? Who says I need it? I might have thought Ola who did Dachik lay Makom, that an Ola is short on space. I will Shlamim the low Dachik lay Makom came low. But I would say that you cannot check the Shlamim on top of the Mizbeach because it's not short on space, Kamash Malan, therefore it teaches you that you can check both an Ola and a Shlamim on the Mizbeach. So what does this remind us of? This reminds us of the second view. So the second said, I need a pasuk to tell me that you can check touch and column in the north. Why didn't you know it from Kavachomer? Because we had a different Kavachomer. The Kavachomer said as follows: that if Kachik Kadishim were only allocated a little bit of space, meaning in the north, right, and Touch and Kalim were allocated a lot of space, meaning everywhere else, and therefore, from the fact that it was given only this little space, it's Kavachomer that you cannot, only this little space was designated for Touch and Kachim, while a big space was designated for Touch and Kalim. It must be that the Touch and Kalim cannot be tested in the north, because they are invading on the space. It has nothing to do with Kedusha. It's a very practical consideration. Kavachomer would tell you that you should not be able to test Touch and Kalim in the north, so therefore, we needed a pasuk to tell you can't check in the north. That was only dealt with a little while ago. But I think this is similar. This is saying as follows, that if, Rabbi Yossi has to explain, why does it mean to say both Ola and Shlamim? If it says Ola, Kavachomer Shlamim, he says no, because maybe this is not a Kedusha issue, that could learn a Kavachomer like that, but maybe this is a space issue. What's the space issue? Is that the country currency can only be checked in north of the Mizbeach, especially according to the view that the Mizbeach itself, the entire Mizbeach was north of the midpoint, and especially according to the view that the sides of the north are no good. You have a really small space to chef Kachik Kadishim. So you would say, if the pasuk just told you that you can chef Olo on top of the Mizbeach, I might say that's because of space issue. They don't have enough space sometimes for the Kachik Kadishim, so therefore they said you could do it up on the Mizbeach too. But I wouldn't necessarily know you could do Shlamim, hence the pasuk had to tell us Shlamim. Okay, so this explains the machlokas going on between Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda and Rabbi Yossi. But net, what is it proving? It comes to tell us that not necessarily does our Mishnah establish where they hold the Mizbeach is. And in fact, it can't. Because if Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda was telling you the reason you could check half on the north and half on the south, because that's where he believes the Mizbeach was located, then how come subsequently he said that if you check in the area of the underneath the ground of the Mizbeach, that it would be possible no matter where it is, seems to imply it's all south. So therefore we're saying that the Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda has to do with this special limud that tells you to check on top of the Mizbeach, which is not necessarily tied to where the Mizbeach is situated. Okay, so now we basically learned that Ravasi brings from Yochanan that he had a tradition from his rebellion that Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach is located fully in the north. Nothing to do with our necessarily. Okay, says the Gemara. Ravasi Amar Yochanan. Ravasi turns the name of Yochanan. Modi Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda Shemsachon Kenegdan Bekarka Psula. So this by to be learned, he had a question on how to say Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda holding his back with half north and south, because you see that he says if you check on the ground opposite the Mizbeach, that it's puzzle, which seems to imply the entire thing was in the south. So now the question the Gemara says is Amalei of Acham U'Bishul Rabbi. Rati Difti asked me. He had a very practical question. He says, "My connect. What does that mean underneath the?" He says. So he says, "How do you get under the Mizbeach?" So the Gemara says, "So maybe you'll tell me that what it says that that if you chef opposite to the Mizbeach, it's really coming to talk about the Yisod, which was the Amma up from the bottom, or the Sov that we discussed, which was 6 Amos up, where the coin walked around. So the Gemara says, no, that can't be said if you chef opposite to the Mizbeach, because Hai Gufa Mizbeach. That's primary Mizbeach space. You can't say that's not the Mizbeach, and that'll be possible if you chef it there. The Gemara says, my connectum, some people take out the word connectum, but my connectum Makaka in the ground. That's not the ground, that's up above ground. So in other words, first of all, that you shouldn't say it's puzzle to check there. And second of all, how is that a case of the ground? Well, maybe you'll tell me. So Ovid Masilos, maybe he borrowed under, maybe it's telling you that if you borrow a hole under the Mizbeach, and you catch an animal, there's puzzle. Maybe that's what he was coming to tell you. And that's why it was telling you that it's all in the south, because if you check there, it's puzzle because it's south, it's in the southern part, not in the northern part. But the Gemara says, yeah, God, we have in his bath. Forget whether you're allowed to do that. That's not only would that be a problem with checking an animal there, it wouldn't even be a mizbeach. Why would it not be a mizbeach? Well, Tanya, we learned mizbeach that you can make for me a mizbeach of ground. Of Adama, say, hey, Makuber me Adama, or Adama, that it should be attached to the ground, right? The law, Nano law, Gabin, the law, Gabin, cannot build the Mizbeach on top of holes or on top of arches, because how did they make a level space for the Harabayas? They had arches in those days. You see them for the Yerushalayim nowadays. They had arches that held up the floor, right? So the Mizbeach itself could not be built on any arches. It couldn't be built on any holes because the Pasuk tells you Mizbeach Adama Tatari, that it needs to be a Mizbeach made of the ground. So you could not be talking about when you get underneath. Now, anyone know how this is practical halacha l'maisa? The Mizbeach being on hold. I'll tell you. It's, I really am trying not to go off today because I have an interesting bill where we get to, but I'll tell you very quickly something interesting. So there's, I discussed this with you a while ago. We had a time or the Rabbi, I remember we talked about how the fact that technically speaking, karbanos could be brought now. In other words, there's still a concept of karbanos nowadays. You could mean karbanos. And this is something that the later Christians are very involved in. Is certainly theoretically check the carpenter, and there's all kinds of problems with this. We don't have the paraduma for people are coming. We don't know exactly where things were located, and we don't know if it's supposed to be done in the Makamir Mikvah. The Dachron and the Postum talk all about these things. And there's interestingly the professor, and I think also the Yavit said something interesting. He said, I have a problem because generally speaking, if it's a carbon of people, you have stolen. You don't have to check over all the Jews. And if it's a carbon yachid, then everyone's coming. Or if it was a carbon people, then some of us are the people, you can bring a carbon people, but we don't have to sell it. And if it's the individual one, then there's no tumah hook for the yachid. So how do you do it? So the Psalm says, what's the only carbon you can bring nowadays? You put a carbon Pesach, because a yachid brings the carbon Pesach, and if Rov of Klal Yisrael comes, brings the carbon Pesach. So others argue with this and say, no, there's still lots of problems, including one of the problems, which we're going to see today, is huge concern about where exactly the bath was located. So, it's a problem, because if you wanted to set the carbon today, where would you put the bath? Okay, part of a much bigger issue. I'm not going to get into too much today, but I'll tell you something very interesting. So people came up with a very practical solution. They said, look, if we know that the Mizbeach has to be on the area that had most of the bias was built as arches, but there was a part in the Mizbeach that had to be on a base. So if you're going to dig around on the Mizbeach and dig around in the base of what you're going to find is that most of those are arches, and then you're going to find a square somewhere that's 32 by 30 that has no arches, and it's all dirt, and you'll know exactly where the Mizbeach was, and that's where you'll put the Mizbeach. So again, that's based on this tomorrow. Now, does this work? People say, no, it's not going to work. Why? Because when the Goyim came and said, at the time these students were written, that 18 years ago, the Beit HaMikdash was destroyed, and the Goyim wanted to find things where the one that they dug, and in fact, according to many, they were digging to try and find the Aron, because we know that the Aron was buried somewhere after the first fire changing the Aron. They said that they dug up, so therefore, what's going to happen is they dug beneath the level of the Kitim to where they got to the ground beneath the Kitim, so you wouldn't be able to find the area of the Mizbeach. But in theory, it was a nice idea. Anyway, so fine, we're trying to figure out how do you get underneath the Mizbeach. You cannot have holes underneath the Mizbeach. You might have said, so we're talking about, we're going to see in some later this week, that while we learned this whole Mishnah, we learned this whole Brisa the other day of 4 to 32 by 32, and then the 30 by 30, and the 28 by 20, the 1 by 1. In theory, you can make the Mizbeach smaller as long as it's square. So therefore, they're saying what happened here, that if you contracted the Mizbeach, and you did a smaller Mizbeach than 32 by 32, and therefore you set it on the area that used to be covered by the Mizbeach, there would be puzzle. Why is it puzzle? Presumably because the Rabbi Yehuda holds that the Mizbeach was located in the south, the entire Mizbeach was in the southern portion of the courtyard, and it's all in the southern, and you can't touch the custom there. Even if it used to be the Makom of the Mizbeach, and even if when it was the Mizbeach you could check on it, that's only because it was the Mizbeach. Once it's ground and you've contracted the Mizbeach, so the ground opened up, you can't check there because it no longer has status as the Mizbeach, and it's not in the north, so it's in the south, according to Rabbi Yehuda. And now we understand how what does it mean it says it's checked on the ground of the Mizbeach. Okay. Now, Amr Zera was bothered by something. Because we brought here a tradition that Rabbi Yochanan brought, that Rabbi Yossi held that the entire Mizbeach was in the north. This bothered Rabbi Zera. He said, after Esau, Rabbi Yochanan was in the north of the region, is it possible that Rabbi Yochanan had this Masorah that Rabbi Yossi held the entire thing in the north, and there's no Mishnah that tells us it doesn't make any sense. So that attempt to leave it be. So the Zera went out and we searched to try and find a Mishnah that supported this idea that Rabbi Yossi holds the entire Mizbeach in the north, and it's something it's not because we learned in the Mishnah in Tamid that says as follows: Zera Sham Ate Se'ima Yafim V'Tadeh Marachas Niyas Keneged Karen Maravis Drumis Moshe and Karen Kapel Topin Arbaamos. Okay, so 1 second. So what's going on here? They said that they used to have, there were 3 fires used to be on the Mizbeach. One was the fire that they burned in Ola, that they put in Mulim, anything that got burnt on the Mizbeach was in one fire. Another fire, which was smaller, was the fire that they used to use to take the coals that they would use for the Torah. And we're going to see how another use as well. That was the second pile. The third pile was even smaller, which was just as you know, there was supposed to be a fire on the Mizbeach at all times. So it was this third fire, the one that was always lit, right? So now it's talking about this second pile, the one that you use to make the coals for the Torah. And it says as follows. It says that he would go and pick. Rashi says, where would he pick from? He says that there was a room that Yadira ate him. We learned about it before. There was a room that had wood. From Misham Ate Te'ena Yafim, he would pick nice wood from a fig tree. Now, why is this fig tree? Rashi says something interesting. He says, they know how you reveal them. They used to generally, even though they could pick other things, they would generally like to take fig branches. Why? The Tamagada who has an agadic reason. Because after the theft of Adam Arishon, the Rothschild made him clothes out of fig leaves. That's why we like to use fig branches. Something to think why that's a connection. In any event, so we would pick these Ate Te'ena that were nice in order to set up the Marachas Niyas to set up this second fire to make the cold Keneged Rabbi's Drumis. Where would they put this second fire? On the southwestern corner. Mashruch Minach Karen Kapei Sapon Arbaamos. 4 amos north of the southwestern terrace. Okay? And and we'll see exactly where it was north of, but basically it was 4 amas up on the southwestern part of the Mizbech. Now what would they do? Well, Talmud starting with the column, they would put enough wood that they should be able to make 5 saw of coal. And what would they use those coals for? Those coals were used in order to put inside, that when they used to do the Torah, the Mizbech HaTorah didn't have fire on it. What would happen? They would bring coal from the Mizbech HaTorah onto the Mizbech HaTorah, and then they would put the stars on top, and that would cause the smoke to go up. The Shabbos, almost one of starting the column, that on Shabbos, this was the second use of that pile on the Mizbech. They would put 8 saw of the column of coal. Why did they need more coal on Shabbos? To show them how you know these neighbors used to live on the left of my planet. Because that's where they used to put the spoonfuls of Lavona, of frankincense, that went on the left of my planet. What was this about? So on Shabbos, you know, the shofar inside the Heichal had 12 loaves of bread, and they would slide it on, and they would put the 2 things of position, the 2 position of Lavona. What would happen? And the next Shabbos, they would come and take it off. The bread, the lechem apanim, would be given to the Kohanim, and the Lavona would be burned. Where would it be burned? On this second fire on the Mizbech. But therefore, on Shabbos, they put extra coal there, because not only did they have to get coal for the Torah, but they also needed to burn the Lavona there. Okay. So now, that's the Mishnah that's the Mishnah in Talmud. Now, Gemara says, Rabbi Yosi. How do we know? Rabbi said, Mahu Asimin to Hukva Lahem Marachas Nil Akars of the Deacon Maravis Roman, Matakar Bahamas, Hena Karen, they said, what's the simon that this is where they put it? We see the simon from Rabbi Yosi. So Rabbi Yosi, because Rabbi Yosi taught us something, and from what Rabbi Yosi taught us, we're going to understand or remember or remind ourselves why this second maracha, the second fire needed to be 4 amas from the south, 4 amas from the southwestern corner. Why? Because Rabbi Yosi Omer, Rabbi Yosi said, yes, Simon, this is something that can help you remember it. Because as follows. Anything that's taken from inside the Heichal is put outside the Heichal, is only put in the place that is so close that there's nothing closer. Meaning that something coming from in the Heichal out to the back should be put in the limb, and similarly, anything that's taken from the outside to be brought into the inside, and a nickel element at the place that was to the Heichal. So now, this is a simple, because this is high. He's saying we should bring something to closest place. And we're saying that's the simon from the Mishnah and Talmud, which tells you that the Marachas Nia, the second fire, needed to be 4 amas from the southwestern corner. So now we're going to mix these two, and we're understanding. We're going to try to understand with Yosi how we see that with Yosi held that everything is in the north. So we have a Mishnah that tells us that the second fire, the Marachas Nia, needed to be 4 amas from the southwestern corner, and we have a Yosi telling us something from the outside or the in-out needs to be the closest place. And those are linked to each other, and because that's they said it was the simon. So now we're going to understand, how do we prove from this that there's no Yosi holds that the Mizbech is located fully in the north. All right, so start some calculation of measurements of the Heichal and the Mizbech. So first we might figure out what are we talking about that's brought from the out in and from the in out. So this in means nothing but foot, mind you, the outside. What are you guys going to think first thing? What we were talking about? Ryan, maybe you'll tell me it's the leftover blood, right? But what's the problem with saying it's the leftover blood? The head gets simple. Oh, you sold it as Baka Ola, Pesach Ol Moed. If you remember, we had 3 psukim. One said Pesach Ol Moed, 2 said a Pnei Ol Moed or something like that. So, a Pnei Ol Moed. I'm sorry, Pnei Ol Moed. So when we said, why did it say Pesach Ol Moed? It was coming to tell you that when you come out with the Shirayim, you should pour it on the first place that you counter, and we discussed, was that the western Yisod, was that the southern Yisod? We talked about this, I mean, where the this one, but maybe you'll tell me that's what Rabbi Yossi is talking about. Something that's brought from inside to outside, he's talking about the Shirayim. The Gemara says it can't be, because we already had a pasuk to tell you that that should be at the closest place. So why did Rabbi Yossi, what was Rabbi Yossi telling us? Furthermore, Kolanito Bafuk, nothing but min, my meal. And what is it exactly that we're saying? Something that's taken from the outside and put inside. Elama, maybe you'll tell me, you'll tell me, so you'll make it for him. It's coming to tell you the coal that the Kohen Gadol used to take into the Kodesh HaKadoshim to do the Kodesh on Yom Kippur. And therefore, Rabbi Yossi is coming to tell us, or the Mishnah and Talmud is coming to tell us that it should be put at the place that's closest to the Mizbeach. Since the head gets Sipru, that also is written first in the pasuk. It says, "L'lakach milad hamasa gafle." So the pasuk continues and says that he takes the ladle full of coals of fire, me'alam mizbeach, from on top of the mizbeach, from before Hashem. So what do you see? You see that you should take it from the area that's with Hashem. Where is that? That means right in front of the Heichal. So therefore, we see from a pasuk that the Gebalim should be in the place that's right with Hashem. So we don't need this Mishnah. We know it's from the pasuk. But rather, what was Rabbi Yossi talking about? We don't need Rabbi Yossi. So what was Rabbi Yossi talking about? When Rabbi Yossi says something that's taken from the inside, nothing before. When it says something that's taken from the inside to be put on the outside, name of Zikr Lavono Shalachim upon it. That's talking about the two bowls of frankincense. The Gamin Yishirayim, the Gamin Yishirayim, that we learn from Yishirayim. Just like the leftover blood is taken to the place that's outside the Heichal, that's closest to the Heichal. So too, the Lavona should be taken to the place that's closest to the Heichal. Okay? And this is nothing but min. And what is it that's taken from the outside to be put inside? So we said before that the coals of Yom Kippur we already know from the pasuk. So we're saying rather what it is that the whole Yuma, that is talking about the daily cold, because they used to take cold in order to do the Torah in the morning. The Gamron, Migachalim, so Yom Kippur, which we learn from the cold of Yom Kippur, just like the cold of Yom Kippur, which are brought from the nearest place on the Mizbeach HaKishon to the Mizbeach, to the inner Mizbeach, so too. When you take coals every single day, you should take from the point that is closest to the opening of the Heichal. Okay, so now, what do we have? We basically have the idea that the Maracha Shnia Shakitoret, which is that second fire which is used for the Ketoret, to get the coals and to burn the Lavona, should be 4 amos in the southwestern corner, and this is the closest place to the opening of the Heichal. So what we're going to try and figure out now is where does the Mizbeach need to be located in order that the closest place to the entrance to the Heichal is 4 amos from the southwestern corner of the Mizbeach. Now obviously, since all of this is trying to find a Mizbeach for Rabbi Yossi holding us in north, that's what we're going to get eventually. We're going to go through a series of possibilities. So what does Rabbi Yossi hold in order to figure out that the 4 amos from the southwestern corner is the closest place to the Heichal? So if he says that the entire Mizbeach is in the south, then Esther Mitzvah Boilam Mese. He says, then you would not need to make it 4 amos from the southwestern corner, you would need to make it 27 amos from the southwestern corner. Why? Because if the Mizbeach was smack dab, if the Mizbeach was in the southern part, so where does it start from? It starts in smack dab in the middle of the Azara, and it goes down from there 32 amos, right? Now the middle of the Azara was also the middle of the opening to the Heichal. So the Heichal opening was 10 amos, 5 in the north, 5 in the south, right? So if you're going to have the Mizbeach start at that middle point, and the opening to the doorway to the Heichal is 5 amos into that, right? So then how far from the southwestern corner should it be in order to say that it's right where you come out of the Pesach? It has to be 27 amos in the southwestern corner, right? Because you have to the southwestern corner, move up 27 amos to 5 amos from the end of the top of the Mizbeach, and that's where the opening is to the Heichal. So it can't, and we said it should be 4. Okay, so it can't be that he holds it all in the south. Now, the Inami. Now, maybe you're going to tell me that the Ulam and the Hegel are really one thing, and therefore, to be connected Pesach Moed, it could be not just the way it works is that the opening to the Hegel. Remember, we had this picture the other day. The Ulam was wider than the Hegel, and the Hegel opened onto the Ulam. The Ulam went 16 amas in either direction more. Now, the opening to the Pesach Moed was 10 amas, half in the north, half in the south. The opening to the Ulam was 20 amas, 10 in the north and 10 in the south. So we're going to say as follows. And let's say you're going to tell me that really the Ulam and the Hechel have the same kedusha, and therefore when it says Pesach Moed, that it really meant you could do it opposite the doorway of the Ulam. Now the doorway of the Ulam, as I just said, was 10 amas in the south, 10 amas in the north. So the Gemara is figuring out maybe the Mizbeach was all south of the line, but the reason is to go further down is because there was actually 10 amas to go down and still be opposite the doorway of the Ulam. But says the Gemara, Esther Matarki Boy Mason. You still need to bring it up 22 amas because the Mizbeach starts in the midpoint. It goes down 32 amas to the southwestern corner. So if you have the southwestern corner, and you need to get up to the point that is 10 amas from the top of the Mizbeach, you have to go 22 amas up. We got 4. So it can't be that it's all in the south, even if you're going to say that the Ulam and the Hechel, that even the door of the Ulam count. Okay. The Ika Sava, so maybe Rabbi Yossi holds Katzia B'Savam and Katzia B'Daram. That half is in the north and half is in the south, meaning that the Mizbeach is placed on that center line. Now let's think about it. So if the Mizbeach is placed on the center line, how much of the Mizbeach was in the south? 16 amas, right? And now, if there's 16 amas, now remember the doorway to the Olamoli was 5, right? So how far up should it be from the southwestern corner? 11. Okay, thank you. Otherwise, I just that tough. Okay, so it should be 11 amas from there. So why did you say 4 amas from the corner? It should be 11 amas from the corner. That's what the Gemara says. Because you need to move it 11 amas, not 4 amas. So the Ella, maybe he holds the summer to do to take a little of the millie. So the Gemara said, oh, well, 1 second. Maybe the Mizbeach is right on the center line. The 16 amas beneath, but we were saying you have to go up 11 because you were looking at the Pesach Moed. But maybe we can look at the Pesach Ulam, which was another 5 amas, now it'll be 10 amas below. Well, why did that not help us? Because it had 16 amas from the door of the Ulam takes you down 10 amas. How many are left? 6. And we said you need 4, so it doesn't help us. It still doesn't help us figure out where we are. So it says, Shis by the Mesa, you need to go up 6. Elav must be, Ulam is there for Tzafim Kai. So he says maybe the entire Mizbeach was in the north. And so therefore, if the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then where was the Mizbeach started at that central line, right? Now the Pesach Moed went up how many amas? 5. So the Pesach Moed was 10 amas, half in the north, half in the south. So therefore, if trying to be connected Pesach Moed, it means that the Maraka Shnia needed to be within 5 amas of the southwestern corner. So what the Gemara can now say is that we move it up 4 amas on the corner. That's the farthest point we can move. And we had a reason for moving it there. What was that? Mahani Arba Amas. These Arba Amas that you moved in is Amma Yisod, Amma Sobe. Because remember, when we've been talking 32 by 32, where is that? What is that measuring? What was 32 by 32? Only the Yisod, right? So there, once you got up to the Sobe, you were at 30 by 30. Once you got past the Sobe, you got 28 by 28. So by the time you top of the Mizbeach, you're down to 28 by 28. So you've already moved 2 amas north from the southwestern corner, right? Now, what happens when you get up to the platform that's 28 by 28? What do you hit? You hit the Karen. You hit the corner of the back, one of those horns, right? You can't put the fire there, so we're now already 3 amas from the bottom of the Mizbeach. And then, says the Gemara, I need an amma for the Kohen to walk around and be able to move around this Maraka. So where am I left? That I cannot put the Maraka in the first 4 amas of the Mizbeach on the southwestern corner, because the first I have a Yisod, then I have a Sobe, then I have a Karen, then I have walking space. And so therefore, where can I put it? I have to put it after the 4 Amma, which is in the 5th Amma. But I have to make sure to put it right there. Why? Because remember, if we start at the midpoint of the Mizbeach, and we need to be opposite the Pesach Moed, the Pesach Moed is only 5 Amos. So if my first 4 are knocked out, my 5th Amma, that needs to be right where I put it. So we're learning that Rabbi Yossi holds that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, and you have to move it 4 Amos from the southwest corner because you have to get past the Amma, you have to get past the Yisod, the Karen, and the walking space. Okay, so that's what the Gemara says. Bahani Arba Amos, Amma Yisod, you have Yisod, Amma Sobe, Yisod of Amma Machkanot, you have the horn there, Amma, the Akarnim, and then you have the walking space in the Karnim. The Shimasi, the Kamik say, because if you're going to move it further than the 4th Amma up to like a Pesach, you're no longer covered, you're no longer getting it from the place that is most immediately next to the Pesach Moed. So the Pesach Moed ends at 5 feet, right? So everyone understands now why we need to use 4 Ammas in the southwestern corner. So which is the only placement of the Mizbeach that works with this person is only if you hold that the Mizbeach starts, that the Mizbeach is entirely in the north and starts at that midpoint on the Pesach Moed, and you have your 5 Ammas, 4 are knocked out, so you're in the 5th Amma. Okay, so now we have a good source that Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach has to be in the north, because you see Rabbi Yossi was the one who tied this whole thing together, that you need to be at the closest point, and that has you explaining the Mishnah why it's 4 Amos in the southwestern corner. So we're good. Now, so Reb Zero is bothered. I don't know where Reb Yossi, wouldn't it be in a Mishnah somewhere? Now we found a source in the Mishnah where Reb Yossi holding that it's in the north of, that it's in the entire Mizbeach is in the north. Okay. I'm Rav Ada Bar Abba. Rav Ada Bar Abba says, how many Rabbi Yehuda? Hold on. I can tell you that this Mishnah in Tameh that talks about it being 4 Amos in the southwestern corner is really Rabbi Yehuda. Tanya, because we learned from the Bible, Rabbi Yehuda says, so he says as follows, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that we have an express view of Rabbi Yehuda that the Mizbeach was smack dab in the middle of the Azara. Okay, so he says, and it had 32 amos in the Mizbeach. Other amos can get Kisco Heichel. So he says 10 amos opposite the Heichel. Akas Esrei Amo Mikan, Akas Esrei Amo Mikan, and I have 11 amos on either side other than the Pesach Moed. So what's he saying here? You have a Mizbeach at 32. It's right on the middle, it's on that middle line north-south. So 10 amos of the Pesach Moed is covered. How many amos are left of the Mizbeach? 22. This is 32 minus 10. So then you have 22 divided by 2. There's 11 were north of the Pesach Moed, and 11 were south of the Pesach Moed. So and then he observes, Yimsa Mizbeach Mekubim Keneged Heichel. And therefore you see that the Mizbeach, according to Yehuda, was exactly across from the Heichel. Why? Because how large was the Heichel? The Heichel is 20 amos large. There are opening 10 amos, but the Heichel itself is 20 amos large. And its walls were each 6 amos thick. So if you think about it, how large was the full Heichel complex was 32 amos. So 20 inside, 6 and 6, 32. So Rabbi Yehuda is saying, I think it's right in the middle, and it lines up well because the Mizbeach is directly parallel to the Heichel with the same dimension of 32. But what do you see? Okay, so therefore we're saying maybe it's Rabbi Yehuda. Now the Gemara says, well, hold on. How does it help? We already dealt with the theory that maybe it's located smack in the middle, and we had a problem. What was that problem? We said, Rabbi Yehuda, Katzroi by the Macy. It should be 11 up from the southwest corner because if the Mizbeach was smack dab on the center, right? So there was 16 amos above in the north and 16 amos in the south. If 5 was the opening of the Heichel, because the Heichel was 10 and this was the southern half of the opening, so you're left with 11 amos, and you would need to take it from the southwest corner up 11 amos to be across from the opening to the Pesach Moed. This was the same question you asked before when we were theorizing that maybe Rabbi Yossi holds that it's in the middle. Now, how did you help yourself? How would Rabbi Yehuda explain why, if it's smack in the middle, the Mishnah says it should be 4 up, it should be 11? So now we're gonna ask the same question as before. Maybe you'll tell me that the ulam and the heichal have the same kedusha, and therefore to be Pesach Olam Moed, you do not have to do it. You do not have to do it across from the opening of the Olam Moed, but rather you can do it across from the opening of the ulam, which was 20 amas, so therefore you have 10 amas beneath. Now what did our Gemara say before? The Gemara says, this part of the Macy. So you still need 6. Why? Because if the Mizbeach was smack in the middle, and then you get 10 amas to still be connected to the opening of the ulam, so you're left with from 16, you've taken down 10, you still have 6. You still need to bring it up 6 amos from the southwestern corner. And we said how many? 4. Thank you. So we say, so the Gemara says, he says, well, 1 second. Who said when we're counting 4 amas that we were starting from the far southwestern corner by the base? It doesn't make sense to start from there because where were you putting the fire? You were putting it on the top of the Mizbeach. So just calculate from the top of the Mizbeach. And then therefore, Arba Amos, Bar Me Ama Yisod, Ama Sovev, so he says, so therefore it was 4 amos if you exclude the Ama Yisod and Ama Sovev. So what we're saying is really this Mishnah that said you should put it on 4 amos up in the southwestern corner was Rabbi Yehuda, who holds that it's smack in the middle. So then how do we calculate that it's 4 amas up in the middle? So there's 16 amas beneath. We're saying 10 amas are still connected to the Pesach of the ulam, which has the same kedusha as the Pesach Olam Moed. We knock out 10, we're at 6. But then we're going to knock out 2 amas on the other side because we're going to knock out the Yisod and the Soveh, so that's not a place where you would put it. So then on the top of the Mizbeach, which was relevant to putting the fire, the closest place to the Pesach ulam is 4 amas up from the southwestern corner. Okay, so therefore we've now demonstrated that the Mishnah in Talmud could be, maybe it's Rabbi Yehuda who says that the Mizbeach is in the middle, and there's no proof that it's Rabbi Yossi who says that it's in the north. Now, mind you, we haven't uprooted the fact that it could be Rabbi Yossi. It's just maybe also to be Rabbi Yehuda. The Gemara says the nukmah Rabbi Yossi is Mutza. So the Gemara says, oh, wait a second. Why are you quick to say that this Mishnah and Tameh, which is linked by a similar to Rabbi Yossi, is really Rabbi Yehuda? Why not say it's Rabbi Yossi? And Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach is smack in the middle, and we just figured out how you calculate 10 connected to ulam, 2 for knocking out the Soveh and the Yisod, and it's 4 up. So why are you assuming that the Mishnah and Talmud is going like Rabbi Yehuda? Shouldn't you say it's going like Rabbi Yossi, the one who gives the simon for it? He says Rabbi Yehuda Shemana Le Mumita Behedya. So Rabbi Yehuda is the one who says explicitly that the Mizbeach is right there on the center, and therefore we prefer. The Rav Ada Bar Ava, I think is the one who said this, prefers to say that it is Rabbi Yehuda. So what do we have? We have a Mishnah Talmud that says it can be 4 amos up from the southwestern corner. We've demonstrated that could be Rabbi Yossi and him holding that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, because then you knock out the Yisod, the Soveh, the Karen, and the walking space and you're there. Or it could be Rabbi Yehuda holding in the middle, and the ulam is 10 amos down, and then you knock out the Yisod and the Soveh, and you come up 4 amos in the southwestern corner, starting from the Karen. You also get to the Pesach Olam Moed. Okay, so we now have 2 people who could be 2 Tanaim who could be this Mishnah. Rav Shavia Amar, Rav Shavia said as follows: Hamani, who is this? Rav Yossi Aglili. Rav Yossi Aglili. The Shanya, I'm going to try and cover some ground here because it's going to finish all these calculations. Okay, so Rav Yossi Aglili says, and so Rav Shavia says to Rav Yossi Aglili. Why? Because the Shanya, when I said about Rav Yossi Aglili, Rav Yossi Aglili said, he hopes and Emma, since it says, the pasuk says that so it says that you should put the kir is where the Kohanim used to wash their hands and feet. You should put it between the Olam Moed and the Mizbeach, right? So therefore, I would think, where would it line up? Then you have the Pesach Olmoid, which leads across to the Mizbeach, and we'll put the Kiyah right there. Perfect. The Pasuk says that's where you should put it. Yes, Mizbeach Ola. So he says, Mizbeach the Pesach Olmoid, below Kiyah the Pesach Olmoid. So the Gemara says, but I have a problem because we say in the Pasuk that in Shemos it says, Mizbach Ha'olah Sham Pesach Mishkan Olmoid. That it says that you have the Mizbech Ha'olah, and there was the Pesach Mishkan Olmoid. So that implies that the Mizbeach was unobstructed from the Pesach Olmoid. So we have a problem here, because we have one pasuk that tells us that there was nothing between the Mizbeach and the Olmoid, but they have to be next to each other for the pasuk. We have another pasuk telling us that the Kiyah was between the Mizbeach and the Olmoid. How does it work? So the Gemara says, so the Brisa says, Heichen Hayanosno, it says, they know Ulam Mizbeach, Mashal Kimar Klapadarim. It says, it would put it, find the area where the Mizbeach was across from the Ulam, because you're no longer across from the entranceway, because you can't be across from the entranceway, and you move a little bit south from there. So basically, if this was the Mizbeach, this was the Pesach Olmoid, right? So you go down to the bottom, take it south a little bit, and that's where you would put the Kiyah. That's what the Brisa says. Now we're going to try and figure out what is this talking about. So my Kasavar, so what is Rabbi Yossi when he says to do that? What is he hold? Kasavar Kulam Mizbeach B'Daram, because that the entire Mizbeach is in the south. He says, Nukme, Yikosel Hefo. Okay, so now what the Gemara is trying to figure out is the following: that why not just put it? In other words, so if the Mizbeach was lined up with the Pesach Olmoid 10 amos, right? So, and you can't have anything obstructing. So why are you going all the way south of the Mizbeach? Just go right south of the entrance, and at least it will be between the Ulam and the Mizbeach. Why are you taking the whole thing entirely south of the Mizbeach? Remember, we had one that said it should be between the Mizbeach and Pesach Olmoid, one that said that space should be blank. So let's take it a little bit down from there. Let's not take it all the way down south of the Mizbeach. So now we're trying to figure out. Because of a cool Mizbeach for Darim Kai, look for Mizbeach or Hekabla Darim, they do on the Mizbeach. So he says what I just told you. In other words, if the Mizbeach was all in the south, so the first 5 amos are covered by the Pesach Olmoid, right? And that you can't have anything obstructing. But then put the Kiyah right beneath that. So therefore, that doesn't make sense that it was all in the south. So maybe you'll tell me, no, the reason I have to go further south is because it can't be Pesach Olmoid. And not only is the Olmoid considered Pesach Olmoid, but even the Pesach Ulam, which is another 5 amos down, is also Pesach Olmoid, and that's why I have to go further south. So the Gemara says, look at the Kota Ulam Adam, the Dave Ulam Mizbeach. So he says, no, but that doesn't help, because why do I have to go all the way south to the Mizbeach? Fine, so you're right. So the Mizbeach starts at the midpoint. So I have 5 amos in the Pesach Olmoid, another 5 amos in the Pesach Ulam, some 10 amos down into the Mizbeach, and then put the Kiyah. Why do I have to go all the way south to the Mizbeach? So he said, so he says, maybe the Mizbeach was halfway there, was on the north-south line, and therefore so there's 16 amos down, and we're saying you can't put it in that first 5. So the Gemara is saying, look at the total Hekabla Darim, then you will Mizbeach. So he says, wait, so then take it down 5 amos, right, and put it down at 11 amos from the bottom of the Mizbeach. Why are you taking us all the way to the Mizbeach? Maybe you'll tell me because some of the Kedusha is going to Hekabla Darim. So he said, maybe you'll tell me that it has to go down 10 amos from the middle. He says, so he says, down, if it's right on the center point, so 16 amos to go. I'll take it down 10 to cover not only the Pesach Olmoid, but the Pesach of the Ulam, and I'll start the Kiyah right there. Why do I have to go south of the Mizbeach? So he's saying, so rather, it must be that Rabbi Yossi, when he says this, holds that the entire Mizbeach is in the Tzafon, right? So therefore, I have the Mizbeach starting at the midpoint. The Pesach Olmoid is opposite it. And I'm going to put the Kiyah right to the south of the Mizbeach. Why? Because that's fine. It's not not between the Mizbeach and the Pesach Hamoed. So perfect. I put it right beneath the midpoint. So now it finally makes sense. Why are you sticking the kior immediately to the south? Now, some would understand that it can't be across the Pesach Hamoed at all. So it says move it down a little bit. You move it down right to beneath the Pesach Hamoed. But in any event, this is the first time that makes any sense as to why you're putting the kior all the way south of the Mizbeach itself. So it says, Inami Mukmus from the Kotel, Hekavot Safo. The Gemara says, well, 1 second. In other words, why are you putting it in? Now it's just asking, why are you putting it in the south? Maybe you should put it in the north once you get past the doorway of the Hekel. So if once you're 5 amos up and you're past the doorway of the Pesach Hamoed, put the kior there in the north. Why are you saying to put it in the south? You say, I'm sorry, He says, but no, that's the problem. Because if you put it 5 amos up, then you're across from the entrance to the Ulam and the Pesach Hamoed have the same kedusha. You can't go across from the opening to the Ulam. You might say, the Ulam was tough on the same Ulam is bad. He says, so fine. So move it up 5 more amos. So maybe when the Pesach starts at the midpoint, you move it up 5 amos because that's the Pesach Hamoed, another 5 amos because that's the Pesach Ulam, and put the kior right there. Why do you put it in the south? So I'm going to try. The Pasuk says, Safona. It says that you put it in the north, that it says, the Safon Osayacham and Safona, looking at them, that you do it in the Safon. Now, could it said Safon? Why do I have to say Safona? So you use Safon Tonim Miskalim. So he says that by saying Safona, it brings to mind Tona, which is clear, which is clear from anything. Which is telling you that when you step the carbon in the north, it should be clear of anything else besides the Mizbeach. Just the Mizbeach over there. So therefore, we don't want to put it here in the north. Therefore, we put it in the south. And it makes perfect sense according to Rabbi Yossi Aglili. The Mizbeach was entirely in the north. We couldn't put it. So therefore, you take the midpoint of the Pesach Hamoed, and you either put the kior right there to the south, or 5 amos down to the south. But it now makes sense why it's to the south. Okay, so now what do we have? We end up 3 different versions of what our Mishnah and Talmud could be telling us. It could be telling us it's all in the north, like Rabbi Yossi. And that we learned from the code of the Marachasmiyah. It could be that it's all in the middle, like Rabbi Yehuda, and the reason it's 4 is because we hold the Pesach Ulam. So you go down from the middle 10 for the Pesach Hamoed and Pesach Ulam. You knock out the Yisod and the Soveis, and you're left with 4. So that makes sense according. So you can explain the Mishnah and Talmud that either it's all in the north or that it was smack in the middle. Or you could bring a raya, or Rabbi Yossi Aglili is the one. I know you could even say the Mishnah is talking about it all in the north, and it's not necessarily Rabbi Yossi. So we have no proof that it could be Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yossi hold that, but we have not found a Mishnaic proof that Rabbi Yossi holds that it's all in the south. But you could say that Mishnah maybe it holds its own tough on its going with Rabbi Yossi Aglili, or maybe it holds it's not their own tough on, and it's smack in the middle and going with Rabbi Yehuda. We have no Mishnah source for Rabbi Yossi. And remember, this whole long thing is they were trying to find a Mishnah source. That's the thing up there. Especially Tana, the colleague of Rabbi Yossi Aglili, but there was a Binyakovi. There's also a Tana who argued with Rabbi Yossi Aglili, and that's the Rabbi Binyakovi. The Tana of Rabbi Binyakovi on the Bona, the Safon Tana Yishbum, Rafilu Min HaMetzeach. So Rabbi Yaakov says it can't be not only could the kior not be in the north, because it needs to be entirely in the south. Who is that like? That's like Rabbi Yossi Rabbi we had on Aman Aleph. Like said, he cut out in the south and made it tell you from the checklist it's all in the south. So we have Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov who hold that the Mizbeach was fully in the south. We have Rabbi Yehuda who holds it in the middle. We have Rabbi Yossi Aglili and Rabbi Yossi who could be holding that it's all the way in the north. And we'll cut off there. Okay.
5-minute video making fun of Brennan Shaw. That's crazy. Yeah, that would be fucked up.
He's
That'd
on
be
the
much
common,
stranger
he's
than
going
me and
through
you.
all of the various carbonos
Like Joe
and
Rogan said, we got nothing else to do.
describing the particulars
Yeah,
related
for me,
to
it's
them.
like a rich
So
food.
yesterday we learned
There
from
were sad
Mishnah
people in my mom's
that we've
basement.
moved
Yeah,
on
I'm
now
sad.
from
This is the only
the
thing that makes me
Texas
happy.
Hudson to talk about things
If
that
I
are
would not
touching
do
Colin, and
this,
we're
yeah,
talking
I'd much
about
rather be fucking.
two categories of carbonas. There's the Zipse Shalmei Tzibor, which is the slumim that are brought by the Tzibor, by the full community on the Ashramos. We described in the Mishnah what the different Ashramos are. The Zipse Shalmei Tzibor were the mentioned yesterday the two animals that were brought along with the tail lechem, as well as other carbonas, including the chatas, and we'll see in a moment why I reference the chatas. In any event, the Gemara begins and wants to know Minolan the Bay Suffer. How do I know that it needs to be done in the north? Because the Mishnah says, we talk from the Dhamma, we talk from the Safan, we keep a Dhamma, we start the Safan, the Bokas Pita, and the Kabbalah needs to be in the north. Now, as you'll recall at the beginning, that we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the parak talking about the obligation of north, and in fact, we learned the obligation of north as relates to Nasham. What the Gemara is asking now is how do I know by the Shalmei Tzibor, which is the question that is by the tail lechem on the Gemara says the Tani Rabbi Bar Kanan Kamei Rabba the Rabbi Bar Kanan learns from Rabba that Tifem here Tifem Echad L'Chasa. So this pasuk is this pasuk in Vayikra Chakimel says Tifem here Tifem Echad L'Chasa Tifnei Shavatim B'nei Shana Yuzevach Shlamim. So it says that's talking about on food that you need a sha'ir for a chata, and you need two shvatim for the shlamim. So you see a hekif between the same pasuk talks about the sha'ir that was a chata, and it also talks about these two animals that were brought as the Shalmei Tzibor on Shavuot. So Machatas the Tafon, Shalmei Tzibor the Tafon. So since we have a hekif between the sha'ir and the Vasim that you see that just like the Kata or the Kaya, which is the Kata needs to be in the north, so too the Shalmei Tzibor needs to be in the north. So hopefully all of you could have an immediate question, which is going to ask that. Well, the Kata is Maheva Lumba. Then where did we know that it needed to be in the north? Ola. We learned that from Ola, the place where it expressly says the north, and the Kazakh was learned from that. And we know, because we're experts in this, Davar Lama Behekit, Kodrim Lama Behekit. Well, this is actually an immaterial question. Can you say that something that was wrong with the Hekit, you can go and extend it with another Hekit? We went through the 16 categories, and we knew the first one, and the one we spent time on even before the 16 was that you cannot learn things out from the double Hekit. So here, what do you have? You have a fear of cell phone, the requirement of north that's written by an Ola, and it's extended from Ola to Chatas by a Hekit. And we're trying to use a Hekit to extend it from Chatas to the from the Sa'ir that was a Chatas from Kurus to the two Kavasim that we're talking about now. So you have a double Hekit, and double Hekit doesn't work. So we say Elam Yitani of Mari's Raider of Kahana. So rather, instead of learning it out from a Hekit between Chatas and these three animals brought with the tail, and rather learn it out more directly. So when they learn out from the pasuk, says, "I'll take them out. This they shall make them." Actually, this is a pasuk in Bamidbar, which all of you are familiar with, although you might not remember why, because this is the pasuk that we say on the summer in Rothschild, I think. We say, "Yom Kippur Rumah we also say them that when it's your Beit Joy and your holidays and your Tefachim, it's not them the Chatzos al Olosechem al Gifei Shameitem, v'hayu lachem l'zikaron l'shnei Olosechem ani lachem l'sechem. It says that you blow the Chatzos to see the significance of the moment. Al Olosechem al Gifei Shameitem, on your Olos and on your plumbing, right? So now the question is, so how do we know that that's talking to the hekif between an Ola and a Flamin? Al Ola Tekim al Gifei Shameitem. So you have a hekif there, which is a direct hekif between an Ola and a shlamim. So therefore, instead of what we were doing, which was we were learning shlamim from katas and katas from ola, we're now learning shlamim from ola. But how do we know that this shlamim is a reference to these two animals that we brought on Shavuot? So Rashi, when it says it's the katas kotos that you're going to blow on your trumpet, then what was the business about trumpets? It's because trumpets were used in the here that accompany karbanis. And Rashi, starting at the end of the second line, says, "Our purpose to tell me people did." I have to be talking about our two animals. The ain't carbon yosef trying to here. They don't here are carbon yosef. The Amma Berachin, we learned from the Gemara in Erechim that the only time that they said here on the carbon was when it was a carbon of the kibor, not on the carbon of the yosef. And we finished talking about before that what's the only case we have this is before that we have a shlamim that belongs to the kibor is the two animals that are going through it. So from the fact that it talks about shlamim in the context of the culture that has place here, that has musical instruments, we know that we're talking about the two Savatim of Shavuot, and you see that there's a hektish because it says Al Olosek and Yalvifei Kamechem. So you see a hektish between Ola and Shla of Shavuot. So therefore, we can learn out directly Ma Ola Kadshei Kadishim as Yivtei Shalom Kibur Kadshei Kadishim. Just like since you have a hektish between the Ola and the Yivtei Shalom Kibur, we're going to say that just like the Ola is Kadshei Kadishim, so here these two animals are in Shavuot. Continues the Lima Ma Ola B'Kafan as Yivtei Shalom Kibur B'Kafan. And just like the Ola, the carbon Ola is brought in the north because that's actually, as we said before, the primary source for learning how that it has to be tested in the north. So from the hektish, the direct hektish between the two animals of Shavuot to the halachas of Ola, which is where we know the source of north, that's how we know that the Yivtei Shalom Kibur has to be tested in the north. Okay, so the Gemara says, fine. So you ended up making a hektish between Ola and the Yivtei Shalom Kibur. But before that, we had made a hektish between the kata and the Yivtei Shalom Kibur, and we initially tried to use that in a two-step hektish, which we discredited. Because we learned want to know, okay, but there's still the Pasuk made a hektish by talking about that system here, even after Makapah. Next to us, but there's a hektish between Katas and Shlamim. We didn't need it for what we brought up here before. So what in fact do we do? The Gemara says, a case of Kamal Mayata. What do you use that first hektish for? So the Gemara says, it's coming to tell you, Katas, that this Shlamim, the Yivtei Shalom Kibur, the two animals that were brought together with the Shei Lechem, or like a kata. Ma kata in the fellows of Zifrei Shuvuna, as Zifrei Shalom Kibur, Zifrei Shuvuna. It's coming to tell you that just like a kata, so we know, is eaten by the Zifrei Shuvuna, by the male Kohanim, so too, Zifrei Shalom Kibur are brought by the male Kohanim. Amalei Abaye says, I have a problem with that limud. He said, if that's a valid limud of a hektish, you're going to say that when you have a kata compared to a shlamim, that you come from there that it has to be eaten by the Kohanim and by the El Kohanim. He says it so, as to apply similar language, Rabbi El Nazir, by a Nazir. So we know, as we're about to bring in the kata, that a Nazir, when he completed his Nazirah, he would bring 3 karbanos. He would bring a Ola, a kata, and you bring a Ola, a kata, and the El Nazir, which was a shlamim. It's this, but it's written, you hit them as karbanol Hashem. You would bring a carbon Hashem. Tevet and Snatos, Samim, Echad Ola, that you would bring a tevet for in Ola, the kata, akat, bas, noset, Samim, Ola, so there would be, and it would be one animal brought as a kata, so we have an Ola and a kata. The El Echad come in the shlamim. That you would have, the Ayol Echad come in the shlamim, that you would have also an Ayol, they would bring a ram, they have 3 karbanos. Now what happens? You have now, in the same pasuk, a reference to kata, the kata that's brought by several references to Shlamim. It says as follows:
So why not say that just like we saw that if you have in the same Chatos and the Shlom and Mazal together, they give and say Ma Chatos and the Chatos El Zikr Kahuna, El Nazir Nami in another El Zikr Kahuna. So say just like Chatos, the regular Chatos gets eaten by the male Kohanim, the El Shlomim, the El Nazir should get eaten by the Zikr Kahuna. What's the problem with that? So you can give you a little review. You look down a few lines. First wide line is a Mishnah. We learned a code of the El Nazir. We're talking about the El Nazir, but we tell us something from much of and then it says, when the Kohen before a year, the whole Adam. It can mean anywhere in Yerushalayim by any person. We see in the Mishnah that that's not true. And El Nazir is not eaten only by the Zikr Kahuna. So this is a valid form of Hekesh. And when you see a Chatos and a Shlonim together, you can learn that the Shlonim that eaten by the Zikr Kahuna. If so, we should conclude that the El Nazir is eaten by the Zikr Kahuna. But yet, the Mishnah is eaten by anyone. This doesn't appear to be a good Hekesh. When it says, how can you prepare? So it says that this is a pasuk in Bamidbar. It says that the Kohen takes the cook, the draw of the shayla, the cook draw. So this is the front leg of the animal that they would cook it. And give it to the Kohen. Well, the Kool-Aid Bailam Akulei. So the Gemara says as follows: it's not a problem if I learn out, generally speaking, when a Chatos and a Shlomim are thing that I have to learn. Just like the Chatos is eaten by the Zikr Kahuna, so too the Shlomim. But why don't I do that by El Nazir? Why by El Nazir do we say that it can get eaten by anyone? It's not because my Hekesh is wrong. It's because there's a pasuk which says that by an El Nazir that you would give the cook front leg to the Kohen. So the Gemara is saying the implication of that is everything else other than the cook's front leg, besides the things that Murim or besides the front of the soul, are given to the Kohen. But no, you basically see that the Torah is saying this specific thing, the draw of the Shayla, gets given to the Kohen and implies that everything else is not given to the Kohen and therefore goes to individuals. So there's nothing wrong with my Hekesh. It's just that in the case of El Nazir, the Torah came and overrode that Hekesh by saying, in fact, it should not be limited to the Zikr Kahuna, but rather could be eaten by anyone. So the Gemara says, if you're right, so fine. So tell me that the Torah excluded the rest of the carbon and said,
Yo, how are you?
You
can ask, take a name to begin the holiday every now and then. It's good in your neck of the woods. When you go join my Discord? All right, we'll join it again. Talk to me in there. All right, we'll prove it. I must have an HD mode to be able to see that thing, but whatever floats your boat. Come to the Discord because I can't hear you well in here. So come to the Discord. I wish you the best, big dog.
And he says as follows: that the El Nazir is referred to touching Ifri during the Shayla. He says this cook front leg is called Kadosh. Rashi says, since it's not written, He says, he says as follows, that from the fact that the Torah generally refers to something that punishes him by that term, and here it only calls it Kadosh, so you cannot learn from there that it should be treated like Kadosh. Now Rashi actually brings. He says, well, that's interesting. He says, but if so, then by the Shammai Tzibor, which we do learn out, it's also written Kodesh,
and it's not written Kodesh Kodeshim. So Rashi says that's different because it's written Kodesh Hashem. Kodesh Hashem, could perhaps, or is perhaps different than is more similar to Kodesh Kodeshim than it is to Kodesh. So in any event, our first answer to why the Zroa B'Shela doesn't get limited to Zikr Kahuna shouldn't be because of the technical Kasha. Second answer is saying no, because the Torah, by referring to the Kodesh as a Kodesh Kodeshim, as the Kodesh Kodeshim is coming specifically to tell you that it doesn't have that limitation generally associated with Kodesh Kodeshim, that it needs to be eaten specifically by the Zikr Kahuna. There's two answers to that question. The Gemara says, Ela Lamai Hilchasa is good. So then fine, you're telling me that I do not use that hekid of the El Nazir, which was a slumming to the Chadas to teach us this halacha, because the Torah is specifically telling us that I don't use the El Nazir with the Chadas, so the Torah is specifically telling us to be eaten by anyone. So then what do I do with that hekid? Then we have the same pasuk that brings the El Nazir together with the Chadas. The Rabbi says, that if he shaves his head on one of the three, he's guilty. What is this talking about? It's probably useful to look at Rashi, the last Rashi, a little bit long Rashi before the next Mishnah. He says, he says, what we were thinking until now was the Shlamim was learning something from the Chatas. Because now it's actually the other way. The Chatas is learning something from the Shlamim. Ma El Nadim Nevi is one Chatas. He says as follows: that the Nazir would bring 3 karbanos, and he would also shave his head as part of the process. So we say as follows: that if he brought Shlamim and he did not bring the Chatas and Olah, at that point he can cut his hair. That afterwards the Nazir can be blind, after one single action. Behind the Shlamim, he says that the Torah learns that after the Shlamim has been brought, so at that point, the Nazir still needs to bring other karbanos, but he can then proceed. It's the only carbon that precludes him from moving forward, or that was how we would learn initially. The Nazir Tzluya B'Shlomo, Kariyahutzukulo, L'Shalach Sa'aro Tachat Hadur. He says, what's the connection? Why specifically the Shlamim is done before everything else? Because before cutting the hair. Because in fact, you see that you're supposed to check the Shlamim, and then you use the hair of the Nazir goes into the fire under the pot. So you see that the Shlamim needs to be brought, it should be brought before, or in connection with the hair. So he says as follows: there's a connection between the hair and between the hair and the Shlamim. The tiny B'Sifri, if you have another Pesach or Moed, the Shlamim Lakas Medaber. So he says as follows: that it says that the Nazir, the way the pasuk sounds is that the Nazir should cut his hair at the Pesach or Moed. That was written by the Shlamim. He says, Shlamim, you told the Nazir, I say, David, remember, but we cut the Pesach or Moed. Behind the Shlamim. He says that's really a reference to the Shlamim when it talks about cutting the hair. Why? Because by its reference, it sounds like you should cut the hair at the Pesach or Moed. What we learn in the Sifri, that no, what it means is that that you should cut the hair in connection with the carbon that is brought Pesach or Moed. So, maybe it means you should cut the hair at the Pesach or Moed. It's not nice to do haircuts at the Pesach or Moed. So what do we see? We see that first there's a connection between the Shlamim and cutting the hair, because the Shlamim is supposed to get the hair in the fire underneath it. And we see that the cutting of the hair is connected to the carbon that's brought on the Pesach or Moed. So from that, the Gemara learns over there that once the Shlamim is brought, that you could then cut the hair and do the remaining process, and in fact the process is one. But in any event, you see that the Shlomim is the critical first step. Now the Gemara is saying, once I knew that the Shlomim was first step, and after the Shlomim you could do the others have to follow, but they're not ma'asid. It says from this fact that there's a hektish between the Shlomim and the katas, so then it teaches that just like by the Shlomim, it's enough to do one carbon and then you'll bring the other two later when you cut the hair, etc. So too, if you do any one of the two carbonos, that's just like the Shlomim, and in fact, you see the katas has written in it, the Shlomim and the katas, and the column that a Toda, which you brought for Thanksgiving, the four different things, that he was saved from something. The El Nazir that we just talked about. Kaddish and column, they are cuts and columns. Cuts in the they can be tested anywhere in Yazara. The Daman came out in Arba, and this has that two opposite diagonal corners that you would do the two applications of Dam that are like four. The Nachalam Bakola ear, it gets eaten in all, it can be eaten anywhere in Yerushalayim. The Kol Adam, to any person, meaning even to non-Kohanim, Bakol Machol, and any form of food preparation. So we've talked about this before, as the states in the Torah, continues to be roasted. Yom v'layla akatos for one day and one night until katos. And as it turns out, the Torah says Yom v'notel v'yaniach mimenu akol. So it says you should eat it on the day of the carbon, but it then proceeds to say you shouldn't leave it over to the next morning. It tells you they have a day and a night. The Tanya learns a branch that Kodah Shlomo L'Rabo Shaman Nazir. So it says Kodah, so that is obviously how we know it's for Kodah. And we had earlier, we might talk about, we had this Gemara on Daf Lamed Vav that Kodah Shlomo is a hektish between the Shlomim of the Nazir and the Kodah. So you see that both of these kabbalas that are being discussed in this Mishnah have the one day and night following Ad Katos, as we learned that to be a siyad. Amura Mehem, now we're adding a new element to these Mishnahs. Amura Mehem Siyot to the hem, Elik Amura Nechel to hem, we're saying this name Adem. Then it follows that which is removed from it, which is given to the Kohen, is just like the carbon itself. The fact that you give the Kohen his part of the carbon doesn't then invest in with more to do or anything, and rather it can be eaten by him in the same places as long as you use the lion, it's not prepared anyway. The only difference is that which is separated from the Kohanim is limited to eaten by the Kohen and his wife and his children, Laban and his Kanani is part of his property. Okay, that's the Gemara. Tana Rabbanan. As Kazeach, because what we're going to talk about here is how do you know that these things, the Shlomim, can be brought, can be eaten in Yerushalayim, anywhere in Yerushalayim. Gemara says, Tana Rabbanan. As Kazeach Tufa, that Shok HaTruma, Toklu B'Makom Tahar. That the breath that gets raised, the raising process, yes, that they're going and they raise the breath of the animal, they Shok HaTruma, and the thigh that's given to the Kohen, so through the Makom Tahar, you can eat in a place that's Tahar. I'm Rav Nehemiah. Now this pasuk is written as Rashi points out. The pasuk what was going on in Parshas Shmini was talking about the Chanukah Tabayis of the Mitzvah. So basically, they were on the end of the dedication of the Mitzvah. They brought certain kabbanos, and it says that the Chanukah, the fuzza, the stroke, should be eaten in the Makom Tahar. Rather than the Nehemiah was done with Tumah Aflon. So when you say it should be eaten in a Tahar place, that implies that the kabbanos that was brought before, for example, a mincha, which we're going to see in a minute, does that mean that was eaten the Tumah? So Ela Tahar, you follow to Tumah. It says So the fact that it says tahar tells you that it's coming. And we know that only a Hamida can love, right? It says tahar means coming. What's going on? Because the pasuk before is written kadosh, right, by the mitzvah, and here it brings the saying it's tahar. So tahar implies that it is holy, but it is not kodesh, which implies that some element of tumah. It's still tahar at some level, but it's also tumah at some level. So what does that mean? Where it says tahar mitumah mitzvah, the tumah mitumah zah. That means that it's tahar in as much as a mitzvah can't be in this area, but the tumah, this area would have to be in the tahar that I'm sure can be there, but it's tumah in the sense that a zav is allowed to be there. The Asia is that what area is this that cannot have a mitzvah but can have a zav? The Machane Yisrael. This is the Machane Yisrael. So we're saying as follows. So the pasuk tells us three forms of people that shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be in the kadosh, which is someone who's coming to make, someone who's a dog, and someone who's in the Torah, right? And so we learn as follows: that in the time of when Rothschild was in the midbar, we talked about this before. That you had basically the Mishkan area was you had the Mishkan area which was the center. Around it you had the Machane Leviah, which was where the Levium who were surrounding Mishkan. And then you had the Klal Yisrael who were camped all around. And then you had outside of that, right? And so we learned as follows, that Mitzvah says you have to be entirely outside. He was outside the camp altogether. And then we learned that a Zav, who's the next level of most serious separation, so he was allowed to be in the Machane Yisrael, but he couldn't be in the Machane Leviah. And then someone was coming amazed. You see from Atzmos Yosef that Moshe had the bones of Yosef together with him. And where did Moshe Rabbeinu reside? He resided in the Machane Leviah. You see, Machane Leviah can have coming mace, but it can't have someone who's coming to too much love. Okay. Now, so that was in the midbar. What about what's the parallel in the Beit HaMikdash? So the Heichal was the Kodesh, that's the Olamori. Then the Beit HaMikdash complex was the equivalent of the Machane Leviah, and Yerushalayim was the equivalent of the Machane Yisrael, right? So now, if we're looking for the area that is both Kameh and Tahar, where it is Kameh in as much as a Zav is able to be there, but it's Kameh that a Zav can be there, but it's Tahar in as much as the Torah can't be there, because the Torah has to be outside. So what is that? That was the Machane Yisrael. The Torah has to be outside altogether, but the Zav comes from the Machane Yisrael. Okay, so we see that we're talking about an area that's okay for a Zav and not okay for the Torah. What was that? That was Machane Yisrael. Now, what's the parallel to Machane Yisrael in the Beit HaMikdash? Was Yerushalayim. So therefore, you see that a shlamim can be eaten in Yerushalayim, because you see that when Aaron was told he didn't know Makom Tar, meant you could eat it in the Machane Yisrael. The Gemara says the aim of Tar is too much dog, but coming we must make. The A says that Machane Leviah. You said, well, wait, maybe a shlamim can only be eaten in the Beit HaMikdash complex. Why? Because you're telling me that it's a Makom Tahar in a place that's Tar, which means it is Tahar in one sense and Kameh in another. So why not say that it's talking about Machane Leviah, which is Kameh in the sense that a Kameh mace can be there, but it is Tahar in the sense that neither a Zav nor a Mitzvah can be there. Remember, you're saying you have a limud that says a place that's both Tahar and Kameh. So how do you know that it should be? How do you know it should be Machane Yisrael? Maybe it should be Machane Leviah. It says, "I'm a Baya." It says, "I'm a Krah." The pasuk says, "Yachaltem also b'makom kadosh." So it says that you should eat it Osa, it, the Makam Kadosh. What is this referring to? This is referring to the mincha that they had brought earlier. So that implies that you have a flour offering. This flour offering should be eaten kadosh, in kadosh. Osa, the Makam Kadosh, Lacheret, the Makam Kadosh. This tells you that this bread offering of the mincha, or the flour offering in the mincha should be brought in the Makam Kadosh, the other one should not. So after the Makam Kadosh. So therefore, the other kind of flour offering, which is the Toda brought 40 loaves of bread, and the El Nazir brought 20 loaves of bread. So that implies that the Toda and the El Nazir cannot be in the Beit HaMikdash. I'm sorry, in the Kodesh. So that has to go out to the Machmir. So now Makam Kodosh, the mincha that's eating the Makam Kodosh, that the Kodosh, that the Toda El Nazir gets eaten in the Machmir, right? I know that's in the Pasuk. That's not the Makam Kodosh. But then it's subsequently written in the Kahar, which tells you that the level need. So in other words, we heard before that Kahar means Kahar in one sense, coming in another sense, you see that it is loosening the restrictions. So therefore, the Pasuk puts the Toda and the El Nazir in the Machmir. Now that you add in the word to Makam Kahar, it takes it out one more level to the Machmir. Ask the Machmir. Takes it out to Machmir. That's a bias we learned. That's how he learned that it gets eaten. That the Toda and El Nazir can be eaten, and for that matter, all Plummen and all cuts and columns are learned out can be eaten in Yerushalayim. Okay, so that's a bias source. What Rabbi said. So it says by the mincha is eaten in the Makom Kodesh. So the way Rabbi understands that after the Gamli. So therefore, on that pasuk alone, I would know that it's the mincha that is eaten in the Makom Kadosh, and everything else, including the Toda and the El Nazir, can be eaten anywhere. Can be eaten anywhere you like. Other Pasuk Rachmanas, Tofu the Makom Tahor, I will happen himself. So he's not arguing on the end. He's saying you can learn. He's just saying that Kadosh telling you that the mincha is Kadosh, everything else is outside entirely. But since it says Makom Tahar, that it's taking it up a level and bringing it into Makom Yisrael, into Yerushalayim. He just gets to there in a different place. I guess that Rabbi felt it's kind of funny that you look at the word from Makom Tahar to take it down a level. It seems to be taking up a level. He's saying Kadosh, the negative the Kadosh puts it outside entirely, and Moshe brings it back into Makom Yisrael. It says, okay, but if you have Makom Tahar, let's say you're right. That Kadosh, the negative inference, puts the Toda and the El Nazir outside altogether, meaning everything outside Yerushalayim, and then Makom Tahar brings it back in. But why are you saying it back into Makom Yisrael? Maybe to bring it into Makom Yisrael, you have to eat it in the Beit HaMikdash complex, and not just in Yerushalayim. It says, so he says as follows, that we can bring it up one level, but not two levels. So therefore, one Kadosh puts us outside altogether. The heart brings us up one level into Yerushalayim, into the Machane Yisrael. The Gemara says, no, sorry, that doesn't work. He says, if you're telling me that a limit of a pasuk can only move you one level, you have a problem because you had Kadosh, you said the mincha is Kadosh, and I'm going to exclude the Toda and the El Nazir to put it outside altogether, right? So we're jumped multiple levels there to take it out. So why are you saying that when Makom Tahar brings it back in, it can only move one level? That's the first problem. So this is written by the Shukif. We say lo Shukif level Mitzareka Masav B'Zon Mitzareka Mitzareka B'Korim Mitzareka B'Korim B'Korim Mitzareka Shekita B'Mitzareka Tumas Yadecha. So it tells you both by a Bakar and by Meiser and by Nedarim and Nedavos that were Shlomim, that all of them, it says you cannot eat them in your gates. Why? Because you have to eat them in Yerushalayim. So you see, what was the Havamina you had? In order to, you're saying Kadosh tells you that it takes it outside altogether. You see from the pasuk that you cannot eat it outside. So we would know it can't keep going outside of Yerushalayim, and we would know it's Yerushalayim. We wouldn't need the pasuk of Makom Tahar to take it into Yerushalayim or Maharsha to the buyer. So there's these two questions. A, that if you're telling me it can't come two levels, to go up into Mount Melodia, why we've been able to jump down multiple levels, and also, what was the Havamina that you needed a pasuk to take it out of the area out of Yerushalayim into Yerushalayim or into Mount Yisrael. Okay, so we go with Abaya's version and Abba's level. Okay, that's the Mishnah. Shlamim Katikalim, the regular Shlamim talking about something that someone brings, that Yaakov brings, so we're not talking anymore about Talmud Tzibor. Shlamim are Katikalim, she's talking about Makom Azara, accepted anywhere in the Azara, not just in the north. The Talmud system of in Arbeit has the two that enforce what applications in the Kolam B'chol year, in all of the city of Yerushalayim, the Kol Adam, for any person, the Kol Mako, any form of food preparation, and Shnei Gam and B'layla Echad. The concept is very clear by a Shlamim, unlike everything we've been learning until now, which has to be eaten by the night that follows the day it was brought. In this case, you have the following day as well. Someone brought it on a Monday, they could eat it Monday night, and all day Tuesday. Till the end of the day, Tuesday, but not Tuesday night. Amura Mehem, that which is separated from the Shlamim and given to the Kohen, Yosef Behem, has similar rules as the regular Shlamim, Elis, Amura, Mechel, Kohanim, and same as name Rabbi, but the distinction of that which is separated to the Kohen is that since it was given to the Kohen, it can only be eaten by him and his wife and his children and his mother. Okay, here's the Gemara. So basically, you have, as we've encountered multiple times, that there's multiple parshas written by the Shlamim. So Rashi says, he says, parshas for Shlamim. There's 3 parshas written by Shlamim. Chadav ben Bakar, one is the beginning of Ben Bakar, Chadav ben Kesef, the beginning of Kesef, Chadav, the A's, the throat. So he's saying 3 times it's written that you should bring the carbon suspected by the Oramoi. But the distinction is, by the first one, it says the Shaphat is Pesach Oramoi, but at the doorway of the Oramoi. The next 2 say the Shaphat also Lefnei Oramoi, Shaphat also Lefnei Oramoi. So it switches the language from Pesach Oramoi to Lefnei Oramoi. Where it says, the Brisa says, Mahakir et Kol HaRufos B'Kadkin Kalim. He says, this is coming to tell you that by Kachim Kalim, that you can go in every direction. Now, what does it mean? We're going to see this in more detail, but it means that when let's say you were standing at the Heichal, looking out to the Mizbeach, anything you could see, which is basically everything from the front of the Ulam to the other side of the Kill, you got to have a Russian, I guess, that you would, anywhere there, that's within sight of the Ulam, you can bring the carbon at the Shlamim. Because remember, you don't require north by Shlamim because it's Katan Kalim. All right, we're going to get into this in more detail tomorrow, but okay, so let's go. And then he says, Kavachomer. He says, Kavachomer l'safon. He says, Mas Katzei Kadishim Shol Huksu B'Chol HaRufos Huksu B'Tzafon. Now he's going to try and prove that you're able to bring Katan Kalim in the north. He says, because if Katan Kalim, which could not be, Katan Kadishim, which could not be brought anywhere in the area over there other than the north of the north part. He says, Katan Kalim, Huksu B'Chol HaRufos, in addition to Huksu B'Tzafon. He says, so if there's more Kedusha of the north, that's the only place you can bring Katan Kadishim, right? And you cannot bring Katan Kadishim in any other part. So then, if Katan Kalim can be brought in any other part, for sure they should be able to be brought even in that place that has a Kedusha. Now, why does he give a Kavachomer at all? So Rashi says because he's trying to foreclose what Rabbi Eliezer is about. Rabbi Eliezer says, remember a kafir el hachir kafir. Because the reason you have that extra kafir is in order to say that you can actually chef in the north. Okay? So what's the difference so far is that the Tanakama was saying, I know from the Kavachomer that you can chef in the north, and I'm using the Pasuk Pesach Oramoi to tell you anything that's in front of the Oramoi. Rabbi Eliezer is agreeing that you can chef anywhere in front of the Oramoi, including the Safon, but he requires a Pasuk to tell him. He doesn't buy the Kavachomer. So what's the reason? Because he had a Kavachomer which would have told him that you cannot touch and column in the north, so therefore he needed the pasuk to tell you you can. And this is going to become more clear when we get to Amud. It says, "I'll binu." It's a kavakoma. Mark touching column to host you before a roof or for him to come on. It's a touching. He said that he understands that it is not that the area that's north is more cuddle. Rashi says it's on the base. He says, who said? In other words, where is this idea that the north is more cuddle? Rather, the way he understands it is that there is space designated for each of the carbonos. There's a space that's made for touching column. So there's a space that's made for touching column. Which is more, which happens more in the touching column. So they assign more space to touching column and less of it. So what he's saying is as follows. I might think that if touching column have all of this space that is given lo hokshim and komonato touching that it says touching so hokshim all the stuff on in addition to hokshim and komonato touching column. He says as follows that if I designated space for touching column, that you see touching are not allowed to be shackled there because you see that touching can only be shackled in the north, and it can't be shackled in an area that's been designated for the touching column. So then he says that for sure, the much smaller space that's been designated for the touching coveting, you should not be able to shack touching column there. So he understands that there's another to do with added kedusha. It has to do with making space for everything. So there's a certain amount of space, a smaller amount of space for touching coveting, and the touching coveting aren't allowed to go into the touching column space. So then the touching column surely should not be able to go into the smaller touching coveting place. So Rabbi Eliezer is basically saying, I have a kavakoma that would tell me I'm not allowed to bring touching column in the north, and I bring one of these three shukis to tell me I can. Versus the Tanakama took it for granted that of course you can do it in the north, and therefore he uses the pasuk to say that it covers the whole area. We'll see that they don't actually disagree in halacha, just in how they learned it. Okay. It says, because I might make that kavaloma, that it says to tell me that I can, in fact, bring it even in the north. All right, so what's going on here? The Gemara says, well, my comment for you. What's going on in this right? As follows. Tanakama Savar, the Tanakama holds, Tulasa Tribe Seed. He says there's three stuff written. Right? So one is coming to tell you that you need a Pesach Moed. That's why it uses the language of Pesach Moed instead of Lefnei Moed. What's it telling you? It's telling you if there's no door to the Beit HaMikdash, then you can't bring the carbon. Why? What means there be no door? So Rashi says three instances. One is by the Beit HaMikdash if the door is closed. One is in the Mishkan at the Kohanim hadn't set it up yet. And one is in the Mishkan before they traveled and the Kohanim have taken it down already. So basically it's telling you if there's no Pesach or Moed, then there's no carbon shlomen problem. The Kav Hachshir Sudden, and the Kama understands that one pasuk comes to tell you everything. If you're standing at the Ulam door, everything in front of you is area that you could check the touching column. The Kav Sul Tzidei Sudden. And one is coming to say that you can't have the tzidei sudden. What is the size of the side? Basically, when you look out from the way Rashi understands it, different versions of this, but the way Rashi understands, even Rashi himself, possibly a different version, but if you're standing in the ulam and looking out, so you see everything, the area you're able to check it. But if you look along the walls, there were rooms that came off of that area. So you might think that since you don't take Pesach or Moed literally, which means that only what's immediately in front of the Pesach, but rather you say it covers everything you can see. So I might think it might include also those rooms. It says the third Pesach, no, you can't go in those rooms. You can only do it in the area in front of the wall. And he holds you don't need a Pesach for the north because he has the Kavachomer. Because he understands that it's kedusha, that it's limited because of the kedusha of Kaddish, and that's limited to the north. But the custom column, which has less kedusha, can be anywhere. Rabbi Eliezer, uses the truth check as follows. God would say that he has a whole void. One comes to tell you you need a door to all void, and if you don't have a door, nothing doing, the carbon doesn't work. But Kava has to couple. One, as we said before, he needed a pasuk to teach you that you could bring it in the north, because otherwise he would have applied his Kavachomer to say you can't bring it in the north. The Kava has to southern, the Kava has to southern, and the other one, the third pasuk comes to tell you everything you see in front of you when you're standing at the door of the ulam. The tzidei southern will it's the truck. So because because he used an extra puzzle. The Tanakama had a puzzle to tell him see those little chambers. He used that puzzle to tell you you're allowed to check in the supper. So he says, I didn't need a puzzle to tell me to those chambers because that's not considered in the courtyard that's Pesach Olamoy. So what do you have? So what do you have here? You have that they're agreeing in the halacha. It is arguing about how you get there. Ma'ishna Hachad is Pesach Olamoy. The Ma'ishna Hasam B'Shit with Nei Olamoy. He says, what's the difference? Why did it say Pesach Olamoy by one and with Nei Olamoy by the other two? It really comes to tell you what I just told you. From Mashmuel to Rabbi Yehuda Mishmuel, the fact that it said Pesach Olamoy is coming to tell you that there needs to be a Pesach, which is what Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel. Rabbi Yehuda Mishmuel, Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel, Shlamim Sheshachtim Kodem to Yitzchaku, the loss of a Hekel Psulim. That if you check Shlamim before you open the doors of the Hekel, the carbon is puzzle. Remember, Shachatu Pesach Olamoy is Man Shehu Pasuach, below the Man Shehu No. That you have to bring the carbon when there's a Pesach. And Rashi points out a Pesach is an opening. It's not enough to be a doorway with a door because that would be a dela. If it says Shachatu Pesach Olamoy, you have to be checking it in an opening of the Olamoy, which means that the doors to the Beis Hamikdash, to the Olamoy needed to be open. It couldn't be closed. And that's why I said Pesach Olamoy to tell you that your carbon is no good if you don't have Pesach Olamoy. Itmar Nami, this is to help me that you just repeat things. Itmar Nami, Amar Marokko, Barchama, Amar Ravlosi, Rabbi Kamina, Shlamim, Sheshachatan, Kodem, Sheyitziku, Masos, HaHekel, Psulim, the Shlamim that you check before you open the doors of the Hekel are puzzles. Remember, Shechatu Pesach Olamoy, that you check it at the doorway of the Olamoy, just not to Pesach HaHekel, the Tuach, the Lord, not to Pesach. So no, then not when it's open, not when it's closed. So exact same thing he's saying. Now, if you can help me further, my Rabbi Masni, Hafi Amar Rav Yaakov Bar Acha, Amar Rav Ashi, Shlamim Sheshachtim Kodem to Yitzchaku, Masos, HaHekel, Psulim. That if you check the carbon before the doors get open, it's puzzle. With the Mishkan, and then the Mishkan, this is what Rashi knew what he said before. Kodem to Yamidu Leviim et HaMishkan, Alachar to Yifraku Leviim et HaMishkan. Before the Leviim built or constructed the Mishkan, before they assembled it, if you brought a carbon, perhaps another carbon tool in there too. Okay, there we are. Says the Gemara. Shita Mugos Kina'ol Dami. Vilon Mai. So the Gemara said, it's touches to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. This has very interesting applications in the halakha of Yisod with the Isha about whether the door needs to be locked or not, but obviously no time. So the Gemara says, it's clear to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. But what about if you have a curtain there? And in fact, in the Olamoy, there was a curtain. So I'm going to zero who after in the national Pesach. So he says that he says no, that a curtain is really just there. You need a Pesach Pasuach, and it is a Pesach Pasuach. The curtain is just there for privacy. That's not really a door. Now the Gemara asks as follows: Gova Mai. What happens if there's something blocking the entranceway? So you have a Pesach Olamoy, but there's something in front of it that's blocking. What's the halacha? Tashma coming here for the Bible as follows. So thank you, Yossi, but you would honor. Yossi, but you would say, Snake Kishpashin, tell you the base of Halifos, the Govan Shmona. The Lahakar is our Zara Kulu, our Kulu Country Club, so what's going on here? So if you look as follows, that if you look at that little graph in the Gemara, you'll see that when you go into the Ulam went to the right and left, 15 amos either direction, 12 amos either direction before you got to the Hekel. So the Hekel was much narrower than the Ulam, right? Now, the way we're learning as well is you see those two things. It shows on top of those extensions that are the Ulam, there's something called a pitch base. And the pitch base was basically a little opening that went to the things that are on the right and left of the Hekel, right? So what was the point of that? That was the base of Khalifa. We know that when you talk about a guy who's chef, you say he has a collar, right? So this is where they used to keep the knives there, right? And the point was as follows, that they had two little doors there. What was the purpose of those doors? It's because they wanted to make the area on the right and left of the Hekel somewhere where you were allowed to check and call it Pesach Olamoy. How did that work? Because Rashi points out, according to this man Amar, the Ulam is counts as the Olamoy, and therefore, if you open up two little there at the back of where it says pitch base, so then it covers all of those areas behind the Olamoy, behind the area we were talking before, because there's an opening, and therefore the pitch base. These little windows were okay, but it says that the pitch base has 8 amos. had 8 amos. So the Gemara is saying, my Shmona, doesn't that mean that, I'm sorry, so that's what the Bryce is saying. That's how you're able to eat Pesach Kaddish in the column there, because that's considered Pesach or Moed, because it has an opening to the Sishbek. My love, they can come out of Shmona. Doesn't that mean that there was a pile of something, 8 amos, in one of those doors, and yet we say that it counts to make a Pesach or Moed? The Gemara says, well, the government in Shmona, that the doorways themselves were 8 amos tall, not that there was something blocking, so no riot. The Gemara says, how can you tell me that the doorways themselves were 8 amos tall? We see that all the doorways in the base of Mikdash were 20 by 10. So the Gemara says, he said that these little doors were different because the purpose wasn't to be a doorway. The purpose was just to open up those things in order to say that you should be able to call that Pesach or Moed. So I'll pick up here.
Let's see what we got here. Do one more sound real quick.
The Bryce says, which we're going to quote, or at least roughly quote in a moment, that Rabbi Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva said, no, that's not necessary because we have some kind of Kavachomer, which we'll discuss the Kavachomer in particular. So that's really the issue that we're going to be addressing at the beginning of today. But I'll just take a quick moment to say that because it'll explain the usage of the term God. We did at the end of yesterday, we discussed the question that if all we're talking about is the Ola, we've been dancing the extra word Ola, but if all we're talking about is the Ola, then what do you need the word Mizbah? What do you need the word Mizbah there yesterday? If we're talking about the Ola, you would say that it doesn't need the word Mizbah. And so we answered that it means that when it says Mizbah for Ola, it's teaching you that when you do the Zika of the Ola, that when you do the Zika of the Ola, you have to do it on the top part of the Yesod, of the base, because that's similar to the Mizbeach, that the service gets done on the top, as opposed to the vertical. The base was Amma vertical, Amma high, and Amma deep. But it has to go on the part that's the Amma deep, not the part that's the Amma high. And I referenced yesterday that obviously this does not mean specifically on that part of the Yesod, the flat part of the Yesod. It means from there and above, so it could be, in fact, should be on the wall of the Mizbeach. The significance of that is the idea of the use of the word God to refer to the part of the Mizbeach other than the vertical aspect of the Yesod. So with that, we'll pick up. The Gemara is going to quote, not quite exactly, but basically the Brisa that we had yesterday as follows.
Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
Okay, I'm Rabbi Shmuel. God Yesod Lama Litzah. He says, why do I need a pasuk to tell me this concept? This concept that you can. I know the thought was that we need a pasuk in order to tell us that the Ola needs to be sprinkled above where there's a Yisod. Kavachomer, I can make that a Kavachomer, and I would not need the pasuk. In fact, that's what we're going to conclude. Because of the Kavachomer, we don't need the pasuk, and therefore the pasuk comes to tell us that third limud, that all karbanos that are in the Mizbeach, Ola need Yisod. But what was the Kavachomer that precludes our needing to learn out that the Greek of Ola needs to be on the part that's above the Yisod is as follows. Mashi Arekata, Dana Mekaperes, Tuna God Yisod, is saying as follows. That if we know the halacha is that if you have leftover blood of the chatas, that you need to pour it on the yesod, on the base of the mizbeach when you're finished. But we also know that that is not a critical part of the kapara, because if you don't pour the blood on the yesod, then there's still kapara for the carbon. So you see by shiare chatas, that by a carbon chatas that is left over dam, it's not a enema kapara, it's not a critical part of the kapara, and yet you need to do it on the top of the yesod, obviously, because you pour out the blood on the yesod. So therefore, tchilas ola, when we're talking about the earlier stage of an ola, which is the actual zrika, not the pouring out on the yesod. When you talk about the zrika of the ola, to mekaperes, because the zrika is a critical thing that brings about the kapara in a din shetuno dag yesod. Surely this should need to be put on a place in the mizbeach that's above the yesod. So I'm saying, if you see by a kata that for which the pouring on the yesod is not critical, it needs to be there on the yesod, on the gag and yesod. So then, in the case of the zrika of ola, which is critical for kapara, surely it needs to be on the gag, it needs to be on top of the yesod, and therefore we would know it from the Kavachomer. So now, as we discussed yesterday, Rabbi Akiva comes and seems to say a very, very similar Kavachomer. He just adds a couple of words. So I'm Rabbi Akiva, Ma shiare katos she'en makaprin. Now, if you have the leftovers of a katos, which does not give kapara, now here's where Rabbi Akiva adds in the critical word. The aim ought in makaper, and it doesn't come to be makaper. We'll see in a minute what does that mean. To unagad yisod. So if by the shiare katos, which is not makaper and doesn't come from makaper, needs the gad yisod needs to be put on the yisod, then stilas ola, then the earlier stage service of an ola, i.e. the zrika of an ola from the kaperet, it does bring about the kapara because the zrika is the critical element of an ola. It's wall kaper, and in fact it comes to be makaper. Again, we'll see what that means. Then to do the gad yisod. Surely the zrika of a ola should need to be above the yesod. Therefore, I do not need a pasuk to tell me that the zrika of an ola needs to be above the yesod, because I know it from this Kavachomer, either as Rabbi Yishmael formulated it or as Rabbi Akiva formulated it. So in pain, it's so that I do not need a pasuk to tell me that the zrika of ola needs to be above the yesod. What do I do with this third reference to Mizbeach ola? The ola word is extra to tell you, that you should make a rule that all karbanos, blood is applied to the Mizbeach ola, the exterior Mizbeach, that it should be done with on top of the yesod, obviously excluding katas as we discussed yesterday. Okay, so that's really just paraphrasing the brisa that we learned yesterday. And now the Gemara is going to try and figure out, this is an interesting thing. Rabbi Yishmael says a Kavachomer. Rabbi Akiva says the same Kavachomer, but just adds in the words that when he says that in the case of a katas, that the pouring on the yesod is not makaper and it doesn't come to be makaper, and versus the ola where it is makaper and it does come to be makaper. So what is Rabbi Akiva adding when he says it doesn't come to be makaper? Rav Ada Bar Abba says that they're coming to argue about whether the shirayim, whether the pouring of the leftover blood is the point of this distinction between them. Mar Savar Lo Ma'ati. One holds that the pouring the shirayim is ma'akiv, and the other holds that not ma'akiv. Now, I didn't translate what ma'akiv and not ma'akiv means, because normally it means that if it's ma'akiv, it prevents the carbon from working, so it's helpful. But yet, you know that the pouring of the blood by an exterior katas is not ma'akiv. So what does it mean in this instance when it says ma'akiv or not ma'akiv? According to many understandings of this Gemara, which is the basic understanding with which we'll go, is saying as follows, that he's saying something a little different than a normal case. He's saying what they argue about is the following. That according to Rabbi Yishmael, he just says that ain makaprin. So he's saying as follows: that it is not critical that you pour the blood on the yesod. In other words, that's not needed for kapara. Now, actually, we start with Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says, ain makaprin, then boing makaprin. So according to Rabbi Akiva, he has both languages. He's saying, I agree that it does not, in other words, that if you don't pour the blood of an ola on the yesod, of a katas on the yesod, I agree that the kapara that the carbon still works, and not only that, it is not even really required that you spill the blood on the yesod. If you have shirayim, you could pour it on the yesod, but it is not saying that even that you have to, that there's necessarily a fundamental requirement that you do it. And so, so that would be the view of Rabbi Akiva. That's what he's adding when he says in boing l'chaper. He says there's not even really a mitzvah to do the pouring of the yesod. If you have it, you do it, and if you don't, you don't. No big deal. Versus Rabbi Yishmael only says in l'chaper. He doesn't add this in boing l'chaper. What Rabbi Yishmael is saying is, I agree that it is does not cause the carbon to be puzzled or to be puzzled, but it's still something you really need do. You really need to pour the blood. And this actually gets into an interesting focus Rishonim, which is us. The Rashi view was yesterday. You'll see tomorrow in the Moshe the Tosfos brings. Maybe you'll see that Rashi and Rabbi Moshe seem to have the view that there's no need to have leftover dam. Whereas you shouldn't try specifically when you're doing the zrika to make sure that enough dam left over. Versus Tosfos and the way the Safemis is indicted in the Rambam, that the Rambam also would hold that you're supposed to try and make sure that you have dam left over. So I'll just tell you, I don't want to spend too much time, but I'll just tell you for those who like Yeshiva Shekatiras, the Rabbi Malin had a very interesting thing which is relevant to a lot of things that we've learned. Basically talks about whether the dam is a fundamental part of the carbon, or is it an independent halakha in dam. In other words, it's not a fundamental part of the carbon, but rather if you look at the dam have achilas in that the dam can end up on the mizbeach, so therefore there's a halakha of pouring the shirayim to the yisod. But he would hold that generally speaking, the pouring of the shirayim to the yisod isn't even a fundamental part of the carbon. And that's how he would explain this machlokes rishonim about whether you need to save blood. Because if it's just saying when you have blood, let it be mizbeach, so it's not important to save blood. On the other hand, if you understand that shirayim is part of the carbon, then you should do your best to have shirayim. But in any event, so that's how he explains machlokes rishonim. It's interesting if you think about it as you go through other figures, it helps explain certain things. But in any event, we have a machlokes of Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva. That Yishmael says there is a mitzvah to do the shirayim on the yisod, and Rabbi Akiva saying there's not even a mitzvah. So all of the reasons Rabbi Akiva is strengthening the Kavachomer even more than Rabbi Yishmael. So he's saying if by kata, not only is it not because we don't pour the shirayim, but it's not even required, it's not even a mitzvah necessarily, then by Olah with the Tzvika, where it is fundamentally required, then we are in the Gemara right now. Could be that there's an opinion told that pouring for the shirayim is ma'akiv. Whether it is or isn't ma'akiv. Now we've said what ma'akiv means. It doesn't mean that it passes the carbon. But now the other thing that's unclear, and from Rashi, it seems that Rashi operates assumption that perhaps in a katas serious, the internal katas, you would actually require the shricha shirayim. So it's unclear at the moment what's the halacha on the inner side. So the Papa says the kuli alma shirayim ain't ma'akiv. He says that everyone holds that shirayim is not ma'akiv. Why did I say Rashi holds that maybe before this we thought the katas pnimis? Because Rashi says the katas that in the case of katas the pouring of shirayim is not ma'akiv. Even the internal katas. So the Papa is saying no. Everyone agrees that it's not that there's nothing that's ma'akiv about pouring the shirayim by a kata. He says, and in fact, I disagree that Rabbi Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva are arguing whether there's a mitzvah of shricha shirayim. He says, what are they actually talking about? He says they're talking about a subset of the halacha of shricha shirayim of pouring something to your soul. What is that? We're arguing about mitzvah kata sa'of. I'll explain what that is in a minute. He says, the Papa says as follows. We know the halacha is that when you have a kata sa'of, so now Olah sa'of goes above the red line on the bed, but a kata sa'of goes beneath it. And the process that the Kohen would do is he would do malika, and then he would take the bird itself, he would hold the whole bird, and he would put down his hand in a strong gesture that would cause the blood to splash onto the mizbeach, and he should aim for the lower part of the mizbeach. When he finishes that, it says that he should take the bird and he should squeeze out the remaining blood onto the mizbeach, right? So now, so we didn't count this before, so therefore, that is a different form of shirayim, because the blood that's left in the bird is a version of shirayim, and it's saying you should squeeze it out. So now what they're arguing about here is whether that is ma'akiv or not, whether that's an integral part of the carbon. Now here, I think it means ma'akiv in a literal sense. So why is this in my focus specifically by Chatas Ha'ov and not by other things? Because by Chatas Ha'ov, at the end of the pasuk, that includes this requirement to squeeze it out, it says the word Chatas He. We've encountered this before, that when it says Chatas He, it comes to tell you that everything is critical. Everything that was said before. The Rashi says the machloket between Rabbi Akiva and all. Rabbi Yishmael requires something more, and Rabbi Akiva doesn't, have to do with, do we assume that when it says Chatas He includes everything that came before, including the squeezing out of the blood? That would be the view of Rabbi Yishmael, and therefore that's a necessary thing that's ma'akiv. Versus Rabbi Akiva would hold that Chatas He was going on the other things and was not going on the squeezing out on the mizbech. So in short, what we have is, according to Rabbi, there's no one who says that chatas, that when you talk about a chatas, that the pouring out of the blood is ma'akiv, is a critical element of it. So we're going to say Tanya Kavasi Papa. We have a brayso that supports the Papa. It says, yes, kol dam hapari shafei. So this is something that's written by the Kohen Mashiach. The Kohen Gadol of Tar that he brings if he made a mistake, and it says it's called dam hapari. Now it's a little talking about this thing. That's the animal. Why do we need to say the hapar? That was the par. Obviously, we're talking about the dam of the par. You should just say it's called dam yishafek, so you should pour the blood. Ma kamalamar hapar. Why does it say hapar? Limad hapar yom kippurim kisat and domim yisod. So this is something we've encountered before. So we learn from Par Kohen Mashiach to the Par of Yom Kippur that it needs application to the Yisod. Because just like the Par Kohen Mashiach needs its blood, the blood at the end put in the Yisod, so too is true of the Par of Yom Kippur. Rabbi, these are the words of Rabbi. Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel comes to say, I'm not saying I don't need the puzzle. We'll necessarily in a second Rabbi Shmuel. Saying Kavachomer, I could bring that same halacha through by a Kavachomer. Uma in Mish in Nechnas Damol Lefnim Chova Toyin Yisod, if we see by a Parkon Mashiach. Now let's remember, when does the Parkon Mashiach bring the carbon? If he made a stock that was wrong, and he was a Kavachomer, and he relied on his own stock, and he did not pay, then he has to bring a Parkon Mashiach, right? So and there it says specifically you need this code. So now, as Rashi said, clearly there's no mitzvah to do an aveira and need to bring this carbon, right? So there's no obligation ever to bring this carbon, and yet it requires yisod. But compare that to the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur, who needs to bring this animal into the Lifnim, because every year on Yom Kippur you're supposed to bring a part, and no thing to Kohen Yisod. Isn't it a halacha that you should need? So you should need the Yisod. Okay, now Rabbi Akiva helpfully says, let me add to a Kavachom, I'll make it a little better, different than previously. I'm Rabbi Akiva. He said, I'll improve your Kavachom, I'll give you a better Kavachom. Same object, but different Kavachom. Instead of distinguishing with whether you have to come into the Lifnim as a Kohen or you come in as a mitzvah, because obviously if the Kohen Gadol did an Aveira that met the criteria, it's a mitzvah thing to come in. So rather than distinguishing between the necessity of their coming in, I'll give you something that's easier. He says, he's saying, if we see that the carbon of a Par Kohen Mashiach, his car never comes into the Kodesh HaKadoshim because when he gets applied to the interior Mizbeach and then the meat gets sent away, but he doesn't go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and yet it needs pouring on the Yisod. He says, so then surely the avodah of the par in Yom Kippur, which requires him to go into a to go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, so then that is a more serious problem. So the one that never goes into the Kodesh HaKadoshim requires pouring out on the Yisod, meaning the Par Kohen Mashiach, and surely the par of Yom Kippurim would need to have pouring on the Yisod. So the way you would initially understand this is that we have Rabbi saying a limud in the pasuk that says hapar. We learn from Par Kohen Mashiach to the Par Yom Kippurim, and then Rabbi Akiva comes in and know it from the Kavachoma. But that's not actually what's happening. What's happening is that Shmuel is not coming to argue, and he's saying, I could teach you this same halacha by Kavachoma. What's the significance of that? because this is an interesting twist on something we've learned a number of times. So we've learned that if you have something that cannot pasuk by custom, if the pasuk repeats something, it's la'akiv, to tell you that it's la'akiv. So Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva are coming to tell you, perhaps you might think as follows: that if I can learn out a halakha from a kal vachomer, and then a pasuk comes to tell us so it's essentially telling it to me twice. So, right? So the end of the kal vachomer is one telling, and the pasuk is second. We've always thought of it as you have two psukim telling you the same thing. It's coming to tell you it's critical and it's an essential element. And here, what we're saying is that maybe a kal vachomer and a pasuk are the same. So the Gemara says, we're 4 lines from the bottom of the thin line. Yachol yakvenu. So therefore, I would think that maybe since I've learned out the Kar Yom Kippurim, both from pasuk and from a kal vachomer, that therefore, if you don't pour out the shirayim to the yisod, that it would hassle the carbon. Maloma, therefore, it says the tefillah mekaper et hakodesh. Shomu kol kaparas kula. So he says, follows. Then no, I'm like, this is very small. That is really very small. So Rabbi Shmuel says, you might have thought that I brought you a kal vachomer, and I was also thinking that the kal vachomer comes to teach that with that twice, and therefore, by a power of Yom Kippur, you require the integral element, the pouring out on the yisod, but you don't, because the pasuk comes to preclude you from arriving at that result. Why? Because the pasuk, when it finishes teaching you everything about doing the avodas Yom Kippur, it says the tefillah mekaper es hakodesh, that the Kohen finishes everything that he needs to do to be mekaper on the kodesh, which tells you that he's completed all of the elements. This is very small. So what you see that a pasuk comes to tell you that in fact it is not required, even by a chafetz pnimius, because what are we talking about here? We're talking about the parsha of Purim, that even by a chafetz pnimius it is not required that there be shlichas dam on the yisod, right? So what we were trying to do is we were trying to support the Papa's view that no one that pouring blood on the yisod is required by a chafetz, even as a pnimius. And we see it from here. And remember, before, when the couple was trying to explain to my clothes, we were trying to explain to my clothes between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. So therefore, you see that even Rabbi Shmuel holds that even by a chafetz pnimius, there's no out on the yisod as an absolute requirement. So that's actually going to be the Gemara's support. The Gemara, we're going to continue for the moment along the theme of what we were just saying. So we've now proven our point. When Tanya Kavasi to Papa, we learned something. Like her Papa, who says that no one holds that Shlichas Shirayim is ma'ativ, even by chafetz pnimius. And now we're going to continue something else. So now remember the structure. We have the Parakol Mashiach. And we learned from the Parakol Mashiach to the Parakol Yom Kippurim, and then by the Parakol Yom Kippurim we made a kal vachomer. So therefore we were thinking there's 2 sources by the Parakol Yom Kippurim, and therefore maybe we should say, tell you need to pour by the yisod, maybe we should say it's ma'ativ, so come Rabbi Shmuel say no, there's a pasuk. So therefore we knocked out the Parakol Yom Kippurim. But if you remember, we started with a pasuk that was written by the Parakol Mashiach. So what the Gemara is going to now try and do is say, maybe using the same logic of this kal vachomer, I will show you that the Parakol Mashiach, that the pasuk is extra because I have a kal vachomer also, and therefore maybe shlichas shirayim on the yisod by a Parakol Mashiach should be obligatory. We've proven it's not so by a Parakol Yom Kippurim, but maybe by a Parakol Mashiach we can prove it. How do we do that? We say Parakol Mashiach. So now that we have this logic, let's say a kal vachomer to the Parakol Mashiach. So if the Parakol Mashiach, I'm sorry. So where he wants to learn this kal vachomer out from is as follows. If you remember that we learned out that you have the pouring of the shlichas damim on the yisod. We said yesterday, not only is it brought by the Parhal and Davar and by the Parakol Mashiach, but it's also brought by the Tzayyir Nasi. And for that matter, technically speaking, as Rashi points out, it could be even from the other places that Kipta and Siyura both have written that you pour to the yisod. So if you see by a regular chata, that if you have a regular chata or a partial or a soyer shamafi that is not brought into the Beis Hamikdash, not for chova, not for mitzvah, ton yisod, but nonetheless a regular chata needs yisod. The misha nifnas damul nim bein lechova bein lemitzvah in addition ton yisod. He says then surely when you're dealing with the Parakoin Mashiach, which does go into the Heichel, it does go into the interior Mizbeach, that for sure should be pouring on your soul. So before we had said a Kavachomer, we said the puzzle not that the Kavachomer, we said, great, that's good logic. So let's apply that Kavachomer from the Sayyid Nasi to tell you that by the Parakoin Mashiach, you need to have 3 Shirayim on the soul, and then you have the puzzle that's written by Parakoin Mashiach that tells you need to have pouring out of the leftovers on the Yisod. And what do you have? You have 2 sources. You have 2 sources. You say, and therefore it should become an integral requirement of the Parakoin Mashiach that you have to pour on the Yisod. So the Gemara says, Yachol Yakbeno, then I might think that based on this, Pasuk and Kavachomer by Parakoin Mashiach that you have to pour on the Yisod. Maloma, therefore it says he has told Dam Hapai Shafei. So not to hakasav la'aseh, but asav shirai mitzvah, lamalach shirai enachet. So he says as follows. I'll translate and say what it means. He says that the pasuk is written in a little bit of a different language. So not to hakasav la'aseh, that the pasuk took this part of the mitzvah, but also shirai mitzvah, maybe the leftover part of the mitzvah. Lomer lefat to tell you that shirai enachet and that shirai enachet. Basically, the structure is the same. He tried to bring by a Parakoin Mashiach between a Kavachomer and a pasuk which is required, and it says no, I'll bring you a pasuk that's not required. What's the source for understanding that the pasuk is not required? So as Rashi points out, Rashi says as follows: if you look at the entire structure of the parsha when it discusses what's happening, it starts by with it says the Laka, the Hiza, the Nasan, Al Karnos on the Mizbeach, whatever it is. So that's what Rashi these are you start each phrase by saying the action that the Kohen does to this, right? But yet, so everything starts with the action. But then, therefore, if you are continuing to speak as them, you would say, Rashi says, so you should say, and he pours out the blood to the Yisod. But it doesn't, because rather, what does it say? There's cold dam hapar yishafei. That's the blood of the par he should pour out. Where is the verb in that case? Where is the action? All the way to the end. So he's saying it's all the thing from the fact that the puppet uses different sentence structure by the pouring out of the Yisod as distinct from all the other important elements and critical elements of the carbon is coming to tell you that no, this is different than everything else. While everything else, for example, the Hazah and the Kabbalah and all those things are critical elements. This is not a critical element. So we start by Parakoin Mashiach. Maybe we can prove that between the pasuk and the Kavachomer la'akev, it says the Rabbi said no, it's not la'akev because the pasuk switches the sentence structure to specifically tell you that the pouring out on the Yisod is not required. Okay, so now we've finished that. So all of that was really just a support to show you that Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that pouring out the Yisod is not a required element. Now we were asked, so we were trying to say that Rabbi Shmuel was of the opinion. Unlike that Rabbi Shmuel was of the opinion that while it's true by a regular chatos, you do not need to spill out the dam, and we said that was Rappa's whole point. That Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva are arguing about a chatos bird chatos. But by regular animal, everyone agrees that the speech of Shirayim is not necessary, is not absolutely required. So in the process of doing that, the Papa explained that Rabbi Shmuel holds that by a chatos oath, that squeezing it out on the mizbeach is not actual. By a chatos Rabbi Shmuel, but we looked in the time of Rabbi Shmuel. On Nishar Badam, you must say that the pasuk says that which is left over on the blood, up on the blood, you should squeeze out on the mizbeach. Then Nishar, you must say, Shana Nishar Lo, you must say. So the implication of that is, to the extent you have leftover blood, you should squeeze it out. If you don't have leftover blood, you don't squeeze it out. So you have a Tana that the Rabbi Shmuel is saying that Mitzi Adam by chatos oath are required. The Gemara says, "Tana b'li Rabbi Shmuel." had one version, the Rabbi Shmuel held that there was one group that held Rabbi Shmuel said this, and that it is ma'akiv, and here there's one that says by kata that the squeezing out of the blood is not ma'akiv. Okay, Amar Rami Bar Chama. I kind of cover Shirayim ma'akiv. Because I'm going to bring you, Rami Bar Chama says, I'm going to bring you a kind of hold that Shirayim are ma'akiv. Now, just to give you a heads up, this is a very complicated brisa, and for what it's worth, it's not even going to be relevant to our subject. But we're going to get through it, and we should get started for that. Okay, here goes. I'm going to bring you a Tana who holds that Shirayim are ma'akiv. It's Tanya, because we learned in a brisa. HaKohen HaMakate Hoso. So it says as follows. So this is a pasuk that says HaKohen HaMakate Hoso. This is written by Katis, that the Kohen that does the sprinkling, Yoflena, he should be the one that eats it. Right? So now, what the brisa is going to pick up on is the word HaKohen HaMakate Hoso, that the Kohen who is Makate is. Right? So if Osa is a meat. So coming to exclude something. So remember, this whole thing is in Kohen HaMakate Osa Yofleno. But the Kohen, whatever the Kohen does with fish, he can eat. So also, it specifically tells you that there's something that the Kohen cannot eat. So what is that? So it says, so he says, below Osa, he says as follows. We know that a pathos get the blood applied on all four corners. He takes his finger and he puts it on the chronos. So where is that relative to the foot that's for the red line? Above, right? So what he's saying is the niyas in the pasuk is coming to tell you that when can the Kohen who does the sprinkling eat the meat of the carbon is only when he does it above. But if he does the sprinkling below, then he cannot eat it. So we have a pasuk. So he says, so we have a pasuk that's telling us that sprinkling of a pasuk needs to be above and not below if you want to eat the meat. Whether it's a valid carbon or not, different discussion. Okay, Amrit, I am Basa. So the pasuk continues, says, where are you coming from? What's your havamina that you should be able to eat it? Presumably, if you didn't do the above the property, you're supposed to do it above, and instead you did it beneath. It's so good. So what's the havamina? What's the thought that you should be able to? That you should be able to still eat the meat even when you put the blood below instead of above. He said because since it's written, the dams of Shafek al Mizbah. So this is this was the very beginning. We learned this back when we learned that how do we know that by a katas, which is that blood applies to all four corners, you apply the blood to one because the pasuk was written, we talked about one pouring, and we see that therefore even one application is enough to affect the three. So you're supposed to do all four, but it's still going to be a valid carbon even if you own right. So what do we see? We see that if, even though you're supposed to put blood on all four corners, if you put it on one, you're makaper. Therefore, I would think he says, therefore, I would think that just like you can have, you're supposed to put on all four corners, but if you put on one, that's good enough. So then, so too, I might just like you're supposed to put the dam of the patas above the on the upper part of the back. If you put it on the lower part, that's good too. Okay, so we have a pasuk. That's number one. It's called a pasuk number one, which gives us a meat that teaches us. We think that it is critical if you want to eat the meat that the blood be above. Number two is explaining what was the hamamina that we had. That the hamamina was just like you see 1 out of 4 is good enough by application. So too, bottom should be good enough, even though it's supposed to be at the top. So now, number 3 is going to be dinhu. Because, but I'll tell you, a kavachomer, that basically what it's saying is that your number 2, which is the havamina, is not a havamina. Why is that not a good havamina? Nemu damum l'mayla. The nemu damum l'matam. There are some chatases that get put above, and some chatases that get put below. He says, "Ma damum amur l'matam shenasu l'mayla lo kiper. Af damum amur l'mayla shenasu l'matam lo kiper." So he says as follows. There's 2 kinds of katas. We just learned it, so we should be experts in this. A regular kata gets put on the 4 corners on the top. A kata to O, we just said, gets sprinkled where? On the bottom, right? So now, he's saying as follows, that we were trying to make a generalization from the fact that you can do 1 out of 4 doesn't matter if you only do 1 out of 4, so therefore bottom and top don't really matter. But here's the problem, that something much closer to home that talks about bottom and top actually distinguishes. Why? Because we have a Mishnah on that Samach which tells us as follows, that if you have the top as a whole, that is supposed to be put on the bottom, if you put it on the top, then it's no good. Then you didn't accomplish the carbon. So what do you see? You see by a case that, again, closer to home, from bottom to top, so when you put it on the bottom, you can't put it on the top, it doesn't work. So we were talking about something that was, we were saying in our Hamamina that they're coming on the top, so you should be able to put it on the bottom too. So big deal, you see 1 out of 4 good enough. So therefore, think of this as number 3. Number 3 is from Tata Sa'ov, I see that number 2, which was the Hamamina, which was explaining why we need a person, is no good. So we're at the point with number 3, we're at the point where we don't understand why we need the pasuk. Because if we have no Havamina, why the pasuk was needed, because we've knocked down our Havamina to be true by Tata Sa'ov, don't your Havamina, the 1 out of 4 is good enough to not apply, because you see by top and bottom that is actually from bottom to top doesn't work, so why should you think from top to bottom doesn't work? So at the moment where we are at number 3, and you'll see why I'm calling it the numbers hopefully, and I don't know if I'll use it, but I'll try. That you see where we are with number 3 is that we have no idea why we need the pasuk. Because we had a pasuk, we thought we had a Havamina, we knocked out the Havamina in number 3. Okay. So we say, low and Amrit. So now what we're going to do is number 4 is going to knock out number 3. So number 3 was knocking out the Havamina, but if number 4 knocks out number 3, the Havamina is reinstated. That's what we're going to do. Okay? So basically, it's saying, low in Mamre Katakonim, Shinitana Binishima Lamailo, Jane Sopha Lamailo, Lo Keeper, Tamavel Yonis, and nothing Lamata, Shishman Karlamata, I'm sorry, so Yesh they had Karlamata of Lamata. So he says as follows. We actually encountered this part once before, so let me translate it, and then I'll explain what it means. He says, if you're going to say by Takonim, that the blood that's put on the bottom, that is put above, that there was no, I know it's better the other way. I'll explain what it means, and then we'll look at that inside. So no, it's saying as follows, and we had this earlier in Rothschild. It's the concept that when you have a carbon that's supposed to be applied to the bottom, i.e. the Tata Sa'ov, it's never going to end up being applied to the top. Right? Why? Because you don't do anything on the top. Versus, when you have a tata that's supposed to apply to the top, you are going to end up doing something on the bottom. Why? Because you're going to pour out the shirayim on the bottom. Other than the most means the blood goes down. That's also true. But in other words, it's basically you're ending up with a scenario where top has a connection, something that's supposed to be on the top has a connection to the bottom. Because you're going to pour out on these both. But something on the bottom has no connection to the top. So that's really what they're saying is, you said better to look at something bottom and top and don't learn it out from 1 out of 4. And you were drawing that since bottom to top doesn't work, the top to bottom shouldn't work. And we're saying no, that's not true because top to bottom, top has something that's supposed to be on the top, has a connection to the bottom, whereas the bottom has no connection to the top. So therefore, what you might have is not a good enough because the top doesn't work. Doesn't mean top to bottom doesn't work. So where are we now? We had a puzzle. We gave a Havamina. We tried to knock out the Havamina from Tata Sa'ov. And we said, no, knock out Tata Sa'ov because it's not relevant. So we're back to having a good Havamina for the puzzle. Okay, so now to read it inside, it says as follows. I'm sorry, he says that just because by the bottom carbon, meaning the Chata Sa'ov, if you would put it on the top, which is a place that is never going to get anyway, because the bottom never goes to the top, lo kiper, tomer ve'elyonim shenasam lamata sheyesh behen karv lamata. So he says, therefore, are you going to try and prove something to me that I cannot learn from the top, even if you put it on the bottom when the top actually has a connection to the bottom? So that's where we are in number 4. Number 4 knocks out number 3, which reinstates the Havamina that explains why we need the puzzle. Okay, so now the Gemara says, that he says the blood of the inner tatos proves that you're mistaken. In other words, we knocked out number 4 we said that number 4 knocked out number 3, which is reinstated number 2. Number 5 is now going to come and knock out number 4, so therefore reinstate number 3. That's what we're going to do here. So he says as follows. He says that you see by dam of the katas is true. He says because I'll prove to you as follows that when you have an inner katas, where are you supposed to apply the blood? On the inner mizbeach. If you instead apply the blood to the outside mizbeach, you're not makaper. Because it says, you know, because I'm doing right now. It says not makaper. So therefore, and yet you know that you're going to end up filling the dam on the yesod of the exterior mizbeach. So what do you see? You see that even though the kapas whose application on the inner mizbeach has a connection to the outer mizbeach, but yet if you apply the initial dam to the outer mizbeach, it's no good. So therefore, what it's trying to say is just because something has a connection to the mizbeach doesn't mean that you can do it in the wrong place, right? So therefore, he's saying you in number 4 were trying to knock on number 3 by saying that number 4 you can't say number 3 because katas doesn't have a connection to the top, while the top has a connection to the bottom. He says it doesn't matter because you see by Pneumium that it has a connection to the outside, and yet if you do it like on the outside, it doesn't work. Low and Mamrish with double Pneumium. Okay, I'm sorry. So therefore, number 5 knocks out number 4. Number 4 was the challenge to number 3. So number 3 is reinstated, and therefore we now have no idea why we need the pasuk, because when number 3 was reinstated, number 3 was what was knocking out the havamina for the pasuk. So we're at a stage right now where we don't have an understanding why we need the pasuk. So the Gemara says, "Lo imamat b'damna pnimium, shenei seach ha'pnimium l'marshan, homer bel yonim karichanas l'marshos osan, okay, and nothing l'matat shaving." So he says as follows. So he says, let me explain the outside, and then we'll explain what it is. He says, no, you cannot bring the araya that from the, so basically, you cannot bring the araya from the pnimium to that you should apply it to the outside and apply that same raya to do it on the bottom when it's supposed to be on the top. Why? Because he's saying at the time you do the mizbeach at pnimi, there is still something else that needs to be done. Okay, now this is going to be why we're bringing this whole thing, but there's something else that needs to be done after the chatas apnimius is applied. So the verse is when you put this down on the exterior mizbeach, you're basically finished. So the concept is that maybe something is more strict when it's not the last step in the process. When it's the last step in the process, okay, 1 out of 4 is good enough with applying. So too, sprinkling at the bottom when it's supposed to be at the top is good enough. And you're going to tell me number 5, you are bringing from the chatas pnimius. The problem with the chatas pnimius is that after you do the blood application, there's still something else that needs to happen, and therefore it's more common. Okay, so now what happens? Number 6, which says that pnimium is not related to the external mizbeach. Number 6 knocks out number 5. Number 5 was there to knock out number 4. So now that number 5 is knocked out, number 4 is reinstated. What was number 4 doing? Number 4 was saying that number 3 was invalid. So now number 4 is reinstated to say that number 3 is invalid. So then number 3 was really trying to say there's no havamina number 2. So we're back to there being a havamina number 2. And if we're back to the havamina number 2, we now know why we need the pasuk, and that's what the Gemara says. That he says that only the one that we have a pasuk, we need the pasuk to tell it to us, and it tells us that if you apply it to the bottom, to the top, then it covers the bottom. Okay, so now that's the whole brisa. Now, why are we bringing this? Because we say as follows. My she'en mizbeach ha'pnimium l'marshan lav elu shirayim. So he says as follows. So in the course of number 6, we said there's a distinction between the interior and the exterior mizbeach. What's the distinction? Is that the interior has something after the application of the dam. So what's after the application of the dam? We're saying, you must be pouring out the shirayim. What else is left after that? So you see that there's a tana in this price and this whole long thing that says that you need to pouring out that shirayim is ma'akib. That's the missing component. I'm like, Rabbi, I'm sorry. Okay, fine. So now the Gemara is going to say as follows.
The sound, that was a good guess, man.
Okay, the Gemara is going to say as follows. Amalei Rabbi. He says, I have a problem with what you're telling me. He said, Ihaki tasted the Kabbalah. He says, if that's what we're coming to do here, he says, then Mashi Raima Premium. Just so fun, Bova, Bukut, Asan, the people cook the keeper. They said that if you have a Shiraima Premium, so you have a better premium that is that at the end of its process, it needs to be done on the exterior Mizbeach. But yet, if you do it initially on the exterior, it's not mechaper. And it's done in lamalo, then something that's put above, saying sofum kolamata. We're not going to have time to do this. I will eliminate the report. I'll put it on the website.
Dude, so I gotta fucking play the thing. I got a Diet Coke right here today. But yeah, maybe later I'll play the dolphin thing while I'm gonna play from here.
Go ahead and play a couple sounds, see what you like.
Yeah, let's check out.
I'll show you how to start this, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, I was doing this for hours earlier.
Yeah.
I see right here, what is that? A donut, right? It's a drippy donut, right? It's like that, bad boy. Now you can be like,
Yes.
just like really high notes. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's like it's like so the song goes really well with shop. Has there ever been like a shop as a song? A dope as being like that? That's a good question. I don't know. This is awesome, Daddy. I don't even remember that. I'm like a kangaroo that can't live.
You know this happening
This is like baby stuff here. Okay, question on the dolphin sound. Is it a real from the actual dolphin or because it needs to be from the actual That's facts. As you can see, they're all color coded as gringo poppy, and then we also got the lead skates.
When it comes down to, I don't joke, second crazy shit, that's mistakes. Oh, I don't like no care who it's I get all that.
That's so fun. That sounds like one of the voicemails that you all leave us in like Kuwait. Yeah, it starts like that, but there's no Eddie at the end.
Oh, fuck up.
That's gonna be. I predict that one being a perfect thing for Clinton. Oh yeah. What? I mean, that is the main thing that I get from shop. Yeah. Oh, we also got.
What you do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
Oh, dude, that's hilarious. This one sort of reminds me of the guy in Brendan Walsh's show kept hitting that like randomly. I remember talking to Brendan. I was like, yeah, I went to Boston University. Save these. Okay, we'll save those that ones you haven't heard yet. Cheese, I mean, that is it on there? I guess you have to stay tuned.
But yeah, congratulations, Cooney. Hopefully you have fun with this.
Spicy.
Man, you came here like this early, so okay, I was still working on it. Very. Yeah. That's just like an inside bit. Half that probably I have no idea what that means.
That was the hardest one for me to get. I had to figure out how to screen record like Siri saying it.
Oh, yeah, Siri say that? I mean, I'm probably the only person with an app that's ever said that. You know? I haven't tried that and get a translation. Anyways, we should get into the.
Yeah, so we'll get into it right now. But Chris Bird, we just put that.
There you go. Got that.
You know what I mean? All right. Well, and if you guys don't like the video,
I go ahead and post
going to be very upset, but also we won't go over it.
With that, you don't make it says
How about you stay away from those? Sorry. I definitely did starting soon by accident. That made me fuck the whole thing up.
okay.
Alrighty, so I do have to fix something else though. I realized that after we started, I don't know, maybe there was a power outage or something. I have to fix something. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, listen, I hope you guys love these new sound effects. I personally, this is one of the most amazing things anyone ever done for me. Yeah, I might get emotional. It'll kill me.
This is just saying that
Yes, I agree. Gosh, Brennan is the greatest comedian I've ever seen. So, be cool. Brennan's job is one of the best. He's also, I tweeted earlier today, they're thinking about making him the head coach of Ole Miss Rebels because Lane Kiffin left. Because they need somebody with a lot of football knowledge who's really good and had some time in the NFL. It doesn't matter how long it was, okay? Have you had a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills? You haven't. You almost forgot. You almost forgot. Chris loves the sound effects. That makes sense. That's what the fans say when like I said, I apologize if this is too much for you guys. I'm still trying to figure it out how it's going to go. People are more because he's got a rare sound, but yeah, crazy town. Have a lot of sound clips. Sound board clips for you. It's not the operating right now. I was trying to reference Bob, but I'm always telling Jim not to cut him out from crying out. Oh, thank you. 8 inches. Will do. Jake, that's correct. Why would we add the 8 inches clip? We have it right here. I don't understand what's happening with my computer right now. No, it's I have what you guys can see in here is good, and that's like way better than last few times. Yeah, I figured out the audio thing 100% for sure. Yeah, so there we go. Now we are. Now we're good to start. Sorry about that, y'all. Real quick, big picks. You can just push something randomly and it'll be like a hilarious punchline. Yeah. Man, he's a good writer. Yeah, he is. His writing is like stream of consciousness. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't show any personal information there. But we are out there right now. This month is where we're going. And you know, let's be honest. Not much is happening in the fight. Dude, give me 8. Yeah, I guess not, right? I haven't really been on it because when I've been on Reddit, you know what I've seen? Akash saying there's some adjustment. We're gonna get into Akash. We're gonna go fight with the kid really quick. And when we finish with that, we're gonna move to Akash. So I'll have some sort of like limited like count thing going on in my head, and then we'll move to Akash because I watched the episode. Brendan hasn't watched any of the episode yet. Yeah, because I guess that means me a big old pussy. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god, I got the hiccups right now. Worst time to get the hiccups. You're on that PTL right? You're in the oh man, so the first one is Akash. Whose wife is worse? Papa or Akash? It's this is my turbulent ant. Oh my god, I got the hiccups right now, dude. Turbulent Yam 2575. Let's see this. That's neat.
What I find corny is my preference is not my. Now I thought it was I'm not dating my wife, period, which is the corniest human being outside of criminal to me, period. Akash has been with one girl in his life, which is his wife, as my wife. And he is now like loyal through it.
But there's no such there's no such. And there's no us as a show. Yeah,
white boys
Yeah.
frat house.
I'm
actively trying to have an orgy.
That's the narrative.
That was surprising because I saw narrative, and I was just gonna say narrative. Wait, that's the narrative. That's perfect. Yeah, that's a bad narrative. Just the girls.
And you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face part always lays, never declines. It's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have two mental stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to.
Oh my god. Man, that sucks for her, man. That she has this whip out. This is bad.
Fucking cop. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore.
Oh my god. I mean, should we just get into it? Let's see what the people think. Should we just watch the episode? Because this is literally all that's happening in the comedy world right now. Oh, you mean we watch Flagrant? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whatever. So I guess we see with the chat. We are watching Flagrant today, but you just want to get straight into that. Can you imagine someone talking ironically like this in real life? No. But Devil's Assistant, they are on the show.
Fancy yourself on
Well, somebody asked about this earlier, and I think it actually worked for this clip, surprisingly. I'm not gonna explain. When you put
people come out in that
what are you talking about? I don't know. I mean, what I can say is gross too. Sometimes that's it. Oh shit! Thank you. She reminds me of a different word. Thanks, Trevor. Trevor nuts. Guess what?
Wiggles and Joe.
Oh my god, that's the best thing that ever happened. We might be able to buy this with what he just gave us.
Wiggles and
And if anybody wants to go crazy, give us some money to get.
on his
What about the cover?
Because I think we can buy maybe 2 or 3.
because of that.
But I don't buy any of this because I.
It's Vito, man.
Because it's Cuban. Because it's queso bitch.
It's not
But
again.
it's. I'm gonna cut off my finger. Yeah, I gotta find jelly rolls. I don't know like any jelly roll stuff. Yeah, I guess I don't really know. The only like what is jelly roll known for? Somebody please.
But instead it says the S double. So what's S is generally اسمه الضمان أصلا الدمات من
That's the part I know.
الضمان because the S ضمان S بالعبارة
Okay, what are you doing right
what is the situation
Alright, so check this out.
Tonight on Flagrant, be revealed marriages, shattered friendships, destroyed nothing be the same again. Our guest, one single love comedian, has spent the last couple weeks destroying top spectacular
To me, this is giving off the vibes of when, and I'm not getting political, but you know how there's really cringe Democratic like posts online where they're like, Trump, blah blah blah, and it's like some great whatever meme, where they try and like lean into stuff. That's what this is giving me. That kind of shit. That's facts. It is. And it's boomer memes. I've seen the whole episode. This is all probably. That's all. Yeah.
dragged through the mud, and he couldn't even take out that tiny little peasant stuff it inside for his own pleasure. Giving up for art here to tell his side of the story. Oh gosh. Can't imagine what you've been going through the last few weeks. Tell us what's been on your mind.
That'd be so cool if we could connect with some more people that are watching the community.
that
really,
the
really want.
asham is
What if there was a, yeah, that would be amazing, Mega Control.
So why
Yeah,
does
but
it put a
what if you could make people in real, this is so redacted, what if you could make people in real life say Shabbos by pushing a
why do
button?
you have to stay with about
You just push a
asham?
button and then someone at their office table has to go,
So the assumption is why is this
that's the narrative?
Tell me that not only is it a mitzvah to check the Lord,
I'm
but
in
what?
control
But what?
now.
It's the
You're
Yikuba.
under my
It's
control.
not Aki. It's not Aki. You don't, the carbon is possible. So much behind the Aki. You guys are
So
everybody
great,
is
man. It's been really hard.
it's something different. How do you buy
Oh,
it
fuck,
inside?
man.
Say, open up the idea.
I don't know. Maybe this is, I mean, I hate it, but maybe this is genius, like, because they got everybody to tune in. They did the super cringe shit that a lot of people are into. And on top of that, World Wrestling too. Like Stone Cold or whatever, which I used to like when I was a kid. But
In order to go ahead and
it's bad, yeah.
do something new.
I'm so glad that's been really hard.
It is designed to make me angry. What did I?
College years are now in the private Norvig. Archaeologists could reconstruct the whole campus using the white boy evidence lab.
I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna blast it.
Why
Wiggle
should
the
people have
toe.
to say
What fucking sense?
Oh,
the shachar the keves, so you shall check the keves. The keves will be
The
my reference to
face
what?
card always slaves that Jerry's sharpies always have that fuck.
So in Koma shall you start as a
this one
katas
with the horses
so
is
love
never
Koma.
going to give you.
You shall check
Look at that, by the way.
Asham
See this?
Mitzvah. In the place
Oh,
where you check
wow.
the
So people are
katas and
smoking. Cringe is not going to win this time. Cringe loses this time. Let me just read my text thread with you earlier. Yeah, while I watched this, I was saying, it sucks already. Andrew seemed to, but I mean, you also look at it, but yeah, and exactly how I feel. I sent you a text of,
So we say
I
that
turned this off at 3:30. I can't even watch any more of this shit. So yeah, we are currently at
mitzvah, but it's
57
not.
seconds.
Okay, but here's the
Pull the
problem.
fuck up.
It goes on and it says, "Kivatas ha'asham." Gazot l'chiyadon, this problem, this asham of the Mitzvah. There's like the katas and the asham was like president. Why do I need to be told?
I don't get that thing. He's cutting something.
Again,
I don't know what he's
Not
cutting.
come over kivatas ha'asham. Watch this. This is amazing.
So,
Usually, Asham Mitzvah is on the Chodesh. So let's say because the Torah tells me that the Asham Mitzvah has
What
unique
fucking
novelty.
sense?
What's the unique novelty? The Kohanim, Bo and Regel, but Ozim Yemanis. So let's say the Asham Mitzvah, unlike other Asham, has one of the other has blood applications.
he's got the old
See,
timey
what's the only
microphone too.
blood
Radio
applications?
guy.
Blood applications on the
They
Mizbeach.
just have a whole
The
thing of
Asham
this.
Mitzvah has blood applications on a person. That's a unique novelty. So I would have thought once it's broken,
He's cutting up a Louis
blood
Vuitton
applications.
because like she's a gold
Yoko
digger.
lo yeh, tone
The
and
joke
Marcos
is that
Galan
he
gave
did
one of the
probably
guys
buy
here.
Yeah, and
I'm
he's
at a
not
plug,
cutting it up.
maybe Asham Mitzvah.
You know,
So
that
once
hurts
it's telling
my
me
blood.
that Asham Mitzvah has blood applications on a person, I would have thought that what? It has blood applications on a person, and not what? And not of the Mizbeach. None of the Mizbeach.
Sucks in there
Therefore,
because
I'm a Gomar. Kichatas ha'asham. Therefore, what's the first includes
This
the
sucks in
second
every
phrase.
facet.
Kichatas ha'asham. Teach me what? Teach me. I'm going to pass ha'asham. Ma chatas to the muscle coming in the morning. That's it. Ha'asham mitzvah taught me not to come in the morning.
Get right into it. Yeah. Which frat party should my daughter avoid?
On a person.
Brutal.
Kichatas ha'asham.
I don't like that.
Asham
That
mitzvah
looks
is really like kichatas, namely that there are blood applications on
That's starting off
the
wrong, for sure. So they
Ah,
do make fun.
okay.
Yeah.
Nichtov
I mean,
Bahai.
There's some funny jokes in there.
Bahai.
Like, I like the racist jokes.
Then why not just write it ultimately again? So let's say if that's the case, why not just go ahead and write it as a soda? by other
More about the Indian racist jokes because they got me off guard a couple times. Okay. Gotcha. And watching the two black security guards in the background laugh.
Snap his fucking neck.
Just go ahead.
It's a real honor. Which friend party should I go to?
Shy should avoid tea because they
He's so nervous when she says you should definitely avoid tea because there's a lot of good
and as
faces.
a dinner supper, as well. Why do we need
Fuck that thing crazy.
spike a drink.
No way.
Yeah, so they got kicked off of our campus.
No way.
Yeah.
double
Oh,
up?
my
So
lord.
serious.
So
No, they use
so honey
jokes.
that's fine. That assertion
In the
that is
drinks, I realized
that
like,
approach can
oh,
be fine.
yeah.
We see them
They
on
use
people.
drugs.
What's up? We
It's
don't
like,
know
oh, that's not
how
that funny. Actually, that's not bad.
So no man makes Lolo.
I'm trying to keep up with the comments too. I gotta figure out how to get the comments here.
So listen to this. So if you hold,
Yeah,
then
yeah,
I want
let's
to
just get some
then
definition.
that's something.
So
That is a novel.
so far, I
Here's
think
a nice
this is
novel.
where it's
So we just said before.
okay.
So once
Okay,
that
we're
once
gonna edit
that
terms that you might need to know the actual meaning of. Alex is here.
To be fair, I thought it was just like dancing.
the novelty with the rest of the group. But what?
She thought
You
Poppy
can learn
was
out
his
the rest
dates.
of the group from the
Okay,
novel.
that's,
Drummer
That's
mediated
hilarious.
that's another way of saying it as follows.
I mean, I
Ashram
thought it
Tzora
was,
is
yeah, it's a
Ashram,
joke
Ashram
I've been on
family.
our
But
podcast.
it's
And
really
then
simple.
Anthony
Ashram
mentioned,
family.
what does he
What
say?
purpose?
Where it's
Because
like, if
Why
I
is
say
it
pop in that pussy, what do
Because
you
what application ultimately again on a person.
Right,
How
that's true.
is that on a person?
Maybe that was
So
my
therefore again,
mistake.
once Ashram Tzora is
Yeah, the act of getting dressed up, looking like
Ashram Tzora with the rest of the
And a
Ashram.
podcast with
But
a
what can I do? I can go out and learn how to the dealing of other ashrams.
Yeah.
Well,
But, you know, the security guards laughing in the background is
if you
always
take that
good.
approach, then you know,
Yeah, they're probably the
the
funniest.
Torah
Well, they're
is
definitely
just
the
go
funniest
ahead,
people in this
like
crowd. Yeah.
shuffle.
Your
Where
average
my
person
Hashem
is
is,
just wrong.
and I learn at all the other ashrams.
Miss Hell, wearing a minimum of 3-inch heels, preferably higher, and dancing your ass off for 3 hours in the morning. That is what I was doing.
This is real hard. Guys, what do you think popping pussy is?
See what I mean? I do want to hear what they. Yeah, no, but you did do that. And I also absolutely want to hear what the best people on the show.
Which the Gemara says, Kiva Dahadji, Kiva Dahadji,
Yeah, definitely the two funniest people on the show.
The
That's what popping pussy is right there, dude. That's what.
even though Ashram Tzora is singled out,
He's like,
that's very
respectfully, I'm not gonna say what I think it is in front of this bitch
Ashram
wife.
Tzora back into the cloud. That's Kikatas
Does that work?
Ha'ajin that she
Why
says,
does it do that?
Lich Lolo Bin Lamaka Dami,
Oh, yeah.
that's Safar, Lo Hayat Sarek Lich Lolo that's Safar Elohim.
Oh my god, none of it's working.
So, these weeks, or we bring Ashram Tzora back into the group on a technical level, so it's not like Safar Ashram Tzora, because you can invite them to back into the Why? So we're back to the so why does it
Yeah, that's what I thought. As a white, I thought Bob Posey was just
that
dancing. I was
Safar
like,
by Ashram is not simply a mitzvah, but
It's at
rather
the
what?
very least being a stripper.
Says
in
the Gemara,
some
I'm
kind.
going to
But most people would assume it's sex.
why don't you say Mona?
But on
Why
top,
don't you say
okay?
Hajj Kra, the Gabi Matan Daman
That's the thing. Right,
We'll say maybe
right. We ain't
Torah
going
goes
back.
ahead and
Right.
adds in that extra
Not a
phase
ticker says the test says
by
that
Hashem and Torah.
today, Junior,
To what?
underwear Lopez.
Hashem and
So
Torah
yeah.
back into the general Kabbalah.
well, I knew that that's what you meant.
Yes, that's what I meant.
But like, once the internet makes you a
Things
whore,
like what
they're looking
bringing
at
up the things that require about starting off white people. No one bites something. There's things that you which by definition doesn't require people. Doesn't require something. In other words, we'll say, we're assuming
Popping that pussy, let's hear it.
the pasuk of Hashem and Torah, Chatas HaHashem, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is doing this
Oh yeah, there's this count sheet whether or not they say.
reclaiming Hashem and Torah back into the general Kabbalic plan. So it just what was his really fascinating.
What do you think?
So Hashem and Torah
I think they
singled
do.
out
Yeah, I
because
think so too.
it has a unique, it has a
Like
unique
Shab,
Kabbalic
you know,
aspect
Shab
of
says
the
that.
Torah. But the Torah goes back
Yeah,
and reclaims it back into the general group of
Well,
carbons.
you have a lot
So
of.
you might suggesting maybe
Yeah,
that
I don't know if
reclamation,
Shop has any proof that cornbread is good.
that reclamation of Hashem
Anyone he
Torah,
doesn't,
ultimately again,
if he
it's only for
disagrees
what?
with you,
Only for certain avodos which require Kohanim. But for
I will
avodos
snap his
which
fucking
don't require Kohanim,
that's what
Hashem Torah is not reclaimed. If that's the case, then maybe there is no obligation of each of its suffering by Hashem Torah.
What are you savage? We have like a long way.
So that's the reason we just say Chatas. Like the Chatas HaHashem. Why do we have to say Chatas HaHashem? The Chatas HaHashem. Ultimately,
Can we get some other definitions out of the way? Yeah, let's get some other definitions. But logically, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, is it true that you said that there's a rotation of guys? A roster. What is a roster?
Okay, you guys have to understand. Have you ever heard of the repressed Catholic schoolgirl? Indian girl that
learning out that you should with Safon and Hashem Soda, by the way, the redundancy by Hashem Soda teaches me that in general by Hashem, it's not only you guarantee of Safon the blood,
I'm just too Italian.
it's not incredible. Which the Gemara says, Mike, Hashem Kushar Shamasi.
And I have
Gemara
six.
says, Lama li actually lekatos, Lama li
She
lakshuri
said,
leola.
you,
So here's the
she
shayla.
may be with
Ultimately,
bragging
again,
and not
why do I need
deserve idea of
Why
bragging and she's cool or whatever. People like it, and she's not gonna. She actually do these things.
the beginning of the
But it
podcast?
seems more like what's the thing?
Welcome,
Murphy's
Hashem,
law
you
or
should
Occam's razor. The most I should just say, what's it called? Dance or shop?
Obviously, what is
The most obvious
like the
connection.
street of the Hashem again
The
is
most obvious thing here is that she had a roster of white dudes that she and she offered pussy for them. Because she said, and it makes more sense. Like she's saying, like Catholic girls, yeah, Catholic girls fuck a lot of guys because they're oppressed.
and now
She acted like this oppressed Catholic girl. Like, I didn't fuck this. That's why I didn't fuck anyone. Catholic girls, I didn't go to Catholic school, but the rumor is that they do that. No, I know, I went to the she said some things that felt like that she's done already that
What's it
will
with
get
just
pregnant.
Hashem
Because you know,
It's a
Catholic women
Chatas.
can
Okay, what does that mean? Just as Chatas is shafted itself, so to Hashem shafted itself. Here's the problem. How do I know that Chatas is shafted itself on the other side? That's from a limud from Chatas from Ola. I would have thought, therefore, Davar Halash Choser Umalad Behesh.
I didn't even watch Jersey Shore. I felt it to be too inappropriate. So when I got to college, I'm like, oh my god, I can dress however I want. I can do whatever I want.
You have a roster of crap.
I learned out.
Like, please
It's in a
tell them
cycle
what
of
it
Chatos
means
from
and how it's
Allah,
not what
and
it
I'm
seems
going
like
to
it
learn
means.
out
Please.
Hashem
Tell them
Soda, by extension Hashemos, from
have a
Chatos.
roster.
Something like
Feel
this
like
is my mother that
the way
Vinny Shay, so what's it, so there's one who says you don't like doing that. You don't like doing that.
He's
You
like,
have
we start the
something
show
that
as
is
soon as possible to find
you do not
roster.
like to use that
Okay,
wording out that
when you think of roster, it's kind of you're on the ESPN.com,
as
you've
a
got the roster,
source
and
for
it's like
another
20
derivation.
NBA players.
Right? You can't use
The roster for the
as a
NFL is so
source for
big, you're
another
like, oh
derivation.
my god.
Gemara says as follows.
Fuck all the
Monique Shea
roster.
Which
Which
part?
part?
I got it. So I have a better suggestion. Just compare Hashem to Ola. Ola's the source. Ola's the mothership.
That should be
Ola
really
is
fucking
the
thing.
supplement.
What does a roster
Right?
mean? What do you think?
Why? For a very simple reason. Because
I'll tell you what a
supplement is
roster
given
means.
exclusively by Ola. That's what. So why don't you just compare the Hashem Mitzvah to an Ola? Forget about the fact that it's Ola, right? Just Ola. We're done. To which the Gemara says.
It didn't actually translate to roster. It just meant like guys I was talking to and flirting at the same time. That's it.
That's all. That's not enough for a roster. That's tennis, baby. That's
Is that something that teaches
that
one
is
ultimately has the ability to teach another how many
Alright, so
t-shirts?
let's give her the benefit of the doubt. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna do the Brian Callen technique. No audio.
So how many comparisons ultimately again can you get from one source halacha? If he came up, Mikshi Ashri which the Gemara says, well let's go back to this one. So maybe you'll see you're better off ultimately again ultimately going ahead.
Let's just roll my eyes.
So essa segurança e tem uma mente actualizada.
She's
Nem
doing
fala
the
de
thing I were like, oh, it's so
pelo na
ridiculous
questão
that
do tapa.
anyone would
Se
ever
você
think.
ultimately a habilidade compare acha so well.
That's possible that she's just playing it up for the show.
Action
I guess.
fatos the
Yeah, or she's lying.
That's like just that means we people pussy.
That's all.
Yeah, but when you say hooking up, I think people
When
think
I mean hooking up, I just meant making out again.
It's like it doesn't matter what we're gonna do, but I think saying roster of white dudes, I don't care what you're doing, it's not as bad.
That makes sense.
No one would ever, truthfully, no one would ever be into that unless they were like literally someone who's not cook, I guess, and into that. And even then, they might hide that because I.
Lava Alreha.
Yeah,
Lava Service. He says that you learn
That'd be so funny if we never use the software together today. It's so good.
Like everything I say is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I actually am as a person.
Right. So you're saying you're a big old fruit.
Yeah, literally.
Now, I will be honest, as much as I was heartbroken by what was going on with you guys, and definitely with, Akash, my brother, there was a little part of me that was like, it would be hilarious to come in here and find out you had a huge roster. It would have been heartbreaking for you. You had your whole life to share your virginity with your own, and you threw it to some friend who was fucking funny. Okay, so how are you friends with this guy? You know what I mean? Dude, your boss high-fives your wife, you hypothetically had sex with white man, and he's like, yeah, what, you met in a real office, I'm bringing this, that would be horrible. Yeah, you both fucked with another white guy, right? White guys are cool. That's right, I was like, if he's not fired, then I'm suing. Yeah, I mean, this is unacceptable behavior. Fuck you, you're my best friend, and you just fucking high-five my wife for fucking a white guy. Can I get a virginity? Can I get a fucking recall? I guess it got me fucked up, bro. If there was ever a scene where I would really actually maybe do like that, I was so mad that I didn't. That might be it. You do that to me, that might actually. Who knows what I'll say? I will snap his back.
That would be very angry.
Oh, fuck up. Okay, so no real roster.
Oh no. Like, are you gonna be fucked up and I have a gun somehow? Oh, you thought I brought a gun to this one. Gotta be fucked up.
What are you gonna do? Fall in punch me, motherfucker.
It's like the scene from My Man Can't Jump. I'm on a truck, kill you. Shoot everybody in this.
Roster is what is roster. What's a roster?
Urban Dictionary, Indian Dictionary, right?
Turtle header.
Wow, Adam's vicious, dude. Oh, what did he say? Adam said, fuck. I was kidding. He said, no. I feel like they would all hook up with unconscious wives if they could. Maybe. And also, Ellie writes Adam shows. Yeah.
So, a roster is a rotation of partners that they would pump their pussy for me. Yeah, what a roster would do.
Fucking nerd. I don't even believe that either. Fuck you. Just talk. What do you have to do? He's doing like white
So again,
a roster.
example of this that we just saw. Here are the Gemara's examples that
That's what you should be saying, you fucking cut. I need to get a second iPad. You know what the issue is? Why? I mean, it's because when it's tipped over like that, it's easier for it to get through.
Wiggles and Joe.
Because I can hit you with that. Here's a little man. Oh, I got that. I don't know. Us doing. Oh, yeah.
Hopping there. That's why I like you saying it. Why you saying it like that? Yeah. You know I'm talking with all due respect. With all due respect. Thank you. This is a good lesson.
Okay, that sounds
Good accent to your teacher in Key and Peele. That's that. He's really explaining things.
Any other questions of the world that you have?
Just two important pieces of First of all,
Why buffalo chicken wraps every day?
And that's the thing about watching this whole thing earlier today. There's so many things that I didn't even know about. Yeah. What the fuck is the buffalo chicken wraps? That's kind of funny that
because it's
Mark Gagman, he's watching this, laughing it up. He doesn't like it because, oh gosh, this is hilarious. Here's a whole thing of questions he's got. Yeah. He's on the red. He's one of these.
Are you only I love the nice stuff.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, we're going to go right to break.
Oh, one second. Yeah, this is a very long night.
Yeah, vertical for a while for that. Yes. 63 likes. Might as well just do the rest of the show vertical. Do more of this. You don't want this.
Has to be better than what the show can be like the show can be whatever you want. Standing in the south, and he extended his hand and giving Kabbalah in the north. Kabbalah is Kabbalah. Any time of fun has been of Safo, which is so far a number of is the Kutch and Kadosh.
All right, let's go back to it. Where's that right here?
The Ashram, those are the ones we've seen so far. So again, I will say,
How do you know that?
That's crazy. The buffalo chicken wraps that we call black guys. That's fucking high. Laughed hard. I wanted to make a bit where I laughed at all the reasons. Spicy. Yeah, dude, I'm spicy. He sucks just because of the.
I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah. Okay. People that love my chicken sandwiches. Okay, wait, Dallas, what is the buffalo chicken wrap?
No, it's just literally I would just order buffalo chicken wraps every day for dinner.
That's it.
I think
Great comment right here, dude. Kevin Andre said cheese duck chicken. I don't know what that means, but I like that. Well, dude, buffalo chicken wraps every day.
That's the narrative.
That's weird. I think that's weird. I like. Yeah, buffalo chicken wraps don't sound good. They're okay, but I mean, here's the thing: buffalo, the deep fried chicken, buffalo, and the tortilla nuggets. Like those things all should come in place together. I'm not trying to go to the hospital tonight.
So again, when the
I don't know if I really like buffalo. I know that's gonna don't kill me, and then that's gonna ruffle some feathers. I used to like it until this fucking bitch will work around.
I think where the confusion was is like I was just talking about this nostalgia for being in college when it's like you're still a child, but it feels like you're in the adult world and like you're so insulated and you're in this bubble and like everything's just so simple and easy. And that's more what I was talking about. Reaching excellence.
She told me to shut up.
It's funny that they
So,
laugh
it's
at that.
security whatever you do in your life.
I like that.
That's fair. That is fair. Okay. Also, like in terms of the gold digging, like seriously, do you consider yourself a good gold digger?
Yeah. I invested low and waited for it to go high.
You're a gold prospect. Digger.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're like a what is it? Oh man, somebody's going out. Okay, I can't watch this. Billy Glass, we're here with you, Daddy. Yeah, no, it's bad. We have to watch it to stay strong. Yeah, and if you leave,
I will snap his fucking neck.
don't go anywhere, Billy Glass. I'm reading the comments, Daddy. The security guards can't believe the disrespect Akash is letting her get away with. Investment in a person is crazy. She really said that. Got him. Watch it. It's just getting good. These guys suck. Oh, fucking A.
What about that security guards when you think like they just like put them in the day? That's what they're there for.
Like in the fucking parts where it says just like a wire.
Yeah, he walks in, but he wouldn't be excited that he's getting paid. He's kind of depressed. Maybe he knows he's getting killed. And then he gets killed.
Sometimes it comes just
In the show's world, you can't let you be fucking mad over. That's facts. That's just short spot you made. Yes, there. So you gotta you're fucking dead, bro.
close my eyes and wink.
You're like a
Literally
hedge
ride
fund manager. Yeah, you're like Akash Bitcoin. Yeah, much lower than that.
To be fair, like I was working too.
Sometimes when I say success in life is not about being
It's kidding. I worked at when we met, I worked at Goldman Sachs. I got a job at Deloitte after I graduated college. I worked in data analytics.
We got another question.
ultimately when
I will fuck you.
Answer. All right, I have violence in my DNA. Spell it out. What's a movie?
All right, so here we go. I'll get you this question. How many Akashas would fit inside of one jelly roll?
Good question. 8 inches, obviously, but also real facts. Probably like 30 of them. I mean, he's got a lot of fucking. So I think he's got room for a lot of Akash. Let's go back here. Great question. Keep it coming, dude. Goldman Sack is another one. Ask me another question. Oh, we got the answer right here.
I will fuck you. Pull the fuck up. I don't sleep on the ground. I used to really believe that you guys were poor with his sob stories. You get paid for it. I know you're working at a fucking hedge fund that whole time you were spending your money.
Well, I wasn't making that much. I was making like 7.
Hey, Brad, your mom and dad were calling because we hadn't heard from you in a while.
I will fuck you up.
Hey, it's Gerardo. Hey, what's up with the Google Patreon money?
I will fuck you up. Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
You should add Jeff Dye's cowboy noise. Oh yeah, that's like I said, he came here early, so I was still trying to kill him all these holes.
Oh, that cowboy noise, that's really funny.
Yeah.
Hey, I just watched Adam Ray stand up.
I will fuck you up. Pull the fuck up. I will snap his fucking neck.
In New York City. It was 2 people.
But that's good though.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
When did you guys? Oh, David.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's. I gotta find him saying David.
Probably, yeah. Probably one of the many names in the Twitter clip.
You're really broke. And why'd you stay with him?
2018. Okay, do you want the real answer or the funny
I want to know the real answer, and like I want to know that this beautiful story that Akash told about you guys sleeping on the floor, and like him wanting to give you his North Face or something. And then I will fuck you up.
That's so good, dude.
It's like it's not Mew Mew. I'm not sleeping in North Face. Save your money. I don't sleep on the floor with you. But you didn't sleep on the floor because you were evicted from your apartment. You were moving to New Jersey, right? This is real.
basically.
Still want to stay with him?
Yeah, I mean,
Why?
I never
Actually asked. Why? No, you know why, bro. Come on.
So they're talking about good dick now.
So they start talking about ducking kisses. So let's just play for more. Let's go here.
Okay, the other thing that we saw these videos of was the ducking the kisses. That was listen, these ones pissed me off.
That I'm guilty of. I'm
These
guilty
ones
of
pissed
that.
me off. And I didn't like the one bit. I just explain yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
We need to know.
Honestly, I
Also, can I just say, I would watch the videos and I would die. As a friend loves him, I would die laughing. Because they did it, and they edited it so perfectly where like he's going in and then he's already got his lips first, so he gotta commit to the kiss.
We gotta check out the shit they had right there.
That might have been edited. Shit, Anyway, okay. So tell us about the duck his kisses when there are not people around.
No, not when there are people around, just when there are people around. And
I just don't understand. I mean, this is just not a thing, unless you have a disorder of some kind. You don't duck the kisses of your significant other. Yeah, either one. That would be so strange. She tries to kiss you, your wife, you're like, you make her kiss you, like, who are you, fucking DJ Khaled? What the fuck? That's crazy. No, it's not true. You would have to have some mental disorder doing it, and she clearly doesn't. For all her faults, she's fairly normal. Like, at least she's not in any kind of spectrum disorder.
Wait, those are
Chris Boyle said, Shelter House Facts.
Show us Gerdo. That's a bot.
Also,
I will fuck you up.
The Jillero one is going to get shorter.
Danny, you're a lover now. Yeah.
I will fuck you up.
So they fake laugh a lot.
Thank you, James Freeman. Thank you, James, in the house. What's up? What's up?
We're going to buy some carne asada with that money right there. It's going to be real difficult. So let's get to the
kind of overstimulates me. And like the videos people have seen are like the proposal videos, they're like already overstimulating.
Okay, so
something I caught. Akash, he can't help but show emotion. She's like, the proposal videos are already overstimulating. Look at this one's face.
so here's the thing that
You won't kiss me.
The videos people have seen are like the proposal videos, they're like already overstimulating.
okay, so here's
Look at that. He's pissed. He's like, I'm proposing to you. Dumb more.
Yeah, that's the face you get from Andrew Cuomo when you like don't get. Where's my hug? Give me a hug.
Where's my hug at? Where's my hug at?
Where's the tater tot? Yeah, those ones are big, Daddy.
the thing that I think is like spicy. People's thing is not wanting to make out with your partner in front of your entire family.
Yes.
But most people just do it because they're like, oh, I don't want my partner to feel embarrassed in this moment, even though they're like, ugh. And you're just like, just but I do say that it's relatable to have that sensation of like, I don't want to be intimate around my like brother or sisters or mom, dad.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think that is I think that's relatable.
Yeah.
But most people just do it and then do a quick one. Like my wife will just give me like a quick smooch.
Parents kissing ever, so it's like so foreign to us.
This is an interesting thing that a lot of the internet might not understand, but it's like your family, your parents were not like romantically in love at all. And you say yours, you could cut romantic. They both arranged, and sometimes arranged marriage, it's a freak off. They love fucking all the time. Yeah. Probably. They don't show us. Even they don't show it. Exactly. I think. Yeah.
So because your parents had an arranged marriage where they had children, you can't kiss in public.
What?
Yeah, that's not facts. Okay, and also I don't like this. I'm gonna understand the people here. Okay, I don't like this narrative where they're saying that Indian people don't make out. Old Indian people don't kiss each other. Fuck that.
That makes sense.
That's bullshit. That is bullshit. This whole episode is an episode of lies, dude. And you know what kind of lies they are? Flagrant lies. These are just flagrant lies. They're not. There's no. It's not true in any facet whatsoever. Fuck this. I don't like it. Even if it was true, that Indian people don't make out. Fuck that.
Kiss our touch right now. I don't even know if I want to see it on my lips. Okay, I know everybody is
However, again, El Imam
So, you know what's funny is when I was watching it, I rewound it a little bit to be like, that'd be so funny in his face. He's like, oh my god, she's willing to kiss me. So he doesn't ever think he's like, starts crying. He's like, I can't do this for real on the show. This is the first time we ever kissed. He doesn't want to kiss her because he doesn't know how to kiss. And the whole internet will know. That's a bad show. This is like a bit from the movie. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's like, nobody knows that I wanted to kiss you on the show. They all have a very. I always thought the real online boy when he did the sketch of him. He's like, I'm so embarrassed I was at the show and they recorded me laughing as he did all those terrible jokes. That's one of the nice visitors. That's good, dude. So let's catch up on the chat here real quick. There's more moments in here. Has anybody else watched this already? Hey, while you're looking at can we do another poll? I mean, this is a stolen poll, okay? Yes, but I'm just curious. The poll is, who would you rather be, Will Smith or Akash? Because I saw that. I think it got posted in our Discord maybe, and it's like on the T5K thing. I was curious. That was a hard question for me. No, I'd rather be. Yeah, 100%. Man, that's a very easy one for me, but that doesn't, don't let that be your vote. I just, honestly think I'd rather have my wife cheat on me than say she had a roster full of us.
Yeah, you know what's funny too is that I was just about to say this will probably be the only poll that'll be 100% false, but I cannot get any like upset on being Akash when comparing these two. You know what I mean? Will Smith gets to disappear right after the thing happens. Akash wants to continue his career because he's barely voting.
I guess at least Will Smith handled it in a way. I mean, he handled it strangely, but at least he had some shame and anger and like, and also, if you're just comparing like the two guys, I mean, obviously, Will Smith and Will Smith. Yeah. But I'm just looking at it like that. I'm looking at it like the situation. I think one is way worse than the other. Will Smith is like dating, I mean, and married to some chick who's really hot, and then it's crazy, like she's crazy, he's crazy. He's like, all right, don't kill me, you know. I'm like begging your some friend or whatever. That's embarrassing. That's one thing. This chick is over here, roster full of white dudes, talking about her co-host's husband's penis, saying she wants to fuck him in front of him. It's just that one is worse than the other.
So you're listening to Akash level.
Guess what? I'm way different.
But they try to convince us or themselves this is the gayest way to end the situation. She must have forgot. I gotta get that on the system.
just forgot we're not her. She can't guess this.
Rabbi says, he says, "Man,
Trying to make her look dumb. But she's embarrassing.
people will say, so
She's 5 years. Oh, I forgot he did go there. And like, yeah, Will Smith was mad. He was crying. You know, it was a bad day. Akash is like, isn't it cool that my wife is like this, dude? All right, Mr. Whole Foods. Well, I'm sure you're gonna watch the rest of it. Let's go to the fight with the kids. Yeah. Yeah. So, if you haven't tuned in the record, we did 2 weeks of Akash. They should have had on our too. Yeah. Stuff like that. Kiyomi, get your ass in here. I will say it has been very slow on chains. Like these are all posts from last month. Okay, get rid of what are we doing here? Piece of a cast. Oh my life is dope as fuck right here. I forgot. Yeah, it was it's been such a silent week that she was on it. And there's probably a bunch of clips that are kind of she's probably pissed that.
It's like this unconscious like Justine, this fucking bitch. Why is Chains not posting about me?
Yeah, I can see that. And then she's like, do I have to do that? She starts making posts. What if Rogan with Shorty Pie was her whole time? Oh fuck. I can see it, dude. Yeah, so let's see. Admitting Joe Rogan said no to performing at the mothership. Asked the Indians still on posted by successful egg work guy.
There's a lot of money that those bullshit headlines. Yeah, man. Like their one on me was like, screenshot paying for the mothership. I'm not there. Like, oh, why don't you play mothership, Brendan? I don't deserve to be there. And I did a show there last Thursday, like, well, not paying, but you don't do this one. I should have been.
Nobody said that. I didn't see a single post saying a lot of people wanted him to be in it.
Does that make sense?
They were like, why aren't you there yet? When is Shop doing the mothership? And then laughing that you haven't done. There was a countdown, right? Days since he's done the mothership. It wasn't necessarily that you're banned from it. What were you being banned? Yeah, you never did. You're a great guy.
I'm a fucking beast when it comes down to I know. I tell jokes, I do crazy shit. I made some mistakes. Oh, yeah, I got my no care. He's in the trucks. I get all that fire. It's silly, dude. I get all that.
You understand it, all right? Why are you?
I don't want to go there and get backlash. Like, I want my name might be a headliner. Oh, fuck you.
I mean, it is sad. No. Imagine that Rogan has had that conversation. Your friend tells you, dude, you're just not right. He really said I watched it. I seen it. But no, I loved every second of it. It was very good. Dude, I'm all for it having a couple of hands. I mean, I don't know who this Trill Mayor guy is, but he fucking has. Come on, dog, be for real. Financial skip for the next 16 months of this. Oh, hell no, dude. We're giving away Trump something already. That makes me old. I'm not one of those fucking giveaways. No way. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Who posted this? Job? That's so funny. Yeah, right. I don't believe that happened, but that's funny. It was real. That's not real. Is it? That's usually it's not. Like Chang, Roy movie. What's not real? And Chang's, I don't even know like what you're saying isn't real. Like which part isn't real?
Does that make sense?
Like I don't know. It seems like why quiet.
Elder.
Kids get around Chop's head.
Não,
It's like Chop maybe did really most of it.
Ciekawe, aszam
But why would you be mad if you gave the truck away? You sold it.
I mean, I get it. It's like a bit, you know, it's like, dude, I thought you loved drugs. I love drugs.
Agora eu vou conseguir isso de novo.
Also, it's a random guy. It's like, what was it called? Okay, yeah. Give me a good truck, dude. It's not a random guy, dude. Where are you fucking Mr. Wolfgang, bro? That's the now we know you can hit two. Once you can just like five. At the same time.
La fregadera no funciona.
Oh, let's see. Combat Scout survived the hard streets of Boston. Yeah, so collaborating with Rabbi for Fortune. My husband didn't film like that, so here I am risking my life. Like she wrote, it's a funny idea. She said somebody, hey, is this a funny idea? The other person saying no.
Maybe no.
It's like looking up at her.
My
Mom is great.
I could have said $1. I could have said
His drug scam cover up story video was
maybe there's no minimum value. You can bring a tacos even like that for that Jesus. No matter what all the essence
oh my god, this is very I saw
well,
this.
that's
Danny Cochran two posted this. It's like, dude,
it's
they
like
had his
this
last
small amount.
game this year football's over.
I'm speaking of some right now.
I see the intense schedule. And for you too, because you're not traveling, you can take kind of stuff. I love it though. Yeah, but they'll get 2 months off. Yeah, it's spring. So there's always Real Housewives.
It's a minimum of
Some good games. Eagles got beat by the Cowboys. Yeah. Cowboys were ahead. You know what I was going to tell you though? Baseball this weekend is in travel ball teams. Always disrupt the parents. I was going to tell you though, baseball this weekend is.
Shut up, Brian, you fucking loser. Fuck, we're talking about something interesting about baseball, dude.
I will find you, but
You old bitch.
you're sort of.
You thought you could talk right now, dude? He's like 150 years old and tell like riveting stories about T-ball. It's like, dude,
That's
We've had our turn. We've had our turbulation.
Welcome to How to Pronounce. In today's video, we'll be focusing on a new word that you might find challenging or intriguing. Tribulation. Let's say it all together. Tribulation.
Turbulation.
Tribulation.
God, and it's very sad. Don't get me wrong, it's very sad. They were going to Texas. Texas.
That's the narrative.
yeah, that's the narrative for that's the turbulation, is that? She has to
She checks this isn't real.
That's her whole life.
Dude, it's just like they were bragging while they were out here that like lost were sick as cats and progress into their Texas movement.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's no fucking heroin up there, dude. Hell no, I'm not living nowhere near one. Alright, so in this video, we're oh shit, guys. Perpetual weekly post. Does anyone else just receive their gay line on the
That's everyone's
This is your late daddy. Oh
the way
yeah.
we learn that. We learn to have
Great
those
guy, never
things.
met him.
Some one general principle.
Great guy. Always on the catering. Dude, I pray to God that commercial shoot didn't have coffee cake. I will believe that. That's him looking at it. Oh, yeah, two? My bad. Yours and mine. Let's see here. This is the thing, man. Well, this is cool. Akash 22, Mama Spirit, sorry, phone 1676 posting this. Bring it AI, great. Really making that kind of look like a child. Never seen him in the same room. This is posted by 27.
Everyone
Mexican cartel buys Joanna bottle service at a Vegas mall. They do not accept it for an answer.
Spot to me is Vegas because Alejandro Fernandez is their market. I mean, everyone and their mom and Canelo fights that weekend. It's a whole thing for us Mexicans. So we go there and we have fun. A lot of cartel members go offshore
They like to party.
because they like to party and they want some money to spend. And same thing, we were at that event. They sent me this big champagne bottle that was like this, like that. I don't know how much they're, but they're yeah, and they sent this huge champagne bottle with the whole, like, you know, like the light and everything. And I was like, oh, no, sorry, we didn't order that. I was like, oh, I did not order that. They're like, no, those guys over there sent it to you. And I was like, well, tell them I said thank you so much, but I can't take it, you know, but I appreciate it. And they were like, well, they're not going to take no for an answer. And I was like, okay, well, that's fine. And we sure did. We got out of the pool, we got dressed, and we left because I don't surround like that. You know?
We should have to do that, right? We have to take that and go off. Because I'm like a kangaroo. I'm like a kangaroo with a couch above her. Couch above my bed. I would have rather listened to John Holster and Bob. Lee is one of my closest friends. Bob tell us, no one's been more supportive when I started. Our moms. That's crazy. I mean, she's saying that on the podcast. That's true. You know, I would make fun of her. Honestly, I thought it was sexy. I love a lot too.
That the Rothschild are pointing them as up.
Spicy, dude. I love it. Mexican rice. We just talked about what are we talking about? It was a topless bar. Oh,
How about a small? How do I know? How about this? When you actually doing it, has to be standing in the north. Watch this. I could say couple of what are these guys? Three guys from down north. And what? Couple of couple say, as we're gonna see somewhere else. And just stand players into the circle, open and into the blood. Not that says,
I came across a video of it and paused it so fast. And you see who's your favorite comedian, why is it, and I'm grateful to get back and play it again. They had a homeless cat and turned you some chips.
As opposed to the point of standing in Daro and just extending his
that'd be great. I hope so. But they've been saying, they've been predicting the end of TFNK for years.
On the cross,
It doesn't feel close to the
low.
It always is. It's just like that.
He shall take
I mean, when you have Tim Moore on your podcast, you got
the lock off, no, you can't. So say that
that is a sign, a bad sign for sure. Yeah. We're like, yeah, check out the Patreon. We talked to Tim Pool for 3 hours.
He shall keep himself. He shall keep himself there. He shall
All right,
keep
let's hear
himself
about this. Dandy
in the place
Coffin
where
2, they
the
had a
Kabbalah
homeless
needs
cat
to occur.
entrepreneur some
Where the
chips.
Kabbalah needs to occur.
So you told me, I was listening to you were shadow boxing as you usually do, and you were telling someone I don't look at the comments, and I said to you, man, I was like,
Must all be done inside.
That's social media. This isn't real.
isn't
So
that that
now I
guy,
know
Nick?
has become a
He
Kabbalah.
did open
La
the
Akil
guy.
guys, also you know, this conversation is very interesting.
He's the guy that
Like
there was like,
Kabbalahs, when you learn
Bob
something,
goes, oh, he's not lifting right. His arms are
so look
small.
at Kabbalah, Shita, Kabbalah,
Yeah, this is him, I think.
La Akil,
That's a bit. We're living in a world where like, that's like going on stage, telling a joke, and not listening to what the audience says. You gotta listen to the audience. You know what I mean? And like,
How do I know that it's the Akil?
there's a
It's not the
there's a
Kabbalah
red. They've said so much hurtful stuff where it's not that I don't know it's there, it's just usually from levels and Jones.
That's great. Good for him.
What I know of people saying it's just so evil and toxic, and like come to my family. So my thing, as soon as I hear it, I'm like, no. But I was like, no, dude, there's a lot of, I was like, no, dude, there's a lot of really funny shit on there. So
Mr. Dandy Coffin successfully
that makes sense. So I was like not everybody hates you guys. Like, they have fun. We should lean in.
It's almost like it's like, dude, you know, Gerardo and Brandon, they fucking, we are huge fans of Bob.
Honestly, like, there's a couple people who are shitty, you know, but then there's a lot of people who just go on there and post funny shit. So I was like, let me get some of the funniest shit that I've seen on there, and I want you guys to actually see what these guys post. It's actually pretty funny. It's a good idea. Well, this is interrupt feelings. Did you send this to Chad? I sent this shit. So this is from this is point of view. Oh boy, I can't let the shop finally breaks in the comedy.
They start watching there are 10 minutes of shop. Yeah, watch out, bro. I gotta find somebody.
I will send this fucking net.
That is crazy. That is like coming closer.
Why is this covered symbol down? So maybe it's like how much does that time suffer? Yeah, it has that time suffer.
So good. So really fun. So good. Well, I think it has this. I didn't know. I think it comes from too. It's like there's a whole new like from the mothership and all that shit. Yeah, that's so fucking funny. Yeah. Well, that's like those results.
Yeah, Bonner
Saying that Rogan
those
lead.
she who knows stuff.
That's great.
Was it that was it something that worked as a general statement?
Oh, I was trying to
Thinking
figure
of was
out.
a thing of a paradigm. Basically, it's a paradigm or a principle. And what's the principle? Every single practice has to be separate. So watch this. So say, here's what I have. You can very easily feel the tension of it. Very easily. Here's what I have on one hand, the consequence of the shafas and sachatot, shafas and sachatot,
Social
the
media,
rock
this
of
isn't
Allah,
real.
which
Yeah,
also
they
is a
literally
bringing out.
did. That's a good call out. Didn't say that, but yeah, they did.
Teach that every single has to be offered up in the north. It will say, I have another passage that teaches you the chatas of the nasi, the nasi has to be offered up in the north. It will say that the
You guys
chatas
look
of
like two
the
guys who
nasi
kind of know each other waiting for the same bus. Yeah, that's like the Jews who are fucking because like that between that thing and stuff like that. That's like the only thing that like that's the one thing that people get annoyed by.
by the chatas of the nasi. So I know that that covers has to be not just the but the Rothschild was the Rothschild what? Even the in other words, that if you don't do this, the coverage will be possible. Shara Kappa, actually from the Rothschild, that was that I know that.
So that was probably my fourth show that week. There's sometimes where my brain just will not work and I have to talk to them about habits.
There's sometimes in my brain will not work.
Wiggles and Joe.
both by the asset as well as by the city. Both by the land as well as by the
or something like that.
so that our city is over.
Oh yeah, well, maybe it's paving the way for us.
We put in years.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, not even like we started just doing the shit. We put in years.
He's an industry plan.
He is an industry plan, dude. I've never seen him talk about a fucking shit.
His industry plan thing that they put
Hello, oh so
yeah. And then you're as an industry plan, you're like, I thought I was just getting like good stuff like that would help me.
also
It seems like the opposite. It seems like a punish, like a
shut up so I was like I just this
that's
guy
fucking
is about
bullshit.
so what do I do to work
Oh yeah, I'm very angry.
watch this
Oh, wow, dude. What the fuck?
so this is not
Dude, shout out to you.
Oh shit.
Lucky boy.
You're trying to do something. I'm out here working like I'm really trying to prove something.
This guy's never listened to a big boy song. He never has fucking tried.
Past the limit. Don't need no new purpose. Why? Because I swear that they just like the sick.
I will also like to say that I was very Hey, what do you do also by the so so
I'm pissed. I feel like I'm in manly McCall. Like it's a simulacrum right now.
and
He
it's
doesn't
not
even know Big Boy Records. This guy sucks.
so that's the
Can I?
case.
You think his name is Nick
Plus it
Griffin?
says some of
So I remember him from fourth
so
wall.
you go ahead and you put his hand on the head of the this is the
Confusing.
what happens. The shot of so you will shut it also in the north. Also is what? Also what? It's a limiting statement. It says this is shut in the north. It's not it's something else is not. Now what's the something else? So the English establishes that what? Every other context is shut in the north. Like is there a context that is not shut in the north? It says because of Soviet cell phone, there is severe not shut. Yes. We'll say there isn't offering that is not shut in the north. What's that? That's ultimately again.
And honestly, I blame the chat a little bit. You guys didn't even tell fucking T-Fat kid that we wanted to come on there, dude. Does that make sense? Yeah. You guys don't want us to go further? I will fuck you up. You guys do. We were second lucky. Unique looks like Eric Griffin's brother, by the way. Holy shit, I saw his live stream. Dicey.
The contest offers a not shown, which was not a real contest.
Really on hand today. Unreal.
The kind of
Unreal.
On skate.
what's that?
I like how I just didn't have the screen. You want to do this or not?
The Rabbi not show.
I guess we can watch that, but I don't want to watch much. Alright, how about this? Make a deal.
Does require.
We watch it and don't say anything.
Does require.
Okay.
That requires.
We'll just, okay, and then we'll do a poll
on
to
that.
ask you guys
The
what you
Rabbi
think. We're not saying shit. But this, keep in mind, this guy did take our whole future. Yeah, dude, like, what's the point? We should stop doing this like today. I didn't know they were going to work against us this way. I didn't you. Like, if they really wanted to dive into this shit, they would have us on. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's true they stole our valor. I'm scared for my life. What are they, Tim Kennedy?
Maybe it's
Yeah. It's Tito. I'm scared for my life, dude. They had somebody else on and they want to kill us. I think they should be scared. They're forgetting they should be scared of their lives. I just snapped his fucking neck. Violence in the lead. I don't know what it is. That shirt fit. Not a cheek. Not a chin. Not close enough. I can snap that.
Does get seen, and then you
Just flew to
so
Texas.
what? It's really from something.
Like real Texas. This is real Texas, and it's just like a bunch of LA dudes in cowboy cosplay.
Like lowest study, lowest study. Listen, every day, Ella,
What did he say in the beginning? He said, I forget. Not the part about racist garbage. What did he say before that? LA's a bunch of cosplayers. Cowboys. Oh, yeah. LA's a bunch of cosplay cowboys. And then he's like, he goes, I thought you were a cowboy. And then the guy goes, oh, I just have a toupee. That might have been What's up, guys? Dude, crazy. T-Mos. They're doing their own version of T-Mos. What do you guys think about that? It's pretty wild. I thought we were the only people that would ever watch the subreddit and comment on it, but I guess not, dude. I guess not. That's cool. But yeah, that guy's a nice guy, dude.
why do I need a special keyboard?
I guess that makes sense.
Requires
Oh, is that Kill Tony? Interesting.
which the
Maybe
Martin
I
said,
Kill Tony because
can't
Austin.
learn out, can't learn out,
That was the single
why
best
not?
social
Because
commentary
that
the
would
world has
require
ever
you to
heard.
learn out, to learn out
Well, you know what,
the
Danny? That
syrup
makes you.
show, which was
Oh, shit. Successful egg in the house. That's right. Dolphins do fuck if you know
yeah,
what
I'm
else
hosting with cell phone. They show up with the cell phone. So listen, I watch this. Let's go back to the shut me down to what about
some days like easier to do
what
than
about
other days.
the hosted with cell
I
phone?
don't know if it has to do with the amount of water
What about the
in the water bottle or not. Gerardo's in the chat. Pissing in the sink. Did you guys see Tony Cannon Closet? Oh yeah, I saw that TMZ article or whatever, the fake thing that people were. I assume it's fake. But you never know. You never know whether it's real or not. Tony loves.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Loves.
on esa
I understand the street does get even more. And the colors get even more. Maybe the show people sell. Maybe the point of view of the colors themselves. Maybe the show people sell. So it doesn't have to be New York. It goes like, let the show people check for a very long time.
You're lower now. Actually, I think he had that cut off. He said that on Flagrant.
It's actually, I'm
That
on
was one of the
she runs the
stories
only
I've ever heard.
Donald eats on supper. Yoshi does the supper Rishko. It was like,
Do you remember Nick Thomas from when you first
maybe that
moved to
word
LA?
was
He is
sold
from
by
the,
the contest teachers.
I think I don't know if I ever actually met Nick, but
I
yeah,
love the nice stuff. I
on
love the
Twitter.
nice stuff. Show
So I do
people
remember him. Where's the Zins? Says Tim Kennedy. I've got him. Oh yeah, he's out.
I love also
Which one? The trans Tim Kennedy?
That's not
The latter. Okay. Forward. No, no, actually,
Animal.
he's on chat.
ladies and gentlemen,
Animal.
Dude, I had to go
Life
off. I didn't even miss. I was so excited. Yeah, that's back. It's making me want to double up. This makes me want to double the fuck up. This makes me want to pull the fuck up. It makes makes you want to do songs again. It makes you want to go like hard. That's because you're not creative like me, Danny. He likes got some rhythm. I'm always creative. I totally gave up on that part. I was like, I'm always a creative.
Daddy, when it comes to it, I have to get that thing cut off because I'm like a goddamn kangaroo.
Yeah, dude. I don't know how you guys feeling. Do you guys understand where I'm coming from? Or okay,
Bird, because of fire. Why does it require fire?
music.
Like, that's not a regular street, that has to be done by a car. And I would have
Let's go for that.
I'm like, well, I'm also, different ones that are
anyways, I'm thinking,
it's
dude,
only
we need to
livestock
meaning it's playing creative and then magic minds. I should say this for a record between the I've been fighting with I like want to get ADD because you said I have ADD, my fiance says I have ADD. Everybody in my life, my boss, everyone, they all think that I have ADD, and it's like giving me all these terrible suggestions. I'm like, I want fucking 5 minutes, you know what I mean? So I want to check the messages, see if it actually get me back.
Not social media, this isn't real.
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, I completely shut you. We'll talk later. Fuck you. Arts and crafts.
Trying to figure out what we use that word also. Also is clearly coming to a minute. Shaz was coming to a minute. Also with Sapo, getting past.
I wish I would have watched the movie beforehand. I didn't know what was going on.
It's not the contest that's but not a color.
Are you,
Not a color.
I clip is so bad it makes you white. Let's see here. The holy era of Papa's hard has begun long before Gandhi was my pin. Spirit was not all great. Patties and baddies. My phone's been lagging so hard I can't comment fast enough. Let's see here.
Friendsgiving thing on Wednesday. That was the funnest thing. Kids were there, he's doing balloons and shit. He made my son Boston a sword. He was a pink sword. I'm like, he thought the man might get something. Oh, I'm not Mr. Whole Foods. Let's get a gun. That'll make a gun. See what's wrong with this one?
It's so funny because
I just realized what that's from. It's the beginning of the fight. It took me so long. That has nothing to do with the story, Brandon.
He's serious. Yeah, from where? It's like 2 hours away from here. Access, he's serious. Access. You're really trying to do something. Big hunter.
And such camo here, I mean, it's not this player, but it would be kind of funny if he had like a full hockey outfit. I just don't really know hockey. I don't know hockey.
What about
Trying to put the stick in the puck here. I just don't really like that hockey thing. I don't get it.
This is for the show, first time. No, it's my buddies out here. They were having friends, that Friendsgiving thing.
Whatever makes it bigger. That's it. To me, I'm looking at it as a first step. It's like you don't just go, right?
End up a lot of what we do know, the one thing we do know is that
you shoot for the moon and you land on the moon.
Right?
He's ruined everything. He's ruined everything that is fun. Like, you know why I'm not surprised by any kind of bad, like, oh man, I can't believe that happened.
what's still on the website? It's still unknown is the showcase himself.
So
Does the showcase have to be B'Sachar or not? It appears that we're meaning right now is that the showcase does not need to be in B'Sachar. The showcase itself is actually
That social media, this is real.
except for alone, right? What is that based on? It's based on one word, which is soul.
I'm not even finished
Soul
with this
is the
clip.
karma and
You
it's
need to make
associated
like a John where you have like a giant iPad where we're just like the whole show.
someone else.
We don't even talk now. We're king scientists. Yeah. Look at, check it out. Oh my God! Never ending. That's insane. That's another thing. It's like the world is getting so much better. People are negative and shit, but dude, I mean, look at that.
La fregadera no funciona.
Yeah, the Reaganera was never functional about that. We don't need it to function.
Say you go hunt down. Yeah, I'm down, man. So let me know when I go. See you on Monday, 3:30. On Monday. On Monday. Yes, you'll be there. You know, you'll get done late at night. It's not too far away. Like it's not a whole drive. And I was like, yeah, that's like that. That's awesome, dude. I'm not nervous. Please film. Can you?
Oh hell yeah, James Freeman.
Gerardo, you're all doing a little remix song with that soundboard.
I'll do it. Ready? Tell me when to stop, right? Okay.
Danny, you're the loner now. In what fucking sense? Fancy yourself against the cops.
Do something if you're really trying to do something.
What do you
While
do?
you're working like a
Why do you touch me, motherfucker?
Take a minute, let the hate shake. Get an inch right beside the head as soon as the bass kick in. I'm out here grinding every day. I'm really trying to get it. I take that turn, elevate, I push it past the limit. Don't need no diamonds on my wrist, though. God, because I swear the vision big just like the big boy squad. Big boy squad. Big boy nation.
La fregadera no funciona.
DJ Kono. What'd you think? That was really good. It goes very well. So good job. Good job.
Let's see here. This is legit like Baby Driver in real life. It's like crack a beat cocaine.
That was fun. That was good. Do you want to try? No, I think you're better at the music. You got to try. I'll try, but I think we should wind down. Really should. Yeah, you should start with the donut. The donut.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make
Gotta be do something if you're really trying to do something. I'm out here working like I'm really trying to prove something. I take a minute, let the hate sink in and hit you right beside the head, like the bass kick in. I'm out here grinding every day, I'm really trying to get it. I take the gel and elevate, I push it past the limit. Don't use the buttons on my wrist, those are not good.
what fucking sense? Fancy yourself against the cops. But you still ain't call. My cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent two.
Wind down here.
Let's see here. Get GoPro or something. Yeah, I'll try to
By
get
the way,
some.
great job. No, thank you. At first, when you hit "Don't Make Sense" 5 times, I was like, maybe he doesn't know how to do this. But then you really made it pop off like 10 times. Yeah, you did spicy it a couple times. Narrative part.
I don't know what things are for. And I said, oh, do I bring mine because that AR-15? He's like, you can, rifles and stuff. He's like, you don't have to bring your guns of war. You can. I don't have the right dress. I feel like outfit, That's what's dope about Texas as a whole, too. Yeah, which is nice. But I mean, Texas, you don't really need a license to hunt certain animals. So you just go. Yeah, that's so dope about Texas. That'd be the most basic question you got in a long time since you're a hunter. But what do I wear? Like, I just wear boots. Like, I don't wear my J's. Like, I just wear my boots. Some, cargo, khaki pants, and pockets to put mullet and shit in. And then, like, a warm jacket with a hood on it in case we're in the hood. Right? So I should be set. And then the other thing is, taking a life of an animal, man. Dude, I hope you get one of the police shot and eat. Yeah. Dude, I'm excited for you, man.
I mean, the worst podcast ever made. Yeah. Or it is kind of funny thinking of Jim cooking. Yeah. Pretty sure than me. Jim's gonna cook something.
That's awesome. Wait, Jim. Fuck you guys both. Of course, people are like, oh, now you're hunting. Now, bitch, I'm going one time. I mean, I might go more in the future, but listen, I'm all set on hobbies, dude. I can't so one time thing, maybe I do it once in a few months or something. Yeah, but you never know, you might love it, man. Yeah, maybe. Betty, you're a little older now. You might have to get that thing cut off.
Can you do me a favor, dude? Yeah. Let's just say, okay, hear me out, all right? Because your boy is not only big dick, sorry about that, fucking fabulous person at heart. Also, what else do I do for this podcast, right? Yes. Do me a favor, dude. Give me a little bit of a fucking, you gotta sit up for this, right? Okay. You didn't sit up, by the way. You just hold your head. You gotta take it. Cut me a promo for that full taking our spot, dude. A promo? What do you mean? Like, how I was upset earlier. You gotta be a little more upset about that full taking our spot. You made me mad about it? Okay. You don't have to threaten him at all, but just,
I will fuck you.
Right. Go for it. Okay. You listen here, Nathan's, Simmons. You're fucking, your neck. I hope you enjoy it now. I hope you enjoy having a neck because it's about to be twisted off. Alright? You may not know this, even though I've said it many times. Yeah. I have violence in my DNA. You're trying to take my job. The person that tried to take my job, I killed them. Okay, don't do that. Alright, no. Okay.
I will fuck you.
Alright, we'll wind down now. Shout out to you, Adam. Thank you for the $5 twice. Thank you, Adam. The live streaming has gone to another level for sure, but James, you guys make it all worthwhile. Thank you as always, James, for reminding people to hit like buttons. I mean, we didn't make our goal.
Spicy.
It's a lot more than that, but it's fine.
That's the narrative.
But we had a lot of fun, dude. This is a great time. I'm a little sad for sure. But we'll figure things out, dude. The way I see it, Cooney.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
The way I see it, Cooney, when somebody attacks you, what do? Attack back. Oh, yeah, right. You don't. I didn't throw the first punch. I didn't start it, but I'll finish it. You know what I mean? Great.
La fregadera no funciona.
And guess what, dude? You're not gonna like how I punch back. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. I don't know if you catch what I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to hype you up, and you're not doing it at all.
Flat.
Yeah, dude. Ask if they have a gun, and if they say yes, then anybody that wants the smoke, see me at a Starbucks parking lot. There you go. Right? I bet you I won't leave. I'll eat instead of the Starbucks forever, dude.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
But yeah, so just keep your eyes out, dude, because
Justice attack, 4 returns emoji, fucking schwab.
they get the next team. I'm not really mad at Shop. He's the funniest person that ever lived, but I am upset with the team. I blame the team, honestly. I've always blamed the team. It sounds like Nick, who is also known as Hot Chip, also known as the creepiest guy on the planet, we're one of the most disgusting humans to ever live. I feel like he's the one trying to punch us, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'll fight him anyway. Yeah. You know what I mean? Hot Chip, he's been needing to smoke for a long time. And so, just keep your eyes out because we might just attack back in a way you don't expect. I know Hot Chip thinks he's safe.
I'm not Mr. Holmes.
Oh yeah, you want to be
Spicy.
Well, I can get spicy too, dude. On that note, we're out.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Yeah, that's terribly real. All right, see you next week, everybody. Enjoy yourselves. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we did a bonus episode. We've also recently had Louis J. Gomez. You made it. That's not you made it weird. It's you made it worse. You made it strange. That's right. Worse. And Leanne Morgan. Yeah, I'm not sure. She was great. Anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No. It's been a jam-packed week. I mean, check out Jeff Dye Talk. A lot of Jeff Dye Talk. I'm sure there's going to be some of that on the Reddit. Also, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that, dude. Yeah, you got to sub. That's what people are doing these days, sub. So, anyways, that's not where you're not going to sub, you're not going to like, you're not going to subscribe. Okay, you're here to watch Snippets of Shop. So, start the timer. Let it check out. Alrighty, so my name is Gerardo. It's called This Is Gonna Be. I'm still looking for them. Okay, is this 14 days? And we're looking for anything above 14 days. Okay, that makes sense. We've seen that. Make it about you. Yeah, then we've seen that. Okay, Brian's False Gods Bomb. Posted by American Nero. What do you think this is going to be? I'm going to do a prediction first. This is going to be one of our guys. I think it's going to be a clip of American Redux. And I'm probably wrong, so oh, yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's like, too lazy to try in training. Too lazy to train. On the same page.
As they just right again. I forgot. I'm dropping my special on Wednesday. I'll call it God's. It'll be on YouTube. Rogan. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
You never know. Oh, God. So, is it Monday morning?
No, Wednesday morning, Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon.
Second quarter mile right from the factory. Motherfucker. That's what you need. That's what you need, Cal. It's very special. Kicks it. You start selling out giant theaters. Let's get a little. Once I start selling theater tickets.
And I thought that when I had my own special show together,
And then cut the image. Yeah, I gotta edit it. I'm way old. There's still plenty of time left to edit it. I'm now realizing that Jeff died, the cowboy thing, and Ryan rides a horse. Realize that? Well, it's a lot of showboat. They're cowboys. They like to show off what they do. Sure, yes.
we're up to theaters. It's going to be crazy. My life Disconnect Club special came out.
Oh, it stands. So awful. Oh. What's up? What's going on? Dallas! Houston! My favorite part of the whole session. That's the best part. Yeah, right, that works. Walk like a rich guy. Dude, great work, whoever made this. That's good. Excellent. Excellent stuff, dude. Yeah. Shout out to them.
As they keep riding ahead.
What do you think, dude? The beginning is my favorite part. Yeah. Just like the way they were talking. Brian's he's talking about his special, and then Chad goes, what is that? Right? His face where he's like, because you know Chad's a marketing genius, dude. Oh, yeah. He's like, what's that? Yeah, Shab would have, if he put out something, it'd be just so much more views, so much more likes. Well, you know, 2025, dude, if Shab puts something out, there's going to be lines outside of AMC, people waiting in tents. Yeah, me, it'll be the first time I learn how to make a tent. Yeah. Go to REI, or what do you need a tent for? What do you don't know? I'm making a tent to camp out for the Gringo Papa. You're not. Oh, you already have a tent. You work at REI. It's not even called the Gringo Papa. You just call it that. My tent is called the Gringo Papa. My tent's called the Gringo Papa. I was a stomping pad. Did we say that? Let's see here. If Papa went to Riyadh, we saw that one already. It's a classic.
Sand on top? What's Dubai chocolate? Chocolate with sand on top? That's my time for ya.
3 weeks in a row, or 3 times in a row, we flipped that. I want to start doing that just in conversation. like people do it. Makes me laugh. Goddamn truck down to here. All right, so this one's gonna be posted by Gunslinger 4. It's Steve Will Do It unloads on Brendan Chop Part 1. Have you seen this? No, I haven't seen it. I heard about the controversy because this is Steve Will Do It second. Correct me if I'm wrong. Second appearance, Haviverse. Apparently, Chop made up something about Steve Will Do It. He got mad about it. Don't kill me. He made a video and then Chop apologized. Okay, I don't know anything else. I didn't know any of that, but I will just say to preempt you for this, it is a fucking headache in a video. So really, just get ready to let go and let God. You know what I mean? I can see it. I don't know what exactly that means, but I can see it being Jack because he's connected with those idiots that interviewed Netanyahu. I'm not speaking in tongues. I'm just trying to avoid a headache right now. Okay. And literally just it gave me a headache when I first. Yeah. Oh fuck. So just like let the graves take over right now, and then just come back when it's done. I got something for the grave is never control. I wish I did that. I don't know if you see the fucking little part here, dude. 3:11. 3 minutes. Yes. Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Let me know if you want me to pause it already. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, Brandon Shaw, he goes on a podcast and he goes, Steve has gambling that, and sometimes when you have gambling that, you do bad things.
So first of all, over under on him with a gambling. No, 100% he's like that. Look at the way he's walking and talking and dressed. This is what you'd show a gambler, like if you wanted to spot what a gambler looks like. It's like driving school. You show car crashes, that gambling anonymous. You show this video. So you're not a gambling addict, but you are wearing sunglasses inside at night in Vegas. In Vegas with FanDuel on your phone. Like you're making a video, but you're also kind of looking at FanDuel.
I'm saying I insinuated I fixed the phone because I so happen it's hilarious. I even called Dana and I said, this is so funny. Hey, Brandon Shaw, you can't just call Dana. I called Dana and Brandon
job. I can owe Red Rock Casino $1.6 million, and I owe them $300 to $1 million at all times. And it's not a problem because, bro, something you're not good at is relationships. Okay? So everyone go find the YouTube video of Brandon Schaub talking about Steve will do it. And it's like, bro, you gotta roast him. You gotta roast him. Because you know he's a bad person. Like, and I can suck up to a UFC fighter. Alright? And you don't know the facts, and you turn this into a bad person.
Oh no. Is it just chopped together? He made a bunch of things. Alright, done that. Alright, put it back up. But he's talking to himself.
Person that need money. Brandon Schaub. I know you're gonna be like, here, we'll fight, like, dude. Because I have no respect for you. Okay? So I'm not like Brandon Schaub. I have no respect. When I make 7 figures a month.
He sounded like a car switching unit there. This is making me like Shop. I'm going more and more to Shop's side in this, you know. Brandon Shop. And another thing. It's hard to watch somebody just, cook down their mind, man. Maybe this is good if you're a big fan of Steve will do it. Brandon Shop. That's what he said. He has a turbocharger in his lungs right now. He's a truck. One of Shop's trucks has turned on him. Yeah, he got a truck that came to life and drove away. Yeah. So Shop just wants his truck back, and the truck's like, I'm my own. I'm a man. That was the truck. About your truck. Oh my God. That makes 7 figures every night.
I have a relationship with everyone. I do whatever I want. Okay? And I do something good for a UFC fighter. And you don't know the facts, and then you turn this into I'm a bad person and need money. Brandon Schaub. I know you're gonna be like,
Okay, so yeah.
I'm not here to fight you. I got a sketch. I'm drawing that schedule, dog.
I gotta watch Flavor.
It's a lot on that schedule. It's a lot. It's not on the schedule. You don't even have the privilege to be like, for me to meet you now. Every single YouTube video. Every single.
I could do this though. Andrew Schultz. Walking around the hotel. I'll put on sunglasses and then I take it off in the next cut and put it back on. Yeah, I gotta be in a hotel. Now we're going back to Vegas. Steve snorted. It's good.
Instagram video, everything. You gotta come out. Because there's nothing behind that. I have nothing.
Yeah, he does have like the inside sweats, which is weird. Like he's not sick, obviously, but he's sweating inside. No, he could easily turn on the AC in the hotel room. Also, does he have pants on? I think he has shorts on. Okay. It's just not a good look. It's hot in Vegas. It's raining in Los Angeles.
I helped him. It's the coolest thing ever. So until you apologize and make a video and buy something very nice, I'm gonna keep going. All right, it's official. Still Brandon Schaub buys me something very nice for going on the internet and I'm making up things about me. That seems so like you're such a low IQ individual, like you're so small-minded.
I feel like somebody at Chang's cut these all together and made it look weird. I wish there was like a regular video, and I'm starting to get a hit again because it's like you're trying to follow the sentence and you cut it right before you finish the sentence. That is kind of funny. That would be a funny bit just to take that part where he goes Brandon Schaub and put it in each one. It also kind of sounds Brandon Schaub sounds like worst in your life, right? Like the doctor from the UFC.
Like it's like freedom. What do you mean? Who are you, bro? Like I built companies, dog. Like my YouTube videos, all I do is talk about how Brandon's loud, more like Brandon's loud. Brandon should like you just think you're cool. You can say whatever you want. You're cool. This guy can do jiu-jitsu. It's like, dude, I just hate that, man. And I keep redoing the stories. And I thought it was a good line. I don't know if I posted it, but it's like I go a lot of times and like I don't think I'm like better than everyone else. And it's like you want the forward guys that think you're like the king.
It does feel like forced content. Steve will do it. He has to make a certain amount of videos every week, and this is
I think, I don't know what to do this week. Okay, I'm going to rant about Brendan Shaw. He said, I bet I gain, well, first of all, I owe $1 million regularly to Red Rocks, or whatever he said. Yeah. You know those long tweets people put, and at the end it's like, I'm not reading all that, but sorry for your loss or good for you, or something like that. Yeah, well said. That's how I feel about that video. It is funny they call him Brendan Slaw. Brandon is hilarious. Yeah, he says Brandon, but they actually Brendan Slaw. You're a nerd. Like that, but he apologized, I think. Steve? No, Brandon. I think he was like, yeah, I'm wrong. Well, let's go a little further down. Let's see what's on Chang's right now. Let's see. I've been out of the loop for a little while here. Look at this. Must be unusual 4460. Hey Joe, I wrote you. Are you still in Colin? I left my cell and my phone. And Andrew Schultz at the UFC fight. Unbelievably annoying to see him everywhere now. Yeah, but at least he has a stupid mustache. That's Jim Dye. Hey, wait, fat Jim Dye is funny. Yeah. If Jim Dye got really fat after the crash, he's like so depressed, he starts eating a lot and not leaving the house. He becomes a whale. Fat Jeff Dye. A movie about Jeff Dye being really fat. The Whale 2, Jeff Rye. Let's see. Whose wife is worse, Papa or Akash? Oh man, you've seen a lot of that, right? I did see the Too Lazy to Track. Easy and then constant remnants of making fun of the wife of the Akashiverse. This is the first post by Turbulent Ham 2575. Let's go ahead and take a look. That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up with this. Also, if I gotta answer the question, whose wife is worse, before we watch this video, Akash's wife. Oh, yeah. Fucking ass. No, I don't yet. She just says things that you shouldn't say. I was talking to a woman. Normally, like when you are kind of shitting on another woman, they will not agree with you, right? They're like, well, you just think that because you're sexist. And I said, listen, I'm not trying to be sexist here, but she's just saying stuff that you wouldn't want your partner to ever say. And the woman was like, what did she say? And I said, well, she said she had a roster of white dudes that she would pop her pussy for. And then the woman was like, oh yeah, that's there was really no pushback from her. She said, yeah, I don't know about that. Because that's also she's doing the vernacular that she doesn't like just do the people to do a little bit of self-realization. The only person that can pop their pussy for random white guys is Boris or something. I don't know. It could be funny if he said that. Pop their pussy. I am a boy. I had the roster of white guys. I pop my pussy for. That's another argument I get with people. I'm like a crazy millennial, so I don't think I'll ever not think that my wife is fun. I say, my wife. As a gosh. When a gosh can use that as like a defense strategy. When someone's going, hey bro, your wife is, man, that must suck. My wife! And then you're like, okay, all right, let's see what you did there. That's fine. Mentos popped in here. I'm a random white guy. Where's this lady at? Oh, okay, I see. Horny in the chat. Save that for that SFW chat. Go and then click to watch anime. Let's see here. Anime. Not hentai.
I find corny is my preference, is not my will. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my women, period, which is the corniest human being outside of criminals to me, period.
Akash hopefully dates Brown. Akash has been with one girl in his life. Who's his wife?
That's my wife. That's an Indian.
So now, like, blood through and through.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. I was popping my pussy and living my white boy frat house.
I'm actively trying to have an orgy because, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face part always plays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm right now.
Yeah, the gunshot is was funny. The sound effects are very good. They're very well done. We should be like a Ebert and Roper for these clips. Like, I give this clip an A or whatever. Two thumbs way up. Yeah, thank God you. Two thumbs up and then but we never disagree. I do too. You know, the gunshots I really like. Dude, popping her pussy or whatever it is, it sucks. But she's talking about the past. You just wish she wouldn't say it out loud on her podcast or whatever it is. Her talking about another guy saying like that she knows. I guess the other guy is the co-host's husband. Is saying he's face hard, always slays, and his body is crazy. Yeah. These are just not okay. We shouldn't do that.
What's worse, that or the amount of likes?
The amount of likes is much worse. I mean, are we doing the show? Is it on? Are the cameras on?
Dude, I would trade my wife saying that for like 20 likes.
Absolutely. The amount of, like, can we at least get more likes than the amount of guys that Akash's wife up your pussy?
Can't always push the wrong one.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult her. I mean, I'm sure she's great.
Oh, you don't have Mr. Dolphin?
No. I mean, that would be so funny to do a dolphin every time Akash's wife came up. Sorry, dolphin ball next time. Oh, you know, I see Bot says, Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll, we said that his mom's name was Mama Roll. I was thinking his dad's name was Dinner Roll. So, all right, let's go back to it.
And then I just know that Nav's dick like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have two butthole stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my ass was a little sore. And I remember, what kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator?
Okay, not gonna lie, I don't watch porn while using a vibrator. What? I just think my imagination is vibration enough. What? I just think of like my own husband while I'm like doing it.
Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that.
Yeah.
No! She's hilarious, bro. That was fun.
Oh my god.
I could never. She just said she could never think about a Kosh while masturbating. If that's true, I don't want to know that. Take that to your grave. God, could you imagine the chick you're married to that she never once masturbates thinking about you?
If we thought that, stop saying fellas.
You know. Now we see why. Remember, part of our criticism of his stand-up special was that it was very specifically negative toward life. To the point, it sounded one of those old 80s terrible things. My wife's a bitch, and then I fucking shit. But then dinner's cold. And that shit sucks. That's why people don't do it as much anymore, besides Akash and Jeff died. But,
you're right. Now, actually, comedy is not from his time. If it would have came out now, we would have understood.
well, now I understand. Yeah. It's a direct, he's responding. He's responding to trauma and being treated in a certain way. He's just trying to speak his piece. He's just not very good at it. Not sad. It's a sad thing.
If only he could speak like this, dude.
Finances, and I'm gonna be really fucking honest.
I don't.
We don't.
First of all, that's a fucking red flag. I'm not like, no joke. I love you girls. If you want to work, all for that, whatever. But like any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a fucking red flag.
I feel like I got cheated on after watching that.
I know, right? It feels like we're all being cheated. This is an eye into the world of neglected and mistreated guy.
I almost say she's probably one of the
hottest red flags I've ever seen.
It's not a
Changer. Yeah, I could.
two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money, and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 in content creating? Why? Why not more? That's your boss. But that's my money. Okay?
And I don't know if you watched The Voice, but I love him on The Voice.
I never watched that show, but like he's on my hall pass list.
Oh, yeah.
Chase Crawford, Jacob Velarde, Austin Butler, and who else?
Jesus Christ.
I have like a good marriage.
I think it's because my husband's never here.
Okay.
Jacob Velarde versus you know, we're all criticizing. I'm going back and forth there. We're all criticizing this poor woman. Well, you know, she's married to at the same time, right? We have to keep in our minds that Akash Singh sucks ass. He's a fucking beta bitch that just laughs like a little giggling goo. Whenever Andrew Schultz says one of his moronic jokes that make no sense. He's like me for you. No, that's a compliment to me. I mean, Akash Singh is a genius, first of all. He knew things were going downhill, and he told his wife, like, go tell him about your slutty past. And now we all naturally feel worse for him. That's true, too. Man, you gotta look at these things from every angle you can miss. You gotta become the Akash. You stepped in the Akash. Where's your white J-Lo jumpsuit? Oh, you're right. I don't have my Nikes on. You know, you gotta dress the part, dude. Yeah. Where's your laptop? 4D chest, dude. These teeth looking balls. Watch yourself now, Sonic. Those are big gums. Hey, stop the narrative now. Okay. There's been some discourse on the Reddit about your gums, too. Oh, yeah, it sounds funny.
So I've been getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what it is.
No lies were told. His face card slays every time. Peter Dinklage's dungarees. Yeah. Oh, shout out to this guy. Thank you, Sam.
Do you guys think Barbara will DM her now?
What do you think? Probably. I am more offended by her black than I am what she said. Oh, that gosh. To be honest, that's how strongly you feel about black. When it's that cringe, yes. Yeah. It's too cringe for me. Yeah. Sorry. We're trying something new with this stream, so I'm trying to work out. Sam Siscoli, thank you. Let's see here. What else do we got? Like 31 was me in the hospital suffering big time, stage 4 cancer and horrible infection. This sapped my body over the last bit of strength. It has left I'm terrified. Thanks for the distraction. Shout out to you, dude. Yeah, keep trying, dude. At least you're not married to a conscious wife. It could be worse. Much worse.
The show is Netflix.
She'd be fucking some guy.
Akash's wife stinks because she's Indian.
Be cool, dude. What the fuck is this? Shout out to you. Thank you for the money. You said that we didn't say it. We didn't say that. Yeah, shout out to you, even though, let's see here. Everything he touches by Dazzling Rabbit 633. Yeah, Calvin is my companion, otherwise known as San Jose Jack Johnson. Hello to the bell. What's up here? This is what? Pizza Diaries? Oh, Power Truck Diaries. Yeah, grabbing a slice. Toontown, drive past all gas. Gearhead's gone wild. Oh, really, dude. He's a marketing genius. You guys don't speak 40 chess. You guys don't understand what it's like. It takes 6 or 7 months to make all those shows. Yeah. Take 4 blue cheese after drinking 2 sure shots on top of a rain. And tell me what you think about that, dude. But in fact, yeah, absolutely. See, tell me where the blowers are. I bet you fucking nerds don't even know how to see it here. Yeah, tell me about lithium batteries, and we'll get back to you. Papa. Yeah, to the town. Papa was, I guess, on Star Wars. Hopefully, we get some clips of that. This is from one day ago. How convenient be posted by Appropriate Duty 930. All political posts are now banned on Joe Rogan. Today, we are making a decision to ban all political posts indefinitely after careful consideration, internal discussion and tons of external feedback, we have collectively decided that Joe Rogan is not the place for politics anymore. Tell me that wasn't already in ChatGPT. All the leads. Yeah. Indefinitely. Internally, directionally, discussion speed. Joe Rogan is probably the boss of his Reddit, and he told us, they're like, hey, look, here's a way to do ChatGPT. You can make an announcement. So I chose to do this. And they go, oh, thanks, Joe. Have you seen the places you drive yet? What's it about? Joe Rogan and Tim Thielman? No, I want to. Oh, fuck. That's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, there you go. Shorter. You're right. Just became shorter. What would we have read it? What? And not playing political posts. What would we have misspelled first names? Yeah, that'd be so funny. They'd be like, definitely Gerdo's in control of the Reddit. It's like, yeah, we both are. This is such ridiculous new T-Pack banning of baseball talk is weakness. Yeah, dude. Gum chat or somebody said, all right, let's do a poll here. What should we ban? Yeah, what are some Reddit ban? And the way to give them options, or do we just say, what would they ban? Give me some options after I type this into what are the hours of Reddit ban? Dolphin, cock, I guess. Yeah, is there the dolphin thing, that dolphin noise, dolphin stuff in general? Yeah, jelly people seem pretty happy with each other. Small furniture. Brendan chat and just Graves talk. Let's see, thinking about Gerdo's name. That's not how you spell it. Coffee cake. I do kind of, I prefer to know what people want us to talk about on breakfast meetings, but I am very interested to know, are there things that they do?
Schultz is working on a sitcom for NBC's WC.
Oh, wow. That's horrible. Shout out, I saw Adam and Ellie saying, what's up, hey, Cootie? Ellie has where your dolphin water bottle is. You know, I still have it. I should bring it back, but I guess it's a reason to keep it coming back. You know, I'll have it next week, and then you'll tune in. I'm a fucking podcast genius. That's what I do. So, yeah, it's a pretty close race here. They still want to talk about 8 inches. I was hoping that one. Dolphin stuff is number one. Interesting. I'm so sorry. We did 3 things at once there. Andrew Schultz is working on an NBC sitcom as we speak. What were you saying right before that?
Andrew Schultz working on a NBC thing, but you know how they always say that it's important to have gatekeepers, and it's bad that we don't have any more gatekeepers? Well, clearly not, because look what the gatekeepers are doing. They're letting Andrew Schultz have a fucking sitcom, so fuck them. Keep it up. We don't need gatekeepers, okay? We need Too Lazy to Try, Elephant Graveyard, Successful Egg and Bud Easy, and this show, and that's it.
All right, I hear you. Don't kill me. Do you want to hear myself? Yeah. Well, thank God for the gatekeepers. Why? Because maybe they're homeless. You ever thought of that? Oh, more content. Homeless gatekeepers are like, we need more shit. We know he's going to be busting out 4 episodes to become any sort of podcast. They're like, we want to monetize some of this redactedness. I guess so. We need him to, well, we don't need him to, but it would be good for even more terrible Andrew Schultz content, and it'd be even more famous, and then we can make fun of whatever horrible show he's on. So you're right. They had a great question. Are the gatekeepers on the wall that woke meets? I think the gatekeepers are probably before the woke meets the wall. Because where the woke meets the wall is like Joe Rogan, comedian, stand up at 250. So the gatekeepers, so the wall's probably here, and woke is like, it's a spectrum where it goes in and out. The gatekeepers are probably here, and then P.F. Chang is like, I was trying to think of a funny way to put it, but I have nowhere to say it. I can't think of a single way to say that they're. I was gonna be like, they're right here. I mean, that's just weird. P.F. Chang is on your ball second. Yeah, all right. Let's suck it in. A lot of smoke breaks, smoking my Let's see here. Bubba's daughter posted by Particular Stable 69. Well, let's see what it's diagnosed.
Yeah, my baby. She had diagnosed as hypotonia. She had the issue when she was born, and they warned us of this. And then she'll be 2 end of November. And then she wasn't crawling normal. You know, it took forever. And then she's not walking. She walks. It's like just sad. So then finally the doctor diagnosed her with hypertonia. What the fuck is that? The tough thing is like some kids are born with it. And then through therapy and everything, they're walking after a year, 2 or 3 years. They have to wear braces and stuff like that.
I'm sorry for stopping it because it's very serious. My ass itches. I'm just kidding. That's not what I'm what's going on? They're on the Next Frontier podcast. Oh, yeah. You know, we're not far behind. I'm not going to lie. We did get the red chairs when they had them. We were 2 steps behind, but we took 4 steps forward, right? Exactly. But I'm not into numbers like that. What I'm saying is, look with his positioning, dude. How is he talking right now? He's like, yeah, have fun trying to do that in a small town. Go for it. Go for it. How is he? I mean, like this? Yeah, what? Where will we ever be able to talk like that sitting in these fucking chairs? You probably have to get a chair like that, and then it's kind of like the Sebastian stance in a way. Being stiff, he's Sebastian sitting. It's kind of like he's not telling you, or he's not asking you to listen. He's forcing you to listen. It's like sitting fucking up inside of it. True. It's a more alpha dance than we're able to take right now. We might get there someday. Yeah, you got the fucking. I'm like short. I'm going in when I do this. He's still like up here towering over a band. It's like me. Yeah. So, and then also I'm like almost spilling my Diet Coke. He's got his coffee right there at the table. He's not worried about spilling it on his equipment because that's something Jen has to deal with. He's got an itch on his butt. How many times do you think Shab has spilled something on the equipment? Probably countless times. I think you could count like on your hand how many times he's done it on purpose. You know? And so he's so stupid. I can see Sean being like, dude, check out this joke I just did. And he pours like Coke on the thing. She's like, oh, no. That's got the episode. No. All right, shut up, you fucking. And then, he says a racial slur. Yeah, dude. We do need chairs that we can lean forward in. That's what I'm seeing a lot of shop leaning forward. We need to do this, dude. Cooney does look as intimidating with regular hands. Shop has meat hooks. I appreciate you saying they're regular. I'm tired of things being smart.
When you pontificate and play the whole music, can you please end it with I can't turn myself away from this call? The apple.
Oh man, that was a great way to end it. The podcast that we're listening to is called The Apple. Gerardo, the orange chicken. Shout out to you, thank you, Blitz. We'll hit you with it when you least expect it. Goody has the memory bank that I would always capable of. Next time I hit that fucking horror music, I will not remember the apple. One of us will remember it. Goody has small eyes.
It's just having fun. Just in memory, they walk and it's all good. And some is for like wheelchairs. They walk for like braces and stuff. Yeah, she gets fit on Tuesday. And I've been pretty good about it. And then talking with the therapist, they're like, well, the best thing you do is pool. So now in the morning, the routine is we wake up, me and Billy go to the pool. And this morning, I'll get home from this. I'll take her, go to the pool in like 20 minutes. I'll take the boys to wrestling, baseball. I've been good. And I tell Joe, mother-in-law, like, don't cry for the milk. Don't let her know this is a big thing. She can beat this. So I don't cry. I've been good. I've been good. No crying. I've been good. And then someone sent, I'm trying not to cry. And then someone sent shoes in the mail. And she can't wear those shoes. They don't fit the braces. That got me.
It's not that I think it's funny. It's just like when he cries, it's kind of funny. And I wish him the best, and it sounds like he's doing a great job. I hope everything turns out okay. But he's so comical that it's like impossible to take him serious no matter what.
I agree with Gordo. He did not talk about this.
No. But what I notice, if I'm just being, totally cruel, Brendan, is that when he says like Teutonia or whatever, somebody called it, I'm almost expecting it to be like Underwood Lopez, completely flame out and not make any
make sense. So like the doctor said she has myshirota. I'm kind of waiting because I'm also like, who, not to criticize the person that put the clip on the subreddit, but who watches this clips and then puts it on Chang? That person's name is particular stable 69. Okay, I'm not judging them. Maybe I am judging them. So they put on everything about this is absolutely absurd. Why would they put it on? Why would Shop do this? So if you put it on a comedy website, which is what I kind of consider the subreddit as a joke website, and he stumbles over his words, I'm expecting him to do something like Underwear Lopez and that would make it kind of funny.
Yeah, very funny. Unique's in here, but when I say very funny, he's still called Steve Austin's in Hawaiian in the chat. All right, let's see.
We can put these, we can ban unique bits from your Reddit.
I'm down with that. Let's see what. Oh, 8 inches one, dude. Whoa.
I mean, that makes sense.
Wow. Only 53 votes. It's just like our like count. Let's see here. This is the reason she is just as bad as Papa. Posted by 28 Texas 832. I mean, dude.
Not bad, right? Okay.
I didn't say it, dude. Bring Tiger goes to the NFL so he can buy me my 2034 Range Rover.
I mean, I guess you work out a lot. You want to show it off.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying? Right, yeah. Whatever you said. Or I feel sorry for you, whatever you were saying. Here we go. Finally, to one thing we wanted to talk about today, which we talked about for an hour on our other podcast, Raccoon Tweeties episode. Not a chance yet. Episode 270, I can't count that. The username is deleted, much like Jeff died from California. When you're so unfunny, the premise of the joke is going, is people giving you 26,000. Regarding my GoFundMe post, you know, you guys can read this. He thought it was going to be rich people that just gave him money to take this.
Did he really ask for $26,000?
Yeah.
That's what I see. I made a fake GoFundMe. I should have made it the same classic name, but that's way awesome. You have $26,000 to move.
Yeah.
What's he moving? Does he have a lot of trucks?
I don't know, but keep talking because there's a little development in the chat.
Okay, so Jeff died, $26,000. What is he taking with him? I guess a lot of cowboy boots, cigar, and maybe there's a lot of things that you need to do with, like, with I was just trying like cigars, you got a thing that chomps the cigars, but you only need a few of those. I imagine Jeff died. He does a lot of yoga. We learned that. And he's a plant-based diet. So maybe there's a lot of things that help you make vegan food, or he's a meal prepper.
He does do yoga every day and eats vegan daily. Anyways, important little tweet here 3 hours ago. Thinking about Daisy pointed this out. Yeah, Kim Kong, do you want to read that?
Kim Kong, she says, let's shift the focus off Jeff Dye and onto maybe the bitch that stole one of one.
Was one of the $10.
$10? Or 10,000, maybe 10. There are worse people out there, and unfortunately, they have comedies. But
there's not much worse than Jeff Dye.
No, yeah, I mean, I wonder how much money that is. I think she's talking about a Hannah Berner person, right? Because she's been talking about this woman. I forget she accused her of something. Yeah, Hannah Berner. Remember we watched her stand-up special on the Patreon? It was pretty bad. And it's like she stole material from you. That doesn't look good for you.
Let's see. I don't know.
Yeah, there's fucking okay.
10 listeners, still 10 minutes of material. What's over 10 minutes of material? That's the creepiest tweet I've ever seen. All right, well, not as breaking as I thought it would be.
in the way, Jeff Dye is still a lot of material from everyone who's ever done stand-up. He just says things that other people say, but not on purpose. Great point here from Buddy. How redacted do you have to be to do Rogan and then do Brennan? Yeah, dude, that's straight up facts. Dude. That's a killer fucking podcast right there. Yeah, that's all that. Getting the smart people and the fucking angry, crazy, redacted. I would go an hour first personally. Maybe that's just me. Right. Well, don't hold your breath. He still has time left. I think he's still in Los Angeles. Let's see here. Mama Seabach. This is my favorite clip from the Chase this whole week. Post by Cycle Adventures in 7694. No. All right, let's see it. Everyone at home, let's see if it's a dude.
Jared, did you Puerto Rican? The babe is on there.
Cheers back up.
In general, we would say.
Yes, laugh. Are they the Puerto Rican tourists? It says Jamar instead of
Jared, that's your Puerto Rican. The babe is on there.
I have no. He's guessing Jamar did something. Okay, so there's not a chance you're gonna get it. But it's monkey see, monkey do, right? Papa see, Papa do. Everything that Matt McCusker does, he's also doing. Oh, okay, one more time.
Jared, that's how you get your Puerto Rican. The babe is on there.
Back, lean back, head up, and up. Come back. He's okay. Here's what I think is happening. You're right. He mimics like always, but I think because I can relate to this, he has stopped paying attention. Right? He's getting a little nervous because he knows he hasn't heard anything that anyone said. So now he is just gonna. Oh, that is okay. They're like, yeah, it's funny. No one knows that I'm not paying attention. I'm gonna do what Matt's done, and people think I'm normal because I'm laughing too. Do I know Baba too? My question is. This be a meeting. Yeah. And also, if we were on a wide shot the whole show, you'd probably see me mimicking a lot of Goonies actions too. Mimicking is dangerous. Right? Just Baba doesn't too much. But I stay 10 toes down. Grave stuff. Classic Baba stuff. Very hard there. That was a fun little inside game there. That was fun. Let me see. And guess what I thought of that right when I saw it? I was like, it took me a while to get it, so I was making fun of you. No. Let's see. I thought about mimicking the whole time. One day I'm going to have some Reddit that turns on me and they're going to be Gerdo. It's going to bother me so much. Gerdo bother you? No, I'm about one day. I'll turn on me and they're only saying Gerdo. It's going to lose its appeal. I'll tell you that right now. Before you play this one, can I just say, and I feel kind of weird about this, because I'm kind of delete. Oh, really? Yeah, dude. I mean, not stand the tweet, right? Okay. Well, no, or any of the things that he's done. Yeah. But I miss him on the clips. I like when a Delia clip is up. Yes. Maybe it's because there's not as many, right? But whenever I see Delia pop up on the thing, I'm okay, nice, I like this. He's kind of funny in this scenario only. As the guy whose life has been ruined and he's stuck with Eric and Shab. And part of it is Shab is a stupid moron who's now recording live in Texas, which is almost insulting. And Eric is sort of this angry fat slob that's sort of, and so for Delia to have been becoming this famous actor, and then he's stuck with a guy who does a truck show in Texas, and a dude that looks like one of the things that the Ghostbusters put in. It's just, Delia's kind of funny. I'm sorry, he is. He is kind of funny on these shows. If you want to kill me, kill me. I just, say what I think. Sorry. Don't get him started on the crap circle. You kind of changed the subject. I'm sorry for going back. I'm sorry for pulling this up on my phone. Check this out, dude. Wow, that's good. I mean, Gerdo, dude. What do you think of Gerdo? Yeah. That should be the name of the coffee. I'll have a Gerdo. I like this. Delicious. Can I have it made by someone else? What do you think, dude? That's the big griddle, right, at McDonald's? I think it looks good. It maybe don't big Gerdo. That's a big Gerdo, though. It's my first time making it. It looks good, though. I'd eat the shit out of it. It's a pancake up top. Got some jam in the middle, like a pear jam, like avocado. Bacon, egg, cheese, and maple syrup inside the bun, and like on the bacon and stuff. I like it. I need a tater tot once a week, so I would like a tater tot in there. I think it looks pretty good. There's syrup all over it, Steve. Not gonna put syrup all over your hair, though. Let's see. Let's ask talking today. What do you make her? So to answer your question about if I like Gerdo, yeah, I like Gerdo. I made a big Gerdo. Oh, good, because I think Gerdo is a good one. It is sort of like a out of left field nickname, but I like it. Yeah, Gerdo. Okay, sorry. So sorry. We're back to what you were saying about Crystal. Let's see what this clip is all about. This one's called Admitting Joe Rogan said no to working at Mothership and yet still blames the haters. Posted by our good friend Successful Egg. 345, which we'll talk to you later about posting in other subreddits. I don't think you're allowed to do that. But let's see. I'm just kidding. This is a joke. Okay. Because you don't like, Successful Egg. Oh, dude, I tuned out. You don't know how. He's a great guy. Let's see here. And yeah, I love Monty. He's great.
The money that those bullshit headlines. Yeah, man. Like there was one on me. It was like Renshaw paying from the mothership.
Fuck, that sounds like something I'd say. I can't wait. Look at all that alcohol. Brendan Cooney banned from flappers. It's a lot of
This conversation, I'm not there yet. Like, oh, why don't you blame the mothership? And then
shout out to you for subscribing.
They need to be there. And I did a show there last Thursday. Like, well, not banned. They can only do this one. Now it's banned again. I should have been there. I don't want to go there and get backlash. Like, I want one day, like, maybe a headliner. Oh no, it's my time. Or I'm not there yet.
Headlines? You mean YouTube? Yeah. YouTube. Got in headlines from your unique videos. See, I wish the Oklahoma guy would talk to him again. Remember the Oklahoma show? Like, let me tell you something, folks. You're not Longhorn. You're not selling out here. Yeah. Whatever you said. Oku's been from the doctor for 48 hours. It's too long. I can't do that. Shout out to Formula One. That was already a year ago at Skink Fest. Shout out to everyone that went to Skink Fest. That was epic. Yeah, I think Rabbi was there. Oh, wow, it's in New Orleans. This is supposed to be his mom. Probably not that one. The other thing is his mom. How did moving to Austin go? As you can see, reviews. It's supposed to be 3 weeks. This one is supposed to be 12 weeks. I get some reviews. Guys, dude. Wow. I mean, as far as like a clickable thumbnail goes, it looks like a special ed student doing stand. To me, yeah, no, I agree. It's not that appealing. It really, it looks like he copied Comedy Central or Comedy Dynamics. Yeah, which are both things that have been dead for a long time. He should have used this fucking thumbnail and put false gods like that. That would have been so much better. Way better, yeah. I'd say better. Yeah, dude, the most of betters. Are those people in the thing? You almost hope they were photoshopped in. Yeah. What are they doing there? Why are they happy? Yeah. Or maybe they're just us. Because, we'd probably go. We could. That would be awesome if American Redact just like photoshopped our faces here somewhere. Yes. Idea. Are you listening, American Redact? Put us in. He's like, no. He's like, oh shit. Sorry. This is posted by OzBoss99. I guess when your kid is diagnosed with hypotonia, it's a good time to post a picture. I saw that Subway take the heroin, the Metro take show. So one of the people said that their take was that Brenda's wife should stop showing her ass on the snap feed. She said that she doesn't think people should post their kids and do the emoji face. It's like post your kids or don't post your kids. And if I had a Metro card in my hand and I was that guy, I agree. Because I don't understand why you do it. It's weird, right? To put an emoji over your child's face. I don't know. That just, to me, that's weirder than showing your ass. Okay, that's a both of them are straight. Yeah. I don't think they're on the same plane, personally, to me, because I appreciate some people showing their face. Oh, yeah, I don't dislike it. I love it. Yeah, no problem. Now, when you're sharing a picture of your kid while showing your ass and there's an emoji, now we got a problem. Yeah, I mean, we got emoji problem. Lose the kid, take off the dress. Okay, all right, I've got two more. Money says she posted that kid's face 50 times. Oh, well, and if you actually post the face, it makes even less sense. Also, on Ching's. Oh, Chang's does it. I still love most kids on Ching's. Well, let's take it all back. But, we'll cut it out of the line. But I'm still right there with you, brother. Yeah, it makes sense. When I'm saying I love ass. Right, that's what you're saying. Yeah. I guess, well, Chang's, I'm glad that they do that. I'm not at all saying you should show the children. Right. Let me be clear. They should not. Some of the Reddit doesn't need to see family members. Right? We've all seen some of the people on Reddit. Not every chef is someone you want. Saying fart sniffers in chat, so people seeing your kids' faces. Comment the chompies resend. One is in a plane and one is in a helicopter. Alrighty, the caption said, "I will carry you until my back gives out." Sorry, what was it saying? Until my arms can no longer hold you. Until you're able to take steps on your own, I will carry you until the end of the earth, my sweet baby girl. Whatever this next chapter brings will not define us. I will make sure you always reach your goals and exceed your expectations because you're a child, because you're my pleasure. Yeah, I'm like, I don't like that either. I mean, you can say that it's a kid, I guess, but posting it online is strange. Yeah, like, I feel more strongly about this than whatever you were saying. Like, I hate long captions. Oh, yeah. I believe in, like, 5-word captions. Okay, put that in ChatGPT, whatever the fuck you just put, and then be like, give me this, but in 5 words. Yeah, I use ChatGPT to write about your child. I want to start doing long posts like this for you. Like, Gerardo, you're a great chef, and I'm going to make sure that you're the best chef that ever lived. Because of you, I'm going to make sure you're my sweet baby boy, whatever the next chapter brings. Will not define you. I will make sure you always have your name said correctly. Just some random ass fucking. I'm going to start doing a long post. I'm gonna try this out really quick. Long post and then a picture of my teeth. Juxtaposition between a long. Can you sum that up in 5 words? I'm asking ChatGPT right now. Sorry, guys. Always with you, forever strong. See how much fucking punchier that is? Yeah, it kind of gets you. Yeah. Bro, if she was sharing that, her fucking fat ass in the pic,
Rabbi Shimon. Lomar Dvarim Shimon Achal. Ein Chayav Mishum. Yasuya. Was a couple of Shimon songs. The Halot Lawis. So I'm not Chayav ultimately again for incredible items. Or something that we don't see come up. Allah not Chayav Chayav. So what is it? Let's read. Chatos HaKis. It's going to good. Chatos that's offered inside to do what you want to do. Sagar China, I would have thought all that you should be motion. And other level should be going. It was ridiculous. This door is a big old down. I might not go ahead. I love the Mesa. One is the subject. I should say one is the side. Or something. We should also, I'm glad that he's a shot. Everything that is not offered up on the understand. Like Shlomo, in Kaivalam Shukito, is not subject to the laws of people. So I would have thought because of that, the Shukima, not I would have thought it was a because that's subject to the laws of people. If it's not offered up on the areas that they come up, therefore it should also not be subject to the laws of Tuma, i.e., if you choose to speak a ritual curfew on her, Mashallah is not the case. Mashallah said, you is head. Mashallah, even of the people, it has to be called ultimately coming, and that is not the kind. But women and Shimon and Kaiva should not have that. This is Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, Rabbi Shimon Kaiva Davar Rabbi Shimon Kaiva Davar Shadar Kamav Lechom Ava Blitzim B'Harabola B'Hakores B'Yavam Mishum. What's Rabbi Shimon holds, which is something which is something that is inedible. But if it's something inedible in a state of love, then halacha l'maisa again one would not be higher than the Tanakh culture. Said to be like it's like Shlokish. That he was Rabbi Yossi ben Chena, Chagni Haizik ben Chagni Haizik. Was like two people of Rabbi Yochanan and Shlokish. That was Rabbi Yossi ben Chena. One from this group and one from this group set together. There are two groups. Each group made up of one or two people mentioning each of the groups. Chagam on one side, Machloket Tumas Basra. Machloket between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan was in a case where the actual item, the object is coming. Basra, by the way, doesn't have to be used. Basra is in this context. Because remember, again, the Shim's occupation in the statement that halacha l'maisa again is something inedible. In this case, ultimately, again, is going to be practiced. Machlokas is tumas basar. When the object itself ultimately is coming. About the tumas hakohov, but again, I was saying, the person is coming, not the object. Divrei hakol ino lo. Everyone agrees you don't get nothing. That should be just the one. Tumas basar. In Aklam, that it's simply Bona Tmein Logesh, we should love the Habasar Shrika before coming. So the first approach is that's what the Mahokus of the Shem Rabban on this way is Tumas Basar, but the edible object itself is Tame, about the Tumas Haguf Rashi says, the whole Yudhya Kofi Maloki blows Harikon. It was as if the object itself is visually pure. For example, the east of the wood were almost pure, but or as she says, tall. But the individual is coming, then everyone agrees that what is everything. That's one of them. That's one group. The Chadar, the other group, says no. The Makrot is presumed, half Makrot is presumed, half Makrot is presumed. You see, I'm showing that I'm arguing the case of Tumas Basar, where the object is coming. They also argue what in the case of Tumas Group, where the individual is coming, the object in question ultimately again is coming. So my comment was to is Kaver the Karina Bay, the Habasa Asharida Bakotana. It was once we could apply the Habasa Asharida Bakotana. And if the meat would go out and touch anything that's coming Karina Bay, which you must saw I love it. And ultimately again we'll have the second passage as well. To my saw love it becomes the final level of the subject place. Rav Tiguni Masnah, the person of Tiguni, had the gear says we just read it. Rav Kahana Masnah. He said, Chagni Haizuza, the Chagni Haizuza, Asifa. Ultimately, it was that ultimately he gave in his version, he had the same idea. One from this group, one from that group, referring to two groups of Haman and Asifa. And they really discussing in the Chad Amar Machlok is the Tumasako. One group said, Machlok is Rishon the Rabbanon is the case of Tumasaruf, where the individual is coming, but ultimately again the Basel is object is star. About Tumas Basel, if the object itself is Tumas, did they have called the local? Everyone will agree that they are not this. The Chad Amar, the other group said no. The Machlok is Bizu, Kach Machlok is Bizu. And in fact, again, it's Machlok is in both cases, both of Tumas Basel as well as Tumas Group. Amrullah, the Rabbi said, the stand up, the Madama Kimakot is the Zukat Makot is the Zut. What's Rabbi comes along and says, it appears most logical that the focus of Shimon Rabbanon is in both cases, namely, whether the person is coming and the object is coming, or whether the object is coming and the person is coming. It's the same Makot as the Rabbanon and Rabbi Shimon, but whether or not it's not for consumption of the inedible object. Whether the inedible object is coming or whether the person is coming. Why my time? What's the reason for that? Even though Karina Baby is Masala and if herself, though Karina and Baby are Basa Shiri will call Karina later. Once we're not going ahead and saying what? Even though Karina Baby, once we're not applying to the Basa to Masala and if herself, then it makes sense that ultimately again we're not going to apply to the Basa about Basa Shiri will call Karina later. Muhammad Mar, about Basa and Abbas eats him to the Bona. I believe something you said before, but ultimately again, Basa comes to include inedible objects like the wood, like the Ramona, the post of the Bahama. Basa ultimately again, that is only to pass on the Kaban, that's what we think actually the post of the Bahama. It actually says, Umayla Dragonan, because not the Bahama. Basa, this is simply again a rabbinic usul. The pasuk itself is us. Okay, something didn't work here. Fine. So what's this ultimately again we learned of the focus about what the focus of the Mishnah and Rabbi. Good. Let's go back to Mishnah. Mishnah also see here we come to a very interesting Mishnah regarding the different mindsets that a person has to have when offering a korban. The Shisha Duran has ever had. Also, when offering a korban, a person has to have in mind for 6 things. What are the 6 things? Gemara says, the Shem says he has to have in mind, and he's offering the korban. Notice it. I'm going to explain what these things. He has to have in mind that he's offering them for the korban. The Shem Zoleh, he has to have in mind that he's offering it up for the particular owner of that korban. The Shem has to be offered up for the sake of a Kodesh Baruch Hu. The Shem for the sake of the fires. The Shem Reach for the sake of the aroma. The Shem Nichoah for the sake of the heat. The Achatas V'Hashem Shem. The Achatas and the Hashem must be offered up for what purpose? For the purpose of atoning for a sin. Rabbi Yossi, Yossi says, even if you didn't have in mind for any of these things, the korban is still kosher. Why? Shoot tonight, please. Ultimately, because it is a tonight, please. Shachat stam kosher. It's even if a person does stam shita, doesn't have in mind for anything in particular. He shacks with no mindset, so it's still going to be kosher. Rashi says, why should it try be? She yishkat stam kidayin very kamon. Isnu be'isnu le'im lishmo zoma asnu shosho. He says, that's very interesting. The way you think to read this thing from Yossi's, even if you didn't have explicit intent, ultimately again for anything, nevertheless, the tradition legislated that no intent is as if you have explicit intent. We're going to actually see what it says. This Asian legislation was not to have these things in mind. Right? We don't have these things as we don't use that just mentioned. So if you tell people to have explicit intent, there's a greater probability of having the wrong. Instead, have general intent, and that will count ultimately as specific intent. See in the Gemara. Ultimately, again, because Makshava was a those attributes ultimately, again, Makshava was a Rashi. Makshava Halef is a lot of Milka. Obviously, we smell how we go with Bailey, we smell Rabbi. The Rabbi, you don't try it also. You can say, I'm a Kriv also, Lori, Rashi. Because like shalom. Ultimately, if you're talking about the one doing the avodah, so therefore you have to be very careful, very careful. Ultimately, let's analyze this. I'm going to read them out. Olah, the Shem Olah. And the Pasuk says that you offer the covenant Olah. What does that teach me? That teaches me ultimately that the covenant must be offered up the Shem Olah. What is that? La Tuke, the Shem Shvanim Yillah. What's his contribution that what? If you have a covenant Olah, you can't offer it up the Shem Shvanim. You can't offer that for a different God. Look at that. Olah the Shem Olah. Kra Kadosh Olah the Shem Yachid Kra Kadosh. We're going to use that Shem over here. Which constantly Olah. Shall we open it? Olah. Isha on the fires. Reach and Kra Kadosh. These are the Roman definition. Actually says Ma'ahada Ilah B'Shkita. It says the first one I have actually. Ashkecha le'b'shamim gab'zvicha v'likid v'zerach Yisrael. So b'zvich l'shem shlamim, l'shem rishon, l'shem shem. Now I do have to talk about the Olah Yisrael. This is what she said. The first word mentioned Olah, which teaches you that. And in Shechting Olah, one must have in mind for Olah, and not l'shem shlamim. Not l'shem shlamim. Ishim, I said, what does it mean that has to be offered up? Ishim is what? The fires. What does it have to be offered up for the fires? L'shem ishim. Has to offer up the fire. This is to exclude the case of Kibaba. What is Kibaba in the Rashi? Third white line in Rashi. That's the Kibaba. Menas la'asot la'asot so kakifos smooth as Kibaba. What says a post from the head and roasting the pieces of the carbon. It says the must have the idea is that the carbon itself has to be fully burned on his back, as opposed to just roasting the piece of the caramel on his back. La food kibavuro. Rayach. What does it mean again? Has to be done as a aroma. The shin is rayach. And one has to burn the carbon of also for the sake of creating the aroma. La fuke ibarim should slot on the head on the aroma. What's as opposed to what? As opposed to on the head hands, roast the carbon outside of the mizbeach, and then we'll be using it to burn all of this. The aroma is generated by the initial roasting of the animal, which tells that the roasting itself has to be done. Now that you know that, just to release something like that, this is the first one out of the video. The barim should slot on the elam eva mishmur. This is the animal roasted elsewhere, and then only then put on the again. There's no raya. You have to talk about the concept that the initial roasting of the carbon has to be done in the back itself. Yicholach, it has to be pleasing. The shin hanochas v'duach l'Hashem. What's it has to be done for the sake of giving nachas ruach. For the sake of giving nachas to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the shin nishach amar v'chalim hamu. For the sake ultimately again of the retention. Rashi says, "Anachas ruach, nachas ruach, HaKadosh Baruch Hu she'amar v'nachas semis." So the greatest nachas ruach, the greatest essence, that we give HaKadosh Baruch Hu is when ultimately then we get to do it. I'm going to do more out. This is the reason why I got it. Chatas sheshach v'shem olah, sulah, v'shem fluid sheh, is a kiyat of the fascinating place that we live in the ground. Therefore, if you have to give a covenant sacrifice, if you shech the chatas v'shem olah, so you shech the covenant for the wrong carbon, then psulah, the covenant is possible. So you shech chatas v'shem olah, the carbon is possible. V'shem kulim, if you shech the carbon chatas v'shem kulim, and guess what? Shiva. That carbon is kosher. So what's the logic? So you have my own counterintuitive idea. If I shech the carbon chatas for the sake of the carbon, for the sake of the olah, so the carbon is kosher. If I shech the carbon chatas v'shem kulim, for something just non-consecrated, then what? Then the halakha is the carbon is kosher. What's the logic? Logic, as the pasuk says, the loyal halalu as unshaven, because the pasuk says you shall not profane the karbanos of Israel. Hutchin mechala l'hutchin. Snevel said one part to be mechala another part. The including mechala l'hutchin. Mechulim cannot be consecrated. אין דבר אחר מחלל קודשי. וזה אלא מי מחלל קודשי, אלא מי מחללו, קודשים מחללים קודשי. כי נאף גרון, כי מחשבה שליש או מסחלים ושעת חוזר לחדש. What's it actually means? So the halacha is almost like something is kodesh, something is kodesh. Having in mind for cooling does not in any way concentrate on the item. Having in mind for cooling does not in any way go ahead and promote the sanctity of the item. But however, having in mind for the wrong sanctity could go ahead and promote the sanctity. So it's an incredible idea. So again, taking a carbon and having in mind the cooling does not deconcentrate. Again, listen, you can't deconcentrate something just concentrate. But erroneous consecration absolutely will go ahead and deconcentrate. Therefore, again, if I have a chef exchange Olaf, or if you have exchange Olaf, also that is problematic. But if Kakas exchange Ulim, ultimately, again, that Ulim definition does not deconsecrate the Kakas, and therefore the problem is consecrated. Now let's analyze this. Everyone asks on this statement. Massive Rabbi Amar Yosef, after you shalom, are you believe? Oh, you say, after me, Kaledu. So ultimately, again, so let's analyze this a little. Stop this in your list. After you shalom, are you believe? Oh, you say, after me. What's this? Remember again, I'll get back to this. What did Mishnah say? Mishnah gave is, you list up the answers, but I have to have in mind when you go up there. So remember again, in what Mishnah said, what he also said, even if one didn't have in mind for any of these things, the economist go partial why, she tried these ultimately that these should not be legislated, but it's a skip that I had in mind for all of these. So watch this. So the word says, so I can show you what we should actually call it partial why. She tried these. Because ultimately, when we'll say it's tried these, we're always looking to what's with the person which is that it's a right, these things, so this is if I had machshavas, but even if I had no explicit intent for anything, right, basically makes it as if I didn't have the explicit intent. Now, you must understand that this concept is as follows. Taima, shalom, hayabalibo klal. They will say, no, Rabbi Yossi sees these things as follows. The Mishnah tells me 6 things that someone's got in mind, right, or the Rabbi Carbon. And what does Rabbi Yossi say? Even if I don't have in mind any of these things, is it what? I did have it. Now, the reason this seems to work is because I have no kavanas. So Yossi says, it's okay, no kavanas. No kavanas, you make it as if what? As if you had kavanas. Well, the reason that Yossi's concept works is because if my mind is one blank slate, many minds are. Right? If my mind is one blank slate, it's okay. If it's blank, Fred Basin says it's as if all the Bitanim are there. Are you believing the same thing? What's the record? I've heard from this plot that if I had in mind the wrong things, right? Let's say Rabbi said instead of having a mind that's a blank slate, instead of having mind that's Shekulim, awesome. What's that? That makes it sound like one. That's not good. It wasn't. We just said before. That if you have a chatos, should that it's good. So it's good. It was that again, remember that we also see these a lot from the Mensa. As long as my mind is that kabbalah stuff, that's fine. It's not based, it says but if I technically have the one, it's not sorry.
As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we did a bonus episode We've also recently influenced Jay Gomez. You've made it. It's not you made it weird. It's you made it worse. You made it strange. That's right. Worse. And Leanne Morgan. I'm not sure she was great. Anyways, that's not why they're here, right? It's been a jam-packed week. I mean, check out Rack Sweeties. Jeff Dye Talk. A lot of Jeff Dye Talk. I'm sure there's doing some of that. And also subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that, dude. Yeah, you gotta sub. That's what people are doing. They say sub. So, anyways, that's not why you're gonna sub. You're gonna like, you're gonna subscribe. Okay, you're gonna watch the job. So start the timer. Play the chick clip. Alrighty, so my name is Jordan. What's it called? This is gonna be. I'm still looking for them. Okay. Is this 14 days? We're looking for the acting about 14 days. Okay, that makes sense. We've seen that. Make it about you. We've seen that. Okay. Brian's false god's mom. Also by American hero. What do you think this is going to be? I'm going to do a prediction first. I think this is going to be one of our guys. I think it's going to be a clip of American Idol. And I'm probably wrong. Oh yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's like, two lazy to try and train. Two lazy to train. On the same page.
What's the status? I forgot. I'm dropping my special on Wednesday. It'll be on YouTube. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
You never know. Oh, God, so is it Monday morning?
No, Wednesday. Wednesday morning.
Okay, good morning.
Wednesday afternoon.
Today's stop is stop on page 45. I feel like when the realm was here for you, we dedicate our learning
Start selling out giant theaters. Get a little
so the mission begins. It says as follows: Hache Oke Kapanet, Ein Hayavim Aleim Mishum Pidol Notar V'Kamet. So we've been dealing generally with karbanos, and we've been talking about karbanos that are brought by Jews. So we know that there is a concept that Goyim can bring karbanos. There's a difference of opinion about which karbanos they can bring, but at a minimum, the pasuk that we learned it out from is written by Olaf, that a guy can bring a carbon. So what happens when a guy, the listener is saying that there's also, for example, during the Kohen or whoever is accepting the animal, they had in mind people for Guzman, that it doesn't happen. Machlokas in the Afronim as to exactly what does it do. Does it mean that it is piggle, but it just doesn't have price attached to it? Or does it not have piggle at all? But whatever the point is, at a minimum, it doesn't have paris because it's the carbon of a guy. It does not have piggle, nor does it have no source. So if, for example, the meat would be left over beyond the point where it's supposed to be eaten, or they mean or be burned, that is not the person who eats that is not paris. The kame, someone who is kame, who eats the carbon is generally paris, but in this case, because it's the carbon of a guy, it would not apply. A further distinction between the carbon of a guy and the zuba shokla kamba foot putter. That if someone shafts an animal, a carbon of a guy outside of the Beis Hamikdash area, putter, it is putter for foot. And the Shittim explains that basically we learn from a pasuk that goyim are allowed to bring a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. They're not subject to that rule that it has to be brought in the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, even if it were to, as you bring this from Rabbi Paris, he's saying even if they were to bring a carbon to the Beis Hamikdash, if someone takes it outside of the Beis Hamikdash to test it, they would be putter from the punishment ordinarily associated. Rabbi Shimon, these are the words of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yossi Machayev. Rabbi Yossi says he's chayev. By most accounts, including Rashi, this would mean that Rabbi Yossi disagrees on all of the above. He would be of the opinion that Pigol and Nosar and Tameh that all of these things would apply to the carbon of a guy, just like they would apply to the carbon of a Jew. And we'll see tomorrow why Rabbi Yossi has that opinion. Okay, so we'll start with tomorrow. Tanu Rabbanan. Okay, this is a similar brisa, but in the brisa it's going to walk through a lot of the sources for these things. Tanu Rabbanan. Touche Ovdei Kochavim, that if you have touching of Ovdei Kochavim, if you have a guy who sends a carbon, lo nehenin lo ma'alin. We're not supposed to have enough from them, but yet we know the halachas of the Elah are such that if someone has benefit from something that is the property of the hektish, that if he does it unintentionally, that's considered an Elah, and there are corrective actions to be taken. So in this case, we're saying the halacha is you're not allowed to be nana from touching of the kochavim. But by the same token, if someone is nana from it, then they're not over on the Elah. And we're going to see in the Gemara that this is essentially the Torah's concept of the Elah does not apply. The reason it says well nanin is because the Rabbanon were misaking that they instituted that people should not have benefit from it. Okay? They ain't chayav when you can tickle notes of it from it. So that's the same as our Mishnah telling us that the halacha is tigol intent of man or noser left over someone who eats it don't apply by the carbon of a guy. Now here's something different. I wasn't around this. There ain't no smura that if you have a carbon of a guy, we know the concept of smura, we encounter it all the time, but the idea that if someone's not supposed to substitute an animal, but if they do substitute it, generally speaking, not only does the original animal that is attempting to substitute remain with its hectic status, but so too the attempted substitute animal would also have it in the both have it. That does not happen in the case of the carbon of a guy, and if someone were to try to do smuro, then the kedusha would not fall on the new animal. They may be in the stockings of a carbon, of a carbonon, so we talked about this a little bit on Shabbos. We talked about the concept of the suffering that come by themselves. So we discussed the fact that someone could bring a carbon, could bring to the Beit HaMikdash and just bring it on a standalone basis, or we said you could do it separate and apart from the time you bring the carbon. So here in this Gemara, the Bryce is making a distinction and saying as follows: that a guy, a non-Jew, cannot bring the Safim to the Beit HaMikdash on a standalone basis. A Jew can, and a guy cannot. But that being said, if you have a carbon that requires the stuff, and the idea would be that even though God can bring standalone the stuff, but if he has a carb bringing that requires the stuff, then he would in fact bring the stuff. Different Rabbi Shimon, these are the words of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yossi says, he says, my inclination, or the way I see it in all of them, is that we should be machmer. So all of these things that Elah, People, Rothschild, Kame, Shemura, all of these things I would say lahachmir, that there's no distinction between the carbon of a Jew and the carbon of a guy, that all these things apply. Now obviously the issue of bringing the Safim is a standalone thing, but in everything else, Yossi says it looks to me like we should be machmir. Why? Never behen, it's written by them, What is this going on? So the pasuk says, Daber El Aaron Yalbanav Yalbanav, he should speak to Aaron and his sons and all of Israel, and that, by the way, is one of the sources that distinguish between a Jew and a guy, because it speaks specifically about Israel. But the pasuk continues, Amarta Leim, you should say to them, Ish from Beis Yisrael min Agav Yisrael min Agav Yisrael Yaakov Karbano L'Chol L'Chol So it says that each, that by the way is the source for the idea that a guy can bring a carbon, because if it was just a Jew who could say each, why didn't they each in the thesis? So the Gemara elsewhere learned that is adding a guy. But in any event, Pasuk finishes up, Asher Yakrivu LaHashem LaOlah. that says something that they bring Hashem. So it shows this pasuk that talks about a guy being able to bring a carbon, nonetheless says that the carbonos covered under this pasuk are La Hashem. They go to Hashem, and therefore the idea would be that even the carbon of a guy should have the same kedusha and the same strictures as applied to regular carbonos of a Jew. Now, where the Brisa continues and says, remember these things said, which is a reference going back on the initial thing that we said by Megillah. We said that the carbon of a guy is not subject, he said we shouldn't be nana from it, but it's not subject in a Torah to the rules of Megillah. But we say by Medvan, when does it say the touching is bad? The bias more than Bahem. This is only touching is there. So by touching the kabayas, there would be Megillah. What is it talking about? So we know that if someone were to give an animal, like a dedicated animal, that animal, unless he gives money to buy an animal, that animal or that money gets kedusha go. It's called touching his back. The idea is that the actual body of the animal has kedusha, and that has touching his back, which is a higher level. The kedusha damim, or what's referred to here in the Gemara as touch it by the kabayas, is the idea that someone were to give a table to the Beis Hamikdash, so they would sell the table and they would use that for whatever purposes they needed to make it, but it has some lesser degree of, in any event, what the writer here is saying that this that we said that the Megillah does not apply to the carbon of a guy is specifically to those things that fall within the category of touching the back, an animal that gets sent to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it would be the guy who sent this table to the Beis Hamikdash, so then that's the touch it better kabayis that has kedusha damim, and that is not excluded from the law. If someone was benefiting from that accidentally, we would have to be in the category of a moel, someone who is over. Okay, so now we're going to walk through the various halachas in this price and understand their sources. So the first one, Lonel and Lomoalim. We said that you shouldn't be nana from the carbon. You shouldn't have pleasure from the carbon of a guy, but if you do, you're not over on Megillah. So as I referenced before, the Gemara says, Lonan in Midrabanan, that it's the Rabbanan who said that you shouldn't be nana because in the Torah there is no concept of Megillah by the carbon of a guy. And how do we know that there's no Megillah? Gomer Megillah, that the pasuk by Megillah says nefesh kisimo mal v'chata b'shagam kachasem. It has that word chata, and then we have by truma v'shamush mishmarti v'yisu olav pet. So you see that it has that there's a shava between Megillah and Truma, and we see by Truma, the Truma ksiv b'nei Yisrael lo of the Gafam. That the pasuk is written like Kalu was touched b'nei Yisrael is asher yahimu l'Hashem. This is a reference to Truma. It's saying that you should not profane the touch of b'nei Yisrael, that they separate to Hashem. So you see the idea that it says touch b'nei Yisrael, the things that are from Bnei Israel, which excludes all the Kotabim. So we see that by the comparison of Megillah, there's some of Megillah to Truma, that just like you see Truma is relevant to something that the Jew separates for Truma, that just like Truma is only by Jew, not by so too the concept of Megillah, which is connected by Torah Shabbat, will be true by a Jew and not by a guy. Okay? Next halacha, which is close to the Brisa and our mission, that if a guy brings sends a carbon, there's no concept of pickle, and if someone needs it, they're not have courage, there's no concept of motor, if it gets left over, if someone needs it, they're not have courage, and become it, if it's coming, they're not have courage either. My time off, so what's the reason that these halachas are so? So we're going to see they all get covered in one fell swoop. And they're really all coming from the halachas of Tumah. How so? Because the Asi people avon minosa. Then we have a clear Shabbat, we've encountered this one before, that there's a connection between Pigol and Mosar. So that is their Shabbat. Yossi Noser, Hilo Mituma, and so Hilo is connected to Noser, and Noser through Hilo is connected to Tuma. So we see that all three of these are connected. Hilo to Noser, Noser to Tuma. The Tuma says Bnei Yisrael, pasuk that we've the last few days we've been dealing with by Ikar Pasuk is the pasuk at the beginning. Davar Alam Yavana V'Yinazim Touched Bnei Yisrael. They should separate themselves from the touch of Bnei Yisrael. So you see, it's a reference to by Tuma. It's something that's unique to the hektish or the kodesh of Bnei Yisrael. So therefore, it's not by a guy. So we learn it by Tuma. Tuma is connected to Nosar, and Nosar is connected to Tuma. So that's how we know all three that the halacha applies in the case of Jew, not in the case of a guy. Okay, next thing in the price of Enos and Timurah, that if a guy's carbon comes and he makes a substitution, that the substitution does not take effect. My time, what's the reason? This is Timurah Lamaisa Behemah, because of the hekesh between Timurah, this concept, this parsha about substituting to Maisa Behemah, to the concept of Maisa Behemah. Maisa Behemah is this in Maisa Dagon, and he says, and Maisa Behemah has a hekesh that connects it to Maisa Dagon. So where do we see this? That first of all, where do you see the connection of Timurah and Maisa Behemah? Because one of the psukim that writes about Tzmura is written, as Rashi points out, by Yahu Tzmura Kodesh, is written by the concept of Meiser. So you see a connection between Meiser and Tzmura. And similarly, there's a connection between Meiser Behema and Meiser Dagon. So Meiser Behema is every 10th animal you're supposed to bring it for a carbon. That is connected to Meiser Dagon, which is the Meiser that you give to the lady. Or my training that a person would take up to Yerushalayim. Where is that connection? Because the pasuk says Aser to Aser, and the Gemara in Bukhari tells us Shnei Meiser Sakasim Medaber Echad Meiser Behema Echad Meiser Dagon. So in the same pasuk, it says Aser to Aser refers both to Meiser Behema, an animal that's brought as Meiser, as well as a Dagon, a produce that's brought, or a grain that's brought as Meiser. So you see this package. So therefore, Mura is connected to Meiser Behema, Meiser Behema is connected to Meiser Dagon. And so therefore what? Meiser Dagon says in Israel, well, and by Meiser Dagon it says specifically to Israel, not of the so therefore, by the connection of Mura to Meiser Behema, Meiser Behema to Meiser Dagon, we see that Mura does not apply by a guy. Now, the Gemara has trouble with this because we have this recently, the idea that you cannot have a two-step learning by a hekesh. Now, you might ask me, we just had this with Tuma, Noser, and Hilo. The answer is that was not a hekesh, that was a Zer Shava. So Zer Shava works differently. That you could have a two-step Zer Shava, but a hekesh, you're not going to have a two-step hekesh. So therefore, this appears to be a two-step hekesh because you have Timurah related to Meiser Behema, Meiser Behema related to Meiser Dagon, each one by a hekesh. So the Gemara says, Davar Alamid Behekesh, Chodem Malak Behekesh. Can you have one thing learned by a hekesh and then take it out further if you have a two-step hekesh? It doesn't work that way, and it does not work that way specifically by touching. There's enough things that are unique to touching. This is one of them. We had also that whenever the Torah repeats something by touching, it tells you, well, there's special rules of how you learn things out from cooking as relates to touching, and as relates to touching, this is one of the rules. You can't have a two-step touching. Where it says, Meiser Dagon Kulan. It's not a problem because Meiser Dagon, it's in other words, when the Gemara is saying, when you have a problem of a double hekesh, it is elements of the hekesh relating to something to do. So then it's a violation of the rule by touching, you can't have a double hekesh. But if one element of the hekesh relates to an area of law that's not related to touching, it's not a problem. So therefore, we had a connection. The double hekesh was, we learned from Meiser Behema learned from Meiser Dagon. So we're saying, if Meiser Behema, Meiser Dagon both related just to touching, it would be a problem. They have a two-step hekesh. But because Meiser Dagon is not a touching concept, because what is Meiser Dagon? Meiser Dagon is, you have to give Meiser to the lady, or you have to eat it yourself in Yerushalayim. But it's not something that's given to hektish. So therefore, it's not a problem. They have a two-step hektish. because one of the elements of the hektish, Meiser Dagon, is dealing with food and it's not by
at
hektish.
least 10
The Gemara
inches.
says, well,
Okay, I
honey,
have two full stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder. I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fuck him up.
Of the double
And
hektish
I
not
like
working by
woke up
touching,
in
and
the
there's
morning
not
and like my asshole was a little sore.
does it work that
And I
if the
remember, I mean, like, what kind of porn do you watch
the
when
ultimate
you use a
source
vibrator?
is
Okay, now that I don't
not
watch porn, I'll
touching,
use
so
a
then you're
vibrator.
allowed to have a double hektish, and that works well for us
My
because our ultimate
imagination is
source is
vibration
coming from
enough.
Meiser Dagon. We're learning from
This
Meiser
feels like my
Dagon,
own
Meiser
husband.
Behema,
Well,
Meiser
what if I
Behema.
doing it?
So both
Wait, that's
Meiser
kind of
Behema and
baller,
Shemura
but
have
I
to
never
touch
do
him.
that.
But Meiser Dagon, which is the source law, does not. So then it's not a problem because here we're covered. But that's well according to the person who says that as long as the source is not hektish, you can do a double hektish. But according to the one who says that the subject that we're the case you're trying to learn to, if that is touching, then you can have a double hektish. And so in this case, we're trying to learn a halacha of Tamura. Tamura is very much a hektish, a touching concept. So therefore, it doesn't help if you tell me that Meiser Dagon, which is the source law, is chulin and it's not touching, because that doesn't matter. What matters is whether the subject, when you're trying to learn to touch, the is surely touching. So therefore, that's not a good answer according to that Mandomer. The Gemara says, "Ela Meiser Behema, Hova she'in kavua lazman." Hova she'in lazman kavua yisrael Meiser of the Dokal Meiser. It says as follows. Now, mind you, we're not actually coming and learning something out about Tamura. What we're learning is we're going to learn the connection between Meiser Behema and Meiser Dagon from some method other than a hektish. Why does that help? Because the whole problem is a two-step hektish. But if the connection between Meiser Dagon and Meiser Behema would be something that is hektish, so then it's no problem to take that input and extend it by hektish back to Torah. So therefore, how are we connecting Meiser Dagon? How are we learning out? Meiser Behema? So we're saying as follows, that Meiser Behema, which is the case that is connected to Tamura, is a chova, it's an obligation, in Kabbalah Zman, that does not have a time associated with it. Why? Because Meiser Behema halacha is that you put the animal through the fence, and you hit the 10th one, and that one, that 10th animal is kodesh, but it doesn't tell us when you have to do it. So you're obligated to separate the animal, but it doesn't tell us when you have to do it. So that is a chova. That's an obligation that doesn't have a time, and something that doesn't have a time, that it's something that is an obligation that doesn't have a time. Yisrael brings it over to something doesn't bring. So now Rashi points out that it's interesting that we talk about whether it has a time or not, but generally speaking, a guy never has an obligation to bring a carbon. We've discussed that a guy can bring an ola if he wants. According to some, he can bring a slumim or a koba, but it's all voluntary kabbalah. There's never a koba. So what are you getting into koba? Saying there's not an obligation that doesn't have time. You just say it's an obligation. So Rashi points out that it was better for the Gemara to say koba saying there's not, because there's no exception. There's never a case where you have a chova that has no man. When might there be an exception? It's not so much that there's an exception, but you would have to clarify. So what would be an example of a chova sheyesh man? Sheyesh man would be, for example, Rashi says a carbon ola te'ila or shalmei chagiga, so something that you're bringing on the Yom Tovim. So he says that is something that has a zman, because shalmei chagiga and ola te'ila are only brought on Yom Tov. So, but it doesn't have a chova. But then you'd have to distinguish and say that there are cases where shlomim or an ola is has a zman, but it doesn't apply because it's mandatory and not voluntary. So therefore, Rashi says it's easier for the Gemara to point to a case of chova she'en zman that has no particular time, because that is surely not applicable to God. Okay. Gemara continues. The aim may be in the suffix. So we said that a guy cannot bring sandal on the suffix. If his carbon requires the suffix, then fine, he should bring them. He has to bring them. But if he cannot bring sandal on the suffix. Gemara says, the pasuk says Ezra. This this is the pasuk in the Midbar. It says, "Kola Ezra Yaseh Kacha Es Eile Lahakat Ishe Reach Mikol Hashem." So Ezra so it says Ezra maybe Nesachim, they ain't all the Kochavim maybe Nesachim. So it tells you that a resident in Ezra brings Nesachim, and then a guy does not bring Nesachim. So the Gemara says, okay, great. I have a woman that says Nesachim don't apply to a guy. So maybe it shouldn't apply even when he brings a carbon that applies to Nesachim. The Gemara says, I might think that even when he brings a carbon ola, he doesn't need to bring Nesachim. Talmud Kaka, that the pasuk says, Kaka, that you should do it in this way, which tells you that in all instances, when you bring a carbon, it should be done in this way, even when a guy brings it. So therefore, we have one minute that says this is how it's done. So we say that that's absolute, whether it's you or guy. And the fact that it says Ezra tells you that voluntary Nesachim don't apply to a guy; they only apply to a Jew. But mandatory Nesachim apply equally to a guy. Okay. Continuing, Rabbi Yossi, go on the pool on a hachmer. Now we're not actually going to analyze those words. We're going to focus on the next words. From that one, I'm going to touch in his back. So this was the concept. We said that where you have Megillah, where you have the concept of Megillah, we said that, and we said Megillah does not apply by a guy. That's specifically by things that have Kedushas like group, like touching the back, but it's not applicable. The exception is not applicable to touch the bias, and therefore touch the bias would have the concept of Megillah. So, Gemara says, "My time off. Where do you come up with this distinction?" We learned before a pasuk that says. We went before pasuk that says that you should that you don't bring it. We said that's Suma, just like Suma is Bnei Yisrael, so too Megillah is only by Bnei Yisrael. Why do you say that there's a distinction between Kedusha Guf and Kedusha Summer? Why it says Savar Kigamram, that's technically Suma, the Suma, the tradition of Kedusha Guf. So he says, where did we learn out that Megillah does not apply by God? We learned in Suma. That's in Truma. We had that very summer early on the dot. So we're saying, so just like Truma is something that when someone separates Truma, that Truma has Kedusha that it actually sells, it has Kedusha that goes, it's not just Kedusha. So therefore, that's the case that we compare Truma to Megillah to say that Megillah applies to a Jew and not by a guy. But when you're talking about just Kedusha something that has simply very sensitive law, then that the Lord that accepts the guy would not apply, and therefore Kedusha bias, which is dissimilar to Truma, would be something that even the covenant with God and Moel and someone that benefits from it, they're over on Megillah. Okay. So bottom line, Tana Rabbanan, Dam Shenitma Vizarku Vishoge Korsha. We say as follows: that if you have blood that became Tameh, and you throw it, if it's by accident, it is accepted, meaning that it's okay. That now what we're going to see is that this means you can eat the meat. So in other words, so you have done that Tameh, you're not supposed to sprinkle on the Mizbeach, but if they end up sprinkling on the Mizbeach, then the person's carbon is accepted, and he can eat the meat, and he has a proper kapara. Navid are on the base, but if he does it, if they know that it's Tameh, and they go and they sprinkle on the Mizbeach, low so. Then it is not accepted, and he cannot eat the meat. Now, why am I so particular about eating the meat specifically? And what's this whole concept? So let's first talk about the concept. We encountered this before, that we learn out that the tzitz is maratha. The tzitz, that the Kohen Gadol wore on the forehead, that one of its functions was to take things that were something that got offered and to tzitz maratha makes them acceptable. And it kind of purifies them for purposes of being accepted. So the halacha is that this is maratha by tumah, and therefore if you have tamei dan that gets sprinkled, you can do that. Now, so minat Torah, that's it. The tzitz is maratha, and therefore you can use tamei dan. However, the Rabbanan were misakin, they said no. If you do it by accident, then you say the tzitz is maratha, and you can eat the meat and do everything. However, because you're not supposed to do it initially, because I'll say if you do it on purpose, even though Minat Torah, the tzitz is marasa, when it's something coming, that the Rabbanan are going to say, no, that's not good. Now, if the Rabbanan was to say, no, it's not good, and therefore the carbon is buckled, right? The problem is that Minat Torah, it's good carbon. So if the guy's going to go bring, as Rashi points out, the guy's going to go bring a new carbon, then it's going to be Filim Bazari, so therefore that would be bad if Chazal said the carbon is not Makaper, because at the end of the day, the Torah says that it's Marata, and it is Makaper. So therefore what we're saying is that while regardless of whether it's unintentional or intentional, the tzitz is Marata, and therefore the carbon is accepted for the owner, he no longer needs to bring a kapara. But what's the distinction when Chazal said that by accident it's fine and on purpose no, is by eating the meat? That basically Chazal said as long as you did it by accident you can eat the meat, but if you did it on purpose, then you're no longer allowed to eat the meat. Continues the brisa. I'm amazing. I'm saying I'm the seaboard, but when this is true that the Rabbanan made a fun and said you should not eat meat. That's true. Okay.
Too lazy to try.
One of the said the Yapid by Yapid. I was the seaboard ben Mishagi ben Amazing Horse. He's saying when did we say this halacha that the Chazal made a distinction and said that on purpose you wouldn't be able to allow things to meet? That was talking by a carbon Yapid, by an individual's carbon. I was the seaboard, but when you're dealing with the carbon that's brought by the seaboard, Ben B'Shogeg, Ben B'Mezid, whether the person intentionally did the dam or did it by accident, it doesn't matter. Of course, now again, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to do it. If you have dam coming, you're not supposed to sprinkle it. It's saying if you do, even on purpose, you're not part of the tzitz is marata. Okay, we'll go over that carbon. And when we're talking about the carbon of a guy, Ben B'Shogeg or Ben B'Mezid low horse, it doesn't help it doesn't help if you sprinkle the blood. Why? Because the tzitz is not marata for the carbon of a guy, and therefore you would not eat of this because it's not a valid. The tzitz is not marata, and therefore it's not a valid sprinkle. So the Rabbanan said this price in front of her papa. I'm sorry, the Rabbanan said in front of her papa, they said, come on, who is this price like? The Lord Rabbi Yossi. It must not be like Rabbi Yossi. Why? Rabbi Yossi, because if it would be Rabbi Yossi, he says, he says, in my opinion, you have to be hurt on all of these things. So what's going on here? It's basically the idea is as follows: that the Shimon in the Brisa is the one who says that basically, and at some level that's the source also for our Mishnah, that when it's written B'nai Yisrael, that means that it's unique to B'nai Yisrael and not to Ovdei Kohanim, right? But Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that since we said this earlier, that since the prophet says La Hashem, it tells you it doesn't matter, even though it's written B'nai Yisrael, it doesn't matter because the prophet tells you La Hashem, that there's no distinction between the carbon of a Jew and the carbon of a guy. Therefore, the Rabbanan said in front of Rav Papa that this must be not like Rabbi Yossi, because Rabbi Yossi would say that we should be machmer and say that the carbon of a Jew and a guy is the same, and then therefore, if that's true that the carbon of a guy is really the same, the tzitz should be marata, whether it's the carbon of a Jew or the carbon of a guy. Rav Papa said this in front of him, Rabbi Yossi. I can tell you that this Brisa, even according to Rabbi Yossi, although Rabbi Yossi says generally that Hashem tells you that B'nai Yisrael is not the word B'nai Yisrael don't tell you it's distinct. Shani Hassam, there it's different by blood. The Amar Cross, but the Pasuk says Lahem. Lahem below love is the public. That's for them and not for all the public. So he says, even though it can be written B'nai Yisrael, that gets knocked out by La Hashem. But here, the additional pasuk is written Lahem for them. Where do we see this pasuk? It says, there's talking about the six Shimurat, talking about the six generally. V'haya al Meitzah Aaron, that it will be on the forehead of Aaron. The Nasa Aaron at Avona Kadashim Asiyah Israel. That the Aaron carries the sin of the touching of the Israel or Matis with Homatnas Kachehem. V'haya al Mitzvah Tamid, it's on his forehead all the time. L'Ratzon Lahem L'Fnei Hashem. To be acceptance. For acceptance for them in front of Hashem. So you see, it has that added concept that says Lahem is for them. So that shows you it's a reference to Israel and not to what people come to. So the Prophet saying, even Rabbi Yossi might agree because you have the extra Lahem. Or later, if we break Rav Nassim or Papa, or if we break Rav Nassim or Papa, I don't like what you just said because Elamei Ata. But now you have the pasuk Asher Hey Makdishim, which we're going to see in a minute, because that's our next Gemara. Is we learn out from Asher Hey Makdishim that they're Makdish. That's where we learn out the idea that Tuma can apply. So he's saying as follows: that Tuma can apply in certain instances. Even though, and we're going to see that whole Gemara, but basically said that they, and this is by teams that don't have a mafia. So in any event, says that they're makisim, that they're makisim. We're going to get into this in great detail shortly. Talkinami, hey, below. So here, why not say that it's them and I don't think so you could say Bnei Israel is not Hashem, but it says that they're Hamakishim, Amelo Tikakam. Yet you see that Rabbi Yossi argues that he says that Tuma applies even by that Tuma applies even by a guy. So you see that he does not make this distinction of Haim. So if he doesn't make the distinction of Haim, he doesn't make the distinction of Lahem. Which Gemara says, Elam Ravashi, you're right. I'll tell you a different reason why it's unique here that it doesn't apply. On the cross, the pasuk says Ratzon Lahem. So we focused before on the Lahem, that is for them. So we're saying that's not a good idea because if so, if Yosef agreed with Lahem, the law of the Kokavim, he would say the same thing about Haim, the law of the Kokavim. But rather, what's the word we should focus on the Ratzon, and it should be for Ratzon. All the Kokavim love B'nei Hartzon in it. And Goyim are not B'nei Hartzon, people who have reached to it. Now, if we have some time at the end, it's a very fascinating study of the whole idea of whether the tefillos of a guy are acceptable. Maybe I'll have to talk about it. But in any event, the way Rashi understands Lav B'nei Hartzon, Lav B'nei Hartzon like Hartzon, that Goyim are not B'nei Hartzon like Hartzon, which they know is Ratzon Lahem, and therefore the tzitz is not Misrata for a guy. So the answer is that it could very well be that this halakha that the tzitz is not Mirata for the Karbanah of a guy might be true even according to those because it says about Tom and not B'nei Hartzon. Now, how do you want to translate that? Many people seem to say that that the Lord some fashion is not looking for the process, desired or whatever, or perhaps it has a more technical meaning, which perhaps we'll see a little bit later, specifically about acceptance of Kabbalah. Okay, so up to the Mishnah. Varim Shem Kayam Lem Shem Pigol, Kayam Lem Shem Notar Shem Tameh, Putmanadam. Okay? So we say as follows. We talked about, we had a mission before, we talked about certain categories of things that don't have a halakha of people. Why? Because they don't have a mafia. So for example, we said the Tomeh, or the Levona, or the Ketoras, all of these things were things that do not have a matir. They are either there is no matir or they are the matir. And we said that Pigol doesn't apply to those things. Now what the Mishnah is telling us is that even though those things you're not tired for Pigol, so if for example someone when they're burning the Ketoras, they have in mind oh, sorry, it's not an example, but let's say when they're burning the Komax, have in mind does not apply in these instant circumstances. But while people doesn't apply, noser and tame would apply. Except for dam, because blood, we're going to see in tomorrow. Why they learn out from Sukkim why dam, why blood, even though not only is it removed from pickle, but it also does not have a halacha of noser and tame. That he wouldn't be tied for purposes of Kuma or noser. So in other words, basically we're saying that exception that we described on the prior Mishnah for things that have a matir is an exception for pickle, but not for noser and tame, except for dam, for which dam is excluded from pickle, from noser, and from tame. Rabbi Shimon says, I agree with you that for those things that are edible, that in fact noser and tame would apply to them. He says, but I disagree. He says, I disagree in the case of things that are inedible, because in that list of things that we discussed were things like eitzim, like wood, lavona, is the frankincense that comes with the lympho or put on the shulchan, baktoras. These are things that aren't edible, and therefore you're not chayav for tuma and presumably also for nosar. So he's saying, I agree with your general rule that there's a distinction between pickle on the one hand and tuma and nosar on the other hand. But just like, for example, dam is excluded, I also exclude all those edible things that don't apply, and we're going to see in the Gemara why and how they darshan with something to learn. Okay, so says the Gemara. Tana Rabbana. Yachol lo yuhu chayav mishum tuma ela adavar sheyesh lo matirin ben adam ben mizeh. So he says, I might think that just like, and I said, by pickle, that in order to pickle apply, it has to be something that's a matir that permits it either to be consumed by a person or by the mizbeach. So basically, pickle does not apply to a matir itself, which is something that has no matir, as we've been saying. So I might think that tuma should be just like pickle. Our mission probably is not like it, but this price is starting saying my assumption would is that tuma, and it does not apply in a case of a matir or something that has no matir. Why would I assume that? The advice says the dinhu, because I'll make a kavachomer to say that it should for sure not apply to tuma. If it doesn't apply to pigo, it shouldn't apply to tuma. Why? Because uma pigo, and if pigo, shehu b'kviya, that it is what does it mean that it's b'kviya, which means that he says that pickle is the kviya, meaning that the carbon, katas, is the same whether it is regardless of financial standing. So we know we have the concept of a carbon over yore. The carbon over yore is you can either bring an animal, or if you can't afford an animal, you bring that you bring two turtle or two dogs, and one for an ola, one for a kata, or you could bring a mincha if the person can't afford it. So all of those things are true by carbonol of a yore, but it's not true by pigo. That should be a dia asas. So he says that pickle also, if let's say someone ate pickle, they didn't realize it was pickle, and then they find out that they ate pickle, so then they have to bring a katas. There's no exception to pickle. There's no instance in which we permit someone to eat pickle. He says in all of those cases, and the reason we're saying those is as distinct from tuma, where these exceptions exist. So if in the case of pickle, where we see that you have all of these scriptures in Chayav and Love, Ela, Davashis, Matir, Dain, Adam, and Mizbeach, that there is a distinction. And we say that the only time someone is tired for these things for people is when it is either when it has a matir, but not if it is a matir, or if it has no matir. So He says, if you see that all of these things apply I'm sorry, if you see that these things don't apply, in other words, don't apply by Pigol, then Tuma, then surely in the case of Tuma, this distinction should be in place, and you should say that only things that have a matir also only those things can become tummy. Why? Because Tuma Pigol of the Yored. That first of all, you see that it is looser in the sense that you can have a carbon over the Yored, depends on wealth of the person who's bringing it. You can stay at Dios, and that you have the idea, we dealt with this in the Gemara in Shavuot, the idea that in order to be chayav on Tumah, that what has to happen is the person has to know their tameh, then they have to forget their tameh, then they have to eat something that's tameh, and then they have to remember that they were tameh. So you have an initial idea, and then you have a third idea. So you see that Tumah has that aspect. Well, Hutra Mitzvah, and so therefore Tumah is less applicable because you require both ideas. And there's an exception to Tumah. What's the exception to Tumah? Is the fact that Hutra B'tzibur. Rashi points out specifically carbon Pesach, you see you can eat it when you're tameh. If the majority of Klal Yisrael was tameh, that they could not only bring the carbon, but they actually could eat it. So you see that all of these things that it's looser in a certain sense by Tumah. And so you would say that if there's a distinction, that if there's a distinction that it only applies to something that has a matir by Pigol, so then so surely the halacha for Tumah should also only apply to matir. So I should make a kavachomer to say that if the cases of Pigol are limited to cases where there's a matir, then for sure Tumah, which is looser, should the halacha should be that it only applies in cases that have a matir and excluding all these things. So the Brisa says, I would think the opposite of the Mishnah. Therefore, the pasuk tells us, Asher Hein Makdishim Li, that the pasuk is written, Daber al Aaron Yavana Vayinavim Kachi B'nei Yisrael, Le'chel Hashem Kachi Asher Hein Makdishim Li. So it just says, so it says Kachi B'nei Yisrael. So why did it say that they are makdish to me? What's the point of those words? So we're saying that's coming to add that anything that Asher Hein Makdishim Li comes to include anything that they are makdish to me. The Gemara says, okay, so if Asher Hein, and this was the reference we had before, I told you learning that, Asher Hein Makdishim Li, which included Tumah, came to include Tumah, so that was the question Gemara had earlier. But anyway, Asher Hein Makdishim Li, that comes to add anything that they're makdish, even things that don't have a matir or are a matir themselves. Gemara says, okay, so you're telling me that Asher Hein Makdishim Li said that anything that they're makdish to me applies. So Yachol Miyad. So I might think, therefore, that even if something has a matir, it doesn't matter because it's everything that they're makdishim li, everything that they're makdish to me. So I might think that even things that have a matir, Yachol Miyad, I might think that right away that's applicable. Tamalomer. Therefore, the pasuk says. Yikrav, he brought clothes. What's the pasuk? It says, Emar Aleim with the Rosefim Kolisha says, Yikrav, he called Arachim al HaKadoshim Asher Yatzichu B'nei Yisrael Hashem Shemachar Allah, and next time Nefesh Agim Banai Ani Hashem. So this is a pasuk that's written by the concept of someone who eats touching when it's coming. So now, how do we learn out from the pasuk Yikrav? Amar Rabbi Yeshno Geya Su Chaya. So he says, the Gemara asks, is this something that requires touching? I'm sorry, that with touching alone, he's over on touching the Tumah. Why would you think that? Because it says anything that a person draws close to, we call Daracham El HaKadoshim. So they said draw close seems to imply that if you touch the Kadoshim, that you're over on there. But is that true? It's not true because it's only by Achila. We see it in the next pasuk that it's specifically by Achila. So what is this word grab that he draws close? Grab that he draws close. It doesn't mean literally draw close. Alamato malama yikrav for hukser yikare hakasim medaber. That when it says yikrav that he draws close, doesn't mean that he draws close in a sense. It means that he draws it close in the sense that he prepares it to be brought. So what does that mean? So that means that he it's something that he prepares to be brought, is the idea that it has its matir. So therefore, this that we say that tuma would apply even by something that it does not have is a matir or doesn't have a matir, that would only be because all of those types of things would only be if it is a matir, it has to reach that stage. So the stage of the matir has to be reached. And if it's not, in other words, when we say after hey that it says that it comes to include other things, and the word yikra comes to tell you that it has to be prepared, would mean that it gets put in a kli. So if it's something that is used in let's say Rika, for example, or in the might be a better example, that it's something that is only once the that you would have this halacha that it would be tamei, or if it's not something that has a matir, then one put into a klisharis and put into a klisharis, and at that point, after hey makdishim, would say that that can become tamei. So the Gemara says, how does that work? Yeshlo matirin. This is what I just said, that if it's something that has a matir, Mishiyikru matir. Once the matirin happens, Elo matirin. If it doesn't have a matir, Mishiyaktis the keli once it has a klisharis. Okay, so now the Gemara says, Ashkechem tuma, no tuminola. So we say, okay, I found out that tuma applies even by things that you don't have pigol. But how do I know that noser applies even by the things that don't have pigol? And we say, Asi filo mi tuma. That we bring that their shava which we had earlier today. We said filo mi tuma. That you learn from noser to tuma. That both use the word filo. So that their shava will tell you that even things that don't have a matir, that you're not chayav mishum pigol, that you're chayav for noser. So the Gemara is saying, okay, well you're learning from you're learning noser from tuma, but we also know b'leilef avon pigol. He says, but we know that noser is also connected to pigol because we had this before. You have the gzer shava avon. So therefore, why are you deciding to look at the gzer shava between noser and tuma to say that noser does apply even by something that pigol does not apply to? Why not learn from pigol and say just like it doesn't apply to pigol, it doesn't apply to noser? So the Gemara says, he says, it makes sense that we should learn noser from tuma because it has in common with tuma three things. Gazel. So Rashi says that first of all, the gimel is for guf. Noser is tuma sul haguf and pigol sul mashava. That noser and tuma both mess themselves in something physical, that a piece of meat can become tamei, a piece of meat can become noser, versus pigol is not a din in the meat, it's a din in the mashkava that pass over. Noser and tuma ain't because Adam may be in the day two. He says noser and tuma are similar in the sense that it has nothing to do with riko, while pigol has to do with riko. So therefore, noser is more similar to tuma. I'm sorry, it's more similar to tuma than it is to pigol. And it says in pigol zikatam kavasa b'tzul. I'm sorry. It says the lamed is noser and tamei never behem kilo. That lamed tells you that both noser and tamei have a their shava of kilo together. Now, all right, we don't have time. Okay, so those three things tell us why it makes more sense that noser and tuma are a pair than noser people because of guf, sul, and kilo. So the Gemara says. So it says Gezel. So the Gemara says, Pigol have a leila melech. I would tell you that noser should be more similar to pigol than it is to tuma. Why? Shekin nosar. Shekin, as the way we read it, shekin hutter. So we take a look at shekin hutter. Six kahar this man karev behind the future. So basically, the Gemara is going to say we have a bunch of things that. More things than I guess three elements of commonality between tuma and nosar. I'm going to tell you that there's at least 5 elements of commonality between nosar and pigol. So you should compare it to pigol. What are those elements? So take a look at Rashi, the second to last medium line. So he says, nosar pigol lo hutra mikwalon tuma. And nosar and pigol has no exception. There's no such thing as saying you can have something that's nosar Well, whereas Tuma, we know that there's there's an exception in the case of Tzipor. Ain't a tzitz maratza like Tuma. It says the tzitz in maratza is something that's unique to Tuma. No term people are together in the sense that the tzitz doesn't help for it. Okay, and then Rashi addresses something else we don't have time to focus on. So he says Tahar. He says Shneim Tahorim. He's saying that Pigol and Nosar are both Tahar. They have a pool in their status, but they're both Tahar. Shneim Nitzon Bizman, and both Pigol and Nosar have a time element to it. Zeb and Nosar put Bizman. One of them is because it left over past the time, and the other because you have in mind past the time. The Shneim Tulim Vikarov La Fuke Tumatadut. He says, and also Pigol and Nosar take effect on the thing that was brought, where it relates to the person who's bringing it. So we're saying, you brought me 3 reasons that I should compare Nosar to Tuma. I'm bringing you 5 reasons that I should compare Nosar to Pigol instead of the Tuma. So the Gemara says, you're right. Ella Miditani lady. So rather, how do I know to extend halacha also to Nosar, not just the Tuma? He says, because we learned from Levi, Miditani lady says, Minayin after Kutzman, Kutzman Akasim Medaber, that Hamalomer V'lo Yikalu, he says,
I want to start doing.
So it says, "V'yichalu Hashem Kachi Asher Hem Akvishim Li." So he says that pasuk is written Yichalalu, which tells you, and Rashi points out that it could have said, Rashi has amended here, could have said that it should have said Yichalu. It said rather it said Yichalalu. The Gemara says, "B'shnei chilulu nakasim medaber echad pasul echad psunoser echad tuma." He says that where we learn the pasuk, this pasuk that we learn Tuma from, has the word Yechalalu, which tells you there's 2 lamed when it could have been only 1. Tells you that there's 2 silulim. So I'll say one of them is Tuma, obviously the other is Nosar. Why do I assume that the second lamed is Nosar? Because we said before that Nosar has the word Pilel. We had that Pilel as a their shovel before. So when it says Yechalalu with 2 lamed, comes to tell you that you include not just Tuma, but you include Nosar. So we see that even though by Pigol we exclude things that are a matir or don't have a matir, by Tuma they're included, as we brought the reason before, from Asher Hey Makdishim Li, and by Nosar they're also included because those Sukkim that are written Asher Hey Makdishim Li says Yechalalu, which comes to tell you both Nosar and Tuma are included.
Or keep the long post. Keep the long caption at the end. You put as for days. Okay. I like that too. Keep the long post. Change the picture to her in lingerie. Which we all know she's supposed to. And put all the kids in. Crop in the others. It's like, oh. Why are there children there?
All right, Joel, so good morning. Let's begin. Today's daf is Mendalis. We are picking up Baruch Hashem on Mendalis. And we're going to pick up after the 2 which is 44, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down the top. Our shir this morning is dedicated by Baruch Hashem Klasky in honor of the letter.
All baseball players are now being
Yosef Mordechai, beloved son of his, David Shach, we wish to thank God for you. Let's begin. Thanks for being here for giving me free yesterday. And the extra explanation on the WhatsApp group. I'm sure all of you guys can kind of village because there might have been a Daf Yomi first. Very good. So the Gemara says as well. So we'll say the Mishnah said, "Koshish Makiyum being a Adam being the Mizbeach." I love you. But ultimately, again, anything that has a
suggestion from a friend. I wish I could come up with ideas for these guys and stuff. For ideas for their name of their show, like
anything that has a matter, anything that has a
coffee together. Brian's like, I'm starting to.
Being the other, whether for human
And
consumption
I go,
or
oh,
Mizbeach consumption.
yes.
I love these.
They say you can never have two things.
Again, one is subject and one
He's
is
like, all right, I know you're good at this. What's the name? I need some name. Something not
Send out, but
where to go.
oh, it's all amazing.
Say it's BM.
I like your to be shot.
Are you ready?
So let's say we've seen
Write
this
this down.
before.
Might not like it at first.
Hello,
But listen.
Melissa.
Are you ready? It counts like I go. Trigger.
So look at how often I say the only time that we're just is red
Yeah, like, well, it's been said so. No. Trigger is.
Maybe
Who knows more about people
that is
getting
how often
triggered?
I say the price.
All right.
Not showing you fucking
This is gonna be big. I want to be
so let's
down.
look at that showing. So what's the showing has the
You go to Idaho.
one that I can hold that call.
It's the only.
Maybe how often I say those are only applied to showing for anything that is
Fuck you.
what makes it showing, right? I consume 13 days in 1 month. But anything says I'm sick, that's what they're going to do that criteria. To get how often myself,
Do you want to see his
not
podcast?
concerned
I
with
pulled
the
it up out of here.
Well, we know the life.
Podcast. Do I want to see it? Of course. I thought you were going to shoot me down. Do I want to see it? Yeah, definitely.
Go back.
Slice my
Pasta.
throat.
Then was it the
It's an age-old question.
No.
Why did
generic thing, I should say, we decide.
this shouldn't be a bad person because
It's awful. It's fine.
Ultimately, I've always said that has something to do
Let me tell you, Brian Callen, about my dad.
with leftovers are
This guy, my dad, he's so supposed to want that.
we got the NYPD with his eyes.
I can't even see him there up on the south side. That place doesn't run. Back in the 80s, the cops were like they this guy. I like the old way.
Any carbon is subject to the laws.
I'm a bad person.
I said, nine rebels.
So, that tells you why you got something to say. People should listen to what I come to crack. You are a self-admitted lockdown. Mondays is always our facts here. Ultimately, used to be a Steven Crowder above club exclusive, 100% buy back the IP crowd.
I would share his members. Look, seven of the two love.
Now, don't used to roll around the boys. You really shot that.
People also fight that. But no matter, I share.
You know, I don't get aware with you. Subreddit, what is that? He's trying to leave the studio and find something with the subreddit. The fuck is a subreddit? Formula One's in Chicago.
You've done bad things, but you take it all. You say, hey, I gotta abide by the rules. If I don't abide by the rules, I can pay for it with my life. So your justification is, hey, the life comes first. I gotta do what I gotta do. Doesn't make it right, but that's how you justify it. My point is, that doesn't make you a bad person.
You got 48 laws.
But the laws of people apply pretty much every
Rich dad, poor dad. Which one do you want to be? Okay, I killed you.
the Shiloh then becomes
There's
if
enough
the law
Gypsies in night. Now when you can get it,
so
so
what
dude, it'd be certain about it. You get pizza.
why
I had to.
why
You got pizza down here with us.
that
Barbecue
seems
sauce.
only applies to some of
Yeah,
them.
everyone knows that Memphis has its barbecue.
When in fact, when that's not true, it's like some
Forget
of them situations. Oh my God.
about it.
You slang like you.
I wish we was doing the podcast in New York, but that's all.
It's just that one between
Alright, well, check out Off Limits by Brad Cal. Honestly, I feel like this whole show is just a big sponsorship T-Fact thing. Because every time I finish it, I want to watch something. Yeah, and now I want to watch Off Limits. I've got it to my queue already.
Or
Dave Oz posted on That's
of
Better.
course, we should
I
not
was
see
trying to sue a
being
guy.
other
Yeah, I tried to cheat on my wife.
We'll say hello for the rest of the United States.
Well,
And ultimately,
that would have been hilarious if they actually did that. That would have
in
been
the
awesome.
context
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's it. I say again, these people on
So the particular
should be
combined
TV
process
writers, yeah.
must
Or at least, I mean, it's now YouTube's now
it's
TV, right? Unless you get shut up. Oh wow, look who you are. Yeah, if there was TV, we would get axed immediately. Oh yeah, look at that. You see their ratings? The Nielsen rating would just throw up when it's like the Greg T. Nelson rating would be so low that this is, look at that. I look busted next to it. I just can't even. How am I supposed to face my wife and kids? Nobody's fucking watching this. If I was an undercover cop, it'd be fine. Nobody would see. I killed an undercover cop that had a family of 5.
So don't back to
That was the life. I signed an oath for something. There was like a paper I signed. Maybe it was just delivery, but I wanted to kill him. And it won't be fun to fight people. There was an oath. My impersonation was exactly where the colo. Oh, you were there. Shout out to you. You sound like two kids. 98 likes, unbelievable. Anyways, we'll get back to this is posted by Faceless Ninja.
We've established both
Chin and
through
others might be leaving for
you
Rio.
as well as your Shabbat.
Oh, I may check out the studio in Austin on Monday. I'm going to be in Austin. No, I might just come in with Chin. We're going with Theo. I'm going with Theo to Austin.
There must be a map. Whether that's not you, or the map
How little fucks I give about this conversation. I don't know what the Parmesan thing is, but I feel like it's like a new trend or something. Could be. Or, you know, we just don't say the big thing is that they're hilarious. Damn, you really. Sean is not good at lighting people. Okay, never mind. I thought it was something I don't think it is. You always think it's something I don't think. Well, because recently a bunch of people have been saying Parmesan cheese. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck it means, like a 6-7 thing. I just want to know. Maybe it might be. Oh, you know, 6-7 is not for offer daddies. Right, yeah. Give shop wears a 6-7, we should bet on that. Put that on the shake shop, wear 6-7. $1 million deal. $1 right there. I did win big off of, I guess that Trump was going to social anyways, let's see here.
and it is subject to
More on Bubba flipping up.
Post
Your
suggestion
meetings
on the
is
Jack
what's going on
Hutchinson,
here. Post my
Hayavin
business.
Halon
I think you watched the last one.
You should understand
Yeah.
the fact that Shalom is the source for the
Yeah,
Halon.
so teasing is
Tells you that what?
Yeah, we
See,
lost.
up until now you were saying, what's unique
The
about Shalom?
response to Ron
Something
and
has a
the mayor
master.
being so.
As a master, that by Shalom, something is unique as a master. What?
Oh, yeah, we were like debating that.
And a master is like law
90
for
the credit.
the behind.
Okay, so this was by 712 kids.
So do you learn only things that have a
90% of the
master
GoFundMe's
are subject to
1%
the laws
are
of
just
people.
organized
If Shimon
begging.
comes along and says something that will
Oh,
be
GoFundMe's.
he says Shalom is
GoFundMe's.
using
Oh,
like that.
okay, yeah, right.
And then
I'm
he has an
how can
aspect
I help
of
emergency, but a lot of
sacrifice
y'all
service.
are internet.
Ultimately, again, as you said, the Shalom are offered up in his
I
gap.
wrote so many GoFundMe
So to again,
tweets
the
over
look on the
my
nice side,
time on
any carbon that is offered up on
GoFundMe.
his gap.
Make a joke.
So
Otherwise, it just sounds like you're
ultimately, again,
hitting on people.
one
I
is
think.
higher than people.
Yeah. And then
The
obviously,
other part was the third
So,
wide line, and down and down, or second wide line. I push you some gap.
that's
So,
another word.
I love them.
Jedi.
So,
That sounds like a word you would use. You know how he
part of the
thinks it's
sacrificial service.
the red bar is laughable. It's right.
It's high because
I hope Jedi is still reading at the source because
not Zoom,
he's at his best
are in
when
the
he's
stuff in
I hope Jedi's watching his podcast
So when it comes
GoFundMe.
to these ultimately again, he's the current and the scene,
Anyways,
it's
cool spot.
again, hold your
This is posted by that Ninja 11. Named my kid Boston and got him a New York Yankees hat while
on the app.
LA,
What?
and then LA Dodgers have one. We're at Dodger Stadium,
Therefore, I love
Arlington,
the
Texas.
again, they're not subject to laws of legal
Trying to be funny, but you're not funny. That's too much. Too much.
Not just data, just like Trump is not here. Not here, but because he's like what? Then only if it's like Trump and
I was like,
that holds on
oh,
his
fuck,
gap.
I'm so fucking tired.
Then
Just
and
that
only
you said that.
then it is like laws of legal. Therefore, that comes to a stupid part and I see it on stuff, which will say,
Oh my god.
only
But
does
it's just
on
funny
his
to delete your
gap.
GoFundMe tweets now in case you need to get started one after your next booster.
Therefore, again, they're not subject to laws of
And
legal.
then Dave said that story
Come
has
on,
a plus for you.
no
I feel you, feel me. Yes, I do.
What are other things?
Oh, dude, this is awesome. Another one of my favorites.
So that was other things that resemble
This is
Trump.
pretty epic. I love this so much. You said you
What's
would
the
miss
example
Chris
of other things that resemble
Dude,
Trump?
this
The
is
car,
Chris
the
Al
understanding
Boyd
of my
with
life.
the corner chin.
What's the ultimate
I said
example?
Pulse
The
right
example
now.
would be like
Let's
the
see.
car,
This is the
the
thing,
car
man.
might be coming.
When you go to Vegas and you're playing those slot machines, you keep going, whatever the haunting parties. Was I right or was I right? No, you were right. I agreed with you. I know. I was also validation. You're saying, no, okay. And then on top of that, nobody wants to fucking eat the McGurdo. You see this? I've been watching this the whole time. Would you eat a McGurdo 55%? That's yes. Yeah, but 45. I want 100% people to eat the McGurdo. That's 100%. You get funny. Wait till you see the rest of the time. It's 2 minutes of funny. Let's see here, ready? For the slot machines that they have to pay out. So, just to catch you, bread chops. And then the pissed off yourself again. And so, nobody acknowledges that Chris was, which is pretty funny to be pissed. And so he's just gonna like spiral off. Nice. Like, whatever, like percentages. Who knows if that's even being yeah, that's a racket. Yeah, that's a racket. It's all illegal shit. Some shit. I'm tired of this shit. Just my thing is, I'm running the internet. It's so funny that they're not responding because Shop's so stupid that I feel like there is a chance that he doesn't realize. He is also an but ultimately, Aaliyah just making fun of Shop is great. Obviously,
That's what
that was one crystal.
What happens if you have two colors?
Yeah, I guess so. Just shit on Shop. Yeah. Sure, yeah, no, I the problem is his bag. Well, true. We can do all this. Yeah, no, I mean,
That's we're going to say the most apply to every single section, even to the point that
Because if you think he's not going down with some of these refs and that shit, you think it's just the NBA, MLB, UFC.
Oh, well, they're cracking down on all of it, man. But they had to, like, they had to get their case. You know, it'll work. No, that's what I'm saying. I always say this stuff's gonna come. I won't talk to him. They thought I was gonna hear it. You know, they think it's Child is the star. Child would be great. I don't know. Really, I can't. But like, I would have to like get some shock emotion. Maybe because it would kill us. I guess. Yeah. I guess. I mean, Chop is not a comic. You know what I mean? If I had a joke, you would kill me. Remember the first time we made a joke about Mark and the look he gave me, dude? I was like, I even started shaking. I thought he was gonna kill me. I sort of, I mean, I've not been around Chop, but on a show, I lose the fear a little bit, I think, because it's just, if he's really there to do a show, maybe I will die during the show. But it'll be good. It'll be a good show. Because I'm going to say some crazy shit to this guy and see what he says back. And he says crazier shit than anyone can ever predict. He's unpredictable. Like, what is he going to call anything wrong? Talking a lot about when I was waiting. Formula One's in the no way shall I film a mini couch phone. Cooking with me, Chaplin, Church. Yeah, I mean, listen, any of these guys can kill me. Jeff Dye, Shaw. I'm living on borrowed time graves.
חייב להמשיך בגלל.
Tell me, you gotta get through my shingles first. Obviously, me saying Chris being on the show co-sign everything he's done. No, it's simply like a shot.
So the
Yeah,
material
yeah,
card
no,
is
I'm
what
not
permits
really
them
thinking about that.
ultimately to offer up
I'm sorry to
very
bring it up,
mechanism.
but
Ultimately, the words
I'm
of
just,
the
you know,
below. So that I want to say, but 1 second. How can you say that the dam? How can you say
no,
that
she's
what
not
happened
allowed near me.
is
She
the
needs to stay
massive
20
point
feet
of
away from me.
something? After
Or
all,
she's gonna try to
the
grab my
hello,
hand.
Adam needed
No, I have a
a person who brings
for the
Kabbalah's
ones on
story.
dude, I'm
Who
not
was
even
suffering
mentioning
from
for the ones on fire.
Agasol, I will say what could happen. He could bring his moralization 10 days, 10
Hachi, Mishima, we like you. You have great comments, but Hachin does not cope with this shit. We're not cool with Hachin. We don't like him.
I don't need it.
We don't stand him. He's not taking them. He says
So how can you say that the blood is the macula for the suffering? When the suffering is
he's still bubbling in the back. We're trying to scoop it, you know what I mean? Let's see the rest of this video.
You can't hide this stuff. I'm saying. Can't hide it. That's what I'm saying about this. If somebody's doing some shady shit, it's gonna come out. There's no way you can hide in this day and age.
Done in the dark will turn be it's a good you know.
You could sue it if you sweet nectar. Remember the sweet nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my god. What was he saying about
Was he?
This too.
Brendan said I forgot this too. You forgot about your own whiskey and what you said? You called it a whole ad. Oh shit.
Thanks for all months of MMA coverage. Happy holiday, brothers.
Thank you, dude. Happy Thanksgiving. Shout out to you, Bill. I'm gonna rewind a little bit just so we can catch that. I don't want to see this guy's face. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm way really terrified. Yeah, but yeah, no, I don't know, man.
Remember the sweet nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my god.
What was he saying about
What was he?
He's smiling slowly. He was so sad that he did like had to rise his happiness level. This is watching change and the feeling it gives you.
Oh, that's right.
He's so
No, I forget this too. My
No, I forget this too. My CT. Dalia wants to be like, not necessarily but he wants to be in the crowd cracking jokes about shots. He can't. It's with shots. That's the real painful part. He was blind when he came to that off ramp and he got off by accident. He couldn't get not about that stuff, but it's like the comedy one. Yes, or let's see, remember it now. I'm having flashbacks. He used to say that it's that sweet nectar of how fucking assassinate myself. Yeah, famous hired assassination. Far away. I wanted to dance over my sweet assassinate me. I'm not president, so you can assassinate. You still got that. I'm saying sweet nectar. What? Still selling the oh yeah, what happened? Juice.
It's just an expression for what? There's sometimes later on. It's not really together with his Hashem. Finish that actually. Veludola Acha Shemen, Gala Chasana, Veloyama, Matnosav Sharina Leibaki. Ultimately, everyone the application ultimately the oil will accomplish Kishan Yisrak Kama Hashem, last shrine day, was a 6 program. Since was the most was not good at the time that was therefore again the last shari day you have to only find if it was a despite everyone who that was it does not become the involution will go to the time half only Hilfa boy ma asham nam so there was even if the blood comes along with the asham half out there to the left you might also show you even though we set up for the blood it's what I think we saw
more you
Lo
dress like a frog, right?
mefagel,
Yeah.
why not?
Just
Şimdi
cats talking
mefagel
to cats. I
ela
don't
dam
want that.
omet
Most
esishiva.
of my beef time, just beef time is going to well.
Because at the end of the day,
Hey, why are we talking about John Jones? The chat doesn't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Why are we talking about emerge with some shitty comments that have to be heard? They have to be discussed. We'll be quick on Jake Paul. I don't give a
Alright.
like I don't want. Remember when the Jim was like, "Hey, Theo and Brendan, what's
look how Bubba
one minute?"
I said, the look channel, which can be brought on its own. It will come up and that's no sub-show. Every day, you might also put the other hitters. You'll look on email lists. Don't look at events. Not become people. This time, yo. Look channel, how you up and I love this show. The look channel. So the subject was a big one.
Or anyone that's like,
Shut down, not
what's your
you like the
podcast about? And
bottles.
they go, they make that.
Again, because
Like,
it is what I was that for me. This will be a fight. It will be again. Everybody here.
Cats.
I'm over every day.
It's just cats talking to cats.
oh, the more you know, it's cats and pets. Start off the shit. What a wild chance to fix content up here. That's great. Yo, just shouted out the Alpha Graveyard checks. Alright, so on the shitty player wiped out all the mini Akash wife videos. I mean, horse chicken curry plus that's why it's also an Reddit running stuff. Oh yeah. So wait, Flaker wiped out all the mini Akash wife videos. That's crazy because when I was going through Reddit, I'm not even on. I probably am on the Flaker thing. I can't remember. But it pops up nonstop. There was the whole weekend was just flagrant wild fight stuff. Yeah.
I'm not buying.
I thought you were I know like your inflection sometimes it sounded like you were going.
Who are in when the sucking
Yeah, we're talking about Akash saying,
This guy, he deserves it.
so I obviously don't feel bad at all.
Yes.
Nash just puts his dick out on the table. I just know that Nash's dick is like at least 10 inches.
You were only
What doing something
For his forehead, it's thick. I don't know. Why that was sexy, and that's why I'm actively trying to have a orgy. I love you, but I actually love you and want to fuck all of it.
You know, at least let that foreground watch.
I don't put this out because it's so mean. This whole time I didn't care. I was like, whatever. You don't have a hard time understanding that. I hate this bitch now, and it's your fault.
Don't necessarily have to go to their soda and the stuff in the middle of wine. So we'll say, what's the status of the return of the soda wine? If a local mice again is not the actual part itself, ultimately the blood of those covenants acts as an active for a subject. However, if constructed or if the return is blood separately,
It's a rough time for Akash saying,
but Kata sa of Gama
no, you're not there for it. No, I kind of
as for some other watch this. Now you're going to another
Also, I wanted to do a quick shout out. Thank you to Successful Egg and the many posters in our Reddit. We do have 900 dude. That's crazy. Yeah, so many people we never thought we'd have. So Successful Egg, DPT, Pizza Party, 69. Keep it up. Yeah, I like the Reds. Trans Tim Kennedy, Enormous Dick or whatever. Dixie Normus. Yeah. Shout out to all you guys, dude. Here, what else do we have on chains? Massive overall painted mirror.
So now how do you what's the word?
Minimum sky,
How do you
another
cold
fucking cat
carbon?
that.
What's it? Because the bus it says the entire carbon.
Oh yeah, man.
The Rabos look Shemen Shalom. This comes from
Hopefully we're still streaming.
the look Shemen Shalom.
Real quick, I want to
Saturday, you know,
we're about to watch him talk about some guy named Rob. Fighter.
maybe cold carbon. The Rabos look Shemen
Well, listen, entertain LA while there's a lag. What is that? It's like that's what you should.
because it says
But they see enough people
and I
here
never
right now to
what?
get the Reddit to 1,000
Ultimately, again, this is
Wow,
not the
that's
most
great. Good. Yeah,
Hamashiach
everybody
does not
join the Reddit at once. And then when you're done with it,
the Rabos.
let me see here. I'm going to do another
Rabos
poll
would
that's
show
very
me
important to our
Sha'afu
Reddit.
Ya'ho, so
I think
Kari
you know what it's
Karbon,
going to be.
Sid, the Greek of Solar Sham, that's what Hashem, Almo, Hu, Nami, behind Karbon, Koshkin,
Oh, that's a good question. Yes. I know you want me to.
that call Karbon was that to include
I'm
even
not sure I want
even
to.
look
If
Shem
they
Shem
want me to
Tzor.
change the name,
Is
does
that what
everyone
it
know
felt
what the
that
name is?
Ish teaches in that part?
Everyone
That
was
after
the
that,
You made sure everyone was at 100 people. Well, it's been going up. Every 100,
ultimately called
you get a
Karbon.
new name.
Kamash on the
It's the eagle or the
Even
hawk,
those
and
things
then a
which are
different
not
gold
covered up on
thing
the
would
fire,
say
like
only
the
1,000
Shem
can
Shem
do it.
Tzura,
This is the next
is
one.
ultimately
Now I
called
can change it. I don't know what I
Karbon
change
as well,
it
and
to.
therefore subject to
But yeah, it's
the
all
full
there is
moon
is the
chasam
red
was like
sky.
female crushes. The full moon chasam is what says all the same chasam.
Alrighty, so we got this massive overall
Zagi
pizza
ala
narrative by
chadi
Sky
in
2305. Let's
Haish,
see.
Kol
He
Karbanam,
said that they're selling me
Full
on
moon
Reddit.
chasam,
I have
Ulachol
that.
chatasam, Ulachol
And
asham.
I tried both of them. Post that
Full
before
moon
and said
chasam.
that so just
Also, what
because
is
yeah,
it?
keep that Discord.
The Rabos Minchas Omer. Was it this comes to include the Mincha of the Omer?
Sergei
Sermon of
Revenge. Now that narrative's
the
gone.
Common Mincha.
You gotta stop that narrative. Worried about that. That's for younger kids, and that paints the narrative. But when you paint this narrative, that narrative has legs. When the narrative is Tom Quinn, he should have kept going. That's a bullshit narrative. The narrative that Tom asshole H made in order to create a narrative, you go over this narrative that he's quit. But now you paint that narrative, and Tom, the whole narrative was this. I don't know what's the problem. Somehow put that narrative. The narrative now the narrative from you don't push the shitty narrative down the micro perfumes. Make sure you never have to play fragrance roulette ever again.
Ultimately, going to happen. For this, for the purpose of permitting Chadash, it comes to go ahead and permit.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking
Therefore,
about.
it doesn't matter.
Narrative that just reminds me of
So
David.
Shekuba Minchas Omer
It's like
Minchas Omer comes ultimately to permit.
whatever
Minchas
his name is, and I had a ray
why does the
of
Minchas so
narrative.
along with
I got
valor
drunk when
alone
the queen
to
died.
go ahead and
And they said I
distinguish
got
what
banned
is
for 13 rounds.
clarified
I have more collection of it.
Minchas so
Interesting. So I kept drinking water.
therefore, again, I'm an effective mosaic, but they're not subject to halachos.
That was a great game. Yeah. Shout out to Minimum Sky. That was
people.
great. It's
Therefore,
perfect.
the Gemara says,
Shut
Marshal
the
the
fuck up. Fuck
Marshal
you.
was like, even though they do not come ultimately again, to go ahead and
It's pretty
any
good.
type of contact
Anyone remember that month or two when
nevertheless,
Papa wore
it's
glasses
the
like me because of you and some
Ula
girl
Chol
were
Chatason,
supposed to be
and for
attorney
all of
looking
their
at
sins,
3.
literally. The Rabbos Chatason.
Yeah.
I
remember those days.
Chatason as well.
Shut up. Time.
Satellite Kamina was what I have to do Chatason. Satellite Kamina
He's got Amazon now because of
Chatas
that.
Chatason. I'm not afraid it's not something that movies are not squad.
Reject.
The movie has a status of the movie. Why is that a status of the movie?
Yeah, we saw that one last time.
Somebody got the whisper.
Okay, this is where we left off last week, so we didn't watch this one. Okay. Sam calls out Callan as Anchor Rich Kid, plus by Danny Kaufman, too. Let's see.
Somebody got the whisper, dude. Someone got the whisper. Tone it down. Play this. Yeah, you don't think agents tell people to play a little game? Who is? Come on, bro. Wait, who? Come on. Why did they whisper to me? What's that? Why did I? Because you were already queer. That's why. They were like, dude, he's gay. And I was ready to go about it. And your dad is a lizard, so you're already in. Oh, that's why I didn't get the 100%. Why did I get the whisper? Because, Brian, you were already in. You got the whisper. You're a Richie. You're a Baker Rich kid. I did have a very famous. That's okay. I have a very famous. We love you. I'm the person to tell me why. He thought I didn't. That's Brian, you made it. It was Brian. Shut up. You. I wonder.
Yeah, why did Bill Cosby? Bill Cosby made Thanksgiving. Anybody know why this happened? Brian Callen special.
The first set of days and he begins
Meanwhile, you had a sitcom. That's what you made. Yeah, you were in movies. Brian, yeah, you crushed it.
Hashem Nazir, Hashem Torah, Satellite Kamina, I would have thought. The half Shir Ka'asu, since there was ultimately again, they just come to Nakshir, ultimately,
care what they're saying about
ממש
you.
לא. אשם אצלנו בהג'יק
Oh shit.
אשם אצלנו
I even read the comments.
אלא מרבות אשם נזיר
I'm on the street if I people say, and when I pretend that I don't know you, we're not really that close of friends as because I have to.
אשם אצלנו בהג'יק
This goes by plus heart 100 damage in. Where's the shoot? This is Texas. Oh shit. Okay, so quick question.
What's permitted for
Do you think he's gonna hit all the targets?
So Usher is always
Just all the targets.
you're right, but we're coming to include Usher in the life. Usher is sort of the edge of
The gun.
yeah. So I said Usher is always the spirit that is that we could the Katas Usher. We need the Usher sit off of the city of Usher. You know, Ella Kolama.
He missed them and all the bullets fire. Guys like,
Stated ultimately and
why did I shoot first?
Soda, this is Usher, Soda to be consumed by the Kohanim, so to find the Kohanim. But I say I shoot it. Yes, I'm going to go through some additional examples. So we are this is the thing I'm able to be getting at. This goal we just saw something like that, which is
Your gun is supposed to fall apart when you're a real man.
what's the novelty in that? Was it just kind of like we transitioned a little bit away from ultimately again to which I would have consumption by the Kohanim. So chief amongst that list is the Chata Sa'or. The Chata Sa'or was saying again, Allah Lamaisa, I'm in a thought wasn't a law, right? But Allah Lamaisa, we see that's right. Well, technically, but again, for the things that the mission is going to what I'm doing, because that's what I understand. Now you also give me that so Asham, Nazir, there was a couple of other interesting halachas. Asher Yashim, so we'll say all of these based on this pasuk and we can do first class. Zayel of Hamikdash HaKadosh. We'll say this pasuk
I gotta go make sure my gun is
everything,
gonna
and
be working.
ultimately again this comes
Fine mag is
property, the main property.
Yeah, my mag, dude. I'm all about mags. I spent a lot of mags on my gun. One of these days I'm gonna make that piano
So
work.
we're just running through the list of
While
these
you're
items.
recording.
What's
I
next
got
on this
mags
list?
in my gun,
Asher Yashim.
blowers in my truck, cops
So
you
we'll
look
say
it
one
up.
through this. Zayel of Hamikdash
Fish in my tank.
Kol Kavanam, L'chol Mintasam, L'chol Chatasam, L'chol Hashamam. So you just got dash each of those things that happen in the Torah. What are we up to now? Asher Yashim. What is the Asher Yashim? What is the new translation? What is that? That which will be this new translation given back. You know, what does that refer to? Zeg Gezel Hagel. What say this refers theft from a get. What's the piece of Gezel Hagel? Asher Yashim is a Gezel Hagel. Say Hashem Musha Hashem Lachol. The Tanya, Hashem is a Tanya, Musha is a Chomesh. Oh, in Allah is a Hashem. I'm sure. One of the last ones that do is Hashem.
Oh yeah, watch it.
You skip down actually. In Rashi,
Okay, I mean if you'll buy it, sure.
it means no sin.
I have not been on tour. We've been busy both of us. It's been this week has probably taken up 20 years of our life collecting.
Ruvain dies.
Yeah,
So what do I do if Ruvain dies? What's that about? I give to Ruvain.
just because the amount of work we're both putting in this week.
What
It's so
happens
crazy for those white boys that work too much.
is it there?
So we'll be back.
And
We're
what
back on
happens?
Tuesday with
Mace,
motherfucking
getting
Record
your
Community Stream.
the gear guys
Record
actually
Community's
says, and
episode.
what happens?
Do me a favor if you guys can. I had some copyright issues with short of landslide, the Brendan Chop cover that we did. If you go to the shorts page of Record Community's YouTube channel and check that out, you'll be doing us Cowboys a real big favor.
It might be
Check out our shorts. Share it with, actually don't share, just watch it, like it. See what happens, you know what I mean? Share it with children's
It's very
hospital.
simple case. Ruvain, right? I still Ruvain converted. I still
Local shelters.
Ruvain doesn't have it. Okay,
Cat,
have to be
cats
converted.
are,
So he could die without
And shout out to you guys for
here's
coming
the
through.
issue. What's
You
that?
guys
I
are
still.
I'll try to find
Now
a
he
clip of
dies.
that
I want to
music
make good on the fact that I still.
episode. Shout out to you
There
guys.
are no
And shout out
family
to
members to
Josh
to
for being Oh, thanks, Josh. All right, Greg, I never met you. See you next week. Later.
Listen, who gets it? The Kohen gets it. Listen, the special halacha that says, yes, here, that when there is no one to give it back to, ultimately, again, I give it to the Kohen. The Parshas Gezel Hager, Rov Parshas Naso, in Ein Yishkoel Hashib Hasham, Yish Kadam Yisash in Goel, Elo Zeh Gezel Hager. Gez Magic Sibbe, Logasim Dog, Hatalis Dasham Shemos, was a Swatches. It's back to the Gemara. So I show you that Zeg Gezim Hadir. This is one of the things we go through the very values like any Jewish family. And then myself, we give that which is original for us. This is one of the matters. So the thought, this becomes your property. I feel the Kaddish was the this is amazing. It's yours to second to see that part. You can use it, but Kaddish was or it's fine, it's yours. Yours to the point of the second. You're the greatest conversation of earth and you use it to go ahead and affect people. We're going to have to keep it a little bit, but we're going to use something. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says that Allah remains again, the Gezer and there becomes the property of the Kohen, to the point that it says, even though you can use it like that. Kind of, but it also understood, you also need to yell, put down my ass, and so what's it that? Right back to the so think of it that I said this. Watch this. Think of it that I said this. This is the thing that I want to do. Think of it that I said this. Sorry, think of it that I said this. Think of it that I said this. Literally, it's a person from the people. The same as my seven days. Or think of it that I said this. Then go to it. Doesn't even have people. But you only get perfection standing outside of the Kodesh, I'm sorry, standing in the courtyard of the Rizal Kodesh. But Omer, and I say, what do I say? I'm checking the intention. People, the blood, tomorrow. Which was I'm having a Shabbat. Chutz Lizmano, having a mind response for the blood outside of the prescribed. Remember, and having Kavanah outside of the Kodesh, you do something where you do something inside the Kodesh. So what's the halacha? No bigger. What doesn't mean bigger? Similarly, why? Shemachshava b'chutz v'davar nasa b'chutz no bigger. So what's the ultimately again? Having a machshava b'chutz. To do something that has to take place within does not create similarly. But you only do if I was going inside the Kodesh. But Amar, having Mazah Amanas Lahaktir Imuri, the Lishbok Shirai Lemachar, and the Kohen says, what? I'm going to apply the blood to the inner on the condition that I'm going to burn the limbs or to pour out the leftover blood tomorrow. So what's that? The Kohen is standing inside the Kodesh, and he has fun to what? To do something outside of the prescribed time, it has to be done outside of the Kodesh. Lo pizza. Doesn't care people. Why not? Shemachshava b'fnim b'davar nasa b'chutz. Because ultimately again, it's machshava b'fnim b'fnim b'chutz. What the Rothschild and Rabbi is introducing us to something is very interesting, which is what? Pigel only works if ultimately again your machshava is to do something quickly in the very same place you are having machshava. So it's like this is going to be an important line you're going to emerge from this circle. So it's like Pigel only works. It's not enough to have machshava chutz lizmano. You have to have machshava chutz lizmano that applies in a very geographic place in which you are currently situated. So if I'm shechting, that takes place in the Azor, in the courtyard. If I am shechting, or it can't take place in the courtyard. If I'm shechting chutz l'kodesh, and I have in mind to do something, chutz l'zmano, but it's a process that's going to take place in the kodesh, then what? It does not really people. Or if I'm standing in the kodesh, and I have in mind to do something chutz l'zmano, but that something is done outside of the kodesh, and guess what? It doesn't take people either. Whereas to do people on both sides, one has to have machshava chutz l'zmano, but you have to be geographically situated in the very location in which the people could come to fruition. But if you are somewhere else, it doesn't create people. The Gemara goes by here. The Gemara says, but if I was standing there, Bachutz means outside of the Kodesh. I'm standing in the Azara. If I was standing Bachutz, Ba'amar said, Harim Shofet, Bishbok Shem Malachar, and Shofet Left blood, then pour out the leftover blood down the Azara tomorrow, or the Hakir Timur in the Machar, or I'm going to go ahead and burn the leftover limbs tomorrow. Why? What happens? I'm having my Shabbos people. That's something I'm standing Bachutz. And my Shabbos people is like, what? Something I'm doing Bachutz. So my Shabbos people also. And we're in the same geographic area. But that's my Shabbos people to be carried out. And I love the mindset that is people. Ultimately, they will say you have to be one rush of the Shabbos stand. You have to be in a geographic area where the Shabbos people can come to fruition in order for the covenant to happen. If you're standing in one place, you have my Shabbos people for somewhere else. And I love the mindset doesn't come from us and understand and remember our people. When we say it doesn't become people, rather than doesn't become people, what does it become? Awesome. Kind of ready to start. Good. All right, show ladies. Mike Ruff. Show ladies. What the positive question of us is. Hashem Yuram. Yishar Zavach Hashem. As will be again, shall be lifted up.
Yeah, only positive comments, tons of likes. Patrons,
Madlu. Yishar Zavach
Hashem. Saves the day every time. But that's not what they're here. No, they're here to watch 10 minutes of Shah. So, start the timer. Play the check clip. Alright, so given the state that we have one monitor now, I know it's going to be a rough job for me here, but it's fine, right? Kill me if we got it. Alright, so I did notice in chains recently that there's a lot of, that picture in bed. Yeah, like good times. So that's our first one for today. It's posted by a guy with a rooster. It's called,
when it comes to regulation,
name a better hair than alcoholic loaded Papa. It is funny how Brandy looks on the right. I'm not gonna lie though, alcoholic loaded, I can't even say it. Alcoholic loaded Papa, second to unscathed Papa. I like talking shit Papa. Yeah, he is kind of at his best when he's very angry. Yeah, and he's not making any sense. Just screaming about somebody. And then at the end, it's always that is crazy Fred's falling by a guy. But it's not a big deal. Yeah, alcoholic Papa kind of. Looks like Ecuador ours was a lot too. It's much better there. King of the state. I can tell from the yellow and black. So he's young, making lots of money, happy. See Patty diet. Left to right. Chewy.
Which is a very, very, very important qualification of people. One is only moving to covenant people who say, if their Shabbos match your Giannis. Right? The Shabbos people has to align with where you are. If you are standing Bachutz and you have Shabbos people about to have boldness done Bachutz, you make the covenant people. If you have Shabbos people that have done Bifnim, you do not make the covenant people. If you're standing Bifnim and you have Shabbos people about to have boldness done Bifnim, you're standing Bifnim, but you have about Shabbos done Bachutz. What the most saying, then ultimately he's not people, but it is us. Most like other is an incredible Muslim. What's the Muslim? Is that your
bike club?
You have to be.
Man, I'm trying to get to left, Bob. I'm heading towards right, Bob. I got that. The doctor's like, you gained 10 pounds.
If you want to affect change in
the doctor said, I got something
but it's also
you have to place which guy's
in the reality. You have to present. You have to
what you think it looks like when you're doing trip out there is what you actually look like when you pop the trunk. It means inside.
You have to be present in your current circumstances. You want to go go ahead and, it's true and everything. The person wants to, whatever change you want to affect your life, you have to be present in the circumstances in which you want to affect change. If you are somewhere else, then you have all the most wonderful machshavas you want. You're not going to affect machshavas. Is only affected, it only occurs when ultimately, again, the machshava matches your geographic reality. If you are not where the machshava is supposed to actualize, it cannot create ultimately. The next time is going to blow your mind, and it's something that all of us have been thinking from the first day we started studying. So it says hey, Rabbi says, I don't understand. Excuse me, who cares? Right? None of this stuff applies to me. Oh, so validating. Somebody finally said it. I've been thinking about it, but I didn't want to sound like an apikoris. Rabbi says, what are we doing? Why are you spending all this time? None of this is halacha l'maisa. None of this matters to me. Hilchas al-Mashiach, b'shkoyach. Halacha l'maisa. Yeah, right. Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa when Mashiach comes. So this is, I don't understand why you spending time telling me that the halacha follows Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yossi. This is not halacha l'maisa. Hilchas al-Mashiach. This is halacha l'maisa. Mashiach is looking at you. Hilchas al-Mashiach. Hare kavalanu halacha. Halacha l'Mashiach. Yeshibana beis hamikdash. V'achshav lo tzachnu la. Rabbi says, excuse me, everybody getting halacha l'maisa. Sorry, Mashiach's not here yet. Not exactly halacha l'maisa. Mashiach comes is living halacha l'maisa. Mashiach's here. He's going to sort out a lot of these stuff. So what is it exactly that we're spending our time on? Well, it's amazing. It's amazing. Only Abaye. I love it. I should have started. This gets even better. Oh, Rabbi says, you're right. This is like wildfire now. Rabbi says, why are we learning any of this stuff? Yes, Rabbi, I'm with you. Right? No doubt, we're 45 blocks into this, I will say. And let's be honest, this thought crosses our minds every single day. Rabbi says, tell me, Rava, you telling me we don't need this halacha l'maisa? Rabbi says, or maybe we should learn anything. Right? Maybe we should just, why don't we shelve using the sacrals until Mashiach comes? When Mashiach comes, so give us the bottom line. Why are we spending all of our time? I'm going to buy it. I'm going to touch them all this thing. No, for some Mashiach, Rabbi says, well, maybe we should learn any of these halachas because they're not halacha l'maisa now. They only apply for the messianic era. So let's move on Mashiach. Ella, Rabbi says, oh, it's going to say so great. Rabbi says, but we do learn. So why do we learn? Ella, Drosh Kabos. Hachanami, Drosh Kabos. Let's say one of the most beautiful privileges we have.
It's one thing not to care, but it just looks so bad.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's see here. I feel like he is basically 10 liquids tall right now. Joe is physically imposing. That would be a funny challenge. You stack up liquid deaths near Joe Rogan. Like, how many do you think you are, Joe? If we get to bet on like how many liquid deaths you would have just tall wise, or like how many liquid deaths can fit through? That's interesting. I didn't think about that one.
Rabbi says, this is Mashiach subject. This is the future. This is Beis Hamikdash. This is Kabbalah. Drosh Kabos. I'll say, you learn it at the same time. So we'll say, love it kind of backs down. No, this is what I need to say. I'm not repeating my non-stage. Of course you should learn it. I'm just not sure it's necessary to say that the halacha follows Rabbi Elazar. All of the same is when it comes to
Sean has kind of an elitist approach to comedy. It's quite interesting. He likes bars. He says he likes jokes. He doesn't like stool fucking. Time I saw someone rhyming, having sex,
Brothers
taking a
and
pump
we
in
want
here,
to
I
avoid
would just go
the
there.
definitive statements like the halacha follows A. The halacha follows Rabbi Lazar when it comes to matters of Kabbalah. So this year's Mishnah,
And he did all he did
another
was
possibility
go.
what Rabbi was saying
Yeah,
is follows.
sometimes it's okay. He
Amalei
wasn't. He
halacha
didn't defend
follows.
himself.
Look at
We
that.
know. We didn't know then, but we know now.
Amalei halacha
Joe
kamina.
will always
Hi.
stick up for himself when it comes to
Halacha.
prayer.
The mishandle the
Dolphin
migas
Graveyard,
rabinon.
no chance. Jeff
Rabinon
Garland,
listening Mishnah focus halacha savodo.
doesn't even think
Levi
about us. Doesn't read the comments.
שתולגי ושלוש וקבוסה. אבל סיפור ההלוכה אינו אלא להורוס הלוכה למעשה, ואף שוב אינו נגוס. So ultimately, you know what I'm saying? So all Rabbi's really
I mean, I've seen the clip, but
is
if
that
we
in that
actually watch
article,
this,
all of the things God is we're practicing that we should learn it. By I'm on the same page as you. Rosh the Kabbalah. Absolutely, you should go and learn these all the things that can remain want to ultimately avoid statements of
It was just like it was a sign of like,
because the only way to make a statement of halacha is like what? Is what? To be able to act on it. Because to get act on it, you really want to avoid statements of halacha. Listen, I'm sure it's very interesting. Take a quick look at Tosis. Listen, this is an amazing verse. If you look at this on your own, Tosis is intrigued by this. Because it has to be, see, what Rabbi is saying is that any sugya,
there has to be something to it.
when the fiat is going to be the Tosis, maybe you don't have to figure out to make to spend too much time discussing. I'm all for Drosh Ukabal Sky. Right? You also by the way, this is the best.
doesn't he kind of look like that, like Dave Matthews there? I don't know what Dave Matthews
Something
is.
she's learning. Don't worry about the bottom line. Don't worry about the conclusion. Because Michelle will tell you what's my job was saying. My job is just to learn. That's my job. And I guess you're coming around the start just simply going there and learning the word. I don't know who that one father. Joseph says, well, I told you it's any messianic topic. Topic decided by the Mary Mashiach. Perhaps we don't spend time focusing on too much halacha l'maisa. So Joseph says this on the other thing. He says, "Focus on the Mashiach. Yeah, you have the preparation on the came up. Let's get rid of this. Let's stop. The duration started
Yes. And it's not even Caitlyn Jenner, really, and he's a Kardashian.
He's a duration started Yotzim.
He's sitting
Amarav.
there like,
Halacha Karabios.
sex
Was like
girls
this
in
is
turn.
what I didn't
Caitlyn Jenner into what she is now,
So
right?
so watch this. In the beginning of the second issue, so the Gemara says that the halacha was Rabbi Yossi. What does Rabbi Yossi say? Yasidim mamzerim b'ka. They say that in the Messianic era, so mamzerim will be purified. They will be purged. They will be cleansed of their mamzerim status. So now that is a Messianic era. One of the things that Mashiach is going to do is going to straighten out.
Yeah, it's right.
There are Kohanim who are not really Kohanim.
You're imitating someone having a heart attack.
So our eagles tend to get rid of stuff. So one of the things I'm saying is when we hired Mamzerim, that those are Mamzerim, I don't mean like that guy's on I mean like real Mamzerim. Real people who are real Mamzerim. I don't mean that guy who's a real Mamzerim. I like genealogical Mamzerim. So Mashiach is going to straighten all of that out. The Shemanach, so says, I understand. If you're telling me focus on the Mashiach, so Rabbi is essentially saying that anytime you have a sugya, that's what? That halacha l'maisa, Mashiach is going to decide. We really shouldn't make the correct statements like the halacha follows X. That's not really fair, I have time. Because at the end of the day, if there's a Mashiach discussion, and if the Mashiach will ultimately get through with the halacha, we see this by a certain solution. But the concept of Yossi, that the Mashiach is going to retire the Mamzerim. So why make it declare it halacha l'maisa statement? In a sugya, we're ultimately deals in the Mashiach will say, watch this. This will end. The Shemanach, the Mina Akshav.
Well, I think we
So
talked
the
about
Harkik,
he says he brings people on stage and he says how
guy has a halacha
which is a reinvention.
because it was
In my opinion, it's
somebody
still
is so that somebody
I think it's funny.
So I said, I made a fuck.
It's also funny because of how much it pisses off other comedians and open micers where they're like, dude, this guy fucking brain it's actually they go, you know, still one thing and groundwork. This guy does both in one.
And again, it infuriates me. It's not
Bila
very
Yossi Rabban
it's
Benamzi
called
Yadua
leg.
או בשני ידוע
Oh,
כאדם
yeah, yeah.
Yossi
Like,
Yushan Koz לעבודה Samasa so again to beautify the
how would you
there that there
like,
even
I
though
would
again I will
never
say
in a
that
million years
is
think of
the
that, so
Mashiach
congratulations.
and according to Rabbi you don't do like Mashiach it could be that by Nazir
Around people are pushing it and just oversell shit by physicalizing what should be just the way you say it.
Just remind you again that tomorrow is
I
a
like
Sunday
Eddie, I like
schedule.
Richard, I like Chris Rock, bless you, I like Chappelle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like people that have something to say. All that stool fucking is like, I would never disrespect the crowd like that.
Well, you don't have to disrespect it. You just have to want to do it and then try. If the content is about your physicality, right? That's not dancing. Right. Dancing's when you put like English, like when you're doing this accentuating. It's so fucked up. You're saying it's like screw that. We don't need that.
We're discussing the interesting methods on here and mainly about how people is affected. Remember again, tomorrow yesterday they said tell the comments you're one of the local comments. What happens if a person has a by one part and they look like flying squirrels. But that's by the means of offering a car.
It makes sense.
You have people who find openly by the comments and that's by the level or by the mayor says it's people and the Chacham says it's not people. The position of the Chacham is quite clear, which is that the Chacham says that a cover cannot become piggle until when? I see Fagel before and back. Until you have a piggle content in every one of the matter, any one of the matter, of every one of the necessary probiotic processes.
Voting is
Rabbi
important.
Meir
Just
goes
saw
to
that
say
recently.
that Mashiach Rabbi Meir is somewhat
Okay, the people that didn't
shrouded
know who
in
the candidates were,
there are two possible explanations of Rabbi Meir.
from what I remember,
But neither Rabbi Meir holds.
So this is what the minutes, right?
Remember
you saying that dudes, if you could get your dick here, dudes
by
would walk around with shopping carts with their dicks inside of
the
it like a
second
cart.
possibility of Rabbi Meir is
And
Kolautsa Adas
pussies would have to get used to huge carpet-sized dicks. They'd be able to fly around like flying
even if you
squirrels.
don't have
That's what the
continuous
fucking bit is.
people,
It makes fucking
the
sense.
cover is
So
nevertheless
it's not funny. Fucking
Those
flying
are
flyers.
simple explanation.
What does the pussy
And
have to
the
do with
Gemara
flying squirrels?
ends off yesterday. The way we
Dicks are
took it
so
off,
big because you
it
can make your
seems
dick
saying
bigger.
that Meir does not
They're
hold
walking around with
that
dicks
Kolautsa
in shopping
Adas
carts. Like,
rejects that idea. It doesn't say that once you have the
pussy
that intent
have to
follows you
get
the
used
whole
to getting fucked by
rather
sharks.
it seems to be that the shit of Rabbi Meir is
Right.
that once you have Makshavas people, by one of that Makshavas carries over with you.
Yeah, I never squirrels.
He said because the Kashavas Amurim, when did he say that ultimately again if you have Makshavas people, by one of the Matanos,
So it doesn't make sense.
you tell them how to climb the happy.
I don't know about
So
that.
that's kind of blood application on
I won't do that. I'm stupid. But I'm not sure.
Look at what is there right there? A flying squirrel.
How does that
by
look
one
like a pussy?
application
It
by
looks
the
like a pussy.
outside
Why do you have to know why it looks like a pussy?
you just
Like, I don't understand
one,
why
one
why this is a pussy. That looks like a vagina to me. Okay, aside from the squirrel method, I know. Aside from the fact that there's a squirrel
by one
face.
pencil, that's
I know that I understand that, but if you're saying that specifically looks like a pussy, there is a squirrel's face.
keep going. I've put into social media.
But
Say,
Joe
but
Rogan
when it
sees
comes to
vagina
the
when he
blood
sees
application out on the internet there, for example, like the 43 blood applications of Yom Kippur, or Ba'achadasar Shabbat Kohen Mashiach, or the 11 blood applications of the Par Kohen Mashiach, or Ba'achadasar Shabbat Haram Davashon, or the 11 blood applications of the Par Haram Davashon. So listen, in these cases, ego, being Barishona, or being Bishmiyah, or being Bishmishis, if you have a Shabbos
It's
Kibbutz,
not a
let's say
funny
you
joke
have
to
the
begin
first
with.
set
Oh,
of
yeah,
blood
he thinks.
applications, second set of the third set.
It's like they all
Rabbi Meir
talk
Omer
about big
people,
jobs.
Rabbi Meir says if something is people, וחייבים עליו חריץ, היינו בחי חריץ, וחכמים אומרים אין בחריץ עד שיפגע בכל העם. On the other hand, Chachamim hold that covering is not, you are not chai charis, covering is not legal, tuyat machshavas pigolen, b'chol hamakir. In every step again of the makirim, of the providing mandated process. About don't have to go, I want to show you Hachas the Mala b'Shem l'Masa b'Nabadi. So Rashi says, you know, to look at this Rashi, and Rashi goes to look at the 40 challenge that number and just so it's like, just enough to it's parsing the videos as follows. And when do you say that Matzana Achas is in the Fagel? That's only ultimately by Daman Hanikala Mizbeach HaChisa. Remember, here I think all you need is one Hazal to be but ultimately again by the Mala
there's got to be something better than like you can fly with. You could, if he's arguing that the lips of a vagina make you fly, because you've been fucked so much, I guess, they're just like flapping wings. Wouldn't you say something other than a squirrel? But what other fucking animal flies that doesn't usually fly? It's the why does it have to be? You still have to acknowledge
so the Mishnah says whether a person
like if there's a penguin that
it says whether you have Machshavas Spiegel,
it's like penguins are known for not flying. Squirrels don't fly, except for this fucking squirrel.
by the
flying
second, by the
humans
third,
don't fly.
let's say,
But if you're getting fucked by
first,
crocodiles,
second,
then
third,
you're gonna have time that you're probably
one,
going to
two,
fly.
three,
I wish
sets
you could
or
hear the
units
words that you're
of
saying,
Hazal.
because
Rashi
when you
says,
say
Spiegel being very
when you
short,
say it
the
out
Matonos
loud and you
Shabbat
isolate what you're
which
saying,
refer to
it
the
sounds like a
Bible
crazy
inside the
person.
Kodesh Kodesh.
For sure, he's
Being
the
the
cleanest
Shia, or
carpet
the
roll,
second
the
set of
flying squirrel,
Hazals,
just
which
the
is where
birds. Yeah,
Allah
themselves
Baruch on the curtain
don't make
of
any
the
sense.
Kodesh, to the Kodesh of the Kodesh of the or being the
Yeah,
Shia,
that's
on
stupid.
the back Hazal, or go ahead and sprinkle the blood on the back Hazal, on the inner altar, the golden altar, which is the incense altar, inside Kodesh, you pull it, and you see that the mayor still goes ahead and still argues with your Rashi, is public. The Ka'amar Rabbi Meir Pigel, the Inkan Mishum Das Rishon. Now, what do you see from here? Rabbi Meir still goes ahead and argues on this case. So let's remember again.
I do kind of remember flying. I've heard of flying. I guess I've never really thought about what that
then
means
Halacha
since I was a kid.
Lamaisa, Halacha
I think I
Lamaisa,
probably knew.
a covenant only becomes legal when actually you go
And each flag for 10, and then
you have to have a machshava in every part of the Kabbalah
I think I won that argument.
that he
And no
knows
way
that
did you win that argument. Hey,
is that
nothing you
the
said
mayor
made it.
holds
The
that
bulls also say
the
no.
Kolosa Adas Rishon was that Sigmar's challenge. He wanted to suggest that the Shita that the mayor is that once you have machshava spiegel in the beginning, that's machshava carries
Confused by the
all the way
comments because it says
through
I voted yes.
all the
Oh, I
people.
see. Never mind.
Now
That's
we
good.
put
That's
this
good.
and what does the mayor say in this Mishnah? The mayor says whether you have machshava spiegel, the Rishona, the first set of sprinkling, the Shnia, the second set of sprinkling, the Shlish, the third set of sprinkling, the Charbon is spiegel. So they'll say, what do you see? Rashi would call it. Rashi says we call it the Karai Mayor Spiegel. So a mayor holds that if you have machshava spiegel during sets 1, 2, the carbon will be spiegel. The incoming shul das Rishona, Ela the Kasavar Machazin Bechatzi Mati, Given Shlokish. So it's like here, the fact that the mayor holds if you have machshava spiegel during sprinkling 1, 2, or 3, clearly says that what the mayor doesn't subscribe to this concept of Kala Usa Agashona Usa, as well as these are pieces very well. Referring to the mayor, even if you have machshava spiegel by the third unit of sprinkling.
That's what I'm saying in a nutshell, dude. Makes sense.
Just to come from people. Also, that's not Das Rishona. That's Das Shlish. And like, what do you see? The mayor still holds the
Another
covenant
thing
with
too
the
is that
people.
Jerome was done wrong because
So the mayor's shita is not called a Usa Das Rishona. So that's not the shita. Rather, what is it? That ultimately, again, what we call Mefaglim Bechatzi Mati. Mefaglim Bechatzi Mati also means that if you have machshava spiegel, even by what? Even by one of the makim, by one of the avodos, ultimately, again, that is enough to make the carbon people. The sense of the Gemara already says, how come I ask you what to do? Do the shapito, the sheep.
that's crazy. How did they
So what's the case we do with over here? The piece of it that the narrative is referring to is where a person had a machshavas pigo during the shita. It's God also the level. What is that? Look at Rashi. Shepigo b'shita. V'had kamari meir. Hago b'shtia. Pigo b'go shenishpach hadam la'achar shenigmar ma'achar shenifnei. Okay, the key to the Rabbi Meir is where a person had machshavas pigo during the shita. There was a the first double. How do you apply that also to Rabbi Meir says during the first 60 seconds of the third set? Let's say the blood spilled after the first set of hazos. What happens if the blood spills after the first set of hazos? Go ahead and shecht another animal and use that blood for the second set, the third set. Therefore, the Gemara says that the Gemara is cut it out of the
I guess that does. It makes honestly this is making me worry now. It makes sense to me now that Melina said the thing about
first set,
elevators.
second set, or third
So
set
that makes me
is
worry about
enough to
myself.
make the covenant people. First,
I
second,
understand
or third
that, like,
is
maybe
in
if
the
it
case where you're shechting the animal
Even
for the first,
still would be funny.
second, or
But I do
third.
remember Dumbo having access to my body. I would
And what?
to find out
This in fact is an example of audacity.
and this is recorded. Yeah.
This was that being
What if
seen
you became like
Jack
way
as
more
much as people at the beginning.
that special?
Also, again, one the first one is done. The Machshavas Pigo is therefore again occurring at the first stage of the Korban, and it's still the example of Usa Adas Mishon. Okay.
Somebody send me a clip of
Right,
a comedian making talent to his face. It was at a comedy club. I didn't watch the audio. I was doing something with my son, just the video of it, and he goes, giraffe, and he's dancing in front of Callan, and Callan spits out. It's a challenge where Callan's water in his mouth, and if you make him laugh, he spits it out. But I watched it, and that both Callan and the person did the impersonation.
Let's listen to this.
Because it was too
So let's listen.
complimentary. You should be shunning that
Comments, which is the
and also like really funny. Seven or something like this. The guy was too good at doing talent. It was respectful thing. Like it was like what Callan does in a way that made me feel
go ahead and you offer up the desire outside the Dush. One is Chai.
it's like something callous or
As
yes,
their
or something like that. Whatever it was.
as says you are partner.
You are right. Being on my side and also blister fist.
Until you
I've never seen a girl ginger flying squirrel
outside
cookies.
of the desire. The office comes out. The shade
I actually think that's pretty cool. It's like every argument we have is like, look at what Poop Fart thinks. Poop Fart agrees with me. Herpes nuts says I'm right. So if herpes fart and open would, well, if I got right, then I guess you're wrong, bitch. But Dixie Norman agrees with me.
Then what?
Dixie
And
Norman
the local reminds of one that she did something
I
else.
was saying they agree.
Alma, love Avodi Shkval, Ad Shiyigma Tal Havod. What's it? The answer is not just because Avodi is considered to be a complete Avod. This is done in its
I'll be
entirety.
the villain.
Therefore, if you
I'll be
only
the
offer up
fucking
the
villain in this
designs
pod.
of a club and
If I
outside
need
of
to,
it,
Captain Gill.
one
Or maybe I always was the Gill.
Doctor's designs
A lot of
of
7-digit
a
numbers, a
Hafsara
lot of broken stuff.
even
This
this
is what
sheer
violence is like.
desires. The people is high.
This guy is
Actually,
Photoshop.
as you hear in the Logama
Not a terrible
Abodi,
shirt.
وخشب اليوبي على بحر هكذا أفقد بشريط أبو الشين even شين أبو الإنسان بسيار سبب شين قائل لحاشد أبو الأفقد شين أسس بشكل مشروع شديدوس إلى شديد بشيء بخير بس
He's all like,
the remark suggests what the Rabbanon in the mission of the Lord before. The Rabbanon is Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer is before. So if you go and you offer up the desires outside of the mission, you're not trying. What do you see? You see the Rabbanon is going to be a therefore, again, the Rabbanon were giving Rabbi Eliezer. In the mission, will say, this is good Rabbi Eliezer. And say, therefore, the person only has Machshavas Pigo. By what? By Shlita or by one of the Avodos? That is not enough to make the color fail. I will say there is a group of what we'll call Rabbinic absolutists who hold that Hamot Lamaisa, in order to affect change in the carbon, it must be holistic. That change must be complete. Same way you're chayiv for Shvuti Chutz, if you offer a carbon in its entirety, you're chayiv ultimately if you have in mind the entire carbon. You're just doing, you're just a piecemeal violation. It's usher, let's be clear, it's usher, and you have the ability to balance the carbon, but you will not go ahead and make it peace. I have Rabbi. The Rabbi said, who molded that the Eliezer David. We have one second, Rabbi Eliezer and Old again in the case of Rabbi, this is what? That even one Hazah of Bachutz has the ability to go ahead and make the carbon people. Even Rabbi Eliezer, we know the whole you only try if you offer up. If you do all of that, all those numbers, but ultimately, again, but I think wearing his number 11. He's like, look at me, I'm wearing my shit.
ממקום שפסק משם למעשה.
I'm assuming whether it's travel
ball. Because we learned that the is about the whole from a place that we just got, that's where you pick up. Now, what is it? You look at it. This I was saying, it's in the
I get concerned whenever I make a joke and you go,
that's like that. It's now the resolution. We get kind of comment on it. Now, some get shots on the Mishpach Hadam. Let's say the politicians are doing it. Some of them run out of what happens? The blood slows down. So what's that one? Yavi Dam there. Yas Hill the Kiva. So let's say so ultimately again. So kind of come up with blood choice. What do you have to do? You have to start over. You have to start over. You have to bring in the animal and start over. Only below Kama also have heart. So since the blood slows down, you have all that again. The Nazim Shimon Omen. Also, you don't have to begin to go around what you do. You just bring in the animal and what you will say. You pick up from where you left off. Pick up where you left off. Alma, Avo, the people that you put coming down with the rest of us is what he's saying. Now, why is he bringing this up? Because when Avo stops,
a guy that likes a crowd. So
Kippur, when the blood flows to pick up from where you left off, which I will say tells you what. Partial avoda is significant as well. The partial avoda is significant as well than what? That even in Canada, Shabbos people, I want the avoda should also be enough. And yet we're saying that the Rabbanon, we say that partial people doesn't do anything, reflects the view of Rabbi Eliezer. But even Rabbi Eliezer seems to be saying that the local events that partial blood avodas are significant. If that's the case, then partial blood avodas ultimately again by people as well. Jewish Gemara says, Elo Amara, what's the case over here? Shepigel Barishona, the Shasak Vishnia, the Chazar Upigel Vishnia. What's the where you had a Machshavas Pigel in the first part of the Avodah. Shasak Vishnia. You had no Machshava by the second part of the Avodah. And you had another Machshavas Pigel by the third part of the Avodah. So let's say, what would you actually the Olam Bishop Pigel Bazos. The case over here is where you have people ultimately by the Azos. The guy should look like I tell people to show which is because that's a guy called the Rishon Shosach to come over here. Because what's the case? He thought
what I do, I go for it. I wish
and the only way it's going to be made is to say that part. That Magdal B'Chatzi Makir is bigger. That even if you have Machshavas people by partial avoda, that is enough ultimately to carbon people. You must just rule that that is not the case. Rather, what's the case? We finish in that. Purify us. Yo Shepigel Barishon of the Shasak Kushner, the Chazar people Kushner. Also the case Kushner. And the Machshavas people by the first avoda. No Machshava by the second avoda. And another Machshava by the third avoda. The Olam Tani Darimir Mishum the Kasava
Shtika Hashila, Adas Machshavas Rishon Das is so most of this. Therefore, again, what's the case of the Mishnah? The case of the Mishnah is I'm doing the carbon. I have a Machshavas people by the first set of blood application, and no Machshava by the second set, and another Machshava by the third set. The Ramir says it's people. Why is it people? The Ramir says because the Usa Adas Rishon of the Usa. Whenever you go ahead, once you have Machshava in the beginning, as long as you have no contrary Machshava, that Machshava, that Kabbalah carries through. The Rabbanan say it's not people. Why? Because the Rabbanan say you have to have active Machshavas people by every step of the Avodah in order for it to become people. So Marcimal, the Gemara, Nahader usually Bishlish Islamally. So I said, I'm not a fuck, if you want to call a Osa, that's not Shabbat, then why does the individual need to have another Machshava by the third set of Chazal? Having a Machshava ultimately again by the first should be, and the fact that ultimately he has another by the third set tells that we don't say Kala Usa, Kala Usa. That's not the case. Machshava ultimately again, and a lot of even though he has a Machshava the third set, that doesn't take away from the fact that Kala Usa, that's which is actually one moment. Now the Gemara, I mean, you start the night of Kala Usa, that's Yeshona Usa. You have to be fully Bishlish Islam. I did not have the people Bishlish, the Busashmoinas. The Afal of the Fazil of people Bishlish is coming in the Shtikas Shia. Now, me that's Machshava Kamaisia. That what we're saying that even if it's quiet during the second part of the Avodah, we still attribute the dance of the first part of the Avodah to that second part of the Avodah, and therefore what? The carbon is Jesus. What I see, but the really much framing over here is that halacha or might be about focus on the common and running there is the realm of Kala Usa Das Yishona. And the Mayor says once you have Das in the beginning, as long as you have no contrary Das along the process, the carbon is Jesus. But I want to say no. What do you have to do? You have to have Kabbalah people on Kabbalah Matir in every necessary of the Kabbalah process. So Maskit Rashi, Midi Shasa Katani. Rashi says 1 second. Does the Mishnah say? Sorry, the Mishnah says Shasa, right? So also remember the Lashon over here is the Lashon over here is Pito Ben Barishon Ben Mishkia Ben Mishlishis, right? It doesn't say Shasa. You're framing the case of where a person had Machshavas people by the first and the third, but Shasa is quiet by the second. That's not what the Mishnah. The Mishnah says Vein Barishona, Vein Bishlia, Vein Rashi, you're right. I'm asking him what's the case. He goes to Piko Barishona, Bishlia Bishlis. They say the case of where we had active Machshavas people, the first, second, and third has those. Now the game, what would I do? He started at Kala Usa Das Yishona Usa. Mehader Piguli Bechad Lamali. So what's the Elohim saying? If that's the case that he's having an active Machshavas people by all three, then what? Then I would have said as follows. Then obviously we're not holding up the concept of Kala Usa Das Yishona Usa. Hamash Moana will say that what? That the Mayor in fact Kala Usa Das Yishona Usa. Even in the case of the Mishnah, where it has ultimately again Machshavas people by Hazos 1, even though right here the Mashal doesn't require the Nero. Instead of local myself, that's Amadeus. Being Katan. 1 second, that's not what the Mishnah says. Like the Nero says, the Mishnah says Bain. We'll say Bain means what? Bain Barishona, Bain Bishnia, Bain Bishisha. So we'll say, what does Bain mean? Bain means either one, but either one means that what? Not all of them. So how can you set this up as a case of where he's having Machshavas people in every step of this process? But this is clearly not what the Mishnah is saying. Which Gemara says, Kasha. You know what? That is a good question. In other words, what's the step of your mind ultimately the effectiveness of that last one? Amr is supposed to say 5. Amr Mar. So we'll say, so again, as soon as they will approve it.
Probably not. Yeah, because that's too like they do the joke. Yeah. That's funny that he's had to think about that.
This discussion. Everyone is going to agree that the Mayor holds. They get Machshavas by some part of Oza to technically response to say, even though you don't have Machshavas people throughout the entire Avodah, technically the carbon is fully completed. The Shaila is why. So we'll say, so some hold that because Remeir holds that the Fadl, the Fatzimah, Remeir holds that Allah for the myself, you could affect it through a Machshavas people, even through only one of the Avodas. The other people says no. Remeir's opinion is called Osa Adas Shalos. And in general, as long as you have Das, ultimately by the first of the processes, that is enough to what? And if you don't have to contrary Das, that makes it bigger. What's that? Enough community between those two approaches is what? Is whether that's a contrary mayor, not only do you have Machshavas people, is the first one. According to the first approach, it is any Avodah or any Hazah. According to the second one, it's the has to be the first. According to the Rabbi, the Shita of the company is exactly someone's doing the gas. And Allah Ta'ala only becomes people when you have Machshavas people throughout the entire process. So Amar Ma'Ravash. So Amar Ma'Ravash says, People with Chayav and Allah parts. So we'll say, go back to this moment. Aman b'nei Chadir lo upnei Chadir ne'em Mishum Mefarina b'Chatzir. Hapolet b'Kapolet b'Nei b'Ba'ala b'Chomet b'Levona b'Kolavim Mefarina b'Chatzir Matir Ela b'Chatzir Zvika Heif Amar b'nei Remember again. So we're going back and talking about the keys of Torres and the Levona. And we made it because offered one of them, the Machshavas people, it becomes legal and whether you offered the comments or you offered the Levona, or Levona ultimately again as Mincha becomes too much less analysis. Now, we kind of all this seems to agree that one is not Chayiv Karetz, which one of us, and so one is the Machshavas people, with all of the committing aspects of the purpose. One is only Chayiv people, if one has a Machshavas people, one is only Chayiv Karetz, if one has a Machshavas people, for all of the Machshavas. The Amar Mar, Kartzas Kosher, Kartzas Kosher. There's also Martzah, it's actually a very important concept. There's also the same halachos that apply to create an effectiveness in the carbon also apply for the invalidation of the carbon. What does that mean? Mahartzos Kosher. Actually, you will come up here. We'll say just like in order to go ahead and make the carbon kosher. So ultimately, again, all of the material, all of the remaining parts of the carbon have to be effective. So to Mahartzos hustle, actually, we will come up here. We'll say so to ultimately against the carbon hustle, all of the material have to be possible. For example, actually using the material, so we'll say so what that sounds like you can listen up until now, which is that in order to make the carbon possible, essentially the mirror process. Whatever you need to make the carbon kosher, those are the same processes which must be undermined to make the carbon possible. I bahak on the kosher that it gives name. The Gemara says, so let's analyze this. We'll say now literally the kosher stayed with me. We'll say it actually comes out over here. They're talking about by the Kodesh HaKosher, by the Hazos Bifnei. So we'll say so by the Hazos, by Yom Kippur, where we're doing the Hazos ultimately again from the Kodesh HaKosher. So Psula, Kiman, Dilo Adidam. So we'll say start off, and let's say you don't have the right Kavanas. By the Hazos Bifnei, by the sprinkling of the blood inside the Kodesh HaKosher, then what we'll say. That invalidates the rest of the carbon, and even if you go through the motion of doing the other hazos, it's as if they have not been done. It looks
to me like it's one of those
like listen to this. So if it's true that we follow this paradigm, then whatever is necessary to create carbonic effectiveness is also necessary to invalidate the carbon. Let's take your keeper for example. Let's say the coin goes ahead and does not follow through this. I should say it does something inappropriate with the hazos. Then we'll say, what does that do? That invalidates the carbon. Which then means that even when he subsequent and sprinkles the blood in the vehicle, ultimately again, ultimately again in war, or it was like that subsequent results ultimately again is totally ineffective. There was an Abitashkus, why would I be made whole that therefore I cannot to the people? They never seems to be saying over here that the Fagin and the Hatzim Maki to create people even with a touch level. Why is asking is a fundamental shayla? Let's say you're using Yom Kippur as an example. Once you do something invalid at the beginning of the Avot, then what? It essentially invalidates the rest. And what you were just saying is, depends on the mayor, even if you go ahead and have Machshavas people by a partial avodah, that is enough to go ahead and undermine the avodah. But what? Once you go ahead and, for example, you do something inappropriate with the hazos, with the sprinkling of the blood inside the Kodesh HaKadoshim, was that effectively invalidates everything else, which means that when you're sprinkling the blood in the Kodesh, for example, what are you doing? Sprinkling blood? It's the same thing as sprinkling water. So why would you be kind of Amar Rabbi says, so much convoluted. Rabbi said this, you can see it using pardon and force you. Rashi points out over here, Mashkachas law, the hard come on here to go, the Arba part, people being abandoned, the Chomaknos. Nishpach Adam, the Shachat Acher, these are Parochas, the Echad the Tarosh and the even the time of the Yom Kuru Kapara, the Hasmo, the Abdul Kilfas, and the Skasha Babon Bahaki, I feel that Abban of the Gali of Shimon. So, what's actually Mari essentially answer which we're going to reject in just a moment. You could come up with a case like this, where ultimately, again, it was essentially every time you check and you collect the blood, you spill blood, and have the necessity to check another animal. So if you're checking another animal, essentially you're continuing again by each other. Fine. So we're not going to spend time on that answer. Rabbi says, no, let's refocus ourselves. After you deal with the part Echad, you see the Echad. We'll say ultimately again, let's refocus ourselves in dealing ultimately again with one animal. So we'll say, so you know what Gemara is asking here? Gemara is asking, which is a very obvious shayla. Gemara is asking a fundamental shayla ultimately again of the mayor. You simply accepting the approach that ultimately again you can effectively go even through one avodah. I have a fundamental issue with that because once you go ahead and let's say validate one avodah at the beginning, does that not effectively render the subsequent avodah invalid? And therefore, if you were to go ahead and have a Machshavas people like any of those subsequent avodos, why should the covenant become legal? The covenant is already invalidated. George Martin is a very interesting answer. Rabbi Amar, you know about the Pigulo Merash. Look at the wider lines in Rashi, 4 lines down. The Pigulo Merash. The Hashem B'Shchita, Kari Zrika, Dam Hapaso, Hazem Matirov L'Razos the Pigulo, Hashem the Zrika Nami, the Shasar B'Chatzvek, because Marshal Ir B'Mish B'Achshav Akaris, Habitz Pigulo. This is what the Gemara says as follows. But sometimes even the carbonists compromise they all left comments that even though again this is almost like English is a second language, so maybe a little bit of ChatGPT it almost sounds like it's not a knas, it's not really a knas, but it seems over here is that even though again the carbon is compromised, ultimately the mayor still holds that it's carbonically intact enough to ultimately become toxic. Okay, so now it goes back to so what's this? Ask a final question. Going back on the Mishnah that we started with today, the Gemara tried to make a distinction between the blood applications on the inside and the blood applications on the outside. So the Gemara gave an example of the inner blood applications. Always the example, like the 43 blood applications of Yom Kippur. Now the Gemara asks on that. The Gemara says, are there really 40 blood applications on Yom Kippur? Another bite. There are 46 in Kippur. Which Gemara says, don't worry. What's the machlokas? What's the machlokas? It's actually very interesting. You look at Rashi, Hakiman was the wider line, 7 lines in. Hakiman Damar, Fukti Rav Yosha B'Yonasim, the Matan HaKrosh, the Lokach Nidan, Hani Damasai. We know that we have blood of the cow and blood of the goat. So what's the machlokas? The machlokas is, are those blood applications are done differently, or are the bloods mixed together? That they're done together, you have 43 hazards. If you hold that the bloods are together, then what? If you hold the bloods are done separately, you have 47 hazards. If you hold the bloods are mixed together, then what? You have 43 hazards. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Jonathan,
you want to say, I brought the Shmona. What's that? There's another price of us, and it says what? That's 43. If that's 47, it's 48. So it's like, how can you mandar Shirayim Ma'akmin? How can you mandar Shirayim Ma'akmin? I will say, here's the Shaila. Shaila is ultimately again, Shlicha Shirayim. The pouring of the leftover blood down the drain by the soul. Is that considered to be part of the evidence? What's the actual link this one together? So if you hold, then halakha, you offer up the blood of the son and the power separately, then that gets you to 47. Plus, the pouring out of the blood is part of the avoda as well. Then what? Then ultimately again that's 40. So it's another supposed to be around the values. This is a manifestation of doubles. So you say to yourself, how can there be a machlokas now? And we say, oh gosh, we know what the Kohen Gadol will do. So it's like after years of doubles, it begins to become a little bit cloudy. So say, and you're saying it's been done about 50 times now. Tell us what's done. Ultimately, we're dealing with a minimum of 43 and a maximum of 48 includes all the possibilities of separate applications prior and going down the but the margin is like this. What is what's that? Look at that. Shamin law, Hagla, Ba'avoda Abbas. We'll say, when we the approach of the mirror, that the cover could become legal with one avoda. When is that so? The Kitzah, was it that's true? With the Kitzah, then putting the combined material in the utensils, you know, transport about Bolo Akara. That was ultimately against the coin comes. To go ahead and burn the car. But Nosan as a comments to Machshava, if he places the comments with Machshava speaker, the S Halavona, and what he says nothing by the Lavona, no Kavana by the Lavona. Oshanasan as a comments Pishtika, that's Halavon Machshava, or he places the comments Pishtika, or he knows explicit intent. But the Lavona is placed with Machshava's people. The Emir Omer Pigo, the Hayavan al Karis, the Emir also says that Allah for the Mesa again, it's Pigo. And your Karis, the from the Chachamim say, in bo Karis, actually bad of a Cholama. And the Chachamim say about it that what? The Chachamim only becomes Pigo when? Until again you have Machshava Pigo, the Cholama. Every step of the Korbanic, every necessary Korbanic step. What do you see from there? As a comment, so again, what do you see from there? You see from there that in Rabbi Meir will say there's a case of where you did the comment no Machshava by the comments, and yet what? You did have Machshava Spiegel Bible of Ona, and yet what does the guy see on the side? What does that show you? That shows you once again, according to Rabbi Meir, the issue is not Kala Osa Dasu Shono Osa. Because most if it was Kala Osa, it was one people. Because at the end of the day, you're not doing Dasu Shono. What do you see from here? According to Rabbi Meir is that Mefaglin, the Chatzim Mat. There was an even if Shabbos people even by one of the Kabbanic processes, that is enough for Rabbi Meir to make it legal. So let's say the Gemara says no. Say that according to Rabbi Meir, the case is where what? The case is where Var Nasan is Halashon Machshava. Let's say where you already put the. You already went ahead and put the Ravona of Machshava, which indicates to us that the first stage was no Machshava's people as well. Which the Gemara says that doesn't exist. If that's the case, as the first reason of ultimately again the Kitzah was done with Machshava's people. But furthermore, the Bryce explicitly says what afterwards, which indicates to us that what the halacha l'maisa, the first stage was not done with Machshava's people, and the second stage was, to which the Gemara says Kesha. that is really a what's like for our purposes, although to figure out what the approach of Rabbi Meir really is to a certain point halachically, it doesn't matter all that much why, because we pass like what's like when Rambam Tzuli HaMokdashim Perek Zayin Halacha Zayin says as follows: Chashav Machshavas Zman B'Shas Knitza Aval Lo B'Shas Bikut Halavon. What's that? What's that Machshavas? What's Machshavas Zman? Machshavas Zman means that a person had in mind to eat the carbon outside of the prescribed temperature. What's that mean? What? Spiegel. Person has Machshavas Spiegel at the time of the Knitza, but not at the time of the taking of the Lavona. O Shechashav Machshavas Zman B'Shas Bikut Halavona Aval Lo B'Shas Knitza. Or you have in mind ultimately what Machshavas Spiegel during the time of the Lavona, but not during the Knitza. Arizu Psula, the carbon is puzzle. There ain't no people. But Rabbi said it is not people. Ad Shiyakshav Machshavas Hazman Bechmakir Shuaketz Imalavona Bishas Kamitza. That comes leakage. Rabbi said Salocha Lamaisa again. So you see the Rampas that what in order for a carbon to become people, ultimately again you have to have Machshavas Spiegel Bechol Hanmakir in each and every one of the Kabbanic beginning steps. So what's that? Now again, I want to be clear. The Chachamim will agree that if you have Machshavas Spiegel by one of the steps, once it's done as a carbon, it's possible, but it does to become Piegel until you have Machshavas Spiegel in all of the steps. So what's happening with share with you,
Bird and Joe are close. Other podcasters have, especially in the comic world, have other comics on. And those hosts are close with Rogan. When you bring somebody on and they throw a jab at your boy, I don't understand how you just let it ride. Have fun with it. Oh, why? How you not defending your boy after all he's done for you? Even if he says it wasn't Jerusalem, if he's weird, I don't understand how you don't defend them or stick up for them.
How old do you think that they are if they continue to do that? Into their 60s. Unfortunately, yes. So, and then the second thought question when they're 70 years old, they're still doing this.
Place my name to someone's family.
Are they still going to be like your boy? How can you do that to they're 80 years old? They're like your boy. How can they do that to your boy? Pull that shot. How can they do that to your boy? It's hard to like
ואני אברכים לישראל, ואסכים עם הכהן.
but it's easier to do when they say
you bless Klal Yisrael, and when you bless Klal Yisrael, I'll agree with your blessing. You bless them, I'll agree with your blessing. As to them, it's such a profound question. In Bangkok, I don't understand. Why did the Kohanim have to bless Klal Yisrael? The fact that Yisrael was going to agree. Divine agreement means what? Means what? That God's going to bless us also.
I get it, yeah.
But if God's going to bless me, I don't need your blessing. And if the Torah was going to bless me, so why do I need to Kohanim? Right? So the heart of the Torah, we go to the Markham Atzmo. And furthermore, if God's going to quote unquote agree with the blessing and bless us anyway, and what? Why do I need to Kohanim to bless me? Whoa, this is such a profound shiloh. Such a problematic national embarrassing.
Phyllis is kind of funny. We were only eating at Phyllis because
you bless the people, and once you bless them, I'll agree with your blessing. Because if you're agreeing anyway, that means you're blessing me. No offense, Kohanim. If God's blessing me, that's good enough for me. I don't need to go on and bless him. If God's agreeing, why don't you need to try to bless at all?
Then you're doing, if you're not being ironic.
And I could try to shoot self.
Yeah, Marco's saying, fellas, my girl's a bitch. Yeah.
Therefore, Loa Adam finds the proof
explain
some
that's, and then coming to a thing that Joe reaction to. He's like, all right, listen, as if nobody, we don't understand this already. All right, listen, Rogan and friends, and then again, in between says next. So it comes on the podcast, and he talks shit about Rogan. It's like,
Therefore, os próprios das bastante. Viva a coin, checking your royal media, a single summer. No, you want to have a so let's say when a coin gets up,
I mean, that's cooked.
not sure that the coin
If you do
not
long
sure
enough,
what the coin
I gotta do the long. You want to talk. That's a good point. I want to talk
I
because I
want them
feel
to have
weird
I want them to have overflowing kind of stuff. I want them to
not
have
talking
everything.
about something for that
So
long.
let's say the
It's
coin
a
wants
weird
everything
fucking
and
thing.
everything wants.
Here's my
But the
deduction.
coin doesn't know because of the person. The coin doesn't know that if Ruben gets well, Ruben is not going to do
Go on, Joe Rogan.
the person doesn't know that if Ruben gets this drop off, Ruben is going to use that drop off. The coin doesn't know that. So what does the coin do? The coin just blesses everyone with everything. The overarching part of the coin should be
Yeah.
I
So
know.
the reason why he's pausing.
I know about Ruben. I know what he's done. And I know what he's good at doing. If he's all of the blessings.
I do it right now.
Well, he says, I need all of the give it.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
Listen, going, you don't. All you see is a wonderful, beautiful Jewish question. In your heart, you deserve all of the blessings. Therefore, he says to the Lord, do me a favor. You bless him. You bless him, and you should have every single bracha. The Aniyah Barak. And what is your blessing? I don't know. Even though I know,
okay, because I knew already the Schultz thing of like, yes, he's copying Schultz or whatever, but I didn't realize you were saying he's trying to remember how to talk. It's kind of, oh man, that's so embarrassing. You're stealing, but then you put it exactly right. Am I mimicking Andrew Schultz?
You coin, you only want to do shower bracha on them, bless them for everything. When you bless them for everything,
it sounds like a dolphin today. When I was leaving work,
everybody also is not Nova. Gam Kim asking all is with the bracha.
So stressed out.
Even though again, I have the
Sure, and I took the water bottle, I did the thing,
maybe that
and the one guy didn't say it. He goes, "It's like a dolphin."
are blessing them. I will ultimately.
It really does sound like a dolphin.
That's the shot.
It's the worst water bottle of all time. I know I've said it
You
before.
bless
It's
us
just so
so,
bad.
and ultimately
I was
again,
looking
I'll
for a cheap
mirror your
water bottle
blessing, but
because
asking
Shocker,
him
my
not to hide. In other words,
girlfriend wanted
as a
it.
Shlomo
They
says,
wanted a
even
water
if
bottle.
not to
Like
extend.
concerts she went to.
Because
She's
Shlomo
like,
says
I want.
sometimes I don't
She
give
said
brothers
they're
to
only
people
selling it for this amount.
because
So I'm
you're not
looking for
deserving.
something cheaper than that, but really it's just like a concert thing. So I'm looking for this cheap ass thing, and I find one that's like that price. And she's like, I don't want that. I mean, I just was saying what the water bottle costs here, and I go, oh, and I did the dolphin. I know it's not made to tip up italicizer because Gerardo told me that after I buy. You're not supposed to tip it up top. It's good. Oh, sneeze. Fall apart, man. All right. Dude, I could be on that show. Remember Flipper, dude? I'm gonna age myself. Flipper. You know what Flipper? Oh, Flipper was a classic show about a dolphin that saves people flying. Okay, I remember that. I was watching the bit where there's another guy that does a dolphin ball. Flipper, look over there. British Shop is his hamstring is broken. Torn. Oh my God, Flipper, look at those kids in that car. Somebody's got to pull them out and ask them if they see Moana. You don't remember about Flipper is here. Oh, thank you, Townsend. Thank you. Put it towards a new model. Thank you, dude. I'll fucking find you and kill you. How did Flipper save people if he's only in water? Was he just, what's the, I don't remember how that show worked. How did Flipper save people? Because dolphins are only in water. Also, we know that they Flipper. And this is, you know what's even more easy of it is that I get about Flipper and Flap. And the other day in Hollywood, never heard of it. I was driving down the street, and there's a new, I don't know if it's new, there's a restaurant called Flippers, and it's a pancake place. So we go to pancakes.
We've been sent to spend the summer with the summer, but there are a few problems.
Yeah, that's the guy from It's Not Done. Oh, good name.
The food is unusual. You want your spaghetti with them? Yeah.
Now what?
Beatrix, and there's not a friend in sight.
There's gotta be some mistake. You cannot be my uncle.
Until today.
All right, people, so good morning. Let's begin. Today, that is mentality 41. We are picking up on
Jake, you cannot be my uncle.
Until today.
Or 6 to 7 lines down from the top right. So remember again, we're still in the middle of that plus by power hat on the W.
I like dolphins. I think dolphins are chill. If I can swim, I mean, I can swim. Look, I can swim. I can swim. Don't think I can't swim, bro. I can swim. If I can swim really good, I would swim at all. Like, I'd swim out of the ocean and swim.
Ultimately, use it to naturally number of the Gemara says it's the Gemara says Luchar. The Pasuk says Luchar. Remember, the Pasuk was over here. Vayikra Dalet 12. Va'asa Luchar, Kasher Asa Luchar, Katos, Kegi Asa Lo V'Tura Aleim Akon Yisrach Lohem. Time. That is my dash. Luchar. What do I do with that word Luchar? Luchar. Then I have a double conceivable. It says this ultimately
Just how deep a friendship can be.
I'm talking about the shirt from the 60s. We don't need to watch that. I'm just saying, how does Flipper save me? This is not the rails.
Oh, the T-big group is, but I don't understand. Why would that Luchar
I just don't get it.
The first I have a double
The only saving people that are drowning.
So why in a person can first the power have a double would it be another reference
because I've talked about Flipper this much, like a bunch of people.
How does you go fake see them? How about that papa? So we'll say that papa comes low in action to follow that papa says you shouldn't be boy at moving. Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor V'Yoseres U'Shkei Koyos V'Sibire Avodos Kochai. So also listen to this. This is something I love called V'Yoseres U'Shkei Koyos. U'Shkei Koyos V'Yoseres is the diet of the eye. The ideal between that a certain Kabbalah is between the diet and on the day. So the Papa says that the Papa says that we learn how the power hell of Davar Shal Tzibor we're tested by power hell of Davar Shal Tzibor, the Koyos, the two kidneys, as well as the diaphragm offered up on the Mizbeach. So too by Seiri Avodos Kochavim, so too by Botox or Avodos Zara. So ultimately, again, they are also offered up. So again, you must Muri Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, your services take Koyos. We learned from the fact that the Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor has the Osiris and the Kabbalah offered up. The Osiris and the Koyos offered up. The Seiri Avodos Kochavim also have them offered up. So the Gemara says, furthermore, the Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor B'Gufei Lo Ksir, the Keishas. I will say, here's the issue. The issue is that Kelly does not expressly say that the Shnei Koyos and the Osiris are offered up by the Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor. That is not explicitly the Keishas. Instead, one of the ways in which you learn it out is through a hekish, is through a comparison. Here's the problem. The problem now is when we use as follows. We learn out to follow these things go to us the way. We go ahead and we learn out the
what he's
Shnei
doing
Klayos and
with
the
the
Seres,
speech that
the
he's
diagram
giving
of kidneys,
is
are offered
very
up by
cringe.
Sira of Avodah Zarah.
You know, the
And we're
whole
doing that out from this
it's what you
comparison to
think
Har
you're
Halam
supposed to
Davar
say. It's kind of like if you were a
learn
boss or
how
something, and you
Har
go,
Halam Davar
what we're not going to do.
that your Seres and the
If
Shnei
you
Klayos
if your
were
boss
offered up.
says that,
So we
quit.
must be learning out to the
That's a
heck
crazy
to see
person.
exactly what that
All right,
heck
here's
is.
what we're not going to
The
do.
problem
Y'all are
is
not going to
in
come
that
in here.
halacha is not
It's no, you just
explicitly
tell
written by Har
your
Halam
staff
Davar.
what they should
It's
do.
also
Say,
written out by a
here's how you do it
Parable
correctly.
says
You
as
already made
follows:
this mistake,
is
so
in general,
this is the way
we
you
try to avoid double
we're
taxation.
not going to do this. You know, that's what he's
I'd rather
doing.
something
I
is learned
understand.
out by a headwish.
I understand it's
Generally,
show. He's
I'm
got
not
to be
going to
entertaining.
use it
And
as a
listen, I'm
source
entertained. I'm
to
like,
teach
no, what we're not going to do is
So I
make
know
dolphin noises
that
with
I'm
our water
learning
bottle.
out
Oh,
the
really?
Seres
Okay,
and
well,
Shnei Klayos by the Sira Avodah Zarah, ultimately from Har Halam Davar. The problem is, it appears that Har Halam Davar itself is learned out from a headwish. Therefore, I have a problem. What do I do? How do I remedy this? Therefore, it's there in the car. Then they have the command to sit maybe with them. Therefore, was it actually extra in the pasuk and explain word in the pasuk to teach you what halacha, to teach that the Seres and the Shnei Klayos are offered up on the Mizbeach. And therefore, as a result, now I'm learning out that mandate from Lipar, and therefore, again, I'm not learning out the halacha, the Seres and Shnei Klayos from Har Halam Davar, but from the Hekish. Therefore, although they have a davar halam the Hekish, those are umalamed. Therefore, was able to avoid what? Are able to avoid the issue of something which itself is the that's of a Hekish, when you teach something else through a Hekish. So it's an interesting little bit roundabout thing. So our Papa understands that the extra power in the pasuk teaches me that we offer up the Seres and the Shnei Klayos, the diaphragm, and the kidneys of the animal on his day. So we'll say, why do I need that? Ask the Lord again. I already have another extra. The comparison between Har Halam Davar Tzibur and the other thing. But typically that your Seres and Shnei Klayos are offered up. Here's the problem. Is that we need Har Halam Davar Tzibur to teach me that just as Har, the Seres and Shnei Klayos are offered up on the Mizbeach, so to the Seres and Shnei Klayos of Sira Avodah Zarah are also on the Mizbeach. The problem is that Har is learned out through a Hekish, and something that is learned out from a Hekish should not serve as a source of limit for a second. So how do I avoid that problem? By learning the halacha of the Seres and Shnei Klayos by Har, not from a Hekish, but rather by what? The actual pasuk. How do I learn that from the pasuk? The extra words we can. So it's a really good for me. I'm gonna have to it's the fourth to last short line. So I'm gonna have to fourth line to late I'm gonna have Papa. I live hard to most of these 12, but I have this one will come up, but you know, I believe I have the guys that probably just take that way. It's really have all this stuff up in the it's actually some people that stuff. Those are the secret rules. Later on, we're going to compare Har Halam Davar Tzibur to all this stuff.
So hopefully you enjoy the podcast as of now.
Har
If you
Halam
want the
Davar
full
Tzibur,
2-hour
the diet that
interview
are
with
offered up
Tim
on
Pool,
the
head on over to the
so
Patreon.
too,
I know.
by
I
the
think we've
Seattle
watched it before.
offered up on the
I don't.
Har Halam Davar, which we fail to signal such as the problem is that by Har itself, the Torah doesn't make mention of the
suggesting that
diet that are offered up.
everyone has.
Ella, the Escol Elbow Yakri Menu. All the pasuk says is that you're going to offer up the favor, you're going to offer up the facts. In the occasion of a high crowd, Gomer will be hard point Mashiach.
Just think about that
So it's like,
mathematically.
really, the way it's actually very interesting. Really, the way I learned out that the Osiris and the Shnei Klayos, the diaphragm and the kidneys of the Har Halam Davar Tzibur, that those are offered up there is for comparison to the Har Kohen Mashiach, the Har of
Everyone has
the
a
Siv of
slant.
the Tzibur. Well, it's the Har Yisrael, the Har Halam, the Kisha Shmiya, the Harav Hafi, the Skish, the Haiku, Zahbei, the Ksiv Kasher Asal of Harzeh, Har Kohen Mashiach. The Chazer Bekapa of Asal of Harzeh, live forth and show the Name and Many Yosef, the Lechabi Hai Hekishim, the Mokot Siva B'Tifra, the Lechabi Davar Halam of the Hekish, those who rely on the Hekish. So we'll say so again, so one more time. So our Papa is as follows. We're going to see the autonomic days, we're working a little bit backwards, and we're going to make a comparison between the Sira Avodah Zarah and the Har Halam Davar Tzibur.
such as the Mahal Gamma Tzibor, Ioceres, and the Shakos, dive from the kidneys of Abraham. So too, by the same token, the diaphragm and the kidneys were offered up on the Mizbeach. The problem is that it is here in Mahal Gamma Tzibor itself, the halacha that the diaphragm and the kidneys are offered up seem to be burnt out with the hekish to pass on Mashiach. So I'll say in general, in general we say something that is learned out from the hekish from a comparison cannot serve as the source for a second. Therefore, I will say the issue over here is that if Karahalom Government at Tzibor is learned out from a hekish, Karkoin Mashiach, then it can't be used as the source as the diaphragm and the kidneys for the Siyah of Torah is burned under Israel. How do we remedy this? Ultimately, Darshani in the pasuk of Harhal that extra lapar teaches me that what? That the Oseres and the Shtek Playos, the kidneys and the diaphragm are burned in Israel. Therefore, it turns out that the Halacha is going down not so bad. This is the usual saying that teaches that no dad has ever said some words. There's a problem that we serve as the source of the Hagish. I know how dads are saying words improve the kids' game. No. This is where he's like, kind of kavasi japa. You're right, that's what I don't say shit. What's that cash? You know, his back's been off the 12. I'm trying to get it down. You know, dealing with the pressure from Billy, which we'll get to. All the shit going on. He dropped his mouth line, which we keep offline. And then he did house when he walked on the ball. Why does that say the part? The fish ne'emar, the as karbanon shel Hashem. As the pasuk says, these shall bring their karban of fire offering. Therefore, let's analyze this. So we're going to discuss this concept extensively. I know what it is. The pasuk says, "He may be as karbanon shel Hashem." The chatasam, the Hashem ashigidasam. It says, "You might watch this." Chatasam. What does chatasam refer to? Elu seiri avodas v'cham. This refers to the seir offerings for avodas zarah, for worship avodas zarah. Shigidasam is the English avodas. Shigidasam is what is the shtaga. Zeh har ha'elam yavar shalom. Tzibur. Was it this refers ultimately again to the Parhalam Government at Tzibur. Was ultimately again what we see over here is as follows. Not from the night side, the Sibiri Avodas Kohadim. Right, so the offering for Pinula Avodas Zarah is written in the same pasuk as Parhalam Government at Tzibur. So look at Rashi for just one more moment. The name of U.S. Covenant Rashi says the Parshas Karbanos Avodas Kohadim. And this pasuk is written in the section of Avodas Zarah. Only you see who was Russian. The Malo Liftov goes to this Lachrahem, Kishkagadi. In the years covered on Liftov, this Lachrahem, Finishtok, El Mishum, the Bailak, Rushi, Sweet, on his Kokavim, the Mishnai Bekra, the Parhalam, the Haktaras, in the same cover up also this then Halakha myself, this part of the Hebrew is extreme awesome. The entire purpose and necessity between Seir Avodas Kohadim and Chal Ha'elam Davar. That is the purpose of that process. So what's the linkage? What is the linkage between the Gemara says, Chatasam Ashivigasam. The pasuk is Chatasam Ashivigasam. What's the connection there? Amra Torah. So it teaches me as follows. Chatasam Hareki L'Hak Shigigasam. Ultimately, Chatasam refers to the Seir Avodas Zarah. Teach me that the Chatos is just like the Shkaga. The Shkaga refers to what? Har Ha'elam Davar Minasi. That is coming to link Seir Avodas Kohadim to the Har Ha'elam Davar Minasi. What is the linkage? So the process of the linkage is just as the kidneys and the diaphragm of the Har Ha'elam Davar Minasi is burned under his breath. The same halacha applies to the Seir Avodas Zarah as well. Shigigasam mehechal malcha. So I know that by Har Ha'elam Davar Minasi we burn the Oseres and the Shepherds. By burning diaphragm and the two kidneys.
After all, if you cover halom and hekish, told you malam and hekish. After all, the Bible says we just said before, we just reviewed that which the couple said before. But here's the problem: isn't the halacha that we burn the die from the kidneys of the pile and government at Tzibor, isn't that itself burned out from an hekish to what? To ultimately have condition. If that's the case, how can something that from a hekish serve as an input for another hekish? Rather, what do you have to say? Amalomar, Lapar, therefore the Pasuk said, get your Lapar, Zeb, Har, Halam, Davar, Shal, then ultimately again refers to the Har, Halam, Davar, Shal, Lipar, Zeb, Har, Halam, so it's interesting enough, Lipar, that refers to the Har, Halam, so bottom line, that the Halakha Mesa, that Papa suggests that we are not learning out, we're not really learning out the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm from the hekish, we're learning out what possible. So once I'm learning out that by a parallel or I burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on this day, fine, I'm learning that out from the word lipar. Now again, I can use that for a hekish. And once you remember the pasuk, I can see your dad. Some of you do some. There's I get why you're trying to your dad. That's the same just by parallel double shot. The kidneys and the diaphragm are burned in the air. So you can see how the kidneys and the diaphragm are burned on the air. Beautiful. So this is more of like
going outside the dugout. I forgot. I saw
Hummer. Summer man, can't tell some supposed to never go back and analyze that resolution. Summer man, can't tell some idiocy about it. The consequence of some that refers to CPU and overtime. Like that refers to sit off for equally because how so I don't know how to better. It's positive. I'm going to actually just a moment. This is actually 5 better than 5. Simple way. Now she says you're serious and covered. Let's see here how this was. So why don't you learn how ultimately again the obligation to offer up to the serious and covered to the CIO source. Why don't you go ahead and learn how to obligation to offer up to the serious and covered to the CIO. Why don't you learn how to the previous person? The rabbis see it in the process and says Achos. That refers to the Siyag. It was no problem with that. She last 2 lines. Summer Achos receives Lama Risu after Chatasama Shini said that's the previous process. What do I need the Chatasam for? Remember that Papa said, I'll tell you why we need it. It's the Saka Kanina, watch this. I'm at a friend as follows. Kanini has the old 7 50 face. That's the first 40 people last actually. Sakurai Kanini, these rabbis say what it's covered. We think hard has also other as follows. What is the comparison? Here's what we know. Some actually was a 6 itself limits. Some is a reference to the Sihire Abodisa, who often is brought forth in like that. And it's comparing it to the Charta Alam Davar Shalsi. Right? So it covers lifting those 2 covers. So obviously we're telling you whatever applies, or certain things that may apply by Alam Davar apply also to Sihire Abodisa. Now, what we were trying to say is, what does the comparison accomplish? The comparison said that just as you have to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm of the parallel and double shot seaport, you also have to burn them by the CI bodies. The Gemara now suggests maybe the comparison is something else. I'm going to put as follows. It's the second time, I need to do those thing. That's actually in the Dash. Second time in the Hanili, this rabbi CI bodies go from it. Within parallel. I'm going to put those things. It should ultimately again be compared to them to parallel double shot seaport. Lahazos, even the Kufan Behedja, about the search of players low. I'm going to put also the comparison of this follows. Just like the parallel double shot seaport required blood applications, so to the Sihire Abodisa also requires blood applications. And I want to say, here's the beauty of that comparison. The beauty of that comparison is that those blood applications are really explicitly by the parallel double shot seaport. So because they're explicitly parallel comparison only applies to those explicitly because we've already seen the obligation to burn the kidney and the diaphragm is not really explicit, but instead showing each one out to the extra with the parallel. So I'm at a
comparison just says, just Halam Davar Shal Tzibor requires blood applications, so to the Sierra Brothers are required blood applications other ways. Abayos, Seres, Boyos, Shtik Boyos, the Lok Sibam Bigufe, Imalo, the area of blood, that halacha lemaisa, the burning of the kidneys and the diaphragm, which although we know is a halacha by the Halam Davar Shal Tzibor. In comparison to these compass and Halam Davar Shal Tzibor, doesn't allow me to learn out the chapter of the kidneys and diaphragm by the Sierra Brothers for one simple reason. It's not written explicitly by the Halam Davar Shal Tzibor. Therefore, the Gemara says, Kamash Malono. Kamash Malono said that halacha lemaisa, according to Rothschild, what we have now established is as follows. The extra word Lakar in the pasuk is referring to Halam Davar Shal Tzibor. What do we learn out from that extra Lakar? We learn out that Halam Davar Shal Tzibor, like the Parakon Mashiach, and burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on the mizbeach. Then the pasuk comes along, Kata Sam Shishim Yosam.
This kind of stuff.
The Kata Sam is reference to Siyavo Zara, Shim the reference to Halam Davar Shal Tzibor. So we're linking these two things. Halam Davar Shal Tzibor. Now the Papa says the point of teaching that just as by Halam Davar Shal Tzibor, one has to burn the kidney, the diaphragm on the mizbeach, so too by the Siyavo Apple Zara, one burns the kidneys and the diaphragm on the mizbeach. Beautiful. Let's go back. I'm going to praise Rav Nasa of the Rothschild. What's the name? So the Puna praise Rav Nasa said Rav Papa. Bahar Tana, the Bahar Tana, Hari Yomek Kippurim, L'chol Mash Amar B'Diyah. Let's take a step back and just a minute. So the Puna praise Rav Nasa said Rav Papa. But I don't understand. We learned elsewhere that Har Yom Kippurim, L'chol Mash Inyan, Sha'amar B'Inyan,
is hard hearing stories.
Bahar Tana Rav was Har Yom Kippurim, L'chol Inyan.
Texas is the big church. I'm from the East Coast. I went to church.
The dam a little bit far away from God. But also, you go to church and states. It's a priest basically talking about it's all your formal singing songs and following the past. And everybody sitting there dress cool as shit. We got a band, we got a rock and roll band going. I'm like, I mean, it was so casual. People with two tops. My wife, she comes from the East Coast, dresses up for church. She's been going to church her whole life. She was like, a little formality here. Just the church for God, 100%. I'm a man of God, man. It's a social good time. Hey, I go there, it's a concert. It's not really worship. It's more like, let's go there, I'll hear a great sermon, and then you talk. And then you hang out afterwards. They got coffee, they got snacks. Texas is a Christian country. Texas country. We're Christian country. So now the full reason of love is asking him, Papa, I don't understand the use of Joshua for something else, which the Gemara says. Tonight, in reality, also there is a machlokes. It's machlokes when I watch this. It's actually fascinating machlokes. Hana debate Rav, Marbi Hali, of Rav, I think we should of Rav, learn the following ways. Hana debate Rav Yishmo, no Marbi Hali. The Hana debate Yishmo does not learn it out in the same way. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Hana debate, Tanoichi, Hana debate Rav Marbi Hali, Kol Tan Rabbanon Kari Hana debate Rav. Hayi must listen commenso. No Marbi Le Elo Le Es down to Tila. But not going to call that you would not make it Kila Kata. So say, here's what's interesting. What's interesting is that there's general agreement as to the halachos question, namely that just as the various part of the Kabbalic service of Yom Kippur are ma'akif kapara, right? So too again, those same parts of the service are ma'akif ultimately again. Right? So but at the end of the day, my focus is where we're going to learn the outcome. So the Gemara says as follows. That's kind of the day Rabbi, you haven't told me very about, learn Marbi Hofi. Back to the like this. Kind of the Yishma, no Marbi Hofi. So let's means also as follows.
kind of thirsty.
So kind of debated Bishmo. Lo Margina. Kind of debated Bishmo. Watch this. I'm sorry. So let's begin. Right. Kind of debated Margina. Kind of the yeshiva was in fact learns it outside. We're going to explain it to you. Kind of debated Bishmo. Lo Margina. Kind of Bishmo. So just not learn it out this way. What should I see for the year? Kind of debated Bishmo. We'll say watch. So kind of debated Bishmo learn this out. Let's make it up. A man met there is to take Toyos Park on below Ne'emar the Car Helen what we established already in the previous thing as well is that there is an obligation to go ahead and burn the kidneys and the diaphragm, both by Car Helen as well as by the Car Helen. Right? We've already established this. What else did we establish? The obligation is written explicitly by the Parkoy Mashiach, but it's not written at all where? By the Par Halam Davar Shazir. We'll say, right, that was the whole Torah of our Kabbalah. We learned it out from the extra on the Par. Finally, we shall ask, why not? Why not? If indeed the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm applies equally to Par Halam Davar Shazir as it does to the Parkoy Mashiach, then why not write it explicitly? Why not write it? It's good side. Why not write it explicitly? So the Gemara says again, why is it not explicit? The obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm by the time Mashiach below Ne'emar Par Halam Davar Shazir. Yet it's not written by Par Halam Davar Shazir. One more time. When we say that it's not written by Par Halam Davar Shazir, what does that mean? It's not, although we know that what? There is an obligation. You know that we do burn the diaphragm and the kidneys. That's why I'm going to do. We learn how. Again, we spoke. We learn how from the Par. But why isn't it written explicitly? This beautiful idea. Mushal. Let's say. This is as good as we're going to get. Right? This mushal. This is. So enjoy this. Mushal. You're hearing that. Mushal Limela Basamada. Also, it's going to be compared to an earthly king. Shazam al Ohavo. He gets upset. On a person he loves. So the king is someone he loves. It's such a person he loves. Who ate this year, and ultimately, what does he do? He goes ahead and minimizes, literally again, the Muslims, the degradation. He minimizes the degradation that he heaps upon this person because he loves him. What does it say? If the king has someone who he loves, if that person who he loves wronged him in a significant way, the king added his love for the transgressor will minimize the amount of degradation he heaps upon him. What's the difference? We're going to look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi understands the Mashal, although understanding this Mashal is a bit of a machlokas for showing. We're just going to focus on Rashi here. Al Ohavod, so Rashi understands the Nimshal, obviously the king is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The loved one who transgresses is Klal Yisrael, right? Also, that's a reference to the Par Halam Davar Shazir. Needs this, he said it right. The Parkoy Mashiach is the Par of the suffering of an individual. The Par Halam Davar Shazir, I will say, is where the majority of the Tzibor transgresses. The Nimshal is, the Shparach is the king, right? So when a king has someone who he loves, who transgresses against him, so there's going to be a punishment that the king limits the amount of degradation he heaps upon his loved one, because he loves them. So too, the Shparach who loves us, Klal Yisrael, but Klal Yisrael sins as manifest by what? By the need to bring the Par Halam Davar Shazir. So the Shparach who minimizes the degradation. What's the minimization of the degradation? Torah doesn't explicitly say that you have to offer up the kidneys or diaphragm on his behalf. You know you have to do it, you learn it out, but the Torah doesn't explicitly say it, kind of as a way of minimizing the degradation of Klal. So it's an incredible and beautiful message. Even when the Shparach gets upset at us, and at the end of the day, we've done something wrong. Anyone has an obligation ultimately against men for that which has been done wrong, the Rahmanas B'Ribbon Shalom is always there. Even in a very small and nuanced way, wants to minimize ultimately a great degradation, keep upon Klal Yisrael. An incredibly beautiful idea. Also, Muslims as follows. I go ahead and not articulated some of the parts of the sacrificial service, so you must see that as a minimum of
degradation of blood. The time of the day that you show, again, you should have been showing what? The man ne'ema, haroch es hakodesh HaMashiach. The pasuk says as follows: Kabbalah only has etzba adam, but the point is that his finger in the blood. As the Gemara says, the pasuk says, "Yisam min adam shava pamim lifnei Hashem, and they haroch es hakodesh." Well, says the pasuk over here says the Kohen will dip his finger in the blood, and he was split with 7 pieces on the curtain of the Kodesh, right? That divides between the Kodesh and the Kodesh Kadosh. So watch this. Mipnei man ne'emar haroch es hakodesh b'har Kohen Mashiach. Below ne'emar the par helam davar shel tzibah. So watch this. Now the halacha is both karbanos, the par Kohen Mashiach, as well as the par helam davar shel tzibah. We'll say both of them have an obligation of hazah on the earth. So yet, interestingly enough, the obligation is explicitly stated. Right? Say, it uses the word haroch es hakodesh by par Kohen Mashiach, but yet doesn't use that same verbiage by par helam davar shel tzibah. Why not? To which the Gemara says, "Tell you what, Marshal Basar Adam Shesarcha Alav Medina was it can be compared to a human king, but let's say his constituents rebelled. As listen, his Medina rebelled. So what happens? If some of them rebelled, it's okay because Hamal Yeshalom is Kayat. Ultimately, again, his kingdom is judged, then what? Ain't Hamal Yeshalom. What then the majority rebelled, and his kingdom is no longer Rashi says, "Mitema paroch hasakodesh, garas b'far Kohen Mashiach ksiv es pnei paroch hasakodesh, u'b'para iba ksiv es pnei hakapodesh." So it's ultimately against Rabbi. Par Kohen Mashiach says paroch hasakodesh, but yet by the par helam davar shel tzibor, it just says pnei paroch. So what's the pshat? Hamal Yishlo, Rashi says, "Kinisas kabulas at sasa." Only Hamaskimim Ladaika asher divrei sasra lohem. In Ruba Sarf was that the king had the kingdom and the majority of his constituents rebel. In Pamal Yeshemo Kayemes, his monarchy is not preserved. Harim Sulak Nikibasa, Umachnisam the Mixas, then Nibo Gaspa into Barishona. So it's like, furthermore, the subjects rebel and his kingdom is no longer intact. The king no longer has the one that's stealing the power to his Hatanani gave him the receiver Sarfa, when it's the Kohen Mashiach, so that's only one person, so to speak, is rebelled. The relationship with the Baruch Hu only is still intact. Therefore, uses the promotion of Haroch es hakodesh. When it's the par helam davar shel tzibah, where what? Where in this case, again, the majority of the tzibah has done something wrong, so there is a certain degree of relationship erosion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. How is that relationship erosion manifest itself? It doesn't say Haroch es hakodesh, it just says Haroch. Almost almost like as that lack of a word shows the certain emotional withholding of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The relationship is not the same in the Klal as a whole. The majority of the Klal sins, even though, again, remember, this is accidental. This is not intentional. But at the end of the day, again, when it is national sin, there is a bit of relationship erosion that manifests itself in a little bit of a short-term version of the puzzle. Because it's the Haroch es hakodesh, it says Haroch es. Rasha Inking, when it says the Kohen less sin, but the relationship with the nation is still intact, it uses the full verbiage of Haroch es. Beautiful word. Let's just go back to the Biha. In Rasan Kulos particular. Therefore, the pasuk says this. However, now the Gemara is quoting from the Mishnah. Now the Mishnah said, and here we're going to get into a very interesting. I just want to point out that before, I gave you that mashal Mishnah according to Rashi, right? Mashal, others have a dramatically different interpretation, but I'll say it to the next. So remember again, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said that you'll be nothing to look into. They said when a person did all of the blood actions, in the right way, now this is what the concept of their 4 blood applications. Let's say a person ultimately did all of them correctly, but one of them incorrectly. What's shalom?
the carbon is
That was
hard
like
carbon.
railing
It's
against
the
like
ultimate
your
day and the
sister
carbon is
Sarah
hard. So, but the nice again,